The Dragon and the Sparrow. Written by Kyle West. Narrated by Rob Brinkman. 1. Fault Lines. I sat hunched over my desk, taking one last pull on my cigarette. Around me, a maze of cubicles buzzed with disgruntled coworkers speaking into headsets, dialing an endless list of unsuspecting phone numbers from across Europe and even beyond. I scowled at the sticky note plastered to my monitor. Quota: 100 calls a day. No exceptions. I shook my head and snuffed out the cigarette in a chipped ashtray. I wasn't much of a smoker, but this job had a way of making one forget one's resolutions. Glancing at the wedding band on my finger, my mood darkened even further. Were things ever great with Elena? Maybe once, but the debts stacked up like a stone wall, and arguments about our future never seemed to end. And worse, Elena's response to life's pressures was to shop, often and extravagantly. She shops the way some people pray, reverently, desperately, believing each purchase might finally fill whatever void haunts her. If there were one consolation, it was Irina. My 5-year-old little girl was the light of my life, and I would suffer any indignity if it meant keeping her clothed and fed. Her smile when I brought home a small treat, despite Elena's complaint about wasting money, made everything worth it. So that was how I found myself here, in the Golden Summer Resort's call center, locked in this soul-draining job that paid next to nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Double what the local call centers paid, in fact. Our company specifically hired people with strong foreign language skills to target wealthy Western Europeans. With Bulgaria's EU accession negotiations speeding up, and a 2007 target date now official, foreign speculators were circling like sharks, eager to snap up coastal properties at a fraction of Mediterranean prices before the inevitable boom. And then there were operations like ours. We weren't exactly illegal. The properties we sold did in fact exist. But things were often, shall we say, enhanced in our presentations. Just a short walk to the beach, if you happen to be an Olympic sprinter. Full sea view, if you stand on your balcony railing and lean out at a precise 45-degree angle. Premium amenities coming soon. No timeline specified, could be next year, could be never. Was it our fault if prospective customers didn't do their due diligence? This business thrived on ambition and optimism, both theirs and ours. Who didn't want to believe in undiscovered gems and ground floor opportunities? And then there was the commission. Up to 2,000 leva for the elite units, in a country where the average salary was about 500 leva per month. Well, you can imagine why my principles were flexible. I needed that money. Elena didn't understand the pressure I was under, working 2 jobs, this high-pressure gig in the evenings after my day job at the university library. She'd roll her eyes when I mentioned how hard I worked, then turn around and order another pair of shoes or book a spa day with her friends. If she wanted to maintain her lifestyle, someone had to make sacrifices. Overhead lights buzzed, snapping me from my brief reverie. The fans did little to combat the stifling heat. Sweat trickled down my temple, staining my button-up shirt. I was about to resign myself to another call when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning, I saw the floor manager hovering, arms crossed. Georgy Petrov carried himself with the disappointed air of a former bureaucrat, from his yellowed mustache stained by cheap cigarettes to his ill-fitting suit that hung on his soft frame. His beady eyes stared silently at the call counter on my monitor. Only 23 calls today, not even a quarter of my quota, and it was almost time for my lunch break. Well, more like dinner break. I stifled a yawn. Just as Georgie opened his mouth to speak, the phone in my headset beeped. Another call connected. Relief washed over me. Saved by the bell. I mouthed, "I've got this one," to Georgie, who crossed his arms and leaned against the cubicle wall, not leaving. Of course not. I straightened my posture and cleared my throat. Showtime. "Thompson speaking," came a crisp British accent. Georgie stepped forward, tapping the speaker button so he could listen. I inwardly cursed. Damnable man. "Good afternoon, Dr. Thompson," I said, recovering smoothly. "My name is Dragomir from Golden Summer Resorts." My accent was flawless, my university degree finally paying off, though not in the way I had imagined. I launched into my pitch about Bulgarian coastal properties, but he quickly interrupted. "Not interested. I've already got property in Spain and Portugal. Eastern Europe isn't on my radar." I glanced up at Georgie, who was tapping his watch impatiently. I pushed the script aside and leaned forward in my chair. "Dr. Thompson, you're a surgeon, correct?" I asked, ignoring Georgie's warning glare. The monitor gave a brief bio provided by our leads company. We were supposed to use this information to tailor our pitch, but never reveal we had access to these personal details. "Yes, orthopedics," he replied, sounding surprised. "How did you—" "Then you understand timing better than most," I continued, lowering my voice conspiratorially. "Bulgaria is exactly where Spain was in 1983, and right now beachfront property here costs 1/12 of comparable Spanish locations. It won't stay that way for long." I could sense his interest growing. I pressed on, describing our exclusive development with its Swiss architect, and mentioning the British professionals who had already invested. All carefully crafted half-truths and embellishments. Was it my fault if he believed my polished fantasies? Everybody lies. Politicians to voters, advertisers to consumers, lovers to each other. I simply did it for a living. The only sin in this world is being bad at deception. "How much?" Dr. Thompson finally asked. My heart raced. £75,000 for standard units, but for someone of your stature, we are offering a 20% pre-construction discount this week only. Georgie's expression soured. He had authorized no such discount. I ignored him and kept talking, weaving a compelling story about investment returns, limited availability, and the inevitable price surge once the EU accession was complete. When Dr. Thompson asked about visiting the property, as these marks often did, I promised an exclusive preview event, complete with helicopter tours and 5-star accommodations. Georgie's expression soured. "You can guarantee that?" he asked, clearly interested. "Absolutely. I'll arrange everything personally." Click. The line went dead as Georgie reached over and disconnected the call with a sharp jab of his finger. Rage boiled beneath my skin. A fat commission gone up in smoke. I yanked off my headset and slammed it onto the desk. "What the hell did you do that for? So close!" Georgie loomed over me, face flushed with anger. "Drago, what the hell was that? Helicopter tours? 5-star accommodations? Are you insane? I can understand stretching things a bit, but that's beyond the pale. You were about to promise things the company would never deliver." I almost had him. I snapped back, fists clenched against my thighs. You saw it! He was interested! I would have figured something out later. Figured something out, Georgie scoffed. That's how we end up with lawsuits, Drago. That's how companies like ours collapse overnight. I glared at him, silently calculating how many months' rent that commission would have covered. Months I now had to scramble to find elsewhere, all because this small-minded bureaucrat couldn't see the bigger picture. Georgie shook his head. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. Say the script, move on. He smirked. Even a professor like you can make a sale if you follow it. I tensed, jaw clenching. I was this close to telling him exactly what I thought of him and his pathetic little fiefdom. Which reminds me, Georgie continued, your numbers are lagging again. If you can't meet the targets, you know we'll have to... Before he could finish, the entire floor lurched. Several screams filled the air as a low, thunderous rumble ripped through the building. Lights flickered wildly, and computers clattered to the floor. I wobbled, nearly falling from my chair as Georgie took a spill on the floor. An earthquake? In Sofia? The ground shook with an intensity that rattled every bone in my body. Chaos descended in seconds. Shouts mingled with the screech of twisting metal. Cubicle walls toppled like dominoes, and the plaster overhead split into jagged lines. This was no minor tremor. I dove under my desk, curling my arms over my head as the earthquake intensified. I looked up just in time to see a large section of the ceiling collapse, right where Georgie was standing. The man was buried within seconds, his scream cut off by falling rubble. I blinked in surprise. The man who had berated and belittled me daily was likely dead, crushed beneath concrete and steel. I shuddered. No one deserved to die like that. Not even Georgie. And yet, a strange calm washed over me. Perhaps even a hint of satisfaction. One less obstacle in my life. One less person holding me back from what I deserved. No, that was wrong. I pushed the thought away. When the violent trembling finally stopped, dust and fragments of concrete clouded the air. I dared to peer out from beneath my desk. The dust was so thick I could see absolutely nothing but stifling darkness. A surreal hush settled over the wreckage, followed by a few stifled cries. An aftershock rumbled through the remains of the building, and something massive slammed into my desk. Miracle of miracles it held, even as the last bits of light faded to complete darkness. I coughed, choking on dust. I covered my face with my shirt. This can't be how it ends, I thought. My pants were soaked in warm blood. Georgie's, by the look of it. I reached out with trembling hands, trying to find an opening in the darkness. But there was nothing but twisted metal and pulverized concrete. All I could think of at that moment was that I was done. Perhaps one of our many satisfied customers had prayed for divine retribution. I fumbled around, but I couldn't see anything. Minutes bled into hours. I couldn't tell how long I lay there. From time to time I'd hear a scream or cry for help. I did very much the same thing until my voice was raw. Eventually, exhaustion forced me into a fitful sleep. I awoke to silence. The dust had settled somewhat, and to my surprise, the darkness was not completely absolute. Directly ahead of me, a faint, bluish glow pierced through a wide, horizontal crack in the rubble. At first, I wondered if it was just a reflection or a spark from exposed wiring. It gleamed with an otherworldly shimmer, almost fluid in how it pulsed. blood pounded in my ears. The sky? A rescue light? My mind spun with possibilities. Still, it was my only beacon in the surrounding gloom. "Help!" I shouted. "I'm here!" There was no response other than the light shining steadily. Well, if the light weren't coming to me, I would go to it. I gritted my teeth and wriggled out from under the broken desk. The crack was perhaps wide enough for me to worm through. I tried to ignore the fact that Georgie was buried beneath it. Every inch was a battle against scraping metal and crushed drywall. My forearms burned where shards of concrete dug in, but the adrenaline kept me moving. Anything was better than dying. It felt like an eternity of crawling before I finally reached the source of the light, sat in a small refuge within the rubble. My eyes widened at the glowing, oval portal nestled between bent steel beams. Its surface roiled like liquid cobalt, beckoning me in. I must be dead, I thought, edging toward it. This has to be some hallucination. Yet it was the only thing I had. I had read many English sci-fi and fantasy novels over the years, a guilty pleasure, and this looked like something right out of them. The longer I stared, the brighter it seemed to glow, as if urging me forward. Maybe it would lead to somewhere outside this rubble. I hesitated. What were my options? Wait for rescue? The building had collapsed entirely, I'd heard enough to know that. And there was nowhere outside this small chamber. How long would it take them to dig through? Hours? Days? My lungs burned from the dust, likely riddled with asbestos, and the air was growing thinner. My thirst was already unbearable. And if I did survive, what then? Back to the same miserable job, the same arguments with Elena, the same grinding poverty despite working myself to exhaustion. But then Irina's face flashed in my mind. Her gap-toothed smile, her delighted squeal when I returned home. Who would protect her if I were gone? Who would make sure she grew up knowing her father loved her? The glow pulsed, almost impatiently, as if it understood my deliberation and found it tedious. "I'm sorry, my little sparrow," I whispered into the darkness, hoping somehow my words would reach my daughter. "Tatko loves you." With one final push, I dragged my body through the narrow opening. The cool glow enveloped me, and gravity seemed to shift. I squeezed my eyes shut as a wave of vertigo seized me. Then, in a moment that defied all reason, I was pulled into the portal, away from the rubble, away from the remnants of the life I despised, into something wholly unknown. 2. Strange Shores. I tumbled through nothingness, a void of swirling cobalt that stretched and compressed around me like a living liquid. It's difficult to describe what this was like, but it wasn't pleasant. My scream died in my throat, smothered by the sensation of being pulled in every direction at once. Then, abruptly, solid ground. I landed hard on my side, the impact forcing the air from my lungs. For several moments, I simply lay there, eyes squeezed shut, waiting for the vertigo to subside. The first thing I noticed was the clean, salt-laden air. No stifling dust clogged my lungs, no darkness pressed against my eyelids. Instead, warmth bathed my face. Warmth and light. I cracked one eye open, then immediately shut it against the assault of brightness. Sunlight? Impossible. I had been buried under tons of concrete and twisted metal. Slowly I tried again, shielding my face with one trembling hand. Azure sky stretched overhead, not a single cloud marring its perfect expanse. The sound of waves lapping against rocks reached my ears from the distance, accompanied by the plaintive cries of seagulls. I pushed myself to my knees, then my feet, swaying slightly. The earthquake-induced rubble was gone. Instead, I stood on a sun-drenched cliff overlooking a vast, glittering sea. The water stretched to the horizon, its surface shifting between deep sapphire and turquoise where it met the white sand beach below. For one disorienting moment, I thought I had somehow been transported to the very coastal resort I had been pitching to Dr. Thompson. Had I imagined the entire collapse? Was this some kind of bizarre stress-induced hallucination? "I've lost my mind," I whispered, my voice still rough from the dust of the collapsed building. I turned to see I was standing at the wide mouth of a cave opening in the hillside. Perfect shelter, I thought automatically. That was until I noticed, not 20 steps deeper in the cave, a dragon lying curled like a massive cat. My mind stuttered over the word dragon, but that was the only possible description. The creature was the size of a small bus, its body covered in glistening scales the color of fresh blood. A sinuous tail wrapped around its haunches, ending in a spade-shaped tip that twitched occasionally in sleep. Smoke curled lazily from its nostrils with each rumbling breath. My knees threatened to give way. This wasn't Bulgaria. This wasn't even Earth. This wasn't anything that made sense. And yet, a strange exhilaration coursed through me alongside the fear. A dragon. A real, living dragon. If I wasn't hallucinating, I was witnessing something no human from my world had ever seen. Despite the danger, I couldn't help but stare in fascination. Moving with excruciating slowness, I backed away. Every muscle in my body tensed, ready to flee. A small rock skittered beneath my foot, clattering down the slope. The dragon's eyelid twitched. Panic surged through me like an electric current. I turned and scrambled down the steep path leading to the shoreline. Loose stones and sand slipped beneath my shoes as I half ran, half slid down the embankment, expecting at any moment to feel claws tearing into my back or flames engulfing me. 10 minutes later, I reached the beach and kept running, my dress shoes sinking into the wet sand and slowing my progress. Only when my lungs burned with the effort did I dare cast a glance back over my shoulder. The cliff loomed behind me, the cave a dark smudge against the rock face. There was no sign of pursuit, no winged terror descending from above, no distant roar of anger. The dragon, if it had woken at all, hadn't bothered to follow me. I bent double, hands on my knees, gulping air. I hoped the boulder I'd picked by the shoreline was enough to block the dragon's view if it happened to look my way. That's when it happened. A voice, speaking in a tongue that was like a strange mixture of Turkish and Greek, languages I recognized from Bulgaria's neighbors, except I could understand every word. Entering Eyrth. Language stack added. Caledonian. No core attribute detected. Find a class core to unlock a core attribute and class. I jerked upright, spinning in a circle. The voice had been inside my head, clear as a bell but utterly sourceless. It was warm, friendly, even inviting. "Hello?" I called. "Who's there?" Only the cry of seabirds and the gentle lapping of waves answered me. "I've gone mad," I murmured, pressing the heels of my palms against my eyes. "The building collapsed, and I'm dying, and this is all some oxygen-deprived hallucination." but the sand beneath my feet felt real. The sun beating down on my neck felt real. The lingering terror from seeing a creature out of legend felt very, very real. I forced myself to think logically. That strange blue portal in the rubble, it had transported me somewhere. Somewhere with dragons and voices in my head that talked about core attributes and classes with a language stack called Caledonian. Indeed, I found myself naturally thinking in this new language as easily as my native Bulgarian. In fact, all this reminded me greatly of playing EverQuest in internet cafes while in college. That damn game had caused me to nearly flunk my studies before I swore it off entirely. The absurdity of it almost made me laugh. How many nights had I stayed up reading Tolkien? How many science fiction novels had I devoured, imagining other worlds? Now here I was, seemingly living inside one, and all I wanted was to go home. Home to Irina. The thought of my daughter brought a physical pain to my chest. If this was real, and the increasing evidence suggested it might be, then I was separated from my little girl by more than collapsed concrete. I might never see her again. No, I said firmly to the empty beach. No, I'll find a way back if it's the last thing I do. I stared up at the cliff. The dragon had scared me out of my wits, but I had enough presence of mind to note that by the time I had woken up, the portal was gone, and even if it was still there, it would just lead me back to the ruins of my office. Not that going back to the cave was an option while the dragon remained. First, though, I needed to survive, to understand what this place was. I could find a way to get back later. I took stock of my situation. I was alive, uninjured save for scrapes and bruises from the earthquake. I wore my work clothes, button-up shirt, slacks, and leather shoes, all filthy with concrete dust and stained with what I now realized was Georgie's blood. The blood. It covered large patches of my shirt and pants, already drying to a rusty brown. I needed to clean myself, needed water. The sea beckoned a few meters away. It wouldn't be smart to do that without gaining a bit of distance first. I walked down the sandy beach a couple of miles at least before approaching the water's edge, cautiously. The liquid looked like regular seawater, behaved like it too, forming small waves that broke gently against the shore. I knelt, dipping my hands in. It felt cool and normal. I splashed some on my face, wincing as it stung the small cuts there, then began to unbutton my ruined shirt. The salt water would help clean my wounds, I reasoned, and might wash away some of the blood and dust. I waded in up to my waist, still wearing my pants, and began to scrub at my shirt in the water. Red-tinged clouds bloomed around me as the dried blood dissolved. I had been at it for a couple of minutes when I saw a fin. It cut through the water perhaps 30 meters out, a dark triangle moving with deliberate purpose straight toward me. I grabbed my shirt as I scrambled back toward shore. The water that had seemed so welcoming now felt like molasses, slowing my retreat. I risked another glance over my shoulder. The fin had halved the distance between us, moving with terrible speed. I lunged toward the beach, losing my balance and landing hard on the wet sand, expecting at any moment to feel teeth sink into my legs. Instead, I heard an angry thrashing sound. Twisting around, I saw a shark-like creature, its skin a mottled gray-green rather than the blue-gray of earth sharks, writhing in the shallows. It was too big to follow me into the ankle-deep water. After a few moments of violent struggle, it retreated, slipping back into deeper waters with a flick of its powerful tail. I collapsed onto my back, chest heaving, staring up at the alien sky. Not Bulgaria, I laughed weakly. Definitely not Bulgaria. When my breathing finally slowed, I sat up. The sun had begun its downward arc toward the horizon, though it still hung well above the sea. Evening would be coming in a few hours. I needed shelter, food, clean water, all the basics of survival. A strange thought flickered across my mind. In some ways, this was simpler than my life in Bulgaria. No bills, no debt, no boss breathing down my neck. No Elena complaining about money while spending it faster than I could earn it. Just pure survival. I pushed the thought away, ashamed of myself. Irina was back there. Nothing was simpler without her. I rose unsteadily to my feet. My pants were soaked, but at least the worst of the blood and dust had been washed away. I put the shirt back on, and the coolness was actually refreshing. The cliff with its dragon was clearly not an option for shelter. Instead, I began to walk along the shoreline, away from the predator-infested waters and the fire-breathing monster. The beach curved gently, revealing new stretches of coastline as I trudged along. My dress shoes, never designed for such terrain, were fast becoming uncomfortable. If this kept up for much longer, I'd get blisters. The sun beat down on my neck, which already felt warm to the touch. That would be a nasty sunburn. I tried to make sense of that voice in my head. Eyrth, it had called this place. A name uncomfortably close to Earth, with just enough difference to underscore how far from home I truly was. Again, I went back to that voice that had talked about class cores and attributes in the strange language I understood. So, it wanted me to find one of these class cores? Become a warrior? A wizard? A necromancer? Or a bard? Stop it, I told myself. Focus on what's real. Focus on survival. Yet a part of me couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to wield magic or possess superhuman strength. In my world, I was a failed academic, reduced to cold-calling strangers. Here, perhaps I could be something more. As the sun sank lower, exhaustion began to weigh on me. I had survived an earthquake and traveled through some kind of portal, all after a full day's work. My body ached, and despair threatened to overtake me each time I thought of Irina. Perhaps it would have been better to die than to enter this situation. Was it even possible to get back? I rounded a small headland, and there, half buried in the sand like the skeleton of some massive beached whale, lay the broken remnants of a ship. It was unlike any vessel I had ever seen. Its wooden hull was split open, revealing a maze of shattered timbers. The design resembled a carrack from the age of exploration, but with strange modifications. Metal reinforcements along the gunnels, oddly shaped sails still clinging to one partially intact mast. The figurehead, a snarling beast with too many eyes, leered at me from where it had come to rest in the sand. It must have been there for some time. Sand had built up around the lower sections, and parts of the wood had been bleached white by the sun and salt. Still, it looked solid enough to provide shelter for the night. As I approached, movement caught my eye. A figure emerged from what must have been a cabin, now tilted at a precarious angle against the sand dune. A woman. She staggered slightly as she navigated the sloping deck. I froze, uncertain whether to call or wait. Before I could decide, the woman looked up, her eyes widening as she spotted me. There was something familiar about her face. Recognition dawned on both of us simultaneously. "Petya?" I called, disbelieving. "Dragomir?" Her voice carried across the beach, thick with the same shock I felt. "Dragomir Valdrik? Is that really you?" Petya Kovacheva. She worked 3 cubicles down from me at the call center. A quiet woman who kept to herself, always the first to arrive and the last to leave. We had barely exchanged more than pleasantries in the break room. She was in her early 30s, with striking black hair that fell in waves to her shoulders, though now it was tangled with sand and salt. Even in her disheveled state, there was a certain severity to her features that made her seem unapproachable at work. High cheekbones, dark eyebrows perpetually drawn together in concentration, and eyes so dark they appeared almost black in the fading light. Her navy blue button-up blouse and dark pencil skirt were torn and salt-stained. Now she stood before me, on an alien beach as impossible as the dragon on the cliff, or the voice in my head. Somehow, against all odds, I was not alone in this strange new world. A surge of relief washed over me, not just at finding another human, but at finding someone who could confirm I wasn't hallucinating. Someone from the world I had left behind. Someone who could help me survive. 3. Survivors. Drago! Petya's voice cracked slightly as she picked her way down from the tilted deck of the shipwreck. She gave a slight smile, far more than I had ever seen from her. Like me, she was relieved, and I was surprised at how much it did to brighten her features. Of all the people to wash up on this beach! I stood, frozen, still not quite believing my eyes. Finding another human being, let alone someone from my own workplace, felt impossible. Yet there she was. How? I finally managed. How are you here? Petya reached the sand and walked toward me, her movements stiff and cautious, as if she too feared I might be an illusion. When we were just a few paces apart, she stopped. The same way as you, I imagine, she said. A blue doorway of some sort. In the rubble? I nodded. During the earthquake. A brief silence fell between us while the gentle sounds of waves filled the void. Now, closer, I noticed her trembling hands, reddened eyes, and that practiced vulnerability that women like her deploy instinctively when faced with a crisis. Her body language screamed for protection, for someone to take control of this impossible situation. It's a fascinating evolutionary response. In moments of extreme stress, humans either harden into dominance or soften into submission. Petya had chosen the latter, perhaps unconsciously. What she needed most of all was for something to make sense, some stability. We should get out of the open, I finally said, glancing at the darkening sky. Have you been using this ship for shelter? She nodded. You're welcome to join me. Safety in numbers and all that. Before I could respond, she turned and headed back toward the wreck, clearly expecting me to follow. I trailed after her, questions tumbling through my mind. The wooden hull creaked as we climbed aboard, the planks worn smooth by salt and wind. Careful, she said. This thing has been here for a while. Petya led me into a twisted central corridor to the first open doorway, which must have once been the captain's cabin, now tilted at an odd angle but still offering protection from the elements. Inside, I found evidence of Petya's brief occupancy. There appeared to be a makeshift bed constructed from sailcloth in the corner, with a sturdy, stylish leather purse set next to it. Louis Vuitton. Her sales must have been better than mine. When did you arrive? I asked, sinking down onto a wooden crate. She pointed to her watch, a rather nice piece I had noticed before in the office. I arrived about 6 hours ago. A couple of hours for me. I said. Petya ran a hand through her tangled hair as she settled opposite me, perching on the sailcloth bed. The doorway appeared right in my cubicle. One moment I was on the phone, the next the ceiling was coming down. I didn't think. I just jumped through. Smart, I said. I must have gone through the same one. I passed out for a while, but I saw the light when I woke up. I had to crawl to it. So we're from the same event, Petya said. I wonder if anyone else made it through. Maybe, I said. So far I've only seen you. My thoughts were already racing ahead. If others had come through, where were they? More importantly, were they potential allies or competitors for resources? There was a short silence. I felt her dark eyes watching me, attempting to assess my threat level. I remained calm and collected. I needed to present myself as a steady ballast in an uncertain world. It would make things go easier with her. Did you explore the cliff? I asked, the memory of the dragon vivid in my mind. A little. There's a cave up there that might provide better shelter, but from the look of the bones in there, it doesn't seem safe. There's a dragon in that cave. Petya stared at me, her dark eyes widening. A what? A dragon. Red scales, about the size of a bus. It was sleeping when I saw it. She continued to stare, then finally let out a short laugh that held no humor. A dragon. Of course. Why not? She shook her head. I saw no dragon, but I didn't go all the way to the cave entrance. Maybe it was gone around that time. You're lucky. I nearly died of fright. Though if I'm being honest, that fear had been mixed with an odd thrill. After all, how many people from my world had ever seen a living, breathing dragon? Did you? Petya hesitated, seeming to choose her words carefully. Did you hear a voice when you first arrived? I wondered. If I said no, it might cause Petya to doubt her own sanity, causing her to rely even more on me. This was tempting, but at the time an exchange of information was more prudent. Yes, inside my head, something about entering Eyrth and finding a class core, whatever that means. Did you hear the same? Relief washed over her features. So I'm not going insane. I heard it too. It said something about adding Caledonian to my language stack. What the hell does that mean? I'm not sure, I said. But that voice, it spoke in a different language, right? One you've never heard before, but could understand all the same? Yes, Petya said. What does it mean? I've never heard of this Caledonian. Me neither, I said, switching to this language flawlessly. Petya's eyes widened. I understood that. God above. I suppressed the chuckle that wanted to escape my lips. It would not do for Petya to think I found our situation amusing, even if a sardonic part of me did. I have a feeling we're not on Earth anymore, I said instead. If anything, this sort of sounds like a video game. At her look of confusion, I explained further. Back in university, I used to play this game called EverQuest. It had classes, stats, levels, all that nonsense. Warriors, wizards, that sort of thing. Petya frowned. I'm not familiar with games like that. Are you suggesting we're in this game somehow? Like Jumanji? My oldest likes to play Dragons and Dungeons. It's a game my relatives brought back from Germany. I resisted the urge to correct her on Dungeons and Dragons. Well, not exactly that, but the same idea. If I'm right, this is something far more advanced. I don't know how it's possible, but that's my working theory. She gave a bitter laugh. Well, I barely have time for television. I'm afraid I might be wholly reliant on you. It was hard to suppress the smile that wanted to come to my lips. I needed something to say to prevent the inevitable. 3 kids will do that, I said, automatically, then froze, realizing I had revealed something I shouldn't have known about her. Petya's expression sharpened. How did you know I have 3 children? I shifted uncomfortably. Damn my loose tongue. Office gossip. Someone mentioned it in the break room once. Her face fell, the mask of composure cracking. Yes, 3. 2 boys and a girl. Her voice thickened. Nikolai is 10, Victor is 8, and little Sophia is only 4. The mention of her children seemed to break something in her. Petya's shoulders began to shake, her breathing growing ragged. I watched calmly, knowing I needed to be a firm foundation for her. They were with my mother today, she went on. She watches them after school. Her hands clenched into fists. Do they think I'm dead? Buried under the building? Will they stop looking for me? I felt my own throat tighten. My daughter, Irina, I said softly. She's 5. Her mother. I trailed off, not wanting to speak ill of Elena. That could sow distrust between us too early in the game. I don't know what they will tell her. I watched Petya carefully. 3 children waiting at home. She may think that gave her some moral authority in our shared predicament, as if her loss outweighed mine because she had fractioned her love into more pieces. What she didn't see was how this same desperation made her dangerous. To herself, to me, to our chances of actual survival. A drowning person will pull down anyone within reach. A desperate mother will sacrifice anyone who stands between her and her children. There's something both admirable and terrifying in that single-minded focus. It's the most honest form of selfishness, the kind that disguises itself as selflessness so effectively that even its bearer believes the costume. What would that focus drive Petya to do? Go back to the cave, despite the danger? I could already sense this would become her single-minded goal. Dragon be damned. I'm sorry, Petya finally said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Breaking down won't help us get back to them, will it? It's only human, I said. I miss my little girl too. If there's a way in, there must be a way out, right? Petya looked at me, her eyes determined. I'm going back to that cave tomorrow, dragon or not. This portal, it must be connected to the cave. Before I could respond, a scraping sound came from outside the ship. What was that? I asked. Petya shook her head, already rising to her feet. I've heard that noise before, but I've never found the source. The light was fading rapidly now, with the interior of the cabin growing dim. I peered through the doorway into the main corridor of the ship. Shadows danced in the corners. I should check it out, I said. I didn't want to, but volunteering would do well in winning Petya's trust. Be careful, Petya warned. We don't know what kind of creatures exist here. I'm sure it's nothing serious. Please, stay here. I stepped cautiously into the hallway, eyes straining in the low light. What had I volunteered myself for? No longer facing Petya, I scowled openly. Another scraping sound, this time from a dark corner where part of the decking had buckled upward. I approached slowly, wishing I had something to use as a weapon. A movement in the shadows, then something scuttled out, a crab, but unlike any I'd seen on Earth. It was the size of a dinner plate, with a shell that seemed to shimmer with bioluminescent blue patterns. It froze upon seeing me, then retreated into the darkness. If we had a fire and a pot of water, it would probably make for good eating. "Just a crab," I called back to Petya. "A strange one, but nothing dangerous." "A crab? That's not so bad." Returning to the cabin, I found Petya kneeling on her makeshift bed, her eyes wide. "We need a plan," she said. "Before we were interrupted, what do you think about returning to the cave?" I shook my head. "Petya, I can confirm that the portal is gone." "But it could come back," Petya said. "Maybe it appears at certain times. It disappeared for me too, but it must have reappeared for you." It was a very good point. She had deduced something that had escaped me, even for the moment. She was already proving her usefulness. "You're right. However, are you prepared to stake out a position by the cave for hours or even days? That would almost certainly be suicide, and we would certainly need supplies for such an extended stay." Her face fell. "You may be right in that." I pressed my advantage. "Furthermore, what if it leads right back to the rubble? How would that be any help?" "Then we simply come back here, and try to find another portal." I sighed. "I think the best move is to learn more about where we are first. Messing with a dragon is just asking to die. If there are others around, a police force, for example, they would be better equipped to deal with such threats." She laughed. "A police force? It's just us two here, Drago." I kept my expression neutral. I was certain we weren't alone here, judging by this shipwreck. But also, I didn't like being contradicted by Petya. I was the level-headed one here, and she was the desperate mother looking to get back home. If anyone needed to make the decisions for the two of us, it was clearly me. "Are you sure you saw it?" Petya pressed. "I know I did. I won't have you doubting me on this." Her eyes widened slightly as she held up her hands placatingly. "Fair enough. I just want to get home." I nodded. I needed to cool off a bit. It annoyed me greatly when people questioned my knowledge. "I want to get home too. Even if that portal is gone for good, we know it's possible in the first place. The key is finding another one like it, or, like you said, getting help and staking out a position." She frowned. "I never said that." I blinked, feigning confusion. "Didn't you, earlier? You mentioned we should find help and come back prepared." I shook my head slightly. Maybe I misunderstood. It's been a stressful day." The slight doubt in her eyes was satisfying. I cleared my throat. "To be frank, I'm just as lost as you. And yes, afraid. Personally, I think we're better off following the coastline tomorrow. Look for settlements or other people. But first, we need fresh water." Petya watched me for a moment. "You're in luck." She reached into her purse, pulling out a glass bottle of mineral water, about half full. "I had this with me when it happened." My first reaction, strangely, was anger. She had this the entire time? Could hear the rasp in my voice and hadn't offered me a single sip? The greedy wretch. Of course, this was not the appropriate response, so I smiled and took it gratefully. Observing the water for a moment, it was quite tempting to guzzle more than my share. In the end, I allowed myself just 2 mouthfuls before handing it back. The water tasted sweeter than anything I could remember. But there was another problem. There clearly wasn't enough for 2 people for more than a day, especially in this heat. We would need to find more soon. "Thank you," I said. "You're quite generous." Petya shrugged. "We need to work together if we're going to survive here, right?" We spent the next hour preparing for the night. salvaging what we could from the ship to make a second sleeping area for me. I cleared my throat. Maybe tomorrow we can explore the wreck a bit more when it's brighter. There might be something useful here. Good idea, Petya said. I explored a bit already, but it always helps to have another set of eyes. As darkness fell completely, the unfamiliar stars of Eyrth emerged overhead, visible through the damaged ceiling. They were brilliant and strange, constellations I had never seen before. My mind was already drifting, exhaustion finally claiming me after the most impossible day of my life. My last conscious thought was of Irina, wondering if somehow, across whatever vast distance separated us, she could feel that I was still alive and still fighting to return to her. And yet, as I drifted toward sleep, another thought intruded, that in this new world, with its dragons and magic, perhaps I could become something more than what I had been. Something powerful, something important. For Irina's sake, I told myself. All for Irina. 4. Resources. Morning arrived with a ruthless brightness, the sun spilling through the broken timbers of the shipwreck. I awoke with a moment of disorientation before the previous day's events returned to my memory. The earthquake, the portal, the dragon, and Petya. She was already awake, sitting cross-legged near the cabin entrance, staring out at the sea, when she noticed me stirring. There was no preamble. We should leave soon. If there's really a dragon, it can't be safe here. So she was worried about the dragon, at least. Progress. I rubbed sleep from my eyes. The water bottle? She handed it to me. There was about a third left. The greedy woman had guzzled more than her share. I kept my face neutral as I drank an extra mouthful from yesterday, stopping just before she could fully protest. We'll find more today, I said. Perhaps I should hold on to this? Water in a situation like this is something that needs to be strictly monitored. It had been a lapse in my judgment. I should have taken it yesterday, and now we both might pay the price. Petya pouted a bit, her eyes narrowing. I need a moment alone, she said. I'll be back in a few minutes. I watched her go, likely for normal human functions, which presented a unique opportunity. I checked out the door to make sure she was really gone before I rifled through her purse's contents. I needed to assess anything useful, and given the water, it was important to know if she was hiding other important resources from me. To my disappointment, there wasn't much. A compact makeup mirror, a half-empty pack of tissues, her employee ID card, a small leather-bound notebook with sales figures, 3 pens, a flip phone with a dead battery, her house keys, a small photo of her 3 children tucked inside her wallet, and some paper notes. I had been hoping for cigarettes or a lighter, but neither was in evidence. I had left mine in my desk drawer, unfortunately. I was tempted to go through her sales figures. On the surface, the action might seem superfluous, but if she were a good saleswoman, it gave me a sense of just what I was dealing with. Any good salesperson knew you weren't selling the item, but an image. If her numbers were better than mine, well, I'd have to reset my mental calculus. In the end, I decided the risk wasn't worth it. I left everything just as I'd found it. I also scrounged a jagged piece of wood that might serve as a makeshift weapon if needed, sturdy enough to discourage would-be attackers. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. She returned in time to find me observing the makeshift weapon. Before she could ask anything, I said, Let's explore the wreck more, like we talked about. I would hate to miss out on something potentially useful. Besides, if we found something here, she would come to rely on my judgment more. Petya shrugged. It's worth a shot, but we shouldn't spend too much time. We split up to cover more ground, agreeing to meet back at the main deck in 20 minutes. I headed toward the stern, crouching to navigate the tilted corridors. The ship was larger than it had appeared from outside, with narrow passages branching off into small cabins and storage compartments. Most rooms showed signs of previous looting. Drawers pulled out, crates smashed open, scattered debris. In what must have been the galley, copper pots hung at odd angles from hooks, while broken ceramic plates littered the floor. The pots might be valuable, so I grabbed 2 that were still in decent shape. The food stores were long gone, with only the acrid smell of rot lingering in empty barrels. "Find anything?" Petya called from somewhere above. "A couple of pots," I shouted back, moving deeper into the ship's bowels. "You?" "Nothing." "Keep looking." The lowest deck was partially flooded, seawater sloshing between the floor beams. As I turned to head back up, my foot caught on something, nearly sending me sprawling. Looking down, I noticed an irregularity in the flooring, a section that didn't quite match the rest. Curious, I knelt and ran my fingers along the edges, finding a small notch. With some effort, I pried up a loose plank, revealing a hollow space beneath. My heart quickened with anticipation. "Petya," I called. "I think I found something." Within moments, she appeared at the top of the ladder, black hair falling across her face. "What is it?" Together, we removed several more planks, uncovering a small iron-bound chest cleverly hidden in a compartment built between the structural beams of the hull, invisible unless you knew exactly where to look, or in my case, stumbled upon it by chance. "Someone wanted to keep this hidden," Petya murmured, running her hand over the rusted lock. "Let's get it open." It took several minutes of prying with my makeshift weapon before the aged lock finally gave way with a crack. We exchanged a glance before Petya slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in waterproof oilcloth, lay 2 items: a dagger in a leather sheath and a small velvet pouch. I drew the dagger and was surprised to see that the blade was slightly curved and dark as midnight. Its hilt was silver with a large ruby about the size of an acorn embedded in its pommel. The weight felt perfect in my hand, as if it had been crafted just for me. Something about it called to me, whispering promises of power. "Quite the find," Petya said, her eyes wide. "If we could bring that dagger back to our world, well, the size of that ruby alone is worth a small fortune." I nodded in agreement, though privately I was more intrigued by the blade itself than its monetary value. The way the light darkened around the blade suggested something magical. I carefully opened the pouch, tipping its contents into my palm. 7 perfectly round gems, each about the size of a marble, each shining with a pale sapphire light. "Are those diamonds?" Petya asked, leaning closer. "I don't think so." I held one up to the light streaming through the broken hull. "They look like something else entirely. Definitely magical, based on that light." There was nothing else, but these items were clearly valuable. Even if they couldn't be taken back to our own world, they could possibly be sold here. Assuming we could find someone to sell them to. "We should move," I said, carefully wrapping everything and stowing it in my pockets. The dagger itself was too large, but thankfully it was easy to affix to my belt. Petya's eyes widened at that. I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring look. "Just in case." "Good idea," she admitted, "but that ruby might attract attention." I flipped the blade so the jewel pointed inward. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to do for now. I didn't intend to part with this weapon any time soon, and it was far better than the plank, which I tossed aside. I shouldered her purse. To help conserve your strength, we might have to travel far today. She nodded, not bothering to argue, where before she might have. How a nice, scary dagger changed the equation, even if I would never dare use it against her. The implicit power shift was subtle but unmistakable. I was her protector now, her guide. Petya was like delicate crystal in a world of hammers. It was almost a kindness that I was here to direct her energy. We headed along the shoreline in the direction we had yet to explore. Assuming the sun rose in the east here, which was barely peeking above the cliffs, then this direction would be south. From time to time I cast a glance in Petya's direction, observing her with careful attention. Despite our dire circumstances, she carried herself with a quiet determination that I hadn't noticed in the office. In our old world, we had barely exchanged 10 words. Now she was the only familiar thing in this alien place. Having someone like Petya, intelligent, resourceful, and, yes, presentable, as an ally would certainly be advantageous. 2 minds were better than one, and if others we encountered assumed a deeper connection between us, what of it? To be seen in the company of a woman like her would reflect well on me. The coast stretched out before us, seemingly endless. To our right, crystal blue waters lapped gently at the shore. To our left, scrubby vegetation gave way to cliffs and rolling hills that eventually rose into distant mountains. The landscape was both beautiful and alien, familiar enough to remind us of Earth, yet different in countless subtle ways. We came across another one of those blue crabs, which quickly buried itself at our approach. "I've been thinking," Petya said, breaking the silence. "If this is like one of those games you were talking about, and the language is Caledonian, maybe this place is called something like Caledon. What do you think?" "Sounds reasonable," I said. "Maybe it's a country, or a kingdom, or something like that." Petya made a non-committal sound. "Though that doesn't explain how we understand it without learning it. I keep thinking of that strange voice. Maybe it knows a way back to our world." "Maybe," I said, not wanting to give her false hope. Privately, I was beginning to wonder if returning should be our only goal. A world with magic, with powers waiting to be unlocked. It offered possibilities that our mundane existence in Bulgaria never could. But I kept these thoughts to myself. Petya was clearly fixated on returning to her children, and I needed her cooperation, for now. We fell silent again. The walking was hard in our inappropriate footwear, my dress shoes and Petya's sensible but office-oriented flats. We would both have blisters before long. Getting new shoes should be one of our primary goals. The sun climbed higher, beating down on us mercilessly. Petya's pace had slowed, her breathing labored. When we paused to share a careful sip of water, I noticed the strain in her features. "Are you all right?" I asked. She nodded curtly. "Fine. We need to keep moving." But it was clear she was struggling. I wondered if she'd had anything to eat since arriving. I certainly hadn't, and hunger gnawed at my stomach. If we didn't find something, and soon, well, we'd be forced to take more drastic measures. "Let's keep moving," I said. "It's important." We continued on, the coastline seeming to mock us with its sameness. Sand, rock, scrub vegetation, repeat. No sign of habitation, no hint of fresh water. Just the endless rhythm of waves against the shore. "We're too far out," Petya finally said, her voice strained. "No one lives here. We could walk for days and find nothing." I was about to respond when something caught my eye. I stopped, squinting against the glare of the afternoon sun. "There," I said, pointing to a distant protrusion of land. "Do you see it?" Petya followed my gaze. "What am I looking at?" "On that headland, I think it's smoke?" We both stared, and sure enough, a thin wisp of smoke rose from what appeared to be a small cove at the base of a rocky promontory. "People," Petya breathed, new energy entering her voice. Without discussion, we quickened our pace, ignoring our fatigue and discomfort. The promontory was farther than it had appeared, and the sun was beginning its descent when we finally rounded the curve of the shoreline, and the cove came into view. A small fishing boat was drawn up on the pebbly beach. 2 men worked nearby, one mending nets while the other tended to a small cook fire. The source of the smoke we had seen. We stopped. "They look human," Petya whispered. Both had deeply tanned, leathery skin from years under the sun. Their clothing was simple, loose trousers tied at the ankles, sleeveless tunics, and cloth wrappings around their forearms. Both wore wide-brimmed hats woven from some kind of reed. So, this wasn't some alien planet. Despite dragons, magic stones, and a disembodied voice, there was some grounding in reality here. A good thing to know. Petya looked unsure. "We need help," I said, straightening my shoulders. "Let's go." She nodded. "Yes, of course." We headed toward the cove and the fishermen. 5. First Contact. We approached openly. I thought this was best. That way we wouldn't startle them. The men looked up sharply when we were still several meters away. Upon seeing us, both immediately stood, removing their hats and bowing their heads slightly. "Greetings, noble travelers," the older one called, his tone respectful and cautious. "Forgive our humble camp. Had we known that distinguished visitors would grace our shore today..." I blinked in surprise at their deference. Even if our appearance was bedraggled, the quality of our clothing was far above that of the fishermen. Perhaps they took us for higher-class individuals, especially given the quality of the knife at my belt. Part of me wanted to dissuade them of this notion, but I realized it might not be a bad thing. In fact, it could be quite useful. I stepped forward carefully. "I am Dragomir, and this is Petya. We are travelers. We've lost our way and could use your help." The fishermen kept their heads slightly bowed, hands clasped before them. "How may we serve, Highborn?" the younger one asked, eyes darting between my torn dress pants and Petya's office attire with curiosity, but careful not to stare too long. "We're not from here," Petya said carefully. "We need help finding our way to civilization. Also, you need not..." I shot her a warning look not to reveal anything. The older fisherman scratched his salt and pepper beard, still maintaining a deferential posture. "If it pleases the Highborns, might you be shipwrecked? We saw that old wreck up the coast. I thought it had been abandoned years ago." "Something like that," I agreed, not wanting to complicate matters with the truth. "Can you help us?" The men conferred briefly in hushed tones before the older one nodded. "Karadesh is where we hail from, Highborn," he said, gesturing vaguely across the water. "We would be honored to provide passage with the day's catch if that would be acceptable to ones such as yourselves." Relief washed through me. At this point, the thought of the smell of fish infecting my clothing wasn't a concern. "Thank you. We would be very grateful, whatever the means." The fishermen invited us to sit by the fire, bowing and gesturing to the cleanest spots on the logs they had arranged as seats. The younger one handed us each a small piece of some kind of flatbread, offering it with both hands as if presenting a gift. He also fetched some water for us. I worried it might be contaminated somehow, at least to my sensibilities, but it wasn't as if I had other choices. I drank gratefully. Petya asked for her glass bottle to be refilled. The younger one's eyes widened, likely at the quality of the glass, which might be out of reach for one such as him in this world. He poured water, careful not to touch it. "You never told us your names," I said. The older fisherman's eyes widened at this. Perhaps it was inconceivable that a highborn would be interested in that. "I be Tomas, at your service," the older man said, touching his chest. "This here's my son, Davi." Davi bowed again, his eyes still lingering curiously on Petya's fine watch and my belt buckle, before darting away. If these items were signs of wealth, it could be why they mistook us for nobility. For Tomas's part, he noted my dagger and my leather bag. Or rather, Petya's leather bag. The damn thing was useful, sturdy. Perhaps in this world it wasn't frowned upon for men to carry such things. I had to admit, I couldn't help but enjoy their deference. In Bulgaria, I had been nothing. A failed academic reduced to cold-calling strangers with a pitch that was only slightly above a scam. Here, these men looked at me with respect, with reverence even. "Thank you for your kindness," I said. "We've had a difficult journey." "The sea takes what it wants, gives back sometimes if you're fortunate," Tomas said, his tone more natural now. "We'll be casting off soon, once we've packed the catch, if that suits you." "It suits us fine," I said. The boat itself was simple but well crafted. Perhaps 8 to 10 meters long with a single mast and triangular sail currently furled. The hull was wooden, painted a faded blue at the waterline with intricate patterns carved into the bow. Various baskets and nets were secured along the gunwales, and the day's catch, mostly silver-scaled fish, lay in woven baskets. It looked precarious to my inexperienced eye, but it was our only option. As the fishermen gathered their belongings, Petya leaned close to me and spoke in Bulgarian. "Are we really getting on that thing?" "Unless you want to keep walking," I replied quietly. She sighed. "I suppose we don't have a choice, but I can't help but think we're getting farther from that portal." "We are," I admitted. "But we need to learn more about this place before we can find our way home." Petya remained silent at that. I could tell she wasn't entirely convinced, but she had little choice but to follow my lead. A part of me was wondering if she even believed me about the dragon. Even she had mentioned the bones in that cave, so she had to know it was dangerous. At some point, I'd have to deal with Petya's impulses more thoroughly. Soon we were pushing off from shore, Tomas at the rudder while Davi hoisted the sail. The triangular canvas caught the wind, bellying out with a satisfying snap, and the little vessel began to cut through the waves. The sea breeze was actually quite nice. It was no holiday in Mykonos, but I would take it. Petya and I sat carefully amidships, trying to stay out of the way. I had no experience with boats, and I noticed that the gentle rocking made her look faintly ill. Again, I would have to be her anchor. As we settled into the journey, a thought occurred to me. I turned to Tomas. "What do you know about class cores?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Both fishermen laughed, then quickly composed themselves, looking embarrassed by their outburst. "Forgive me, my lord," Tomas said. "Simple folk like us know little about such matters." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Davi glanced at his father before answering, cautiously. "If I may speak freely, my lord, common folk like us can't afford such things. We believed you might be highborns, maybe from Telonia or Aranthia, judging by your height and fair skin. They sometimes come to Karadesh, though I've never seen one in person." At my silence, he cleared his throat. I beg your grace, my lord. Think nothing of it, I said, my mind racing with the implications. Class cores were purchasable? Commodities that only the wealthy could afford? This was valuable information. So you don't have a class? Petya asked, joining the conversation. Tomas shook his head, his earlier formality beginning to fade. Most don't, my lady. We're just fishermen. No fancy powers or attributes. Perhaps it is different in your country, but those with classes are said to be blessed by the Holy One himself. I almost asked what that meant, but I realized it must be some religious deity, and not knowing that might compromise our cover. Something to research later. Where could we learn more about class cores? I asked. We are studying to see if they differ from land to land. Such things are beyond me, Tomas said. But you might seek out the Grand Athenaeum. He gestured vaguely toward the direction we were heading. Biggest collection of knowledge on this side of the world, right on the waterfront of Karadesh. If you truly seek wisdom about cores, that's where the scholars be. With each exchange, the fisherman's initial deference was gradually replaced by more natural conversation. I didn't see the harm in it. Looser tongues meant more information. In the end, I suspected they had finally realized we weren't nobility, but perhaps wealthy merchants or academics. Above them in station, but not so much as to bow and scrape at every turn. I nodded thoughtfully, then tried my other question. We saw something else that concerned us. A dragon in a cave about 20 miles up the shore from where you found us. Would you know anything about that? The atmosphere on the boat changed instantly. Davi nearly dropped the rope he was coiling, and Tomas's weathered face paled beneath his tan. A dragon? So close to the city? The older man's voice was hushed and fearful. Are you certain, sir? Red scales, the size of a bus? I cleared my throat. I mean, about the size of several large wagons hitched together, sleeping in a cave on the cliff. The fishermen exchanged alarmed glances. The eyes must be told, Tomas said urgently. Dragons haven't been seen in these parts for generations. The eyes? Petya asked. The watchmen of Karadesh, Tomas explained, still visibly disturbed by the news. Dragons are ill omens. Death and fire follow where they nest. If you're sure, Davi said, then you might sell the knowledge to the local adventurers guild. His eyes got big, and more than that, they're known for their treasure. I arched an eyebrow. Treasure, you say? I noticed no such thing. If there's treasure, it wouldn't be near the mouth of the cave, Tomas explained. Such a thing would be deeper, no? He chuckled. It's suicide, though. A distant dream. You would need a large party of classed adventurers to even have a hope of taking it down. And even then, such a battle can only be won by spilling blood. I swallowed. Perhaps the play was selling the knowledge to those who might have the tools or resources to take it down. Such a thing would have to be done carefully, if at all. It was a significant risk to involve other parties who could end up cheating you. Perhaps we were mistaken, Petya said. She likely thought we didn't need extra attention, and she was probably right. We lacked water for a while. Perhaps Dragomir was seeing things. I kept silent. We had gained crucial information, so there was no need to overplay our hand. Petya was right to reel back what I saw. Tomas shook his head. Strange days indeed. We fell into an uneasy silence as we continued our journey. Eventually, Tomas turned the rudder, guiding us around the rocky promontory. As we cleared the headland, the view opened up before us. Petya gasped. Spread across a vast natural harbor lay a city straight out of Arabian Nights. Massive sandstone walls, the color of honey in the setting sun, curved along the waterfront. Behind them rose a forest of domes, minarets, and towers, their upper reaches adorned with gilded spires that caught the light. The architecture had a distinctly Middle Eastern flavor. Horseshoe arches, intricate latticework, and geometric patterns visible even at this distance. The harbor itself teemed with activity. Dozens of ships of various sizes plied the waters, from small fishing vessels like our own to massive trading galleys and carracks with multiple masts and billowing sails. At the center of the harbor, a small island fortress commanded the approach, its walls rising sheer from the water. Karadesh, Tomas announced with pride, jewel of the southern sea. I couldn't find the words. The sight of such a massive center of civilization was overwhelming. It's incredible, Petya finished for me, her voice hushed with awe. Davi grinned at our reactions. First time in a capital? I nodded numbly. Yes, we've never seen anything like it. Biggest port for 1,000 miles, Tomas said, his earlier formality completely gone now. Trade flows here from all corners of Eyrth. As we drew closer, the details of the city emerged more clearly. Massive bronze statues flanked the harbor entrance, warriors with spears raised high. The fortified island in the center of the harbor was connected to the mainland by a single stone bridge crowded with people. Most impressively, a towering lighthouse dominated the western edge of the harbor, a massive crystal array at its pinnacle catching the last rays of the sun in dazzling rainbow fragments. The boat slid smoothly between larger vessels, Tomas expertly guiding us toward what appeared to be a fishing district, a section of smaller docks crowded with boats similar to our own. Where exactly are you folks headed? Tomas asked as we approached the pier, now speaking to us as equals rather than as nobility. Petya and I exchanged a glance. We don't exactly know, I admitted. We need to find work and lodging. Tomas raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Market district be your best bet. Can find most anything there. Work, beds, whatever you need. As the boat bumped gently against the pier, Davi leaped out with a rope to secure it. I helped Petya onto the dock, then turned to the fisherman. How can we repay you? Petya asked. I pushed down my annoyance. We were likely to never see these two again, and we needed to keep all our resources for ourselves. But making a small offer might do much to get back in her good graces. I had appropriated her purse, after all. I nodded toward my belt, where I'd tied on the copper pots with a spare bit of rope. I picked up a couple of copper pots back in the wreckage. Both are in good shape. You're welcome to one of them. Davi's eyes went to my waist, where the outline of the small pouch with the magical gems could be seen. But they quickly darted away again, his bronzed cheeks coloring slightly. Like hell he was getting those. Tomas waved a dismissive hand. No payment needed. Sea folk help each other. He cracked a slight smile. Though you two don't much look like sea folk. We're very grateful, Petya said quickly. She reached into the purse I held, taking out the small hand mirror. It's not much, but... Tomas noted the mirror and looked horrified to be offered it. We cannot accept such a thing from you, milady. Please, helping is payment enough. If you're certain, I said, hoping that would be the last of this annoying little ritual. Tomas gave us directions to the market district. If you're looking for a good place to stay, check out the Copper Lantern. The rates are fair and Marda, the owner, often hires help. Make yourself useful and she'll be a good person to know. Tell her I sent you. Market district's that way, Davi said, pointing toward a wide thoroughfare leading away from the harbor. Follow the Street of Salt until you reach the big fountain, then head west. Can't miss the Copper Lantern. Got a big sign with a, Copper Lantern. We won't forget your kindness, Petya said. Farewell, Tomas said. May the Holy One guide your steps. They were already turning their attention to selling their day's catch to a waiting merchant with scales and a ledger. As we headed toward the busy harbor, Petya stuck close, her eyes wide as she took in the sprawling city before us. Perhaps her realization of just where she was and her dire situation would remind her not to cross me. What now? I took a deep breath. Now we learn as much as we can about this place. I met her gaze. There's a way home, Petya. There has to be. Just stick with me. This place might be strange, but people are the same everywhere. Though as I spoke those words, I wondered if I truly wanted to return to my old life. Here, in this new world, I could sense possibilities that had never existed for me before. What about this inn? Petya said. It's getting late. We should head there, I said. No question. The sun slipped below the buildings. As darkness fell, enchanted street lanterns flickered to life throughout the city. Thousands of points of light illuminating the world we now had to navigate. Together we stepped away from the pier and into Karadesh, and I discovered that, perhaps, men weren't the same everywhere. 6. The Copper Lantern. I watched Petya's reaction as we stood still amid the bustling crowd. Her eyes darted nervously from face to face. I don't think I can do this, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the din. I followed her gaze and understood her shock. In the growing darkness, with proper lighting, the true nature of Karadesh's population became unmistakable. At least half of the surrounding people weren't human at all. Green-skinned figures towered over the crowd. Orcs. There was no other word for them. Tusks protruded from their lower jaws, their physiques powerfully muscled, yet they moved through the crowd with the casual familiarity of everyday citizens. They wore the same clothing as the humans, robes, tunics, work clothes, and conducted business alongside them without comment. But even more startling were the reptilian humanoids that slipped gracefully through the throng. Covered in iridescent scales and hues of green, blue, and bronze, they walked upright on two legs, their long tails helping them balance. Their faces were distinctly lizard-like, with elongated snouts and vertical slit pupils, yet their expressions and gestures were unmistakably intelligent and civilized. Most, if not all, had frills around their necks, which sometimes flared out during conversation. Drago? Petya clutched my arm, her fingers digging in painfully. What are those? I don't know, I admitted, but they're citizens here. Look, they're just going about their business. It was true. The different species mingled with apparent ease, haggling at stalls, arguing, and even laughing. This was normal for them. While Petya trembled beside me, I felt a strange sense of wonder and curiosity. These weren't mindless monsters, but sentient beings with their own society. In my old world, I'd been fascinated by fantasy novels and games. Now, I was living inside one. The thought sent an unexpected thrill through me. We need to find shelter, I said gently, prying Petya's fingers from my arm. Come on. One step at a time, right? It'll get better once we're in that inn. She nodded shakily, and we set off toward the street of salt. The thoroughfare was broad and paved with fitted stones, its edges lined with buildings that stretched 3 or 4 stories high. Most were built from the same honey-colored sandstone as the city walls, though wooden upper stories adorned with intricate latticework were common. And everywhere there were signs of magic. Crystal lamps that glowed without flame, a street vendor whose cart levitated slightly above the cobblestones, a fountain where water flowed upward, defying gravity before cascading down in geometric patterns. Small winged creatures that might have been fairies darted between rooftops. The technology, too, surprised me. A clock tower near the harbor featured an intricate astronomical display. Merchants used calculating devices with sliding beads reminiscent of advanced abacuses. I could see an aqueduct weaving through buildings, depositing water in fountains. It's like someone took ancient Babylon, medieval Arabia, and Renaissance Venice and threw them in a blender, I murmured, more to myself than to Petya. She didn't respond. Her face had gone pale, her breathing shallow. Her eyes tracked a particularly large orc as he passed, carrying a barrel on one shoulder as if it weighed nothing. The orc offered a friendly nod. "Hey," I squeezed her arm. "Stay with me." "How are you so calm?" she hissed. "We're in another world, with monsters and magic, and you're acting like we're on a sightseeing tour." "Because panicking won't help," I replied. "We need information and shelter. That's all we need to focus on right now." Though, secretly, I was beginning to wonder what it would take to gain magic in this world, to become something more than a failed academic stuck in a call center job. "Promise me we'll go back, Drago. Please." I took her hand for a moment. "I promise. Just stay with me, right?" Petya gave a shaky nod. We continued down the street of Salt, jostled by the evening crowd. Most people ignored us, but some gave us curious glances. Our torn, dirty office attire stood out amid the local fashions, but it wasn't so strange that we were directly accosted. At one point, I stopped a passing human, a middle-aged woman with a basket of textiles. "Excuse me," I said. "Could you direct us to the Copper Lantern Inn?" She looked us up and down. "Foreigners, eh? Continue to the Grand Fountain, then 3 streets west. Can't miss it." Her accent was like Tomas's, but more refined. "Thank you," I said. "And the Grand Athenaeum? Where would we find that?" Her eyebrows rose. "The Athenaeum? That's in the academic quarter, south of the palace." She eyed our disheveled appearance dubiously. "They don't let just anyone in, you know." Before I could ask more, she hurried away. We continued on, reaching the fountain the woman had mentioned, a massive circular basin where water surged up in the shape of a trident before falling in a sparkling cascade. Around it, street performers entertained evening crowds, and food vendors hawked unfamiliar delicacies. As we turned onto the western street, I felt a slight tug at my waist. I spun around to find a small, dirty-faced human child trying to pull out the pouch of jewels we had found on the ship. My reaction was swift. I swatted the hand away, saving my valuables. The child was already disappearing into the crowd. I nearly chased after the little thief. Such audacity deserved punishment. But thought better of it. We had more pressing concerns. "What happened?" Petya asked. "Pickpocket," I muttered. "Nearly got that pouch we found." I kept my hand there, so the same thing couldn't happen again, while keeping my other hand on the hilt of my dagger. We stuck out like sore thumbs, and that would attract attention. We had gone only another block when a different sort of threat emerged. 3 rough-looking men, 2 humans and a lean, scarred orc stepped into our path. Their expressions left little doubt about their intentions. "Lost, fancy folk," the orc rumbled, eyeing Petya's watch and the gleam of her earrings. "Dangerous streets for strangers after dark." I pulled out my dagger, trying to look more confident than I felt. "We're not looking for trouble. This knife here, it's magical. You don't want to mess with that, do you?" The men laughed, clearly unimpressed. But to my surprise, Petya stepped up. "A squad of eyes will round that corner any second. What will they think of a few street toughs trying to rough up two people nobly born?" They actually looked unsure about this. Petya nodded at me, and we continued on, leaving the toughs behind. "Thank God," Petya breathed. "Not God," I murmured. "You. That was some quick thinking back there." Her mouth became set in a grim line. "No man or monster will keep me from getting back to my children." I couldn't help but watch her with newfound respect. I had underestimated her. That steel behind her eyes reminded me that desperation could make even the meekest person dangerous. Finally, we spotted our destination. A 2-story building with a wide front entrance, over which hung a copper lantern. This had to be it. We pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The inn's common room was warm and surprisingly clean, with a dozen tables arranged around a central hearth where a fire crackled merrily. The patrons were mostly human, though a few orcs sat drinking in the corner, and a lizard person in elaborate robes dined alone by the window. The smell of roasting meat and fresh bread made my empty stomach clench painfully. Behind a long counter stood the innkeeper, a mountain of a woman with arms like tree trunks and a cascade of copper-red hair pulled back in a braid. Her face bore the evidence of a life well lived, laugh lines around her eyes, a crooked nose that had clearly been broken at least once, and a scar that ran from her right temple to her jaw. "Welcome to the Copper Lantern," she called to us, her sharp eyes taking in our bedraggled appearance. "What can I do for you?" I approached the counter, aware of how we must look, filthy, exhausted, and clearly out of place. "Tomas and Davi, fishermen, directed us here," I said. "We need lodging and possibly work. You must be Marda." She nodded, her gaze sharpening. "Tomas sent you? Well, that's something. He doesn't recommend trouble to my door." She looked us up and down. "Usually." She cleared her throat. "Lodgings 1 silver mark per night for a private room, 20 coppers for a spot in the dormitory." I winced. "About that. We don't have any money." "None?" Marta raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Again, despite our haggard appearance, our clothing was of fine quality compared to most locals. Her gaze fell on Petya's watch. "That timepiece looks valuable." Petya placed a hand over it protectively. "It was a gift from my father." Marta's expression softened unexpectedly. Her eyes lingered on Petya's face a bit too long for my comfort. "Keep your keepsakes. I know what it's like to hold on to the last pieces of home." She wiped her hands on her apron and leaned forward. "This city's not a kind place, and everyone will try to wring you to the last drop of blood. There's a small storage room in the back. Not fancy, but it's clean and has a decent pallet. You can have it for tonight, and tomorrow we'll talk about how you might earn your keep." Petya's eyes became misty. She seemed to shrink, making herself smaller. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. Marta watched her for a moment, then placed a gentle hand on her arm. "You all right, dear? You look like you haven't slept in days." I stepped between them, placing a hand on Petya's shoulder. "She's not well," I said with an easy smile. "Nothing to concern yourself with." Marta's gaze flicked from my hand on Petya's shoulder to Petya's face, then back to me. One eyebrow arched slowly. "I see." The warmth in her voice had cooled several degrees. "As for me," I continued smoothly, "I'm happy to work. We're in a somewhat difficult situation." Clearly, Marta said, her eyes still on Petya, who refused to meet her gaze. As long as you don't bring trouble to my door, you won't get any trouble from me. She addressed this last part directly to Petya, with a pointed look I chose to ignore. There's plenty to do around here. My dishwasher quit yesterday, stormed out after I suggested he might consider actually cleaning the pots instead of just rinsing them. We'll do whatever is required, I said, though inwardly I chafed at the thought of scrubbing pots. I'd spent years earning a master's degree only to end up in a call center, and now a dishwasher? But necessity outweighed pride. For now. Marta led us through the busy common room, past tables of patrons enjoying stew and beer. My stomach rumbled at the smell. She guided us down a narrow hallway to a small door at the far end. It's not much, she said, producing a key from her apron pocket. But it's clean and it's yours for tonight. The door swung open to reveal a modest space with a single pallet and a narrow window that looked out onto an alley. A lantern hung from a hook on the wall. The rest of the space was filled with crates piled high and random items. This is perfect, I said gratefully. Marta nodded, her expression kind but businesslike. There's a communal washroom at the end of the hall if you need it. Get some rest. We'll talk details in the morning. With that, she turned and hurried back toward the common room. Rest, I told Petya, easing her down onto the pallet. She nodded weakly, the events of the day having finally overwhelmed her. We'll figure this out, I said. Tomorrow we'll learn more about this place, about class cores and how to get home. As Petya stared into space, I thought of Irina and her gap-toothed smile. The only person in the world who made me feel like I actually was someone. A soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I opened it to find one of the lizard people, with scales the color of burnished copper. The creature had a narrow reptilian face with vertical pupils and amber eyes, but wore the same apron as Marta's other employees. They carried a wooden tray with 2 bowls of steaming soup and flatbread. Marta sends food, the lizard person said in a melodious, slightly hissing voice, for the new arrivals. Petya gasped audibly, shrinking back against the wall. Thank you, I said quickly, taking the tray. Please pardon my friend. She isn't feeling well. The lizard person's eyes flickered to Petya, then back to me. Understandable. Many find us Varkis unsettling at first sight. I hear in the northern lands we are rare. Is that where you are from? I offered a friendly smile. Something like that. I'm Dragomir. I extended my hand, hoping to smooth over the awkward moment. The Varkis hesitated, then carefully took my hand. Their palm was dry and warm, the scales surprisingly smooth. Sathi, they replied. Kitchen assistant at the Copper Lantern. They shifted awkwardly. I'm male, by the way. You humans usually can't tell. Pleased to meet you, I said, ignoring the awkwardness of the explanation. Any contact could be important down the line, no matter how humble. Well, we Varkis wish people didn't think so badly of us. We are not all thieves or pirates, like the stories say. Sathi's clawed hand gestured to the tray. The soup is excellent. Marta's special fish broth. I'm sure it is, I said. I must return to work. The evening rush has begun. He paused, his head tilting slightly. Welcome to Karadesh, strangers from far away. After Sathi left, I brought the soup to Petya, who had composed herself somewhat. A lizard person, she whispered. I mean, A Varkis. This world is going to keep surprising us, I said, handing her a bowl. The soup smelled delicious, a rich broth with chunks of white fish and unfamiliar vegetables. We ate in silence. In my head, I ran calculations, trying to figure out the next move. Petya broke me from my thoughts. I need to use the washroom. I was a bit annoyed that she had interrupted my thoughts. Of course, go ahead. I leaned back against the wall as she left, relieved to finally have a moment to think in peace. About 15 minutes passed before I realized something might not be right. The washroom wasn't that far away. There was no reason for her to linger. I rose to my feet, a flicker of suspicion igniting in my chest. Opening the door, I stepped into the hallway, heading for the washroom. I'd barely gone 5 paces when Marta appeared, wiping her hands on her apron. "Ah, there you are," she said, her expression neutral. "I was just coming to check on you." "Where's Petya?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "Your companion? She's settled in another room," Marta replied. "No charge, of course. I'm doing you both a favor, really." I frowned. "Another room? I appreciate the generosity, but we're fine sharing." Marta's eyebrows rose. "Are you married?" The question caught me off guard. It was too dangerous to lie here. "No, but what does that—" "It matters," Marta cut in, her tone firm but not unkind. "The Holy One forbids men and women who aren't married to share private quarters. It's written clearly in the Book of Life." I felt a surge of frustration. This prohibition didn't exist when you first offered us the room. "I assumed you were husband and wife," Marta replied. "But when I asked young Petya if you were married, she told the truth, and I was quite horrified by my mistake." She crossed her arms. "I run a respectable establishment, so please don't blame her. You will see her again, in the morning." I studied her face, searching for signs of deception. This felt wrong, manufactured somehow. Was Petya behind this? Or was Marta simply executing some cultural norm I wasn't aware of? Either way, I needed to tread carefully. Creating a scene would only draw unwanted attention, and we already stood out enough as it was. "I see," I said, forcing a smile. "Of course, I respect the precepts of the Book of Life." The words tasted bitter on my tongue. "Is this something Petya asked for herself?" Marta shook her head firmly. "It doesn't matter what she thinks, or what you think, or even what I think. Only the Holy One's will matters in these affairs. Our personal desires are secondary to divine law." "I understand," I said, attempting to sound reasonable. "But I would at least like to speak with her. Unless you mean to tell me that that's also forbidden by the Holy One." "She's already asleep," Marta replied, her voice softening with what seemed like practiced sympathy. "The poor thing was exhausted, trembling really. She could barely keep her eyes open. It would be cruel to disturb her rest now." She looked me in the eye. "And I know a good man like you knows how to respect boundaries, right?" I leaned forward slightly, lowering my voice. "I think we both know what's happening here, Marta. This isn't about the Holy One or the Book of Life." Marta didn't flinch or back down as I'd expected. Instead, her eyes hardened, though her smile remained fixed in place. "What's happening here is that you're a foreigner who doesn't understand our laws or customs. Your ignorance is forgivable, but persistence in that ignorance is not. I've been more than accommodating." Her calm certainty flustered me momentarily. I've seen her type in Bulgaria, too, wielding social norms like weapons. The truth? people like Marta simply enjoy their tiny kingdoms of influence. But who's really more honest? The woman who uses religion to control others, or the man who admits he needs control to survive? You're quite right, of course, I chuckled. I have to say, having a bit of space would be nice. I just fear for her safety in such an unfamiliar place. So many might want to take advantage of her. On that, we agree, Marta said. But rest assured, I will keep a close eye on her. I've been an innkeeper in Karadesh for 20 years. I know how to deal with all manner of threats. I didn't doubt that in the least, but to challenge Marta directly in her own inn reeked of desperation. And quite frankly, such measures weren't worth it. Not yet. Very well, I conceded. Please tell Petya I'll meet her for breakfast. Marta nodded. I will. Sleep well. As she turned to leave, I called after her. Which room is she in case there's an emergency? Marta paused. She's quite safe, I assure you. You really are sweet to care for her so. She smiled. Good night. I watched her retreating back, my fingers itching to reach for my dagger. Not to use it, of course, but the weight of it might have persuaded her to be more forthcoming. But that would ruin everything before it began. Reluctantly, I returned to my small room, closing the door behind me with more force than necessary. The pallet that was supposed to be Petya's lay empty, a mocking reminder of how quickly I'd lost control. And not only that, all her things were gone, swiped while I had been occupied with Marta. My rage grew to the point that I could feel my face reddening. I turned to accost her, but stopped myself just in time. What did I have to gain by doing that? Nothing. It was reasonable for Petya to want her things, but the fact that someone else had grabbed them made her intentions clear. Petya never intended to see me again. This wasn't about local customs. I'd underestimated her. She had acted as if she had no agency, resigning herself too easily to my demands. That should have been suspicious. A good salesperson like her, good enough to afford a Louis Vuitton bag in Bulgaria. I had been outplayed. I saw that I would be forced to let her go. And in all honesty, I should leave the inn tomorrow and forget the whole thing ever happened. But that was what they wanted. And I didn't like being bested. I lay down on the pallet, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow I would find her, and I would make it clear that our best chance of survival, of getting back to our children, lay in working together. My best move was to assume this wasn't anything insidious. Petya could still be worked with, but perhaps as an equal. Tomorrow I would have to apologize, flatter her a bit, and try another tack. That wouldn't be easy, but it would be necessary. Nothing was left but to get some sleep, a necessity even for Petya. As sleep began to claim me, my thoughts drifted to the dagger and gems hidden in my pocket, and the voice that had welcomed us to Eyrth. My last thought before darkness took me was of Irina, and a silent promise that somehow, some way I would find my way back to her. But deep in my mind, another thought lurked. That perhaps this world offered me opportunities I'd never have on Earth. Power, respect, the chance to be something more than a debt-ridden, overqualified call center employee. The chance to be someone who mattered. 7. Diverging Paths. I woke to sunlight streaming through the small window and the growing clamor of Karadesh rising from the streets below. My gaze drifted to Petya's pallet. Empty. Again, the dissatisfaction returned, the annoyance of losing control of a situation. but I could gain control if I figured out where she went. Time to check the common room. I dressed quickly, tucking the velvet pouch of gems and the dagger into my pockets as I headed for the front. The morning crowd was sparse. A few merchants having an early breakfast, a pair of laborers drinking something steaming from clay mugs, and no sign of Petya. Behind the counter stood a young man I hadn't seen before, wiping glasses and arranging them on shelves. "Excuse me," I said, approaching the counter. "I'm looking for my friend, the woman who arrived with me last night." The young man glanced up. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with olive skin and dark, curly hair tied back. "The foreign lady? She left before dawn." His accent was similar to Marta's, but lighter. "She seemed to be in quite a hurry." "Did she say where she was going?" "No, sir. Just hurried out. Said nothing to anyone." I sighed. My suspicions were confirmed. "I'm Dragomir, by the way. Marta gave us a room last night." "Farid," the young man replied with a slight bow. "I handle the morning shift while Marta catches a few hours' sleep." "So I can't speak to Marta?" Farid gave me an apologetic smile. "Impossible. She would knock my head off with a rolling pin. Have you seen those arms?" I frowned in thought. Where had Petya gone? The answer seemed obvious. She had mentioned returning to the cave several times, and given her desperation to reunite with her children, this was unlikely to be a mere distraction. So I could catch her. The only question now was whether I should. The smart move, of course, was simply to let her leave. Why should I risk myself for her foolish mistake? And yet something about this rankled me. I had been outplayed, and I didn't like to accept defeat when there was still something I could do about it. That, and I truly believed Petya would get herself killed. Marta didn't know about the cave, which meant I was the only one who could possibly prevent catastrophe. There was time to intercept her. The cave was far, and if I hired a boat, I could reach it first. This would hardly take me out of my way, and I'd regain access to Petya, a useful asset. Her independence had surprised me, but I was confident I could reassert my influence, perhaps more directly this time. As for Marta, confronting her while she was sleeping would only make me appear unhinged. In sum, I needed resources, enough to hire a boat and purchase basic supplies. Good thing I had some valuables to sell. "Farid," I began carefully, "I need to sell some items of value. Is there someone trustworthy in the city you would recommend? A merchant or an appraiser?" Farid raised an eyebrow, his hands pausing on the glass he was polishing. "Looking to turn a quick profit, are you?" "It's important. I need to find my friend. I'm concerned for her." The young man studied me for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. "Then you should seek out Nizar in the merchant's quarter. Trustworthy for a Varkas. Deals in exotic goods. Pays fair prices." He leaned forward slightly. "Tell him Farid from the Copper Lantern sent you. He'll treat you right." "Thank you," I said. "Where can I find him?" "The Green Scales. 3 streets east of the Grand Fountain, then 2 streets north. Look for the shop with the Emerald Lantern." It sounded far, but I had nothing else to go on. "I appreciate it." I turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, Marta mentioned work. Please tell her I'll be back later to pay for my room in full, as well as Petya's." Farid nodded. "Of course." As I walked out the door, my thoughts spun. It was fascinating how quickly women form alliances. 2 strangers meet, and within the hour, they're conspirators against the threat, which happens to be me. Never mind that I'm the one with the survival skills, the one who found shelter and direction in this alien world. What have I done except try to keep us both alive? Yet I'm the villain in their little drama. while Marda's interference is branded as kindness. It seemed this world was no different from my own. Men built the structures, women decided who got to live in them. And somehow we're still the oppressors. Outside, Karadesh revealed itself in daylight, even more impressive than it had appeared the previous evening. The sandstone buildings glowed golden in the morning sun. Merchants set up stalls, servants carried water from public fountains, and street vendors hawked breakfast foods. I joined the flow of foot traffic, following Farid's directions toward the grand fountain. The streets were laid out in a surprisingly orderly fashion, with major thoroughfares radiating outward from central landmarks. The grand fountain came into view. Water spouted from the mouths of bronze sea creatures into a massive basin, the droplets catching the sunlight and creating countless miniature rainbows. Citizens filled vessels from designated spouts at the fountain's base, while others sat on stone benches around its perimeter, engaged in conversation. I turned east, entering a street noticeably more affluent than the area around the Copper Lantern. The buildings here rose 3 and 4 stories, their facades adorned with intricate carvings and colorful tilework. Shops displayed their wares behind glass windows, a luxury I hadn't seen elsewhere. This was clearly the merchant's quarter. After some searching, I spotted it. A narrow but well-maintained building with an emerald-colored lantern hanging above its door. A discreet wooden sign read, "The Green Scales, Appraisals and Acquisitions." Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door. A small bell tinkled overhead as I entered. The interior was dimly lit, but immaculately clean, with glass display cases arranged around the perimeter. They contained an eclectic collection of items, ornate weapons and armor, glowing crystals, ancient-looking scrolls, and jewelry of unfamiliar design. The air smelled faintly of incense and old parchment. Behind a polished counter stood a young Varkis female, her form slighter than her male brethren, her scales a delicate shade of jade. Or, at least I assumed her to be female. She wore a simple but elegant robe of midnight blue, with a silver chain around her neck from which hung a small brass medallion. "Welcome to the Green Scales," she said, her voice melodious despite the slight hiss of her accent. "How may we assist you today?" "I'm looking for Nizar," I replied. "Farid from the Copper Lantern recommended him." At the mention of Farid, her demeanor warmed slightly. "Farid, you say? One moment, please." She disappeared through a curtained doorway behind the counter. I took the opportunity to examine some of the displayed items more closely. Many were completely alien to me, but others evoked familiar concepts. A compass-like device, what appeared to be a miniature astrolabe, and a set of crystals arranged in geometric patterns. "Quite the collection, isn't it?" I turned to find a Varkis male watching me from behind the counter. His scales were a deep emerald with golden flecks along his neck and jawline. Age had dulled their luster somewhat, but he carried himself with the dignified bearing of a successful businessman. He wore robes of deep burgundy with golden embroidery at the sleeves and collar, and multiple rings adorned his slender fingers. "You must be Nizar," I said, extending my hand. "I am Dragomir Valdrik." The Varkis inclined his head slightly, accepting the handshake with a firm grip. "A fine name. Powerful, if strange. You are a friend of young Farid, I'm told." His vertical pupils narrowed slightly. "I've done business with him before." I nodded. "Yes, I hear you deal in rare items." "I do." He looked me up and down. Your garb suggests you're not from Karadesh, or anywhere along the southern seas. No, I'm from very far away. Nizar gestured toward a doorway. Perhaps we could discuss your business in my private office. The office was a stark contrast to the showroom, brightly lit by enchanted crystal lamps, with walls lined with bookshelves and charts. A large desk of dark wood dominated the space, its surface covered with ledgers and small measuring devices. Please sit, Nizar said, indicating a comfortable chair across from his desk. I sat. Haggling was my element, so I was utterly comfortable. Now, Nizar said, settling behind his desk, what brings you to my establishment? I reached into my pocket and carefully withdrew the velvet pouch. I have items I wish to sell. To be perfectly honest, I'm not certain of their value. A refreshing admission. Nizar chuckled, a rasping sound. Most who come through that door claim an intimate knowledge of their treasure's worth. They are fools, then, to think they can cross one as knowledgeable as you. Nizar chuckled again. Well, I can't blame them for playing the game, nor can I blame you for your calculated, if clumsy, flattery. Let's see what you have. I carefully emptied the pouch onto a velvet cloth that Nizar spread across the desk. The 7 gemstones rolled out, their pale sapphire light pulsing gently in the room. I watched for a reaction. Nizar's performance would have earned applause in any theater. The feigned disinterest, the calculated pauses. It was the same choreography that merchants have performed since the first market stall opened. What he didn't realize was that I had mastered this dance out of necessity. Nizar thought he was dealing with an amateur because of my clothing and accent. His mistake. In Bulgaria, we don't call it negotiation, we call it survival. These are ether crystals, Lavarkis finally said. He produced a jeweler's lens from a drawer and held it to one eye. Many would lie and say they are of middling quality to offer you a lower price. But I will tell you they are quite pure specimens. He looked up. May I ask how you came by these? I found them washed up on the beach, I said simply, deciding that less detail was prudent here. Nizar made a non-committal sound. Found them on the beach. Yes, well, that happens far more often than you might realize. He set down the loop. Enchanters pay handsomely for such crystals. They break them down for the raw ether to power enchantments. Indeed, I could use these myself. I see, I said, trying to sound knowledgeable. That was a good sign, and I could only wonder why Nizar was giving so much away. To win my trust? Or was he simply honest, as Farid had insisted? You've done well to bring them to me directly rather than attempting to sell them at the public market. The charlatans there would have cheated you most impressively. Nizar sat back, steepling his fingers. I can offer 80 silver marks for the lot. I nodded slowly, but inwardly realized I had no frame of reference for this offer. How much was 80 silver marks worth in this world? Forgive me, I said carefully, but I'm not familiar with the currency exchange here. In my homeland, things are different. Nizar's eyes narrowed slightly. Different? Every land from the northern wastes to Vishtar's Point uses the standard exchange. 100 copper to a silver, 100 silver to a gold. He paused. "Where exactly did you say you were from?" "I didn't," I replied smoothly. "Let's just say it's far enough that we handle transactions differently." The Varkis studied me and my clothing for a moment longer. "Very well. To give you context, a skilled laborer might earn 1 silver per day. A good meal at an inn like the Copper Lantern would cost, perhaps, 10 coppers. A new set of quality clothing costs a couple of silvers." I recalled the patrons at the Copper Lantern the previous night, paying a few coppers for beer and perhaps 10 for a meal. By that standard, 80 silvers was indeed a substantial sum, enough to live comfortably for months. I sensed an opportunity. I had done my share of negotiations at the call center. If I could convince Dr. Thompson to consider a property he'd never seen, I could certainly get a better price for these gems. "I appreciate your honest assessment," I said. "These ether crystals are quite beautiful, and as you said, pure. Perhaps we could settle on 1 gold and 20 silvers?" Nazar's neck frill fluttered in what might have been amusement. "Bold. I can see you have some experience in these matters." He drummed his clawed fingers on the desk. "And yet I sense you're in something of a difficult position. Pressed for time, yet you've come recommended by Farid, whom I respect. Let us say 90 silvers, and consider our business relationship properly established." I had the distinct feeling I was being ripped off. I tilted my head slightly, contemplating my next move. "I recently had a fascinating conversation with a Varkis at the Copper Lantern," I said conversationally. "He spoke of the unfortunate prejudices his people face in trade matters, how merchants of other races often expect to be overcharged by Varkis traders. A regrettable state of affairs, in my opinion." I examined the crystals on the table with casual interest. He seemed quite determined to change that perception through honest dealings. It struck me as admirable. Nazar's eyes narrowed slightly, his frill stiffening. "An enlightened perspective," he said carefully. "Though I assure you, Mr. Valdrik, my reputation for fair value extends throughout Karadesh." "Of course," I replied with a polite smile. "I merely found the conversation illuminating. After all, we are establishing what I hope will be a mutually beneficial relationship, one based on appropriate valuation." Nazar watched me for a moment, studying my placid expression and finding no openings. "Very well," he said. "One must recognize good sense, yes?" With a stiff motion, the Varkis opened a drawer and withdrew a small chest. From it, he counted out 12 stacks of 10 silver coins, flat, circular pieces stamped with what appeared to be the city's emblem on one side and a sailing ship on the other. As Nazar pushed the stacks across the desk, he said, 120 silver marks. My best offer." His tongue flicked out for a moment. "A friendly warning. Karadesh is a dangerous place for a young man in possession of new riches." If he was trying to intimidate me, he had failed. "I know my business, Nazar." I took possession of the coins as Nazar swiped the crystals with a single claw. I had absolutely nowhere to put my new coins, and they wouldn't fit in the pouch the crystals had come in. That was when Nazar's eyes lit upon the dagger at my belt. "What's that you have there?" I hesitated, but I carefully withdrew the sheathed dagger. "Another item I found. It's quite valuable." Nazar's eyes widened, and the frill around his neck extended fully. a clear sign of excitement or surprise.
"May I?"
he asked, extending a clawed hand. I handed over the dagger, watching as the merchant carefully unsheathed it. The midnight black blade seemed to absorb the surrounding light, while the ruby in the hilt caught it and multiplied it.
"Remarkable,"
Nizar breathed.
"A shadow steel blade with a blood ruby. This is an assassin's weapon, and the script on the blade is from the days of the Shadow Empire. Easily 1,000 years old or more."
He ran a practiced eye along the edge.
"And still perfectly sharp, of course. It's enchanted."
He looked up at me, his expression suddenly businesslike.
5 additional gold crowns, right now."
The offer told me all I needed to know about the dagger's true value. It must be worth far more. "I think I'll hold on to it," I said carefully. "It might prove useful." Something like respect flickered in Nizar's eyes.
"As you wish. But should you reconsider, my offer stands. In fact—"
He reached beneath his desk and produced a small leather pouch with an intricate symbol stitched into it.
"Take this with my compliments. A gesture of goodwill for future business."
"What is it?" I asked, accepting the pouch.
"An enchanted coin purse. It will hold far more than its size suggests."
He demonstrated a simple method of pressing one's thumb to a specific spot on the leather, which opened it.
"A practical item for someone suddenly in possession of wealth."
"Thank you," I said. Nothing was ever truly free. It was to ensure my return with the dagger someday, but that didn't mean I couldn't make use of it. After transferring my new fortune to the enchanted purse, I rose to leave. But before departing, a thought occurred to me. "One more question, if I may," I said. "Where might one purchase a class core, and what would the cost be?" Nizar's vertical pupils dilated with surprise, his neck frill fluttering slightly.
"A class core? That's an unexpected query from a foreigner."
He studied me with renewed interest.
"Class cores start at 30 gold crowns for the most basic varieties. The rarer ones might fetch a full platinum shard or more."
"A shard?" I asked.
"Ah, you truly are from far away. A platinum shard is worth 100 gold crowns."
Nizar tilted his head curiously.
"Why does a stranger seek a class core?"
I smiled. "I'm thinking of taking down a dragon." The Varkus's scales seemed to pale slightly.
"You jest, surely."
"Not exactly," I admitted. "But I need to defend myself in this world. From what I understand, I must unlock a class to do that effectively." Nizar's demeanor shifted subtly, becoming more professional.
"I do occasionally deal in class cores, though I don't lend the funds to just anyone."
His gaze drifted to the shadow steel dagger at my hip.
"For you, however, I might make an exception. With that remarkable blade as a healthy deposit, of course."
"A generous offer," I replied, "but I'll have to decline for now. Perhaps once I've established a steady source of income, we can revisit the matter." As I stood, Nizar did likewise.
"I must say, you intrigue me, Dragomir Valdrik. The fine weaving of your clothing doesn't match your lack of knowledge about class cores. Indeed, most of those of your station would have adopted their class and been well past level 10. And most clothing of your quality would at least be enchanted against degradation. I take it you're in your late 20s. I kept my face placid, though inwardly I was calculating. This was valuable information. Classes had levels, and most people of means would have unlocked theirs by my age. I also needed to see about getting my clothing enchanted and repaired. Indeed, the circumstances of my life are somewhat unusual, but I fully intend to unlock my class and make up for lost time. "What is your core attribute?" Nizar asked. Another term I only recognized from the voice's introductory message. I didn't want to give myself away, so I made a show of being mildly offended. "That is a somewhat personal question, is it not, Master Nizar?" I arched an eyebrow as if he had overstepped. It was the right thing to say. He held up a mollifying set of scaled hands. "Fair enough. We merchants have a habit of probing too deeply. Professional hazard." I offered a knowing smile in return. This subtle dance of pretending knowledge I didn't possess was not unlike my days selling shoddy properties to wealthy Europeans who didn't know any better. "One last thing before you go," Nizar said, his expression becoming thoughtful. "Should you come across any more unusual items, or wish to share the tale of their discovery, my door is always open." I nodded. "I'll keep that in mind. But if I'm to become a loyal customer, I expect better treatment in the future." "Only the best for Dragomir Valdrik," Nizar said with a wheezing laugh. "Warm currents guide you." As I left the shop, I mulled over the new terms I'd learned. This world operated on rules I was only beginning to understand, but I had always been a quick study, and already I was learning to use people's assumptions to my advantage. Back on the street, the weight of 120 silvers in my magical purse felt reassuring against my side. The sun had climbed higher, approaching midday. I needed to work quickly if I were to catch up with Petya before nightfall. 8. Preparations. I made my way through the bustling streets. The morning sun had risen higher, and within a couple of hours it would be noon. It seemed time here passed at roughly the same rate as in my world. By now, Petya had at least a 6-hour lead on me, but I was counting on my preparation to catch up to her. I should be fine, especially if I had a boat and she didn't. But what if I were once again underestimating her? Had she found some coins while I had been unaware? I approached a busy intersection where several streets converged around an open plaza packed with vendors. A middle-aged human woman was arranging a selection of fresh fruit on a table nearby. "Excuse me," I said. "Can you direct me to a general merchant? I need traveling supplies." She looked me up and down, noting my strange, bedraggled clothing. "Osman's Outfitters, 2 streets that way," she pointed. "Blue awning, can't miss it. Best provisions in the quarter, and he's fair." Fairer than Nizar, I hoped. I thanked her and followed her directions, soon finding myself before a wide storefront with a vibrant blue canvas awning. The windows displayed an assortment of traveling gear: leather packs, walking sticks, water skins, and clothing suitable for various climates. It might do to get a wardrobe change, including new shoes so I didn't stick out too much. A bell chimed as I entered. The shop smelled of leather, wool, and something faintly spicy, perhaps a preservative for the foodstuffs stacked on shelves along one wall. A broad-shouldered man with a close-cropped beard stood behind the counter, examining what appeared to be a ledger. "Welcome to Osman's," he said without looking up. "Take your time. Shout if you need anything." I surveyed the shop's offerings, mentally cataloging what I would need. A pack, certainly. A canteen. Preserved food. Perhaps a rope.
Practical clothing would be wise, but I had limited funds and needed to prioritize. "I need supplies for a coastal journey," I said, approaching the counter. "Something urgent has come up." Osmond finally looked at me, his eyes lingering on my strange attire. "Coastal, eh? Heading north or south?" "North. I'm trying to catch up with a companion who left without the proper preparations." He grunted. Happens. How many days do you plan to go out? What's your budget?" 2 to 3 days. I'd like to keep it under 10 silvers. I looked at my clothing. And perhaps some suitable clothes. That might be tough, especially if you want an enchanted pack," Osmond said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I frowned, suspicious of a shrewd upsell. "What's the advantage of an enchanted pack?" "More carrying space. Enchantments that slow or even prevent the spoiling of food. If you have the funds, I wouldn't leave without one." Indeed, I could see how that might be useful, and I had the coin to spare. "Use your best judgment. My budget is 20 silvers, then." "Very good. Let me put something together for you." With efficiency, Osmond selected items from around the shop. A sturdy leather pack with oiled seams, 2 canteens, a small bundle of dried fish and flatbread, a length of rope, and what he called a flint striker for making fire. As for clothing, he pulled out a set of travel garments. The outfit consisted of sturdy canvas trousers in a practical brown, reinforced at the knees and seat, a loose-fitting linen shirt in a muted blue that would breathe well in the heat, a sleeveless leather vest with multiple small pockets, and a pair of ankle-high boots made of water-resistant leather with thick soles. He also included a wide-brimmed hat, woven from local reeds to provide protection from the sun. "This'll do for a few days' travel," he said, placing everything on the counter. "The pack is bronze tier, the cheapest enchanted one we carry. No enchantment of featherweight, unfortunately. Those are quite expensive for packs. But it will hold 4 times as much as it seems, while food takes 4 times longer to spoil. The clothing is not enchanted, so if you need it resized, you'll have to take it to a tailor." "I'm not sure I have the time for that." "If you're in a rush, a local enchanter will do in a pinch. Grack does good work, as does Esmeralda." "How much for all this?" I asked. "Including the set of traveling clothes, 15 silvers for the lot." 5 under budget. He could have easily charged me 20 silvers instead of 15 for the supplies, and I wouldn't have questioned it. His mistake isn't ethical, it's mathematical. People who pride themselves on fairness fail to understand that honesty is merely another commodity with a fluctuating market value. In Karadesh, as in Sofia, the currency that truly matters isn't silver or gold, but the exchange rate between opportunity and exploitation. Osmond leaves money on his counter daily, believing that character builds stronger foundations than coin. I wondered how well that principle would shelter him when winter came. I opened my coin pouch and counted out the silver coins. Osmond didn't seem surprised by its magical properties, if indeed he noticed them at all. As he packed the supplies into the bag, I asked casually, "I'm also concerned about dangers along the coast. I've heard rumors of unusual creatures." Osmond paused, curious. "What kind of creatures?" I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "Large ones, potentially dangerous." He gave a small grin. "Dragons?" "Perhaps. I would like to be prepared." He scratched his beard. "Dragons aren't unheard of, especially if you travel farther up the coast. The Fire Range has been their territory for generations." He paused, considering. "If you're serious about this journey, you might want to visit Yasmin at the Jade Mortar first. She specializes in alchemical protections. Where would I find this jade mortar? 4 doors down, east side of the street. Can't miss it. There's a large mortar and pestle carved from jade hanging above the entrance. He secured the pack with a final tug on the straps. Word of advice, be specific about what you need, but prepare your coin purse. Effective alchemy doesn't come cheap. Thank you, I said, adjusting the pack on my shoulders. One more thing. Do you deal in class cores or other rare magical items? I don't. Osmond shook his head. I could point you towards some reputable merchants who do, for a modest finder's fee, of course. Perhaps another time, I said. What's your opinion of Nizar the Varkas? I've done some business with him already. Osmond's eyes widened slightly before his composure reasserted itself. An interesting reaction. Nizar certainly deals in cores and enchanted items, he said carefully. His shop is essentially a high-end pawnbroker that caters to the wealthy. I'm asking for your honest impression, I pressed. You seem like the straightforward sort. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Honestly, you'd be better off with Tariq in the Silver District. He gave a small shrug. But that's merely a personal preference. Of course. He had told me, without quite saying it, that Nizar was best avoided, confirming my own suspicions. And from his initial surprised reaction, he could even be dangerous. An interesting recommendation from Farid. I nodded my thanks, adjusted my new pack, and headed toward the jade mortar. The jade mortar was indeed unmistakable, with an impressively large jade mortar and pestle hanging above its doorway. I pushed the door open. The interior was dimly lit, with shelves of glass bottles containing liquids of every conceivable color. Some glowed faintly, others bubbled despite being sealed, and still others seemed to shift and swirl of their own accord. Behind a polished stone counter stood a woman who must have been Yasmin, tall and striking, with intricate silver beadwork woven into her dark braids. Her eyes, lined with kohl, narrowed slightly as I entered. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice almost musical. "How may the jade mortar assist you today?" I approached the counter, conscious of the precious minutes ticking by. I need protection, specifically against fire. Yasmin's expression sharpened with interest. Fire protection? That's not very specific at all. She studied me more closely. What manner of fire concerns you? The most dangerous kind, I said. I'm traveling north along the coast, and I've heard rumors of dragons. I observed her reaction. Her eyes widened, not with disbelief, but with a professional assessment. Dragons, she repeated. You speak of this casually for someone who appears to have no class. My eyes widened. You can tell? Of course. She left it at that. I was frustrated with my lack of knowledge. Again, the Grand Athenaeum seemed the only way I could get it without raising suspicion. She was already moving on. I have several options for fire protection. The effectiveness varies with the price, naturally. She turned to the shelves behind her, selecting 3 vials. This, she indicated, pointing to a small vial of orange liquid, provides resistance to heat and minor flames for about an hour. It will mitigate fire damage, but not erase it entirely. Enough to give you a slight edge. 10 silvers. She placed a second, slightly larger vial of deep red liquid on the counter. This offers protection against substantial fire damage. Enough to walk through a burning building for about 10 minutes. 25 silvers. Finally, she set down a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be liquid silver, mixed with deep red, with tiny motes of light dancing within it.
And this is my finest fire protection elixir. Complete immunity to the most intense flames, including dragon fire. But it only lasts 2 minutes after consumption. She watched me closely, her eyes almost hypnotic. 50 silvers. I stared at the most expensive one. 2 minutes wasn't long, but nothing less than full fire protection would do. Will it work for someone without a class? I asked. Yasmin nodded. These alchemical preparations affect the body directly. No class is required. I considered my options. With only 105 silvers to my name, the premium elixir would cost a good chunk of my remaining funds. Yet the cheaper options would certainly prove insufficient against a dragon if it came to that. The elixir's effects, they're immediate? Yes. The moment it passes your lips, the protection activates. Some users report a warm sensation throughout the body, but there is no discomfort. I decided to try negotiating despite my haste. 40 silvers for the premium elixir. Yasmin's lips curved in a slight smile. Unfortunately, the ingredients for this elixir include powdered blood ruby, double concentrated ether, scale of the red dragon, and heart of the moonflower, among other rare ingredients. 45 silver is the absolute lowest I can go. She had explained this with the cool precision of someone who knows exactly what a life was worth. What fascinated me was not her calculation but her certainty, the unspoken acknowledgement that we had reached the exact price point where my fear exceeded my greed. Back home we called this finding the pain threshold in sales. The difference was that I sold overpriced second-rate beach properties, she sold the possibility of tomorrow. She was a predator in her own way, but I could stand that as long as her elixir worked as advertised. Fair enough. I'll take it. Yasmin wrapped the crystal vial in a protective cloth. You know, if you're truly concerned about dragon fire, you might travel with a Varkis companion. Their scales provide natural resistance to flames. They won't survive a dragon at point-blank range, mind you, but they are surprisingly effective with javelins from a distance. I raised an eyebrow, remembering Sathi from the Copper Lantern. Natural resistance to flames? Indeed. If you can swing it, I'd recommend hiring a Varkis javelineer or two, just to be on the safe side. She handed me the carefully wrapped vial. That will be 45 silvers. I counted out the coins, my mind already planning. Sathi had seemed friendly enough, and if the Varkis possessed natural fire resistance, it made strategic sense. Hiring a proper mercenary was probably far beyond my meager budget. By my calculations, I only had 60 silvers left, and I still had to hire the boat. Thank you for the advice, I said, carefully stowing the precious elixir in my new pack. May it serve you well, Yasmin replied. One more question, I asked. Hypothetically, would a dragon be interested in eating a human if it traveled inside its lair? And do they sleep often? Yasmin looked at me strangely. Never mind that, I needed to know. I've read of such things, but like most people, I don't have direct experience with such matters. Anything can help. A dragon is unlikely to be interested in eating human flesh. They hunt larger prey. They never stray too far from their lairs and tend to choose areas rife with game. That said, they wouldn't eat a human unless they were desperately hungry. She paused, considering. However, make no mistake, If you wandered close enough, it would kill without hesitation. She blinked. Most likely with dragonfire. They like to fight from a distance if possible. I see, I said. And the sleeping habits? I can't speak to that. Such things are not studied, at least not by the sane. I see. Good to know. Dragons are important creatures for alchemy. Nearly every part of their bodies can be used to create advanced potions. She cleared her throat. I pay well for any and all components. That said, you should reconsider your approach. I don't know what your game is, but I doubt you'll win it. Your concern is noted. I smiled. I assure you I don't plan to deal with the beast directly. And I didn't. 9. The Enchanter. There was one small matter to take care of before returning to the inn. I noticed Grack's enchantry along the way, which advertised free appraisals of magical items, likely hoping to purchase any valuable discoveries from their owners. While Nizar had told me my blade was enchanted, he had conveniently left out what exactly it did. Now was my chance to learn its capabilities from someone who was hopefully far more trustworthy, along with getting my new clothing properly fitted. When I stepped inside, the interior was brighter than I expected, with crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling. Glass cases displayed various enchanted items, gloves that shimmered with frost, boots that seemed unusually light, and jewelry with faintly glowing gemstones. Behind a crystalline counter stood an orc with green skin and a neatly trimmed beard adorned with silver beads. Unlike the brutes from my fantasy novels, he wore spectacles perched on his broad nose and a well-tailored waistcoat over a clean white shirt. He looked up from a tome bound in blue leather. "Welcome," he said, his voice surprisingly cultured. "I am Grack. How may I enhance your day?" "I'm interested in clothing enchantments," I said, approaching the counter. "And perhaps an appraisal." Grack's eyes lit up. "Excellent. Let's start with the enchantments. What do you have in mind?" I produced the new traveling set. "I'd like this protected from wear and tear if possible, and resized." "We can certainly do that. Would you like a set enchantment, or to enchant each clothing item individually?" "What's the difference?" "With individual pieces, you can better calibrate a specific set of enchantments, each performing a specific task, but it costs more overall. For a complete set enchantment, the enchantment applies to everything as a unit, and is cheaper overall, but you can't be as specific." He adjusted his spectacles. "Also, with set enchantments, if you remove more than one piece of clothing that is part of the set, the entire enchantment ceases to function." I considered this. "What would you recommend?" "Oh, for basic traveling clothes like these, most people go for a set utility enchantment. I have several popular choices." He began counting off on his fingers. "Dust Repel keeps clothing perpetually clean, quite popular with nobles who can't be bothered with laundry. Sun Shield protects from sunburn and disperses excess heat, excellent for desert travel or summer months. Mend Weave gradually repairs damaged fabric over time, ideal for travelers far from tailors." I considered all this as he continued. "There's also Water Repel, which does exactly what it sounds like. Silent Step, which reduces the sound of fabric rustling, popular with hunters." I was impressed by the options. "How many enchantments can be applied at once?" "Up to 6, technically, but the costs increase substantially after the first one. For a full set utility enchantment, the first effect costs 3 silver. The second costs an additional 6. Thereafter, the price of each new enchantment doubles."
He adjusted his spectacles. "People don't understand why, but getting the enchantments not to interfere with each other can be tricky. I'm pleased to say, as a level 20 enchanter, I can add up to 6 different enchantments to your gear if you wish. It won't be cheap, though." My funds were limited, but these enchantments seemed genuinely useful. "I think I'll take Dust Repel and Mend Weave for the full outfit." Then, thinking of the utility of stealth, I added, "And Silent Step." "You've made practical choices. That would be 21 silvers total." As I counted out the coins, I briefly considered adding Sun Shield, given the heat of the beach. The weather wasn't exactly scorching, but it could be uncomfortable under direct sunlight. Then again, I'd have my new wide-brimmed hat. Not fashionable, but I'd seen hundreds of similar ones since arriving in Karadesh. Practicality would have to win over style for now. Once the transaction was concluded, Grak prepared for the enchantment. He retrieved a small wooden box containing several tools: a silver needle, a vial of iridescent light blue liquid, and what appeared to be a magnifying glass framed in copper. With precise movements, he traced patterns on my clothing with the needle, leaving glowing blue trails that lingered for seconds before fading. All the while, he murmured words in a language I didn't recognize that seemed to vibrate within the air itself. The hairs on my arms rose. The process took about 5 minutes. "There," he said with satisfaction. "The Dust Repel is active immediately. The Mend Weave will begin repairing your garments gradually as soon as they are damaged. Most noticeable tears should be restored within a day or 2, but if the damage is too severe, it will need to be professionally assessed. And, of course, you can test out the Silent Step for yourself." He smiled wryly. "Be warned that it doesn't allow you to blunder about like a drunken dragon. You will still need to move carefully for the enchantment to work properly." An interesting simile. Duly noted. "And has it been resized?" "Yes, that's done for free as part of the package, since it's quite elementary." He leaned forward. "And now, you mentioned you had an item you wanted evaluated?" I hesitated for a moment before drawing the dagger from my belt. "This. I acquired it recently and know little about its properties. I know it's magical, I just don't know what it does." Grak's eyes widened behind his spectacles. "No class?" I shook my head. "I hope to rectify that soon." "Of course, sir." I puzzled over Grak's words. If I had a class, it seemed I'd be able to tell whether items were magical at a glance, or at least certain items. And though I was certain Grak himself had a class, he couldn't tell that I had one. Interesting. So Yasmin likely had some special power, or perhaps a piece of equipment that allowed her to see others' classes. Grak reached for the magnifying glass, then seemed to reconsider and instead pulled out a different tool, a crystal lens mounted on a copper stand. "May I?" he asked, extending his hand. I placed the dagger carefully on the counter. Grak positioned the crystal lens above it and peered through it. "By the nether," he muttered, his voice suddenly hushed. He looked up at me with newfound respect, or perhaps wariness. "This is no ordinary weapon. This blade even has an etheric designated name." "Etheric designated name?" "Yes, it's called Night Whisper, and it is a gold-tier dagger bindable by anyone with a class. The assassins of the Shadow Empire made such weapons and gave them to their best agents. It's also perfectly balanced for throwing." "Gold tier," I repeated, trying to sound like I knew what it meant. "I'd show you myself, but if you don't have a class, you can't access the ethereal interface. I'm happy to explain as part of my services. Enchanted items are ranked by their power: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Some say there are tiers beyond even that, though I've never seen them. Gold tier items are quite rare and powerful. This one, some might argue it has the properties of a platinum weapon. I held my breath. This was better than I could have dreamed. What does it do? Grak adjusted his spectacles nervously. This dagger grants +4 to the wielder's power attribute and carries a unique Death Touch enchantment. Death Touch? What does that mean, exactly? Grak glanced toward the door, then lowered his voice. It depends. Sometimes, like in this dagger, it gives a slight chance to instantly kill the target, regardless of their health or defenses. He cleared his throat. That chance is 1% for the first strike, 2% for the second, and so on, until the enchantment activates and kills. It can trigger once a day. Trust me, it's quite valuable. Even the smallest nick will count as a strike. I felt a chill run down my spine, followed by a strange thrill. A weapon that could kill with a single strike. The possibilities were both terrifying and enticing. Now, I should inform you that the Death Touch enchantment is, strictly speaking, illegal in Karadesh, and most everywhere else. As I mentioned, they're favored by assassins and less reputable individuals. He leaned forward. I know some people who would pay handsomely for such an item. I could take it off your hands. He gave an orcish smile that caused his tusks to protrude. Discreetly, of course. There was something almost endearing about Grak's professional ethics. An orc with spectacles explaining enchantment theory while carefully noting which enchantments were illegal. What people like Grak never grasped was that legality was merely a fiction written by whoever wielded the biggest sword in the previous generation. In a world with actual dragons, who decided that Death Touch enchantments crossed some imaginary moral line? Probably someone who feared being on the receiving end of one. Ethics are just the handcuffs we agree to wear so others feel safe turning their backs. Of course, Grak went on, without a class, the dagger's enchantment won't work. My eyes widened. Why not? Grak looked at me strangely. Again, I was betraying my lack of knowledge. An enchanted item must be cored to be of use to you. Only classed individuals can core bind items. What about my clothing? I asked. It's enchanted. Utility enchantments work for everyone, he explained. Etheric enchantments, however, only work on people with a class who have successfully cored the item. I see. I tried to hide my disappointment, but it was impossible. Of course, Grak said in an attempt to cheer me up. The dagger can still be used. It would simply be mundane, no enchantment, though it will never lose its edge. That's a passive utility of all enchanted blades, so you would at least benefit from that. Out of curiosity, I said, how much might you offer for it? Grak let out a low whistle. Anything below 15 gold crowns is insulting. I chuckled. Nazar had offered a mere 5. The man had a lot of gall to lowball me, not once, but twice. I considered whether to sell or not. On one hand, it was the practical choice. I couldn't even use the thing, and the gold was a substantial sum. It would get me halfway toward buying a basic class core. Even more if I could talk the price up a bit. But at the same time, it felt wrong. I think I'll keep it for now, I said. However, you've dealt with me fairly, and I will return should I change my mind or find other magical items. Of course, Grak said, his professional demeanor returning. Is there anything else I can help you with today? Not at present, but your services have been most informative. I shouldered my pack, noting with satisfaction that it felt more comfortable against my newly enchanted clothing. I hesitated. Actually, there is one thing. Grak's bushy eyebrows arched expectantly. I produced my coin purse. This was a gift. I'd like to know if there's anything unusual about it. A gift, Grak repeated, his tone carefully neutral. From whom? It doesn't matter, I said. Would you take a look? This isn't an item I would purchase, so I'll have to charge a silver for the appraisal. Is that acceptable? That's fine. Grak took the purse, placing it under his crystal lens. He studied it for a good half-minute before looking up at me with a troubled expression. You were right to have me examine this, he said grimly. What did you find? Well, it has the basic expansion enchantment, common to all magical coin purses, but there's something else, a hidden enchantment that only a high-level enchanter like me will detect. What kind of enchantment? I asked, my pulse quickening. He looked at me gravely. A location-finding glyph, masked quite skillfully. Who did you say gave this to you? Nizar. Grak cleared his throat, his green complexion paling noticeably. I would recommend disposing of this immediately. Not here. I don't want him tracking it to my establishment. Find somewhere inconspicuous and discard it. The truth struck me like a blade between the ribs. Nizar wanted my dagger badly enough to track me across the city. His generous gift was nothing but a magical beacon. I felt a cold anger rising within me, mixed with disgust at my own naivete. I'd been played by a master manipulator, a dangerous misstep in a world where I still didn't understand all the rules. And not only that, Farid had recommended his services. Farid who worked for Marda. Her hands were clearly in this. Was all this a misdirection, to complicate things for me while Petya gained distance? I'll take care of it, I said quietly. Would you happen to have a replacement coin purse? I can give you one of my older models, Grak offered. Free of charge, still perfectly functional, just not worth selling. Consider it a professional courtesy. Thankfully, my instincts had saved me. It was unlikely Nizar was actively tracking me yet. I could easily dispose of the purse after leaving the city. I quickly transferred my 38 silver coins to the new pouch and tucked the treacherous one deep in my pack. Thank you, Grak. I'll certainly return if I have more items to appraise. Of course, he said, but not before you've taken care of that business. You hear? Absolutely. Good day. Leaving Grak's enchantry, I headed back toward the Copper Lantern. The plan was coming together. Confront Farid, find Sathi, convince him to accompany me for a small fee, hire a boat back to the coast, and locate Petya before she got herself killed. But now I also had another concern to contend with. I had made yet another enemy in this world, and judging by the lengths Nizar was willing to go for that dagger, he was not someone to be taken lightly. The beautiful irony of Nizar's deception was its perfect reflection of how society operates, offering gifts with hidden chains attached. Employers provide opportunities that shackle you to desks. Banks extend credit that ties you to interest rates. Governments grant rights that bind you to their laws. At least Nizar's tracking enchantment was honest in its dishonesty. I almost respected the audacity of the attempt. The difference between a successful betrayal and a failed one often came down to which party was more familiar with desperation. And no contented shopkeeper, no matter how cunning, could match the creativity of a man clawing his way out of survival and mediocrity. Finding a narrow alley between two sandstone buildings, I slipped behind a stack of wooden crates. I quickly shed my tattered office attire, the last remnants of my old world, and donned my new traveling clothes. The fabric felt sturdy against my skin, the boots comfortable despite their newness. I carefully folded my old clothing and tucked it into my enchanted pack, unwilling to discard these final tangible connections to Earth and Irina. As I emerged from the alley, looking considerably more like a local traveler and less like a displaced foreigner, I continued toward the copper lantern. I had to admit, the hat was quite convenient, already cooling my skin. My mind was already working through how to approach Sathi. Direct honesty about the dragon would likely scare him off, but I needed to offer enough information to justify the journey, and to gauge what price would tempt him without depleting my remaining funds too severely. I also had to gauge whether he, too, was in on things with Marta and Petya. Surely she couldn't have poisoned everyone in the inn against me. Sathi had certainly seemed friendly enough, eager to prove his kind's best qualities. That could potentially be exploited. My thoughts were broken as the copper lantern came into view, its namesake sign gleaming in the midday sun. I pushed through the door, finding the common room relatively quiet during the lull between the breakfast and midday rush. Farid looked up from wiping down a table. "You've returned, and with supplies, I see, and new clothing." I wasted no time. "An interesting recommendation you made, with Nizar?" Farid swallowed, his hand pausing mid-swipe. "Yes, many of the highborns go to him. You would be surprised how often—" I leaned forward, lowering my voice as my hand drifted casually toward my dagger. "I know what you did, Farid. That little introduction almost cost me dearly. Trust me, I will make you pay dearly unless you tell me everything you know about Marta and Petya." There is always an exquisite moment when someone realizes they've been caught in a lie. That brief flicker across their features, like a card player accidentally showing their hand. Farid had that look now. "I know nothing," Farid said, his voice trembling slightly. "Nothing except Marta and the foreigner left together early this morning. They were in a rush." I had guessed as much already, but confirmation was satisfying. "Which way?" Farid closed his eyes. The harbor. I swear by the Holy One, I know nothing else." I watched him closely, reading the fear in his features. This was all I'd get out of him for now. "Pray for your own sake that your words are true." I relaxed somewhat, stepping back. "Is Sathi around?" "In the kitchen, preparing for the midday meal," Farid replied, visibly relieved to have the conversation shift. I nodded and made my way toward the back of the inn. The kitchen was warm and fragrant, with the smell of baking bread and simmering stew. Sathi stood at a wooden table, expertly slicing vegetables with a speed that suggested long practice. "Sathi." The Varkis looked up, his amber eyes registering surprise. "Ah, the stranger from far away." His vertical pupils widened slightly as he took in my new attire. "Although I must admit, you are not looking like a stranger today. Is your companion not with you?" I studied him carefully, trying to read his reptilian features. The slight tilt of his head, the relaxed position of his neck frill. If I had to guess, he truly didn't know what had happened with Petya. That would be good enough. "That's why I'm here," I said. "She's gone off on her own, back toward where we were shipwrecked. She said she left something behind, but I fear for her safety. I need to find her before she gets into trouble." Sathi's head frill rippled with what seemed to be concern. "The coastline can indeed be dangerous, but
Why tell me about it?
I could use some help, to be honest. Someone familiar with the area. Someone... I hesitated, as if the thought had just occurred to me. Someone with natural abilities that might prove useful if we encounter danger. The Varkis's vertical pupils narrowed slightly.
What sort of dangers do you anticipate?
I shrugged, aiming for casual. Who knows what's out there, but I've heard Varkis are naturally resistant to many hazards. And it seems you know the area well. I will pay, of course. Sathi set down their knife, giving me their full attention.
Do you wish to hire me as a guide?
Precisely. This will be a 2-day job. I made a show of considering. How about 3 silvers? Sathi laughed harshly.
3 silvers to abandon my position here, potentially angering Marda and facing unknown dangers? I think not. Plus, my mother would have my head for accepting so little.
His mother? I hadn't considered that these creatures would have conventional family structures. The fact that Sathi had maternal attachments was an interesting detail, though ultimately irrelevant to our transaction. His scales were brighter, more lustrous than others I had seen, likely younger, perhaps the equivalent of a teenager in human terms. This could work to my advantage. Youth often brings malleability, a willingness to follow without excessive questioning. Someone older might challenge my directives, demand explanations I wasn't prepared to give. Yes, Sathi would suffice for my purposes. 4 silvers, then, I countered. Marda isn't even here right now. Sathi crossed his scaled arms.
Yes, this is true.
He seemed to think for a moment.
Well, Marda pays me 1 silver per day. To risk her displeasure, I would need at least 6. That's triple my usual pay.
I frowned, making a show of reluctance. In truth, 6 silvers seemed reasonable, but I didn't want to appear too eager. 5, and I'll put in a good word with Marda when we return, I offered.
6, and you will handle Marda's reaction yourself,
Sathi countered. I sighed dramatically. Fine, 6 silvers it is. Sathi nodded, setting aside his apron.
I will need to inform the kitchen staff. Meet me outside in 10 minutes. I want half now.
You get 1 silver once we're aboard the ship, when you can't back out so easily, I said.
You've sailed these currents before, eh?
I gave a small smile. See you in 10 minutes. As Sathi left to make arrangements, I considered my dwindling funds. I had 32 silvers left if I set aside Sathi's share. There should easily be enough to hire a boat to catch up to Petya and maintain a reserve for unexpected expenses. If she wasn't going to that cave, then all this was a huge waste of time and money. But Petya's own words were a ballast against this temporary uncertainty.
No man or monster will keep me from getting back to my children.
I had to admit, I was curious about that cave. Petya had raised a good point that the portal could come back any time. I wouldn't miss that for the world, and my new elixir gave me at least some protection from the dragon. And if dragons truly hunted as much as Yasmin hinted, the odds of it being outside the cave were quite good. Enough to stake my life on? Probably not. But I never said I was perfectly reasonable, did I? True to his word, Sathi emerged from the inn precisely 10 minutes later, now wearing a simple traveling cloak and carrying a small pack of his own, along with a sturdy walking staff that looked like it could be effective in a fight. Not a javelin, but it would have to do.
My boss was not pleased, he reported, but I told her it was a matter of urgency. She expects me back by tomorrow evening.
Good.
Now, we need to find someone willing to take us up the coast. Do you have any contacts with speedy boats? Not really, he said. I can talk to some Varkas, if need be. They are the best sailors. As long as it's not too expensive. If speed is what you want, then I would recommend nothing else. I decided to defer to his expertise. As we made our way through the streets toward the docks, I glanced sideways at my new companion. Sathi moved with a fluid grace, his bronze-scaled skin catching the sunlight in iridescent flashes. I wondered just how resistant to dragon fire those scales truly were. I'd mentioned nothing about the dragon, of course. That revelation could wait until we were practically there, when turning back would no longer be a simple option. Perhaps I could entice him with the promise of treasure if he grew hesitant, or claim the cave was abandoned. If all went well, we would catch Petya long before then. Despite her recent resourcefulness, someone like her couldn't survive alone here. She needed a protector. It was easy to imagine how an unsavory type might corner her, like Marda, who clearly had her own agenda. Who knew what the innkeeper had told Petya, or what promises she'd made to extract information or valuables from her? Such kindness rarely came without a cost. And another idea was already forming in my mind, quite outlandish but equally alluring. What if the portal were there? And what if, instead of returning to Earth, I could somehow bring Irina to this place? Was it really such a terrible idea? Irina was young enough to forget her old life. I could already imagine her gap-toothed smile, her wonder at this world of magic and mystery. She would be happy here. How could impoverished Bulgaria compare to a place like this? And I'd be doing her a favor, twice over. She'd be reunited with her doting father, and she'd be free of my wretched harpy of a wife, Elena. Elena, after all, never truly loved her. She mothers Irina the way the wealthy collect art, proudly displaying her at opportune moments, then safely storing her away when convenient. Society celebrates mothers who sacrifice everything for their children, calling it natural and beautiful. But when a father seeks power to change his child's destiny, rather than merely accepting it, suddenly he's selfish and monstrous. Perhaps the real monstrosity is a world that expects men to provide, while condemning the means by which they choose to do so. I blinked as the harbor spread before us, a forest of masts and sails swaying gently on the tide. I pointed to a row of smaller vessels for hire, swarming with Varkas. There, let's start with them. 10. The Search. The Varkas docks were less organized than the human sections of the harbor, but seemed to operate with their own efficient system. Vessels of various sizes bobbed in the water, their crews a mix of Varkas tending to nets, cargo, and repairs. Sathi approached a weathered-looking captain, with deep green scales faded to a pale mint around his eyes and jaw. Signs of age, I guessed. After a brief exchange in what sounded like a dialect of Caledonian, filled with sibilant sounds, Sathi gestured for me to join them. "This is Captain Thriz," Sathi explained. "He's heading north along the coast already, and has agreed to take us for a small fee." The captain's vertical pupils narrowed as he assessed me. His frill, more pronounced than Sathi's, flared slightly in what I was learning might be curiosity. "Mammal wishes passage," Thriz said, his Caledonian more accented than Sathi's. "Why?" "My companion traveled north," I explained. "I need to find her before she gets into trouble." Thriz made a clicking sound with his tongue. "To Promontory 1 silver, no farther." Sathi and I exchanged glances.
The promontory was still miles short of the shipwreck where we had found shelter, and even farther from the dragon's cave. "We need to go at least as far as the abandoned shipwreck," I countered, "about 20 miles up the coast." Thrizz's neck frill expanded, indicating what might have been amusement or incredulity.
"Shipwreck. Dangerous waters."
His gaze drifted to my coin purse.
5 silvers, not less. "That's too much,"
Sathi said.
"Far too much." "That's the price, kinsman."
I hesitated. 5 silvers was steep, leaving me with only 27 after paying Sathi. Given the amount I'd already spent in the city on supplies and enchantments, the prudent choice would be to negotiate for a shorter journey and walk the rest. But time was critical. Every hour could mean the difference between finding her dead or alive. After Marta had deposited Petya somewhere safe in the city, would Petya listen to the innkeeper's good sense to stay away from the cave? Assuredly not. There was still a chance to catch her, even to arrive well ahead. 5 silvers it is, I agreed. But we'll leave immediately. Thriz nodded once, sharply.
"Prepare vessel,"
he called to his crew, 3 younger Varkas who moved with practiced efficiency to ready the boat. Their vessel was smaller than Tomas and Davi's fishing boat, but appeared swift. The single mast supported a triangular sail dyed a muted blue-green that almost matched the water. The hull was narrow and sleek, clearly built for speed rather than cargo capacity. Within minutes, we were pushing off from the dock. The Varkas sailors worked with impressive coordination, unfurling the sail to catch the favorable wind. The boat sliced through the harbor waters with barely a sound, the motion smoother than I had expected. The Varkas vessel was clearly of a higher quality. Once we cleared the harbor mouth and entered open water, Captain Thriz set our course northward, parallel to the coastline. The city of Karadesh receded behind us, its gleaming domes and towers shrinking until they were merely a golden smudge on the horizon. The journey passed mostly in silence. Sathi seemed lost in thought, occasionally exchanging brief remarks with the other Varkas in their native tongue. I kept my eyes fixed on the shoreline, scanning for any sign of Petya, though I knew it was unlikely she would be visible from this distance. I reached into my pack, producing the cursed coin purse. I checked to see if anyone was watching before letting it fall into the water with a plunk. "May you search here and drown, Nizar." I continued to watch the coastline. Some time later, Sathi joined me.
"See anything of interest?"
I shook my head. "Not yet."
"Your friend,"
Sathi began carefully.
"It seems a dangerous journey to make alone. Why not enlist your help?"
I considered my response. "She's desperate. We disagreed somewhat on how to proceed, if I'm to be honest. We both have people waiting for us back home. Family. Children. I fear she might not be in her right mind." Sathi's expression softened.
"You have children?"
"A daughter," I said, allowing the familiar ache to return. "She's 5, but I hope to be reunited with her soon." Sathi nodded.
"I understand desperation when it comes to family."
His head frill rippled with what might have been sympathy.
"Still, the coast is no place for a lone traveler, especially one unfamiliar with its dangers."
"That's why we need to find her," I replied, more sharply than I intended.
"There is the matter of my payment."
"Right," I said. I handed him 1 silver. A promise was a promise, and it was best to keep them whenever possible. Sathi fell silent, and I turned my attention back to the shoreline. The coastline here was mostly deserted. Rocky outcroppings, small sandy coves, and scrubby vegetation. There was no sign of habitation, and certainly no sign of Petya. By mid-afternoon, the familiar headland came into view, and beyond it, the cove where the shipwreck lay half buried in the sand. Captain Thriz guided the vessel skillfully into the shallows, close enough for us to disembark without swimming. "We return tomorrow," Thriz stated as Sathi and I gathered our packs. "Midday. Be here." He pointed to a distinctive rock formation near the water's edge. "Wait no longer than 1 hour." His tongue flicked out. 5 more silvers." I nodded. "You will get them as soon as we are on board tomorrow. No sooner." Captain Thriz hissed. "Fine, we'll be back. But if you're not here, we'll find you. Don't like to waste time." "Nor I words," I said drawly. With reptilian scowls, they cast off, and Sathi and I waded through the knee-deep water to shore. The beach felt eerily familiar. It had been less than 2 days since I'd first arrived here, yet it felt like a lifetime ago. I inspected the ship. It was a natural spot for her to choose to shelter for the night, but she hadn't arrived yet. I couldn't help but feel that something was off, something I was missing. I was deciding how best to proceed when Sathi knelt in the sand. "Tracks," he said, pointing to faint indentations in the sand. "Human. Small. Recent." I crouched beside him, feeling a surge of both relief and concern. The footprints were small enough to be Petya's, and they led northward along the shore, toward the dragon's cave. "How would she have traveled so quickly?" Sathi asked, tail swishing thoughtfully. "Without a boat?" It was a good question. The journey from Karadesh had taken us several hours by sea. On foot it would have taken at least a day. Perhaps she had been running? In those flats after being pushed so hard already? Unlikely. "Someone gave her passage," I suggested. Would Marta have been so generous as to gift a few silvers to set her up? It wasn't implausible. Perhaps a boat took pity on a lone woman. Sathi's vertical pupils narrowed skeptically. "Perhaps it can be nothing else." If that were true, we could be hours behind. An uncomfortable thought. But I was eager to solve this mystery. We followed the tracks northward. They remained clear for a while, then disappeared as the sandy beach gave way to rockier terrain. By my estimation, we were now about a mile south of the cliff where I had encountered the dragon. "She likely tried to find shelter for the night," I said, trying to sound casual. "Just over this next rise." Sathi gave me a curious look. "Why would she come all this way back? How would you know that?" I'd prepared for this question. "I don't, really. But what else do we have? If we don't find anything over the next mile or two, we'll return to the shipwreck. But you need to earn your keep, Sathi." Sathi's expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced, but he didn't press further. A job was a job. We continued in silence, climbing the increasingly steep shoreline toward the cliffs. When we reached the base of the cliff face, the footprints disappeared entirely. I made a show of scanning the rocky surface. "There," I said, pointing to a narrow path that wound upward. "That way." Sathi followed my gaze doubtfully. "You seem certain." "Just a guess," I replied, perhaps too quickly. "It's the only viable path. 1/2 an hour more, I promise." Sathi hesitated. "Very well." We ascended carefully, the path steeper and more treacherous than I remembered. Or perhaps I'd simply been too focused on fleeing the dragon to notice it before. Sathi moved with surprising agility, his clawed feet finding purchase while my new boots easily found traction. To my relief, Sathi found a few more tracks, the same ones from before. She had definitely been back. We were hours behind, perhaps even minutes. I felt something of a rush fueling my ascent. As we neared the top, the cave mouth came into view, a dark gash in the pale stone cliff face. I felt a prickle of apprehension. Last time the dragon had been sleeping at the entrance. Now there was no sign of the massive creature. This was going far better than I could have ever hoped. "There," I said, pointing. "She had to have gone in there." Sathi stepped closer to the edge, peering at the cave. "That's where your friend went? Really? Why?" He was getting too suspicious. I scrutinized the cave entrance. No sign of movement, no smoke or steam, no rumbling snores. Empty. "Let's move," I said, my voice urgent, "before the light fails us." We made our way carefully to the cave entrance. I hesitated at the threshold, listening intently for any sound that might indicate the dragon's presence. Nothing. "Let's be quick," I whispered to Sathi. "In and out. She must be inside." The Varkus nodded, though his neck frill was flattened against his neck. A sign of tension or fear, I guessed. By now he knew something was off. I needed him with me, not to take down a dragon, as insurance. We entered the cave, my eyes adjusting slowly to the dimness. The entrance chamber was larger than I remembered, the ceiling arching high overhead. Scattered around the floor were the familiar bones of various sizes, some clearly animal, others disturbingly human-like, along with a heavy musk that hung in the air, and no sign of the portal or Petya. Sathi froze, his scales seeming to pale slightly. "Dragon lair." His head snapped toward me, eyes wide. "You knew?" I tried to look surprised. "What? No, You've been here before." It wasn't a question. "You know the way too well. You lied about the danger." I sighed, abandoning the pretense. "Yes, I've been here, but I didn't lie about Petya. She really came here, and she's in terrible danger if we don't find her." Sathi's frill rippled with what might have been anger or fear. "Why? Why would she do that? A woman like her? The dragon could return any moment. We might only have seconds." "All the more reason to hurry," I replied, pushing deeper into the cave. "I'm leaving," Sathi said, already turning toward the entrance. I had counted on this happening, and was prepared. "You want to know the truth, Sathi?" He paused in his tracks, turning back. "There's treasure." I lowered my voice conspiratorially. "That's what Petya and I were after. She just decided to come back and get it so she didn't have to share." I watched him closely as his vertical pupils dilated with interest. "Sathi, stick with me and you'll have far more than 5 silvers." Sathi thought this over, his tongue flickering in consideration. "Very well, but if you're playing me falsely..." "If there's really nothing, I'll pay you a full gold piece for your troubles." That did the trick. Sathi rushed past me deeper into the cave. I smiled. Perfect. I remembered the portal being close to the entrance. But if Petya hadn't found it here, she would have been tempted to explore deeper, looking for answers. The blue light was what I was after. That strange, otherworldly glow that had brought me here. But the deeper passages were dark. Would Petya have really gone that deep, or would she have turned back immediately as soon as she saw the portal wasn't there? Had she been hiding somewhere in the cliffs? Was it possible she had watched us walk inside? "What exactly are we looking for?" Sathi asked, breaking me from my thoughts. "I haven't seen a single nether fucking copper." Dragons keep their hoards deep, I said, remembering the fisherman's words. We're nearly there. Look for a blue light.
A blue light? Dragomir.
You'll be thanking me soon enough. As I scoured the cave floor, I came across several discarded scales, still vibrantly red. I gathered all I could, begrudgingly splitting them with Sathi. It was best to keep him on my good side.
These sell for 10 silvers each, possibly more, the Varkas said. Good find.
Keep looking for that blue light, I said absently, focusing on examining every nook and cranny. Or Petya, whichever we find first. We searched for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Had it appeared briefly, allowed Petya through, then vanished again? The scattered footprints on the path up the cliff suggested she had been here, but beyond that, the cave offered no answers. I was almost ready to give up when we made it back close to the entrance. We were beyond pressing our luck at this point. That was when Sathi found something, pointing to a recess in the rock wall. We approached cautiously. Through the shadows, I could make out a huddled form on the ground, blackened and distorted. The surrounding rock had partially melted, forming small pools of obsidian glass. I knelt beside the charred remains, my heart pounding. The body was too badly burned to identify by sight alone. It could have been anyone. Anyone, except... A glint of metal caught my eye near what would have been a wrist. I reached out, carefully lifting an object from the ash. A watch, cracked and blackened. I remembered Petya's protective gesture when Marta had eyed it at the inn. It was a gift from my father. I turned the watch over in my palm, watching the light play across its damaged surface. Mystery solved. 11. Core Truths. I should have felt devastated, grief-stricken, perhaps even guilty for not reaching her in time. Instead, what washed over me was a complex tangle of emotions. Relief that my search was over, regret at the wasted journey, and a strange, hollow acceptance. It was no use dwelling on what was lost. The thought should have horrified me, yet I merely acknowledged it. Sathi placed a scaled hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry. I was about to respond when something caught my eye. I examined the watch more carefully, turning it over in my palm. Glass had been created from the dragon fire on the ground below the charred body, fused into small pools of obsidian. The surrounding rock had partially melted. I placed a hand above it. No heat, which was strange for a death that had supposedly happened just hours ago. One would think it would at least be warm. More than that, was I really expected to believe that the glass of Petya's watch was merely broken, its exterior only blackened when the fire had been hot enough to melt glass beneath the charred remains? She's not dead, I said, certainty blooming within me. Sathi looked at me, his pupils dilating. She isn't? The complete story formed in my mind, like pieces of a puzzle falling into place. The charred watch told a story too perfect to be true, a narrative arranged specifically for my consumption. Petya understood something fundamental about human nature that I had overlooked. Our desperate need for closure makes us vulnerable to even the clumsiest forgeries. She knew I'd follow her here, knew I'd need to see some evidence of her fate before moving on. There's a perverse intimacy in that knowledge. She anticipated my thoughts more accurately than Elena ever did in years of marriage. Perhaps, in another life, Petya and I might have made formidable partners rather than reluctant competitors. But we're all competitors in the end, aren't we? Some just take longer to show their hand. She had missed an important detail. In all her careful calculations, she hadn't counted on the fact that a common flame was no replacement for dragon fire. This was a fantasy world, after all, something she had no experience with, even in literature. She couldn't have known there would be such a clear difference. So she was alive, and probably not far away. She wasn't at the shipwreck, so where had she gone? North, perhaps? Deeper into the cave? With whatever meager funds Marta had provided, she might have hastily purchased supplies. I couldn't imagine Marta giving her more than a few silvers. She might have even chosen to go back to the city. We had sailed so far from the coast that despite my careful scrutiny, she could have easily escaped my notice. But the strangest thing? I found myself no longer caring. I had satisfied my curiosity, and at this point I was content to let Petya win. Especially given the mounting danger and the fact that the portal definitely wasn't here. "We must move on," Sathi said, pulling on my sleeve. "About that treasure." Ah, the treasure. I could hardly tell Sathi that this was all a lie. I had to at least make a showing of it. "Let's move," I said. We went deeper into the cave where, to my surprise, something caught my eye. A faint blue glow emanating from a passage we hadn't yet explored. My breath caught in my throat. "Do you see that?" I whispered, pointing toward the soft light. Sathi turned, his pupils dilating. "Yes, a blue light, like you said." Without waiting for Sathi's response, I moved toward the light, drawn by an almost magnetic pull. The blue glow grew stronger with each step, pulsing gently as if it were alive. My heart hammered in my chest. Petya had failed, having given up too soon, but I still had a chance. To think Petya had been so close to a potential way home. It was almost enough for me to feel bad for her. Or had she seen the same light? Had she gotten what she wanted in the end? As we rounded a bend, the source was not what I expected. And in light of what the fisherman said about treasure, I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised. It wasn't a portal at all, but a bright pulsing orb of azure energy resting on a natural stone pedestal. At its base lay even more treasure. Gold and silver coins, glowing weapons, potions and jewels. It was a small hoard, but no doubt it was life-changing for any person who gained access to it. "By the Holy One," Sathi breathed behind me, "it's an intellect core." I could not tear my gaze from the glowing orb. So this is how people gain classes in this world. He approached the pedestal carefully. My heart lurched. "Wait," I said. "This doesn't belong to you." He looked back at me, giving me a toothy smile. "Fear not. My core attribute is coordination, so I can't use it. But this will sell for a lot to the right buyer." My breath caught in my throat. I came to stand by him, but Sathi had positioned himself between me and the core. My hand itched to reach for my dagger. How hard it was to refrain. "This is an intellect core," Sathi continued. "I'm not sure what class it is specifically." His frill rippled with excitement. The orb seemed to respond to my presence, its glow intensifying. Sathi's scaled hand caught my arm. "Wait, what is your core attribute?" I shirked his grasp. "My what?" "Your core attribute," Sathi repeated, as if speaking to a child. "Everyone has one. Power, intellect, coordination, all the rest.
Mine is coordination. His eyes narrowed. What is yours? Don't lie to me.
I hesitated, unsure how to respond. If I admitted I had no core attribute, would he guess I wasn't from this world? Why does it matter? I asked instead. Sathi's frill flattened against his neck.
It matters because if your core attribute is intellect, you could absorb this core and gain a class.
His voice took on an edge.
And cheat me out of my share of its value.
I don't understand, I said, which was at least partially true.
If your core attribute matches the core, you can absorb it and gain its class,
Sathi explained impatiently.
If not, it's merely a valuable item to be sold. Since my core attribute is coordination, I cannot use this core myself.
I nodded slowly, beginning to understand. I see. And how do I know you're not lying? Sathi smiled, and I didn't like the look of it.
If I were, I would have used it by now.
It was a good point. It was exactly what I should be doing now. And I would have, except Sathi was standing in my way.
So, Sathi pressed, what is your core attribute?
I met his gaze. I don't have one. Sathi's laugh was sharp and disbelieving.
Impossible. Everyone has one. It's part of being alive.
Not everyone, I said. Sathi studied me for a long moment, his vertical pupils contracting to thin slits.
You're lying, he decided. You must be an intellect type, hoping to claim this core for yourself.
I'm not lying, I insisted. I truly don't have a core attribute. I'm not from this world.
What do you mean? Sathi asked, suspicious. Not from this world.
I don't expect you to believe me. Yes, I'd told Sathi something I shouldn't have, but I had the feeling it soon wouldn't matter.
Then you won't mind if I hold on to this,
Sathi said, moving toward the orb.
For safekeeping until we can sell it and split the proceeds.
I watched as Sathi approached the pedestal, his scaled hand reaching for the glowing core. Something twisted in my chest. A sudden, intense desire to possess the orb, to claim its power for myself. This was it. My chance to gain power in this world, to stop being an outsider, and to finally have an advantage. Like hell I would let Sathi cheat me out of it. Wait, I said, stepping forward. Let me at least touch it. He gave a hissing laugh as he took the core.
Do you take me for a hatchling?
As he held the core, nothing happened. He was telling the truth about his core attribute, at least. But that didn't mean I trusted him. You must let me hold it because... I searched for a convincing reason. Because I found this cave. Because I led us here. I gestured to the surrounding treasure. Besides, there's all this. We can't carry it all out at once. I'll need your help, later. This is hardly the only treasure in this cave. Why not let me have it?
You think we're coming back here?
Sathi asked, creating a bit of distance.
We need to leave now before the dragon comes back. The greedy fish gets hooked, and this core is easily the most valuable prize. This is more than enough to set us up for a long time. Don't be a fool.
I needed to play it cool, even as I subtly moved to block off his retreat. I needed to at least seem to agree with Sathi. Okay, you're right. Let's get out of here while we can. Sathi nodded.
After you.
I laughed. No, you go on first. I'll follow behind, at a distance. Sathi's amber eyes went to my dagger.
There's murder in your eyes, mammal.
A vile accusation. Sathi smiled.
Yes, I knew there was something strange about you. You intended to kill me all along. No wonder Petya fled from you.
I will not suffer such insults, I said. Marda will know how you robbed me.
You think that overgrown ape matters now?
His frill stiffened.
Thank you for showing me your true colors. I won't share the treasure with the likes of you. A would-be murderer and a cheat.
Sathi lunged toward the exit with the core clutched in his hand. I reacted instinctively, grabbing for him as he tried to slip past. My fingers caught the edge of his cloak, yanking him backward. Sathi hissed, spinning to face me. The core clutched protectively against his chest. His stick in his other hand could hardly be wielded effectively while he held the core. If he tried to put the core in his pack, it would give me an opening to attack, something he couldn't afford.
Don't be foolish, he warned. This doesn't have to end badly. I may even share part of the profits if you play nice.
Give me that core, I snarled, drawing the dagger. It's mine. I found it.
It belongs to whoever can sell it,
Sathi countered. He feinted left, then darted right, trying to get around me. I pivoted, slashing with the dagger. Sathi avoided the blade with surprising agility, his scaled body bending in ways mine couldn't. He escaped through the chamber's entrance as I cursed. You're making a mistake, Sathi! A huge one! I sprinted after him, catching sight of him going around another bend, back toward the main chamber. As I rounded the corner, though, I found Sathi standing still, facing toward the entrance. And in between, the red dragon, who had returned as silently as death, was now watching the Varkas who had claimed its treasure. I hung back in the shadows, praying it still didn't see me and that my silent step enchantment would not create any noise. Time seemed to slow as its ember-bright eyes fixed on Sathi, who stood frozen, the precious core still clutched against his chest. The fool still wasn't letting it go. Greedy lizard. The dragon's nostrils flared, smoke curling from them as it inhaled deeply. Fire coiled within the dragon's open maw, a molten glow building at the back of its throat. Sathi let out a shriek as he attempted to run past the beast, desperation overriding reason. I wasted no time. My hand plunged into the outer pocket of my pack, fingers closing around the crystal vial. With practiced motion, I unstopped it and downed the contents in a single gulp, ignoring the acrid metallic taste that seared my tongue. Heat surged through my veins like liquid fire, spreading outward until my skin tingled with energy. A translucent crimson barrier shimmered into existence around me, just as the dragon unleashed its fury. The world disappeared in a hellish inferno. Flames roared through the chamber so intensely that they melted small rocks and turned sand into glass. Yet, within my protective cocoon, I felt nothing, not even warmth. The vial's protection was absolute. Through the curtain of fire, I watched in horrified fascination as Sathi's fate unfolded. His scales, resistant to normal flames, held for precious seconds before the dragonfire overwhelmed them. They blackened, then bubbled, then sloughed away like wax from a candle. His scream was cut short as the inferno consumed him. The intellect core dropped from his charred hands, hitting the stone floor with a crystalline ring that somehow pierced through the roar of flames. The orb remained untouched, its blue light pulsing defiantly amidst the oranges and reds of dragonfire. It rolled a bit, pushed by the weight of the flames toward me. This was my chance. I charged through the flames, feeling them part around my shielded form. 10 strides brought me to where the core lay. I snatched it up, its surface cool despite the inferno surrounding it. The moment my fingers closed around the orb, a message, it could be described as nothing else, appeared before my eyes. Congratulations! You have found a wizard core. No core attribute detected. Would you like to gain an intellect core attribute and adopt the wizard class? I mentally affirmed, hoping this would be enough. The flames were moving in slow motion now. The dragon seemed to be frozen in time. This system seemed to have powers beyond even this dragon. You have absorbed a wizard core. You are now a level 0 wizard with an intellect core attribute. The wizard class harnesses the foundation language of Arcanus to bend reality to its will. 2 more messages flashed before me, words hanging in the air. You now have a class and can access the ethereal interface. 10 points have been added to your power, coordination, endurance, intellect, spirit, and charisma attributes. Gain experience points to level up and unlock more attribute points and abilities. Then another message flashed before me, words hanging in the air. As a wizard, you have unlocked your class spell, Arcane Missile. I smiled. Now we were talking. Arcane Missile. Deal concentrated non-elemental damage to a single target. Damage scales with level and your intellect attribute. Cooldown 10 seconds. Power surged through me, different from the potion's protective heat. This was something deeper, more fundamental, a restructuring of my very being. Knowledge blossomed in my mind, arcane words that would bend the energies of Eyrth to my will. You are now level 0. The path of the wizard unfurls with each spell uttered. Good luck, brave adventurer. And just like that, time resumed, as well as the reality of my current predicament. I had gained a class, but I would be a fool to think I wasn't hopelessly outmatched. The dragon, still focused on the charred remains of Sathi, hadn't yet turned its attention to me. I was about to flee deeper into the cave system. That was until I remembered what Grak had told me about the dagger. I drew it. Would you like to bind the Night Whisper dagger to your core? I mentally affirmed, and the blade transformed in my hand. Dark energy rippled along its length, the shadow steel seeming to drink in the surrounding light. The ruby in its pommel pulsed like a beating heart, synchronized to my own quickened pulse. I could at last make use of my dagger's magical properties. Each successive hit on the same target increased the chance of killing instantly by 1%. I could run, yes, but a swift calculation formed in my mind. The potion would last another 90 seconds at most, assuming it had paused with my class selection. If I tried to flee deeper into the cave, I'd be without protection when the immunity wore off. While there were narrower passages, none were deep enough to escape the wrath of a dragon's flames. When the dragon realized the class core was still gone, it would realize Sathi wasn't alone. It would hunt me through the tunnels, and eventually I would be cornered. But I held Night Whisper now, a blade with death touch. Given the increased chance of killing with each hit, the key wasn't precision, but persistence. Many hits, however small, would stack the odds in my favor. It was madness, pure, reckless madness. And yet, I felt oddly calm as I processed the mathematics of survival, all in a couple of seconds. Right now, the dragon was focused on Sathi's remains. It hadn't even marked me in the darkness of the cave, hanging back. A small concession, but one I desperately needed. And my new clothing enchantment might allow me to sneak up on it. I stalked forward, getting as close as I dared. I came shockingly close. Within reach, the dragon was still preoccupied. I dragged Night Whisper across the dragon's exposed foreleg, a shallow cut. The dragon shrieked as its massive head swung toward me, jaws gaping. I raised my hand, aiming right for its open maw. Sagitta Arcanum! A bolt of white-blue energy landed directly in its mouth, causing it to recoil. I charged, slashing wildly at the dragon's side. 2, 3, 4 hits. Nothing. The beast reared up, preparing another blast of flame. I circled behind a rocky outcropping, mind racing. 10 seconds since my first spell. It was surely ready again. The dragon's fire washed over the stone, superheating it instantly. My shield held, at least a minute left. As the flames subsided, the dragon's snout appeared from behind the rock, a foot away. It expected me to be dead, and why shouldn't it? I slashed, barely nicking it. The beast screeched, snapping at me, teeth missing my arms by inches. Sagitta Arcanum! I shouted. The blue bolt flew true, hitting the side of the dragon's pointed head. It wasn't a powerful attack, but it was enough to stun it, being so close to its brain, I suppose. I landed 3 rapid strikes along its neck and shoulder, shallow cuts, none of which worked. Come on! The dragon thrashed wildly, its tail sweeping across the chamber. The impact caught me in the side, sending me tumbling across the floor. Pain blossomed in my ribs, but the adrenaline pushed it aside. The dragon backed me toward the wall, its massive bulk blocked any escape. Another arcane missile was ready to go, but I had to use it strategically, not blindly. Then, the dragon's neck extended toward me, mouth agape. Sagitta Arcanum! I called again, firing the spell into its mouth as I rolled away. As it roared in pain, its body was somehow right next to me. I didn't waste time wondering. I slashed once, twice, and then 3 times in rapid succession, sacrificing depth for quantity. Still nothing. Was this thing even working? My shield sputtered as the crimson glow faded rapidly. Seconds were left at most. The dragon seemed to sense my vulnerability, gathering itself for a final devastating attack. I clung to the dragon's scales, not daring to let go. I continually stabbed, not allowing myself to let go of its scales. Multiple strikes, each increasingly desperate as I screamed. But it was the 6th one in this chain, and probably my 20th overall, that finally did the trick. The ruby in the dagger's pommel blazed to life, a crimson star in the cave's darkness. Dark magic erupted from the blade, enveloping the dragon in writhing tendrils of midnight. The beast's roar transformed into a choked gurgle as the shadows constricted, seeping into its wounds, flowing into its mouth and nostrils. I held on as the dragon thrashed, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. My shield vanished entirely. The potion's protection was exhausted. The shadows tightened their grip, coalescing around several points in the dragon's chest. As I backed away, one by one, the dragon's limbs gave out, until, with a final shuddering breath, the mighty beast collapsed. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath. Pain radiated through my battered body, but a fierce exultation drowned it out. I, Dragomir Valdrik, had slain a dragon. A notification appeared before me. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Your experience stands at 5,000 of 1. Level up available. I lay beside the dragon's corpse, laughing despite the pain. In minutes, I had gone from a lost, classless stranger to a wizard of Eyrth. As my laughter echoed through the chamber, I knew with absolute certainty that this world was mine for the taking. Chapter 12. After I had rested, eaten and slaked my thirst from the supplies in my pack, I returned to the treasure chamber. The dragon's hoard lay before me, glittering in the ethereal light that emanated from the enchanted items before me. I filled my backpack with as much as I could carry. Despite its magical properties, I collected only about 1/10 of the treasure, before running out of space. I prioritized gems and smaller items of obvious value, knowing their worth-to-weight ratio would be superior. There was another dagger among the hoard, clearly magical from its faint aura, but when I attempted to examine it, nothing happened. The system, that was what I'd started calling whatever controlled this world's magical rules, didn't acknowledge it as something I could use. Class restrictions, perhaps. However, I wasn't completely out of luck. Behind the pedestal, where the intellect core had rested, buried under a cascade of gold and silver coins, I found a staff of gnarled oak, polished to a warm sheen. My heart raced as a message flashed before me. Would you like to bind the Staff of Balance to your core? I mentally assented, feeling the connection form between the staff and my newly acquired class core. I ran my fingers along its smooth, twisted surface. I was becoming a proper Gandalf. I still had little idea what I was doing, and wanted to see exactly what these items did for me. Surprisingly, with a mere thought, I brought something like a status screen into my field of vision. It displayed Dragomir Valdrik, Class Wizard, Level 0, Experience to Level 1, 5,000 of 1, Level Up available. Power 11, Coordination 11, Endurance 11, Intellect 11, Spirit 11, Charisma 11. Spells: Arcane Missile. Deal concentrated non-elemental damage to a single target. Damage scales with level and intellect. Cooldown 9 seconds. Gear: The Night Whisper Dagger, Gold tier. +4 to power. Rising Ruin. For each strike on a target, increase the odds of instant death by 1%. Rising Ruin can only trigger once a day. Does not work on enemies of mythic rank or higher. Perfectly balanced. The Staff of Balance, Silver tier. +1 to all attributes. Base Balance. Reduce cooldown of all spells by 10%. Core restriction, Wizard. I frowned, interpreting what all this meant. What confused me was why I wasn't leveling up yet. It appeared a mere single experience point was all that was required to reach level 1, yet the system still showed it as pending. Perhaps I needed to undertake some deliberate action to trigger the advancement, something to research when I returned to Karadesh. I noticed my cooldown for Arcane Missile was now 9 seconds rather than 10. Evidently an effect of my new Staff of Balance's cooldown reduction property. Looking at my attributes, it seemed they were all being enhanced by 1, again from the staff. But if the dagger gave me +4 to power, shouldn't my power attribute be 15 when equipped? I focused my mind on the dagger and felt a connection of sorts snap within me. I saw my power attribute jump to 14, not 15. I had lost the +1 to everything else. I switched back to the staff, and once again the numbers went back to how they were. It seemed I couldn't benefit from multiple weapons enchantments simultaneously. I'd have to choose which to wield based on the situation. The staff for general magical enhancement, switching to the dagger when enemies came close. I could figure out all these nuances later. Right now, my pack was completely full and almost impossibly heavy. I had to drop a lot of stuff. Upon returning to Karadesh, I would visit Osman and buy a better pack with this featherweight enchantment, in addition to more capacity. I could certainly afford such luxuries now. A satisfied smile spread across my face. No one on Eyrth knew of this treasure cache. All I needed to do was meet the Varkis captain at the rocks and explain Sathi's absence. But even as I considered this, I realized it wouldn't work. They would grow suspicious regardless of my deception skills. As Sathi's kinsman, they might even insist on investigating his disappearance. And if they discovered what remained of him in the cave, not to mention the treasure, I decided I simply wouldn't show up. I'd leave the cave immediately and walk all night, bypassing the shipwreck entirely, despite my growing exhaustion. If I ran into trouble, well, I was hardly defenseless now, was I? Decision made, I walked toward the mouth of the cave. As I passed the massive corpse of the dragon, a strange thought crossed my mind. How quickly the mighty fall. This creature had been the apex predator in this region, the mere mention of which would pale faces with fear, and now it lay slain by someone who hadn't even existed in this world 3 days ago. There's a lesson in that about the fragility of power, or perhaps about the inevitable rise of newcomers. The old must always yield to the new, whether they choose to or not. But once I was past the dragon, something stood revealed that its form had once obscured. A shimmering blue oval hanging in midair, its surface rippling like liquid sapphire. It was back, right where it had been before. I stood before it, aghast. Within seconds, I could be back on Earth, back to Bulgaria, back to Irina. But I also felt a strange twinge of annoyance. I was starting to enjoy myself here, making progress, discovering power. My curiosity burned to see what this world offered, what I could become. Somehow I knew that if I went through, the portal would close behind me, just as it had before. Indeed, peering inside its eddies, I didn't see collapse and ruin. I saw instead a familiar park, close to the flat I shared with my wife and child. Was I imagining that? Was the portal trying to assure me? I wondered, could I bring my newfound treasures with me, or would they lose their magic? Would the gold turn to dust? I knew what Petya would have done, and probably most anyone else in my situation. But I wasn't just anyone else. I stood at the threshold of 2 lives, caught between what I'd lost and what I'd gained, between my daughter's smile and the intoxicating power I now possessed. On Earth, I had been a nobody, a failed academic hawking shoddy vacation properties to gullible foreigners. Here, I was a wizard who had slain a dragon. That was evidence that I could be someone more, someone important. And Irina, would she really be better off with me? A father returning to a life filled with debt and misery and Elena's constant disappointment. For it was not just Irina I had to consider, but my estranged wife. By remaining here, I would be granting Elena the greatest gift a husband can offer, the freedom to craft her own narrative. She would no longer be the long-suffering wife of a failed academic turned telemarketer. She could now be the tragic widow, nobility bestowed by circumstance. She would wear grief like a designer accessory, just the right weight to garner sympathy without the burden of actual despair. In death, or presumed death, I would finally become useful to her, more valuable as a memory than I ever was as a man. As for Irina, this was so much harder. But every father has a secret fear of becoming a disappointment to his child. It begins slowly. First, she notices you can't answer all her questions. Then that you can't fix everything that breaks. And finally, most tragically, that you yourself are broken in ways beyond repair. By leaving now, while Irina still believes in magic and monsters and father who can conquer both, I preserve something precious. The man who abandoned her might be forgiven someday. The man who stayed and revealed his mediocrity never would be. They'll tell her I died in the earthquake, a mundane end to a mundane life. But someday, when I've mastered the arcane forces of this world, I'll appear before her like something from her storybooks. Your father wasn't weak. He was becoming strong enough for both of us, I'll tell her. Children forgive absolute absence more easily than perpetual inadequacy. Besides, isn't this the storyline of every myth? The hero who disappears only to return transformed, bearing gifts that redeem all suffering? Abandonment, in some strange way, is just the first act of the greatest love story I could write for her. Back home, Irina made kingdoms from cardboard boxes and saw dragons in passing clouds long before I encountered real ones. This world, with its magic and monsters and impossible possibilities, is the reality she already believes in. Bulgaria offers her only gradual disillusionment, the slow death of wonder that adults call growing up. I'm not abandoning my child, I'm preserving a world worthy of her imagination. What father wouldn't want that? Besides, Elena will give her stability while I prepare to give her wonder. Between us, she gets a complete childhood, more than most can claim. Her life with Elena is a certainty. What I might offer her is still a possibility. And possibilities, unlike certainties, can be perfect. At last, I sighed, speaking into the blue plain glowing before me. I'm sorry, my little sparrow. Someday, perhaps you'll understand. With that, I turned away from the portal as it shimmered and faded behind me. It was time to begin my new life as a wizard of Eyrth. And when I returned, for I would return, of course I would, it would be on my terms. Not as a desperate refugee crawling back to mediocrity, but as a conqueror bringing gifts from another world. I would go back for Irina when I had something worthy to offer her. The thought comforted me as I stepped toward my future. Because that's what we do, isn't it? We craft the stories we need to hear. We tell ourselves whatever tale makes the mirror bearable in the morning. I think anyone would understand that. What pretty lies we tell ourselves each and every day. I smiled as I left the cave. 13. The Road to Relevance. I paused on the beach below the cliff, savoring my victory. For the first time in years, I felt truly at peace. I closed my eyes, letting the soft night wind caress my face as I listened to the rhythmic crash of the surf against the shore. It felt good to choose myself. And in doing so, wasn't I choosing others? Flight attendants instruct passengers to secure their own oxygen masks before helping those next to them, recognizing that the dead cannot save anyone. My departure from Earth wasn't selfish, it was strategic altruism. How could I lift Irina from poverty if I remained trapped in it myself? The mathematics of sacrifice are simple. Temporary separation multiplied by exponential growth equals permanent salvation. Elena would craft her widow's narrative. Irina would keep her father as an untarnished memory, and I would gain the power to redeem them both. Everyone benefits when someone has the courage to pursue greatness instead of accepting mediocrity. Love that demands stagnation isn't love at all. It's emotional parasitism disguised as virtue. I opened my eyes and scanned the empty beach. The walk back to Karadesh would be long, but I welcomed the solitude. I had food and water, unlike my first desperate foray into this world. The journey would give me time to think and plan. Nietzsche did his finest thinking while walking, as did many other luminaries. I was no different. Within the hour, I passed the familiar silhouette of the shipwreck. Though exhausted, I felt a strange energy, perhaps due to my newfound status. Time and again I opened my status screen, exploring its mysteries. The interface remained stubbornly opaque beyond what I already knew, but I settled on using the Staff of Balance as a walking stick, keeping Night Whisper secured at my waist. I wondered what actions would yield more experience points. Slaying monsters, certainly, though none appeared on this peaceful stretch of coast. What else might the system reward? Knowledge? Discovery? Political maneuvering? The possibilities intrigued me. My priorities crystallized as I walked. First, I needed to sell my loot and secure the means to claim the rest of the dragon's hoard before someone else discovered it. I doubted I was the only one who had noticed the beast, and its absence would inevitably draw attention from the curious or greedy. This thought lent urgency to my journey. Once I liquidated the treasure, then what? I had several accounts to settle in Karadesh. Marda, of course, along with that duplicitous snake Nizar, and Petya herself, for I was certain she lived. Her conveniently placed watch had been nothing more than a prop in her elaborate deception to make me believe the dragon had claimed her. If she hadn't found that portal home, she must be nearby. Karadesh offered the only refuge in this desolate region unless Marta had provided information about alternative destinations. The thought rankled, 2 women conspiring against me, treating me like a bumbling amateur to be manipulated and discarded. Yet my anger cooled into something more clinical. Petya had gambled I would die in that cave, clearing her path home while eliminating a perceived threat. Her miscalculation was my opportunity. If she remained in Karadesh and still communicated with Marda, approaching either directly would be foolish. I needed different tactics. The wise course was to avoid my known contacts entirely, at least initially. Nizar commanded too many resources and connections to challenge openly without proper preparation. I needed the anonymity that only a large city could provide. Karadesh teemed with potentially hundreds of thousands, merchants, laborers, nobles, and outcasts mingling in its labyrinthine streets. In that seething mass, anyone could lose themselves. And that was precisely what I intended to do. I had planned to walk through the night, but had overestimated both the distance and my endurance. The day's revelations, gaining a class, slaying a dragon, abandoning my old world, had taken a toll I was only now beginning to feel. My legs ached, and the pack's weight seemed to increase with each step. Salvation came in the form of a grove of mango trees, their broad leaves offering shelter from the wind and prying eyes. The sweet scent of ripening fruit reminded me that I hadn't eaten since before entering the cave, what seemed a lifetime ago. I settled against the largest trunk, arranging my pack as a makeshift pillow, while I plucked a few of the fruits. The staff lay within easy reach, and I kept one hand near my dagger's hilt. Caution, even in apparent safety, was the hallmark of those who lived to enjoy their victories. Once I'd satisfied my hunger, such as I could, I closed my eyes and smiled. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities to test the limits of my newfound power. But tonight, for the first time since arriving in this world, I slept as a man who controlled his own destiny. I was startled awake by the voice, the same ethereal presence that had addressed me when I adopted my wizard class and first arrived on Eyrth. You have reached level 1. Thus begins the journey of a wizard. Tell me, brave adventurer, what drives your hunger for power? The question lingered, oddly personal for what seemed to be an automated system. I chose not to answer. Some mysteries were better left unexplored until I understood the rules of engagement. Suddenly everything clicked. I had wondered why my banked experience points hadn't automatically unlocked my advancement. It seemed sleep was necessary for the process to complete. A curious limitation. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. My status screen shimmered with potential, and I instinctively understood that I could allocate the point to any attribute. The choice was clear: intellect. As a wizard, all my abilities would scale with this primary attribute, though I had yet to discover the precise mechanics. Your intellect is now 11. Although the point was now allocated, I hardly felt any difference. The effect was probably too subtle. As a level 1 wizard, you have unlocked your class boon, Arcane Insight. Arcane Insight. Your wizard's mind can now untangle the mysteries of the foundation language of Arcanus. Where others see incomprehensible symbols and alien syntax, you perceive meaning and purpose. The fundamental building blocks of reality's code are yours to decipher and command. The implications thrilled me. If this foundation language was truly the underlying structure of magic, I possessed something infinitely more valuable than mere spells. I had access to the grammar of gods. I could potentially author my own reality. This changed everything. I needed to find a proper library, perhaps the Grand Athenaeum that Thomas had mentioned, or better yet, a magical academy where I could observe other practitioners and decode their techniques. The thought of reverse engineering centuries of accumulated knowledge from past wizards quickened my pulse with anticipation. I stretched my limbs, working out the stiffness from sleeping on hard ground when movement caught my eye. One of those luminescent blue crabs from the shipwreck scuttled near the mango grove, its bioluminescent shell pulsing gently in the early morning light. The creature was roughly the size of a dinner plate, completely oblivious to my presence. Perfect. Time to test my enhanced capabilities. Pointing my staff at the unsuspecting crustacean, Sagita Arcanum. A blue-white bolt of energy lanced through the air, striking the crab with surgical precision. The creature simply ceased to exist. No explosion, no dramatic death throes. One moment it was there, the next it was scattered particles drifting on the breeze. Well, I murmured, not particularly useful for hunting then. At least not if one wishes to preserve the prey. No experience points appeared from the action, which made sense. The crab posed no threat and offered no challenge. The system rewarded growth through adversity, not casual slaughter. Time to move on. Judging by the sun's position, it was late morning. I had slept longer than intended. I shouldered my pack and kept to the shade of the coastal trees as I followed the shoreline. To my surprise, I soon discovered a well-worn path leading inland. The trail wound through increasingly cultivated landscapes until it opened onto a humble village that looked like something from a pastoral painting. Simple structures of woven bamboo and weathered wood clustered around a central clearing, their thatched roofs golden in the morning sun. Bronze-skinned villagers moved about their daily tasks, some tending small gardens of unfamiliar vegetables, others mending nets by the water's edge where modest fishing boats bobbed at anchor. The people here possessed a lean, weathered quality that spoke of lives lived close to the elements. Their clothing was practical, cotton wraps and loose tunics dyed in earth tones, designed for comfort under the southern sun. Children played between the houses with carved wooden toys. The villagers noticed my approach immediately, their eyes drawn to my staff and the dagger at my waist. Conversations halted mid-sentence, replaced by wary silence. I selected my target, a young woman filling a clay vessel at the village well. She couldn't have been more than 20, with intelligent dark eyes and intricate braids adorned with small brass ornaments. Unfortunately for her, those eyes now held the terror of prey that had spotted its predator. "Excuse me," I said, approaching with my most disarming smile. "Which way to Karadesh?" She dropped into a deep bow, her water vessel forgotten. "Highborn, forgive this one. The great city lies south along the King's Road, a one-day walk for simple folk, though surely one of your station travels by swifter means." Her deference was absolute, genuine fear radiating from every word. The other villagers gathered at a respectful distance, bowing in unison like wheat before a storm. Here was a place where class and equipment spoke louder than any introduction. I savored the moment with unexpected intensity. This was what I had truly gained by abandoning Earth. Not family, not love, but relevance. These people looked at me and saw power, authority, someone worthy of respect and fear. When had anyone in Bulgaria regarded me with anything but dismissive politeness or outright pity? A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Had I truly made the right choice? Was this borrowed authority worth more than Irina's laugh, her small hand in mine, her unwavering faith that I could fix anything? But then the young woman raised her head slightly, and I caught the naked terror in her eyes. Yes, this was worth everything. Fear was honest in ways that love could never be. Love was conditional, based on performance and sustained effort. Fear recognized a fundamental truth, that some beings possessed power while others merely existed at their sufferance. "Your directions are appreciated," I said with magnanimous grace, as if blessing her with my attention. I followed the path out of the village, leaving its denizens to whisper of the strange foreign wizard. The trail soon merged with the King's Road, a marvel of engineering paved with fitted stones and elevated above the surrounding scrubland. The rocky, hilly terrain rarely deviated, cutting directly through hills and occasionally forming tunnels. Traffic flowed in both directions. Merchant caravans pulled by oxen and camels, official couriers, humble pilgrims, and patrols of armored guards maintaining order. Occasionally I passed farms of growing olives, figs, and terraced vineyards clinging to the hillsides like green staircases. The scale of this civilization impressed me. This was no backward fantasy realm, but a functioning society with genuine complexity. I still couldn't determine if Karadesh was a simple city-state or part of a larger kingdom. As I walked, I noted the social hierarchy. Mounted travelers received a deference from those on foot, while elaborate carriages dominated the center of the road. My appearance drew curious glances and respectful nods. The twisting landscape kept Karadesh hidden until I crested a particularly high rise late in the afternoon. There, spread out in the valley below like a jeweled crown, lay the great city. The familiar honey-colored walls caught the late afternoon sunlight, while beyond them rose the forest of domes and minarets I remembered. Even from this distance, I could see ships moving in the harbor like water beetles on a pond. Irina will love this, I thought, imagining her reaction to the sight. I would bring her here once I mastered the mysteries of the portal system. Soon I would need to navigate the city again, but now I had advantages I had lacked before. I was no longer a desperate refugee begging for scraps. I was a wizard of Eyrth, and it was time to claim what that title was worth. 14. The Mathematics of Advantage. With careful questioning of the guards at the city gates, I soon found myself in familiar territory by mid-afternoon, the merchant's quarter, standing before Grax Enchantry. I stepped inside, surprisingly fresh thanks to the mend-weave and dust-repel enchantments I had purchased just yesterday. The shop retained its scholarly atmosphere, with crystal lamps casting warm lights over the display cases of enchanted items. Fortunately, the enchantry was empty of customers, just as it had been during my previous visit. Grek looked genuinely surprised to see me, glancing up from a leather-bound tome, his eyes widening behind his spectacles. "Ah, the stranger returns," he said, his tusked mouth curving into what might have been a smile. His gaze immediately shifted to my new staff, assessing it with the keen eye of a professional. "And you have a class. Most impressive. When I saw you yesterday, I would have wagered against such swift progress." I supposed the wizard's staff I now carried made that clear enough. "I work quickly when properly motivated. I realized that I never properly introduced myself yesterday in all the excitement. I'm Dragomir Valdrik." "Dragomir," the orc repeated, the foreign syllables stumbling on his dark green lips. A strange name, even by foreign standards. Most intriguing." He set aside his tome and leaned forward conspiratorially. "I trust you took care of that delicate matter we discussed?" "Most certainly," I answered, thinking of Nizar's tracking enchanted coin purse now resting at the bottom of the harbor. "It's become one with the fishes, as they say." "Excellent, excellent," Grax said, his shoulders visibly relaxing. He adjusted his spectacles and studied me with renewed interest. "I confess I have many questions about your remarkable transformation, though I don't wish to pry into matters that are none of my concern." His eyes glinted with professional curiosity. "I can only assume you've brought some items for me to examine." "I have indeed," I replied cautiously. This conversation would require delicacy. I needed to gauge whether Grak could be trusted with larger transactions without arousing suspicion about their origins. I reached into my pack and withdrew a single item, a silver bracelet inlaid with small gems that pulsed with faint magical energy. On the surface it seemed unremarkable, but clearly valuable enough to test the waters. "I've come into possession of several intriguing pieces," I began, watching his reaction closely. "These resulted from fortunate discoveries during my recent trip down the coast. However, I find myself in a delicate position." I paused, allowing him to grasp the implications. "As a newly classed individual, I'm concerned about drawing unwanted attention by liquidating too many valuables at once. Certain parties might ask uncomfortable questions about their provenance." Grak's eyes brightened with understanding, and, I noted with satisfaction, greed. "Ah, I see. The eternal dilemma of the successful adventurer." He picked up the bracelet, examining it through his crystal lens. "Fear not, Master Valdrik. Discretion is the cornerstone of my business. Many of my clients prefer their transactions to remain private. He set down the bracelet and fixed me with a direct stare. I never inquire about the origins of interesting items, as long as they weren't stolen from my neighbors. The world is vast, and fortune favors the bold in many ways. What matters to me is quality, authenticity, and fair dealing. Perfect. Exactly what I had hoped to hear. In that case, I said, producing a second item, a jeweled dagger that was clearly magical but not as distinctive as Night Whisper. Perhaps we can discuss a more substantial arrangement. I believe my travels may yield additional discoveries soon. Grak's orcish features broke into a genuinely pleased grin, his tusks gleaming in the lamplight. Master Valdrik, I believe this could be the start of a most profitable partnership. Shall we examine what you have and discuss terms for future consultations? As he began his detailed appraisal of my offerings, I couldn't help but smile. The honest merchant, eager to profit from mysterious goods while maintaining plausible deniability about their sources. Some truths, it seemed, were universal across all worlds. Everyone had their price. The only variable was whether they preferred to count it in coin or comfortable lies. By the time my pack was empty of enchanted items, 6 pieces carefully selected from the dragon's hoard, Grak cleared his throat and set down his enchanted appraisal lens. "Well, this has been enlightening," he said, stroking his bearded chin thoughtfully. "Of course, it's hard to give an exact price on these items without consulting my usual buyers, but I already know what I can sell most of them for, roughly speaking." He gestured to the items on his counter. "You have 4 bronze-tier pieces and 2 silver-tier. For the lot, I can offer 5 gold crowns." I frowned slightly. This was less than I had hoped for, especially considering he'd mentioned my gold-tiered dagger being worth at least 15 crowns. Surely they must be worth more than that. Grak cleared his throat diplomatically. "To be frank, there's a bit of a margin to work with, but not much. I value you as a customer, and I'll never give you a poor deal." He leaned forward conspiratorially. "That said, you hinted that you have more to sell, and these are merely teasers. Instead of gold, perhaps I can offer a trade, a platinum-tier pack, on the condition that you return within 3 days with additional items to sell." "A platinum-tier pack?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. "What exactly can I expect from such an item?" Grak's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Quite frankly, it's the finest pack I carry. It can hold 36 times what its volume suggests, and everything you place inside weighs 1/36th as much. Moreover, items inside will never spoil or degrade, and when you reach in for something specific, you'll always pull out exactly what you had in mind. No need to worry about organization. The enchantment handles everything. It also has an auto-loot enchantment, arguably the most useful feature. If you're within reach of something the ether logs as useful, it can be instantly absorbed by the pack." "Remarkable," I said, working to hide my greed behind scholarly interest. "Of course," Grak continued, his tone becoming more businesslike. "A pack of this caliber normally costs at least 50 gold crowns. It would be foolish of me to simply lend it to you." He fixed me with a knowing stare. "But I can see you're an intelligent man who understands that there's no escaping such arrangements once entered into. I also perceive you're someone with many enemies and few reliable allies. We can help each other." His assessment stung with its accuracy, but I kept my expression neutral. "Whatever treasure cache you've discovered," he continued, "you can store the items safely in this pack and return here to conduct business properly. You can use the proceeds to pay for the pack, keeping the rest. It's beneficial for both parties. I trade a high-value item that currently has no buyers for stock that will move more easily. You, in turn, acquire a premier pack that most adventurers can only dream of possessing." The offer was brilliant in its calculated generosity and utterly transparent in its intent. Grak had read the situation perfectly. A newly classed adventurer with access to significant treasure, but lacking the means to liquidate it safely. The pack wasn't just a tool, it was a golden chain binding me to return with more valuable goods while ensuring I couldn't simply disappear with his investment. What fascinated me wasn't his cunning, it was how perfectly his greed aligned with my needs. I did need a way to transport the dragon's remaining hoard safely, and his, no questions asked, policy was worth more than gold. The pack would solve multiple problems while establishing a valuable long-term relationship. More intriguingly, his casual mention of my many enemies seemed a deliberate guess. He knew I had crossed Nizar and likely assumed I had made more enemies. What man who came into possession of such a fortune didn't have enemies? I didn't believe my anonymity was compromised, but it was a delicate line to walk. The smart play was to embrace the partnership while ensuring Grak remained more valuable as an ally than as a potential threat. After all, the best way to control a man who thinks he's manipulating you is to let him believe he's succeeded. Your logic is sound, I said finally, extending my hand. I believe we have the foundation for a mutually beneficial arrangement. As we shook hands, I couldn't help but appreciate the irony. Here was an orc teaching me the finer points of civilized exploitation. Proof that some lessons transcended species boundaries. I transferred all my goods from my old pack to the new one. The process was fascinating. Items seemed to slip into a void that accepted them effortlessly, each piece nearly weightless as it crossed the threshold. Grak maintained his professional demeanor throughout, though his eyes catalogued every item with the precision of a master appraiser. When the ruby-red dragon scales caught the light during the transfer, his recognition was immediate. These weren't fragments from a lesser worm or ancient remains, but fresh scales from a true dragon. His reaction was revealing. A small smile played at the corners of his mouth, the satisfied expression of a man content to share in profits while someone else took all the risk. The possibility that I had slain such a creature likely didn't register in his calculations. To him, I was merely a fortunate scavenger who had stumbled upon a legendary corpse. I found myself wondering, how would Grak react if he truly understood what I had accomplished? Would he have been so casually exploitative if he knew he was dealing with a dragon slayer rather than a grave robber? The thought was amusing in its irrelevance. After all, power that isn't recognized might as well not exist. No matter, Grak was useful to me, just as I was to him. In the end, we all use each other. The rest is merely elaborate theater to help us sleep better at night. The honest acknowledgement of mutual exploitation was refreshing after so many interactions cloaked in false sentiment and manufactured virtue. At least here, in this dusty shop filled with enchanted trinkets, we could dispense with pretense and focus on what truly mattered, the mathematics of advantage. Leaving the shop with my transformed inventory and a newfound partnership, I continued my business in the city. I briefly considered selling my dragon scales to Yasmin at the Jade Mortar, but discretion won out over greed. I had no doubt she would buy them from me, but after boasting to her about hunting dragons, appearing with fresh scales so soon, would raise uncomfortable questions. Instead, I purchased something resembling a gyro from a street vendor and casually inquired about other alchemical establishments. The third shop I visited proved suitable, a cramped, unpleasant establishment run by a brusque man who examined my scales with indifference. He initially offered 5 silvers, but recalling Sathi's assessment of their value, I held firm until he begrudgingly paid 10. These small lessons in market knowledge were nonetheless valuable. I resisted the temptation to sell more scales in bulk. Too many inquiries about fresh dragon parts could reach the wrong ears. and I sensed that Karadesh's merchant community was tightly interconnected. My interface helpfully tallied my current wealth: 22 gold crowns, 23 silvers, and 11 bronze pieces. It was a respectable sum, though I realized I should have prioritized the Horde's coinage over its magical items. The coins were worth more per unit of space, and seemed weightless once they slipped into my enchanted coin purse. Prioritizing the items had been a rookie mistake born of inexperience, one I would not repeat. By early afternoon, I took a roundabout route to the harbor, carefully avoiding both Nizar's district and the Copper Lantern. An extra 20 minutes of walking seemed a small price to pay for continued anonymity. Among the human fishermen, I quickly secured passage from a trio willing to ferry me to the shipwreck for 3 silvers, confirming that yesterday's Varkus captain had indeed fleeced me. The return journey to the cave felt almost routine now. The dragon's corpse had begun to emit the sweet, cloying stench of decay, but the Horde remained. I worked methodically, prioritizing coins before moving on to the smaller enchanted items. There were far more copper coins than I had first supposed, with a fair number of silvers. Unfortunately, only a few gold crowns were left. Only once all the coin stacks were gone did I switch to items. Even with the Platinum Pack's dimensional properties, the treasure's volume quickly became apparent. This would require multiple trips. As I prepared to leave with my first substantial haul, my wealth now exceeding 60 gold crowns, something nagged at my consciousness. The Horde seemed diminished. Initially, I attributed it to my own previous activities, but the more I studied the remaining treasure, the more certain I became. There had definitely been more gold coins here before. There was only one conclusion. Someone else had been here. The revelation struck me like ice water. Certain gaps in the arrangement and specific items I remembered were now missing. The evidence was subtle but unmistakable. Petya. I breathed into the stale air. Of course, the clever woman had played a longer game than I realized. While I had left to go up the coast, she had returned, or had perhaps even been lurking in the cave's darker recesses. She might have seen, or at least heard, everything. How deliciously audacious. I had to respect the gumption if that was true. I could almost imagine her lugging a heavy Louis Vuitton bag filled with valuables. I smiled at the thought. Rather than return to the city as planned, I began exploring the darker recesses of the cave, guided by an enchanted blade that glowed with a pale light. It wasn't something I could core, but it shone nonetheless, likely due to a utility enchantment. The cave network proved far more extensive than I had imagined, with passages branching into lightless depths I wasn't prepared to navigate alone, especially as night approached. Somehow, I had my doubts that Petya was still here. She would have recognized that I would be back eventually. She may have even come upon the portal back to Earth, the one I had bypassed to continue my adventures here. But I had to assume this wasn't the case for my own safety. If she was alive, then she was likely not far or back in the city. I found a concealed alcove as far back from the entrance as I dared. It was unlikely anyone exploring the cave would venture this far. Settling in with my pack secured and Night Whisper and my staff of balance within easy reach, I prepared to sleep. I set down my enchanted blade, leaving me in complete darkness. I didn't like that, but any light source could mean death in this place. I would just have to risk it. The shipwreck on the coast, my other option for shelter, was a known location. I closed my eyes and fell instantly asleep. 15. Thieves Among Thieves. When I opened my eyes, there was no level up. Instead, I heard voices drifting through the cave's darkness. Soft, rasping, sibilant syllables, sent recognition coursing through my mind like cold poison. It took only a moment for my sleep-fogged consciousness to identify exactly who had entered my cave. Captain Thriz and his crew of reptilian rapscallions. The danger they posed likely explained the lack of a new level, or perhaps it was from a lack of sufficient sleep. Either way, I hardly dared to breathe as my ears strained to decipher their conversation. They were too distant to make out individual words, but their tone suggested familiarity with the surroundings. More telling still, they didn't linger by the entrance as first-time explorers would. Instead, they moved deeper into the cave system with the confidence of those who knew exactly where they were going. This was not their first visit. I had been quick to blame Petya for the missing treasure, but now the true culprits were obvious. Of course it was these scaled scavengers. While Sathi had assured me that not all Varkas were thieves and cheats, I now had mounting evidence to the contrary. Nizar's duplicity, Sathi's own treachery in the final moments, and now this? 3 strikes, as they say in American parlance. Perhaps there was wisdom in old prejudices after all. Societies don't develop stereotypes in a vacuum. They crystallize around observable patterns of behavior. The Varkas' reputation for piracy and theft hadn't emerged from thin air. It was earned through generations of exactly this sort of opportunistic predation. My academic sensibilities had led me to dismiss such generalizations as crude thinking, but experience was proving to be a harsher teacher than university lectures ever were. None of this philosophical musing mattered at the moment. What did matter was determining the optimal response to my current predicament. The Varkas had no immediate reason to investigate my hidden alcove, but they would certainly reach the same conclusion I had about the treasure's diminished state. Someone had been here before them, and it wouldn't take long for them to deduce who. After all, why else would Sathi and I have ventured into a dragon's lair? No doubt they had already discovered Sathi's charred remains and pieced together the basic narrative. When they arrived this afternoon to find we weren't at the designated meeting point, curiosity, or perhaps suspicion, had driven them to investigate. Following our trail to the cave wouldn't have required exceptional tracking skills, and the rest of the story wrote itself. When they inevitably discovered that a significant portion of the treasure was missing, conducting a thorough search of the cave would be their logical next step. I could evade them for a time, but not indefinitely. Retreating deeper into the cave system would be suicide, depending on how extensive the tunnels were. I could easily become lost in lightless passages and never find my way back to the surface. This left only one viable option: escape while they were distracted by their inventory of the remaining treasure, and pray it took them at least an hour before they thought to transport their ill-gotten gains back to their vessel. I checked my equipment one final time. Night Whisper was secured at my waist, the platinum pack properly fastened, and my staff of balance clasped in my right hand. The enchanted blade remained hidden in my pack. A serendipitous sickle moon cast just enough light to guide me to the cave entrance. Moving with the deliberate care of a man whose life depended on silence, I began my careful retreat toward the cave mouth. Every footstep was calculated, every breath controlled. I was beyond grateful for my silent step enchantment. I might have been doomed without it. If I could reach the entrance undetected, the coastal terrain would offer numerous hiding spots until I could secure alternate transportation back to Karadesh. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, sneaking away from thieves who were stealing from a thief who had all but murdered their kinsman. Such delicious moral complexity. But survival took precedence over intellectual indulgence. Reaching the entrance proved almost disappointingly simple. I slipped through the opening and glanced back into the darkness. Nothing but shadows and distant murmurs. The cool night air felt like liberation after the cave's fetid atmosphere. I moved swiftly toward open ground, already calculating escape routes down the cliff face, when a scattering of loose stones drew my attention to the left. A young Varkas stood frozen before me, reed thin and clearly startled. Dressed only in a simple loincloth, his vertical slitted eyes wide with surprise, he appeared to be Sathi's age, or younger. The youngest of the crew, no doubt, relegated to tedious guard duty while the adults sifted through the treasure. A simple dagger was secured at his waist. The moment stretched between us like a held breath. Violence would be inelegant. Yet my options were severely limited. Killing him would likely produce noise that would alert the others, while attempting to secure his silence through persuasion was hopelessly naive. My magical abilities required vocal incantations in the foundation language of Arcanus, hardly conducive to stealth. I raised my free hand in what I hoped was a calming gesture, then pressed a finger to my lips in the universal signal for silence. The young Varkas's frill flared with alarm, and his mouth opened to call out. I could see this diplomatic approach had failed before he even drew breath. I sighed internally. Sagata Arcanum! The spell erupted from my staff's tip, the blue-white light striking the creature square in the face. His screech died in his throat as he crumpled, stunned and bloodied but, unfortunately, still breathing. What followed was pure necessity dressed in brutality's clothing. I was upon him before he could recover, Night Whisper sliding between his ribs with an almost musical whisper. The dagger found its mark with disturbing ease, heart, then throat, ensuring silence. Adrenaline flooded my system, a cocktail of urgency and something darker that I hadn't expected to enjoy quite so much. This was my first deliberate killing in this world, my first time taking a life that looked back at me with recognizable intelligence. The experience proved illuminating. There was a primal satisfaction in the act, a sense of absolute control that no amount of intellectual dominance could replicate. The moment when resistance ceased, when will surrendered to superior force, the hotness of living blood in my hands and sprayed upon my face, it was all intoxicating in ways I had never anticipated. The young Varkas died quietly, his struggles growing weaker until they stopped entirely. You have gained 100 experience points. Your experience stands at 5,099 of 200. Level up available. I ignore the notification, at least for now. I found myself studying his face in the moonlight, memorizing the transition from desperate fear to empty stillness. It was knowledge worth acquiring, though I suspected it wouldn't be my last opportunity for such research. Before I could feel too bad about it, I had to remind myself that I might have actually done some good. If a young pirate in the making were taken from this world, would anyone from civilized society truly mourn the loss? There was nothing left to do but make my escape. When I reached the beach, I could see the pirate party's tracks in the sand, confirming they had anchored close to the shipwreck, though their vessel remained invisible in the darkness at least a mile down the shore. The calculation was simple. Approach their ship and risk confrontation with whatever skeleton crew remained aboard, likely one or two guards watching over their getaway, or choose the unknown path northeast along the coast. Based on my observations during our brief voyage, Thriz's crew operated like a well-oiled machine. The captain commanded genuine respect, and frankly, a direct approach to their vessel would be suicide. They would be armed, alert, and fighting on familiar ground. My earlier encounter had been purely opportunistic. The northeastern route offered uncertainty rather than immediate death. From my earlier conversations with locals, this direction held few settlements, but the empty path often proved wiser than a crowded grave. My supplies would sustain me for perhaps 2 days if carefully rationed. Hardly ideal, but my options were narrowing with each passing moment. I recalled that the King's Road ran roughly parallel to the coast. Logic suggested it could be reached even farther north, though this remained educated speculation rather than certainty. I should have packed more provisions before leaving Karadesh, but hindsight was a luxury I couldn't afford. The decision crystallized. It was better to face the unknown perils of the wild coastline than the known lethality of armed pirates expecting trouble. The key consideration was to avoid leaving tracks. Walking along the tide line allowed the water to erase the evidence of my passage, letting time and waves wipe the slate clean of my recent crime. I adjusted my pack, feeling the reassuring weight of the dragon's treasure, and set off northeast where the surf met the sand. To my satisfaction, the dust repel enchantment wasn't just for keeping clothing dirt-free. The bloodstains were already erasing themselves from the fabric. Progress was slower but safer. From the cave's elevation, my silhouette would be nearly impossible to distinguish against the dark water. Above me, that charnel house would soon become a scene of discovery as the surviving pirates found their fallen comrade. They would know it was my handiwork, certainly, but would lack definitive proof of my direction or involvement. So many enemies had accumulated in mere days. The mathematics of survival were becoming increasingly complex. As I walked, I found myself oddly energized by the evening's events. Each obstacle overcome, each enemy eliminated, and each strategic decision validated proved my adaptation to this world's brutal realities. The desperate refugee who had stumbled through that portal now felt like a different person entirely. In my old world, I had been prey masquerading as a predator, my fantasies relegated to video games and the protagonists of my favorite novels. Here, I was becoming something far more authentic. Whether this world operated on game-like principles hardly mattered. Such mechanics simply made survival behaviors more justified. Dawn's approach forced me to seek shelter. The Varkis possessed swift vessels. If they chose to pursue me, they could easily overtake a man on foot. The absence of their skiff suggested either they hadn't followed this route, or the young guard's death had been written off as the cost of doing business. No honor among thieves, after all. I found a small cove and scaled the cliff face, a 2-hour climb that left me perched among weathered boulders with an excellent view of the shoreline below. No pursuit materialized. Either I had chosen correctly, or they valued treasure over vengeance. Settling into a shaded nook between 2 large stones, I consumed dried fish and flatbread while drinking deeply from my canteen. Physically uncomfortable, perhaps, but given the circumstances, I didn't mind. Of course, much remained to be accomplished, and the very real danger of overextension loomed. If I continued this pattern, half of Karadesh would post bounties on my head. I needed to plan my next moves carefully. One thing was certain, I needed to slow down a bit and lay low for a while. Once I had offloaded my unneeded items onto Grak and settled my balance for the pack, I would be in a very strong position indeed. I could easily rent a small, discreet apartment, somewhere I could safely stay out of the public eye. And, of course, I had been meaning to visit the Grand Athenaeum, where many questions about this world would be answered in one fell swoop. That was as far as I could get, for sleep was a necessity, even for wizards. Closing my eyes, I allowed the cool, shaded air to lull me into slumber, secured in the knowledge that safety was perhaps only a day or 2 away. 16. Mutual exploitation. I awoke only when the sun, now directly overhead, made my shaded refuge an ineffective shelter. The relentless heat had finally penetrated the rocky outcropping where I had collapsed in exhaustion. I blinked awake, the system informing me of my progression with its characteristic blend of encouragement and subtle condescension. You have reached Level 2. You continue to prove your resourcefulness, a much-needed asset in these troubled times. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. I pondered where to allocate it, weighing immediate needs against long-term strategy. It was tempting to invest again in intellect, which would presumably strengthen my arcane missile or enhance my cognitive abilities for outmaneuvering enemies. A rational choice for a wizard, certainly. However, many of my challenges thus far had been less about intellect and more about social manipulation. In most games I encountered back on Earth, charisma was often treated as a joke, a dump stat to be ignored or given just enough points to avoid total social incompetence. It belonged to seducing bards and corrupt politicians, not serious adventurers. Yet I was quickly recognizing its utility in this world. Even a solo operator like myself couldn't survive long without the willing assistance of others, or at least their reluctant cooperation. 1 point wouldn't transform me into a silver-tongued devil, but the same could be said for any single attribute investment. What mattered was building a solid foundation to expand upon later. The last thing I wanted was to become a glass cannon, intellectually formidable but crippled in other areas. It was better to develop well-rounded capabilities until I understood this world's deeper mechanics. I selected charisma with a decisive push. Your charisma is now 11. Please choose your next class skill. Choose wisely. There is no going back. 2 intriguing options appeared before me. Ascended Casting. Your next arcane spell is cast at 1 tier higher than normal for the same cost. Cooldown, 1 minute. Arcane Confluence. All spell and skill cooldowns are reduced by 20% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. I carefully considered both options, recognizing this as a pivotal decision that would shape my combat capabilities. Arcane Confluence had clear long-term potential. As my spell repertoire expanded, chaining multiple castings would become devastatingly effective. While a 20% faster cooldown might seem modest, in prolonged battles, it could mean the difference between victory and becoming someone else's experience points. However, its current utility was limited. With only Arcane Missile in my arsenal, the skill would allow me to cast it slightly more frequently for half a minute. Combined with my Staff of Balance's 10% reduction, it would shorten my cooldown to roughly 7 seconds instead of 10. Hardly revolutionary, though there might be additional spell reduction effects to accumulate. If I could eventually reduce the interval to 1 missile per second, that would change the dynamics of magical combat. Ascended Casting, on the other hand, offered immediate power. I wasn't entirely certain what 1 tier higher meant in practical terms, but the implications were enticing. If it enhanced my arcane missile's damage, range, or penetration, even as a single shot, it could prove invaluable in the confrontations ahead. A single devastating strike could end fights before they truly began, and in my experience, dead enemies posed fewer complications than wounded ones. The young Varkus outside the cave was evidence of that truth. The choice crystallized around a fundamental question. Did I prioritize future potential or present capability? In theory, Arcane Confluence represented the superior long-term investment. But I wasn't planning for an abstract future. I was surviving a concrete present filled with pirates, slighted enemies, and whatever other threats this world might unleash. Besides, there was something appealing about having a trump card, a hidden advantage that could transform desperate situations into decisive victories. Let other wizards rely on sustained magical barrages. I would end conflicts with the equivalent of a magical sucker punch. Moreover, this skill would likely scale with my advancement, empowering any additional spells I eventually unlock. An investment in quality over quantity seemed more aligned with my strategic preferences. I selected Ascended Casting with deliberate focus. You have chosen Ascended Casting. The moment I confirmed my choice, knowledge flooded my mind. Not just intellectual understanding, but instinctive mastery. I could feel the technique settling in like a familiar tool, ready to be deployed when circumstances required overwhelming force. Now I simply needed additional spells to pair with my enhanced abilities. The Grand Athenaeum beckoned with its promise of arcane knowledge. But first, I had to navigate the immediate challenge of returning to Karadesh. As I stretched my cramped limbs and prepared to ascend the slope, I couldn't help but smile. I was eager to show both myself and the world what a motivated wizard could accomplish. Grack seemed even more surprised to see me return than he had been during my first unexpected visit. "Ah, my favorite client returns," the orc said with practiced good nature. "Quick work, efficient execution, mutually profitable outcomes." His eyes immediately went to my bulging pack. "I trust your recent expedition proved fruitful." I offered a neutral smile as I began laying out my wares on his counter. 20 enchanted items gleaned from the dragon's hoard, most unfortunately useless for my class requirements. Grack's demeanor shifted to pure professionalism as he examined each piece through his crystal lens, even waving away a couple of potential customers who wandered in during his assessment. The appraisal process took nearly an hour, his methodical attention to detail both impressive and slightly irritating. "Some truly fine pieces here," he finally announced, setting down his lens. 2 gold-tier items, 5 silver-tier, and the remainder bronze. Most are highly specialized for specific classes, which makes them challenging to sell quickly. That said, several offer unique enchantments that would be quite useful to me, personally." He steepled his fingers. "I can offer a fair price for the entire lot, 40 gold crowns." The mathematics were immediately clear. This would leave me 10 crowns short of covering the enchanted pack's cost. Far from ideal. "Grack," I said carefully, "I value our developing relationship, and I don't fault you for trying to maximize your profit margins. That's your prerogative as a business owner. However, this offer seems insultingly low, designed to exploit what you perceive as my ignorance. I'm willing to take my business elsewhere, though I'd prefer to give you another chance to propose something more reasonable." The theatrical affront that crossed his orcish features would have fit well on a stage. "Master Valdrik, I would never deliberately exploit your ignorance. After all, we're establishing what I hope will be a long and mutually profitable partnership." He adjusted his spectacles. "However, I sometimes test the waters, and your recognition of this tactic speaks well of your negotiation skills." I nodded, waiting for him to continue. His tone became more businesslike. "That said, these items may not be as valuable as you think. When purchasing in bulk, the advantage lies with whoever has ready capital. And I have capital because I run a consistently profitable enterprise. You're welcome to shop elsewhere, and while competitors might offer slightly better terms, you'll find their promises backed by promissory notes rather than the hard currency I deal in exclusively." He leaned forward conspiratorially. "As a policy, I carry no debt. This limits rapid expansion, but ensures every transaction is sound. To be frank, yes, I could offer more, but business mathematics are simple. You need my coin far more than I need your inventory. None of these pieces, including the gold tier items, qualify as particularly liquid assets, meaning quick sales to ready buyers. Grak spread his hands in a gesture of calculated reasonableness. Anything can sell quickly to the right buyer, but in business, such buyers represent hope, not certainty. As a courtesy to our developing relationship, I can raise my offer to 45 gold crowns. This leaves you just 5 short of the pack's cost, easily manageable. Otherwise, I'll require the pack's return, and you're free to take the 45 crowns and conduct business wherever you prefer. I considered this carefully, recognizing the brutal clarity of his position. Grak had laid out the power dynamics with refreshing honesty. He held all the advantages while maintaining plausible deniability about exploitation. His offer wasn't generous, but it was structured to appear reasonable while ensuring his substantial profit. What impressed me wasn't his avarice, that was expected, but his sophisticated understanding of leverage. He had correctly assessed my situation, a newly wealthy adventurer with liquid capital needs, limited market knowledge, and few alternative outlets for exotic merchandise. Rather than crude exploitation, he had crafted an arrangement that felt like negotiation while ensuring predetermined outcomes. This was predatory behavior disguised as professional courtesy, which was exactly the kind of calculated manipulation I could appreciate. Grak operated from a position of strength while allowing his marks to maintain dignity, a far more sustainable model than crude swindling. The mathematics supported his assessment. 45 crowns plus my existing funds would indeed cover the pack's cost with a small remainder. More importantly, maintaining this relationship provided ongoing value that transcended any single transaction's profit margins. Your reasoning is persuasive, I finally said. 45 it is. As we concluded our business, I admired the orc's technique. Here was someone who understood that the most successful exploitation felt like a partnership for all parties involved. I carefully counted out 5 gold coins to settle our account. Half a week into my new existence, and I already possessed an incredibly valuable pack that most adventurers could scarcely afford. Consulting my status screen, I still retained 55 gold crowns, an amount that began to feel staggering for someone of my supposed experience level. It was almost too much wealth. The prospect of common thieves targeting me for my obvious prosperity did not sit well. I needed more power and security, but where could I acquire them safely? "Do come back soon, Master Valdrik," Grak said, pausing with the practiced timing of a born salesman. "Or might I interest you in some equipment befitting a budding wizard?" I couldn't fault his instincts. "What do you have in mind?" "I notice you carry a respectable silver-tier staff with strong enchantment properties. Anything that reduces cooldowns is incredibly valuable for a wizard, though you should understand there's a fundamental limitation in Eyrth's magical framework, the global cooldown restriction." At my curious expression, he elaborated. "No matter how many cooldown reductions you accumulate, you cannot cast any spell or activate any skill within 3 seconds of using another. Think of it as the minimum time required for magical energies to settle between castings. Individual spells may have longer cooldowns that can be reduced, but this 3-second universal barrier cannot be overcome." The concept made sense from a system balance perspective, preventing magical users from becoming completely overwhelming through cooldown stacking. "I find myself once again in your debt for the education," I said. "Now, what equipment might suit a wizard of my circumstances?" "You lack essential gear slots: footwear, leggings, chest protection, arm guards, headpiece, and hand coverings. While individual pieces offer flexibility, most practitioners find complete sets more economical and effective." His eyes glinted with commercial interest. Wealthy clients often prefer custom enchanting each piece to their exact specifications, but such efforts rarely justify the expense except in extreme circumstances. And you happen to possess a complete set suitable for my needs? Indeed I do, Grack confirmed. Moreover, if you intend to enroll in the Arcaneum, the magical academy on the harbor near the Grand Athenaeum, not to be confused with the library itself, they require students to have properly enchanted equipment that meets their standards. He disappeared into the shop's depths, returning moments later with an armload of midnight blue fabric. As he spread the garments across his counter, I could see the quality immediately. Not ostentatious, but unmistakably superior craftsmanship. The robes featured subtle silver embroidery along the seams, with a deep hood designed to shadow the wearer's features. This, Grack announced with pride, I crafted personally. A silver-tier set of wizard robes with complementary enchantments that function synergistically. He performed a gesture I couldn't follow, and suddenly the item's properties materialized clearly in my interface. Robes of Harmonic Mastery. Class restriction, Wizard. Tier, Silver. Enchantments. Attribute bonus, +6 Intellect, +4 Endurance, +2 Spirit. Harmonic Resonance. Reduces all spell and skill cooldowns by 10%. Lesser Arcane Scholar. You learn minor and lesser tier spells 50% faster, and greater and major tiers 500% slower. Defensive Awakening. Upon core binding, grants knowledge of a random lesser tier defensive spell from the arcane school, which may be cast while wearing these robes. Utility enchantments. Mendweave, Dust Repel, Heat Cold Resistance. I found myself genuinely impressed. Although my inexperience limited my ability to judge its true value, the synergy between enchantments suggested a sophisticated design. The attribute bonuses alone would significantly enhance my capabilities, while the spell learning speed seemed particularly clever. More minor magic at the cost of reduced access to higher-tier spells. You crafted this personally? I asked, running my fingers over the surprisingly soft fabric. Every stitch, Grack confirmed with satisfaction. I frequently create similar robes for prospective Arcaneum students. While technically silver tier, my skills as a level 20 enchanter have produced something extraordinary within its classification. The set bonuses and enchantment synergies represent work that lesser crafters cannot achieve. His pride was almost certainly justified. But first, I needed to understand exactly what I was purchasing. Would you care to explain the robe's capabilities in detail? But of course, Grack said, warming to his subject with enthusiasm. First, the attribute bonuses. While intellect is paramount for any wizard, enchanting core attributes becomes increasingly difficult and expensive when done in isolation. The optimal approach balances your primary attribute with complementary ones, hence endurance for physical resilience and spirit for magical defenses beyond the arcane school's purview. I nodded, following his logic. Now, harmonic resonance, the cooldown reduction. This is the most crucial enchantment for any serious wizard. Unlike other magical classes that depend on ether reserves, wizard magic relies on incantations and recovery intervals between castings. While lesser enchanters struggle to achieve meaningful cooldown reduction on any single piece, I consider it essential for quality equipment. He gestured toward my staff. Combined with your current 10% reduction from your staff, you'll achieve impressive casting frequency. At his explanation, I regretted my earlier skill choice. Arcane Confluence would have provided an additional 20% reduction, allowing me to cast spells nearly twice as rapidly for 30 seconds. But dwelling on past decisions was unproductive. What was done was done. The 20% was still valuable. Grek continued without pause. Lesser arcane scholar seems counterintuitive initially, but it's quite brilliant. Minor and lesser spells form your foundation, especially at lower levels. Sometimes enchantments achieve extraordinary effects by balancing enchantments with acceptable limitations. The key lies in choosing drawbacks that represent genuinely acceptable losses for substantial gains. Logical, I agreed. It makes me more efficient at learning lesser magic, which is likely what I'm going to be focusing on, at least at first. Precisely. Wizards face natural limitations on spell acquisition. With hundreds of spells available in the arcane school alone, specialization becomes necessary. No wizard can hope to learn everything. Anything that increases your ability to learn more is valuable. He leaned forward conspiratorially. For Arcaneum apprentices, lesser and minor tier spells suffice initially, making this enchantment particularly valuable. And if you ever need to learn higher tier magic, you can simply remove the robes or exchange them for something better. Ingenious. And this defensive awakening? Why randomized? Excellent question, though somewhat technical, Grek replied, adjusting his spectacles. As enchanters, we operate within specific ether budgets for each set of enchantments. Guaranteeing a particular spell requires significantly more power and expense than offering a random selection within defined parameters. More specific enchantments increase the overall tier of the gear and adds several complications. In this instance, I had residual capacity after the primary enchantments, so I included this bonus feature. If the core binder is fortunate, they might acquire something quite valuable. The logic was sound, and I recognized the sales psychology involved. In my property-selling days, we learned that uncertainty often proved more enticing than certainty. Buyers would pay premiums for mystery packages that might contain something extraordinary, even when guaranteed alternatives offered superior known value. The gambling instinct ran deep in most people. The possibility of unexpected fortune outweighed rational calculation. And the heat and cold resistance? Grek raised an eyebrow, clearly considering this self-evident. Adaptive climate control. The robes adjust to maintain a comfortable body temperature within reasonable limits. An invaluable feature for adventuring in extreme environments. Naturally. I was genuinely impressed with the robe's design, though expressing such enthusiasm would be tactically unwise. I also had to admire Grek's shrewd mention of Arcaneum acceptance standards. He'd read my interests with alarming accuracy, almost too accurately. If he continued anticipating my needs so precisely, I might need to question whether our relationship was as mutual as it appeared. And what is the investment required for such quality? Grek shrugged with practiced nonchalance, as if the approaching figure wouldn't represent a significant sum. Typically, silver-tier equipment with comparable, though inferior enchantments commands around 15 gold crowns. However, given this set's mastery designation and superior craftsmanship, I cannot accept less than 25. I maintained a carefully neutral expression, while my mind calculated. 25 crowns would consume nearly half my remaining wealth, a substantial investment, but potentially worthwhile given the robe's obvious quality and my immediate needs. Your craftsmanship is undeniable, I said carefully, and I appreciate the educational value of our discussion. However, 25 crowns is a significant sum, especially for someone establishing himself in your fair city. I paused to let the implication settle. I'm prepared to offer 18 crowns, a fair price that acknowledges both quality and market realities. Grek's expression shifted to one of practiced disappointment. Master Valdrik, you wound me. 18 crowns barely covers my material costs, let alone the skilled labor involved. He gestured dramatically at the robes. These represent months of research, rare components, and master-level enchantments. 21, I countered, and I'll recommend your services to any fellow practitioners I meet. A valuable consideration given my trajectory toward the Arcaneum. The orc stroked his beard thoughtfully, clearly weighing my offer. Future referrals from an Arcaneum student could prove lucrative, especially if I distinguished myself academically. That said, a businessman like Grak wouldn't place much stock in it unless our relationship were further established. 22, he finally said. My absolute minimum. At that price, I'm practically giving away my expertise, but I value our developing partnership. I extended my hand without hesitation. 22 it is. Pleasure doing business with you, Grak said warmly as I counted out the coins. I have a changing room in the back if you wish to core bind them immediately. I most certainly did, practically speaking. I had nowhere else suitable to change. The changing room was Spartan but private, and I discovered the robes were generously cut enough to accommodate my existing clothing beneath them. The midnight blue fabric settled around me like liquid shadow, the silver embroidery catching the little light that filtered through the room's single crystal lamp. A system prompt materialized before me. Would you like to bind the robes of harmonic mastery to your core? I mentally confirmed and felt the robes integrate with my essence. Not merely clothing now, but an extension of my magical capabilities. Your robes have granted you access to the arcane knowledge of the following lesser-tier spell while you wear these robes. Lesser Counterspell. Lesser Counterspell. Interrupt any casting of a lesser or minor tier spell. Cooldown, 60 seconds. A slow smile spread across my face as the spell's knowledge settled into my consciousness like a perfectly fitted key. While other defensive spells absorbed or deflected attacks, this one promised something more enticing: the complete negation of an enemy's carefully planned assault. There was something deeply appealing about having the power to render another's magical efforts utterly worthless with a single word. The psychological advantage alone surpassed any shield or barrier. The spell embodied everything I valued: control, precision, and the ability to impose my will upon reality. Truly, fortune had smiled upon me, or perhaps it was the universe recognizing that some individuals deserved tools befitting their capabilities. When I caught my reflection in Grak's polished mirror, I hardly recognized myself. Gone was the refugee who had stumbled through that portal days ago. In his place stood a figure of obvious arcane authority, robes flowing with subtle enchantment, staff gleaming with power, and the bearing of someone who commanded respect. This was what I had always imagined myself to be: the wizard from countless childhood fantasies, the master of reality's fundamental forces, the scholar warrior who bent the world to his will through superior knowledge and determination. For a moment, the exhilaration of fulfilled dreams coursed through me like lightning. Yet, beneath that triumph, stirred a hollow ache I hadn't expected. Even now, I could be at home with Irina, reading her bedtime stories and watching her gap-toothed smile as she described her latest imaginary adventure. The cost of this transformation suddenly felt substantial. But no, that was sentimentality speaking, not wisdom. Every day I spent mastering this world's mysteries brought me closer to returning as someone worthy of her admiration. Not the failed father she would have inherited, but a true wizard capable of giving her everything she deserved. Love without power was merely pretty words. Power channeled by love could reshape destinies. I had work to do. The Grand Athenaeum awaited, its vast repositories of knowledge promising answers to questions I was just beginning to formulate. Perhaps within those halls lay the keys to understanding this world's deepest secrets, and ultimately, the path to transcending its limitations. I walked to the front counter. "Thank you, Grek. I suspect this won't be our last transaction." "I certainly hope not, Master Valdrik. May your studies be illuminating." I stepped into Karadesh's bustling streets. Citizens regarded me with the automatic deference shown to obvious practitioners of the arcane arts. The robes alone commanded respect, exactly as Grek intended. As I asked for directions and walked toward the academic quarter, I summoned my interface to assess my new capabilities. Dragomir Valdrik. Class: Wizard. Level: 2. Experience to level 3, 4,899 of 260. Level up available. Power: 11. Coordination: 11. Endurance: 15. Intellect: 18. Spirit: 13. Charisma: 12. Spells: Arcane Missile. Deal concentrated non-elemental damage to a single target. Damage scales with level and intellect. Cooldown: 8 seconds. Lesser Counterspell. From Gear. Interrupt the casting of any lesser or minor tier spell. Cooldown: 48 seconds. Abilities: Arcane Insight. Your wizard's mind can now untangle the mysteries of the foundational language of Arcanus. Ascended Casting. Your next arcane spell is cast at 1 tier higher. Cooldown: 48 seconds. The transformation was remarkable. My intellect had increased significantly, while my endurance and spirit showed marked improvements. More importantly, I had gained enough experience for multiple level advancements. As expected, the experience requirements had increased, and only time would reveal how much larger they would become at later levels. I wondered if the increased intellect would aid me in my studies. I felt no different at the moment, so perhaps the benefits would only become apparent once I began to focus my thoughts on a subject. The Grand Athenaeum's minarets came into view, their crystalline spires reaching toward the sky like frozen lightning. I was excited about the prospect of learning more and unraveling Eyrth's mysteries. Only on a foundation of proper knowledge could I hope to answer my most important questions. 17. The Cathedral of Knowledge. The rhythm of my staff against the polished marble floor announced my presence as I stepped through the massive bronze doors of the Grand Athenaeum, each 3 times my height, and adorned with intricate reliefs depicting scholars in flowing robes. The interior overwhelmed the senses, a Byzantine wonder elevated to impossible grandeur. A soaring dome stretched overhead, its surface alive with frescoes that seemed to shift and breathe in the magical light. Golden mosaics caught and multiplied illumination from floating crystal orbs, casting a warm, ethereal glow that made the air shimmer. What struck me most was the deliberate humanity of every depicted figure. Warriors, scholars, mages, kings, all unmistakably human in their classical perfection. Not a single orc, Varkus, or other species graced these hallowed walls. The message was clear. Humans had built this monument to knowledge, and everyone else was merely permitted to use it. The implications were fascinating. Did this great library predate the multicultural Karadesh I had observed? Were the orcs and Varkus relative newcomers to this civilization, tolerated immigrants rather than founding peoples? Or was this simply the architectural equivalent of historical revisionism, with the victors writing themselves into prominence while erasing inconvenient truths? as the Ottomans had done with the Hagia Sophia. I felt that answers to these questions lay within. An enchanted archway dominated the far end of the atrium, its surface rippling like liquid silver. Beyond it, I glimpsed the true treasure. Towering shelves that disappeared into misty heights, countless volumes promising secrets I could barely imagine. A short queue had formed in front of a mahogany reception desk, but my attention was drawn primarily to those who bypassed it and walked directly toward the enchanted archway. Each visitor wore what appeared to be an enchanted identification chit on a simple cord necklace, passing through the portal with the casual confidence of a member. Essentially library cards, I supposed. I joined the line, studying the clerk as I waited. The man appeared to be in his 60s, with copper-toned skin and sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. His silk robes marked him as someone educated and refined, exactly the type who would appreciate proper deference while demanding genuine credentials. When my turn arrived, he looked up expectantly. "Tell me." I frowned at the colloquialism until I realized it might be a proper way of saying, "How can I help you in this culture?" "I would like a pass," I replied in my most respectful tone. His eyebrows rose slightly. "I see. Would you prefer daily access, monthly privileges, or a yearly membership?" "Could you elaborate on the options?" "Certainly. Daily access is 2 silver marks, suitable for brief research or casual browsing. Monthly privileges cost 50 silvers and provide unlimited access during that period, except for the spell tomes and the restricted areas. Our yearly membership is 4 gold crowns, though we offer a 20% student discount for those enrolled in recognized institutions." I quickly calculated the costs. They were far higher than I had imagined, though perhaps I shouldn't have been surprised. In my previous life, I had taken for granted the ideal of free public libraries, vast repositories of knowledge available to anyone with a library card, regardless of their station or wealth. Such access had always struck me as one of civilization's nobler achievements, even if so few had the discipline or intelligence to truly utilize it. Here, knowledge was priced accordingly to its actual value, rather than the utopian fantasy of universal enlightenment. 50 silvers likely represented more than most laborers earned in a month, a sum that naturally excluded the less fortunate, while ensuring that only those with means could access these treasures. The economics were brutally honest. Why should centuries of accumulated wisdom be available to those too poor, lazy, or intellectually limited to appreciate it? There was something refreshingly authentic about this approach. Rather than pretending that a fisherman's son had the same capacity for scholarly pursuits as a merchant's heir, this system acknowledged reality. Knowledge is power, and power required both capability and resources to wield effectively. Democratizing access merely diluted the value, while enabling the mediocre to waste precious resources that serious scholars could utilize productively. It secured the natural order, the position of the educated elite, which I fully intended to join. After all, hadn't my own university education been similarly exclusive? Those without the means or merit to attend remained outside, while those with both gained access to opportunities that transformed their lives. The yearly membership represented optimal value, especially with the student discount. However, lying about this was foolish. He would likely demand proof, and if my fabrication were discovered, this invaluable resource could be permanently closed to me, an unacceptable outcome. Within a month, I intended to be legitimately enrolled at the Arcaneum, making the discounted rate accessible through honest means rather than deceit. Lies were tools to be employed strategically, not crutches for the intellectually lazy. The amateur liar tells falsehoods to escape minor inconveniences. The professional reserves deception for situations where truth offers no viable path to victory. "The monthly privileges, please," I said, counting out 50 silver coins. The clerk watched me with obvious curiosity, his eyes filled with unasked questions about the well-dressed foreign wizard seeking library access. His professional discretion prevented direct inquiry, but I sensed his mental categorization. Wealthy, educated, not a student, despite the style of my robes. In short, certainly worth remembering. He handed me a silver chit that pulsed with gentle luminescence, suspended from a braided cord. "Welcome to the Grand Athenaeum," he said formally. "Please observe the posted regulations regarding volume handling, silence in designated study areas, and absolutely no removal of materials." I nodded respectfully and approached the shimmering archway. The chit's glow intensified as I drew near, and the barrier parted like water, allowing me passage into the cathedral of knowledge beyond. The sight that greeted me defied rational description. The main hall soared impossibly high, its domed ceiling bathed in golden light. Tier upon tier of shelves ascended, connected by a web of bridges and staircases. The scale was staggering, not thousands of books, but hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. Reading alcoves nestled between towering shelves, each equipped with crystal lamps. Scholars of various species moved through the stacks, some consulting catalogs at different stations. I also noticed black-robed wizards with staffs, standing like silent sentinels, simply observing. Were they security? I supposed that in such an impressive collection, one madman with a fire spell could cause untold damage. Yet, despite this overwhelming vista of accumulated knowledge, I found myself paralyzed by choice. Where did one even begin in such a repository? Magical theory? Historical accounts? The practical applications of power in civilized society? Standing there in my new robes, staff in hand, surrounded by perhaps the greatest collection of knowledge this world had to offer, I experienced a moment of pure uncertainty. I wandered toward one of the catalogs. It was clearly enchanted. Observing another person's example, I placed my hand on it and directed my thoughts. History of Eyrth. Almost immediately, words rearranged themselves, and a list of dozens, then hundreds of titles appeared. My eyes widened. It was like a Google search, but clearly magical. Every tome in this library had to be logged with this central catalog, and detailed directions on how to reach each one appeared upon touching it. I settled on the first title, written in Caledonian, The History of Eyrth, Volume 1. By someone named Elisar Vane. There were 50 copies available. Clearly it was a seminal piece of literature and a natural starting point to avoid revealing my ignorance. I touched the location, and a sort of light entered me. That light flowed from my feet toward a staircase leading to what appeared to be the next level. My eyes widened. It seemed I was the only one who could see it. I followed the path, slightly dizzy and intoxicated, and after a few minutes of walking, there it was, the very tome I had selected. Remarkable, I breathed. I reached for the volume. As I flipped through the pages, I noticed it was printed rather than hand-copied. They had printing press technology here. However, among the uniform volumes were others that displayed the irregular characteristics of manuscripts. These were likely earlier editions from a time before mechanized reproduction. In my world, such volumes would be treated as treasures, locked away and inaccessible to the public. I imagined this was another advantage of excluding the riffraff and granting access only to those who respected knowledge. A bit of searching led me to a private carrel tucked between towering shelves. I set the book on the lectern before me. Strangely, there was no chair, but at that moment I didn't mind. The thick volume sat before me, waiting. "This is going to take some time," I murmured. I cracked open the volume and began to read. There is something uniquely meditative about losing oneself in a truly absorbing text. The way external reality fades until only the flow of ideas remain, consciousness merging with the author's carefully constructed thoughts. As I delved deeper into Scholar Vane's meticulous research, I experienced that familiar scholarly euphoria, the intoxicating recognition that this world possessed depths as rich and complex as my own. According to Vane, recorded history extended back only 3 millennia, a frustratingly recent beginning for a civilization of such evident sophistication. Moreover, these accounts had not been written by humans, but by elven kind. Within that span, however, are accounts of a mythology from long before, a so-called ethereal era, a devastating gods' war, and a subsequent age of darkness, which nearly shattered mortal civilization, not only on Eyrth, but across all 6 worlds of creation. Scanning the names of these worlds, Eyrth, Veldoria, Thandora, Solanus, Zephyron, Abyssium, it was clear that none were my Earth, which only displaced me further and created a bewildering sense of scale. The Gods' War occurred approximately 10,000 years ago, according to these 3 millennia-old accounts, though almost all direct records of that time have been lost, the language remaining rarely excavated, completely unreadable and alien. Vane wrote with commendable scholarly caution, repeatedly noting that truth often hides within myth, just as myth conceals itself within truth. He refused to present these ancient accounts as definitive history, instead treating them as cultural artifacts worthy of study, regardless of their literal accuracy. This intellectual honesty was refreshing after years of encountering certainty where none should exist. It suggested a divide had begun to develop in this world, if not fully formed, between the secular intelligentsia and the superstitious masses. From these fragmentary sources, I began to piece together the outlines of a pantheon that once shaped this world's destiny. The conflict appeared to center on 2 distinct divine factions, the old gods who governed the 8 elemental forces, and the new gods who embodied the core attributes that defined mortal capabilities. Above them all was the Creator Supreme, the Holy One I'd heard others mention. The old gods were angry at the Creator Supreme for creating the new gods, through whom mortals could, for the first time, access divine gifts of magic and the ethereal interface via class cores tied to each of those new gods. Not all the old gods rebelled, only the gods of fire, earth, chaos, and death. Yet even so, the war itself had been cataclysmic. Vane's sources spoke of reality becoming unstable as divine forces clashed across multiple planes of existence, including an ether realm and a nether realm. Mortals found themselves caught between incomprehensible powers, their cities becoming battlegrounds for conflicts that spanned dimensions. Mountains moved overnight, seas boiled away, and the very laws of magic shifted without warning as each side sought ultimate victory. The new gods ultimately triumphed, but the cost was so great that victory felt inadequate. The elemental forces, once stable and predictable, became wild and dangerous. Magic itself grew unreliable, necessitating new methods of channeling and control. Entire civilizations vanished, leaving their survivors to rebuild from primitive beginnings and ushering in a so-called Age of Darkness that lasted 7,000 years. My attention, however, was drawn to the mention of world gates, powerful connections between these worlds of creation that had suddenly become either broken or unstable. World gates. This acknowledgement indicated the existence of a type of portal, but they didn't seem to be the kind that had drawn Petya and me to Eyrth. For one, these world gates appeared to be stable constructs at specific points, allowing travel between the 6 worlds when the proper conditions were met. However, it was similar enough to give me hope that I might one day learn to control or utilize such forces. Most intriguingly, Vane devoted significant attention to a figure called the Phoenix. Clearly this world's equivalent of a messianic figure, though her role seemed more complex than simple salvation. According to legend, she sacrificed herself not to redeem mortals, but to bind the Harrower, avatar of Morvath, the death god, into the Netherrealm, where he could no longer directly influence the material world. The theological implications were fascinating. Rather than promising eternal life or spiritual redemption, this mythology centered on cosmic containment, keeping the worst powers at bay through perpetual sacrifice. It suggested a world view where evil could be managed but never truly defeated, where heroism lay in maintaining necessary barriers rather than achieving final victory. Hours dissolved as I absorbed these revelations, my mind racing to connect implications and possibilities. If these accounts held any truth, then the system that governed this world's magic might be a direct consequence of divine conflict, new rules imposed by victorious gods to replace whatever framework had existed before. The clearing of a throat interrupted my reverie. I looked up to find an elderly librarian regarding me with patient amusement. "I'm afraid we're closing, sir," he said kindly. "Rules require all patrons to vacate within 30 minutes or risk permanent revocation of privileges." The threat was delivered with such gentle courtesy that it took a moment to register. "What time do you open tomorrow?" 8 o'clock, he replied, using a local time that my mind automatically translated into familiar terms. "Though I see you've discovered one of Scholar Vane's works, one of the great authors. Fascinating material, isn't it? Many researchers have spent years trying to verify his sources." This was indeed fascinating, but my mind was clouded with the thoughts of battles and cosmic stakes. "I shall return then." The librarian wandered off as I reluctantly closed the book and returned it to its place, already planning tomorrow's research agenda. The weight of unfinished questions pressed on my mind. So much knowledge left to absorb, so many mysteries still to unravel. The nighttime air felt strange after hours in the Athenaeum's timeless atmosphere, warm and pleasant against my skin. My legs had stiffened from standing so long at the reading lectern, but walking was already beginning to loosen them. For now, I needed lodging and sustenance if I intended to make effective use of my remaining access time. As I walked down the cobblestone streets of the academic quarter, enchanted street lamps cast pools of warm light at regular intervals, their glow revealing other late-night intellectuals making their way home from various institutions. A couple of blocks from the Athenaeum, I discovered the Scholar's Rest, a 3-story inn with red-tiled roofs and arched windows that seemed designed for the area's intellectual clientele. Through the open front windows, I could see the common room bustling with activity. Wooden tables were crowded with what appeared to be magical students and scholars, many wearing robes similar in cut to mine, but in varying colors that likely denoted different schools or specializations. The hum of animated conversation drifted into the street, not the crude revelry of tavern patrons, but the passionate discourse of minds engaged in serious inquiry. I watched for a moment, fascinated. Here was something I had desperately missed without realizing it: the communion of intellectual equals. In Bulgaria, I had been surrounded by people who viewed education as either a luxury or a burden, who considered complex thinking pretentious rather than necessary. Even at the university library where I had worked as a student assistant, most of my colleagues went through the motions, treating scholarship as a job rather than a calling. But even with that, those were good days. Halcyon, even. Elena and I had a relationship that wasn't deep, but it met both our needs. I was pursuing my doctorate in comparative literature, spending my evenings on research, study, or debates with other students, while also finding time to lose myself in the occasional science fiction or fantasy novel, alongside more serious scholarly pursuits. The future stretched before me like an open book, full of possibilities and potential achievements. Then Elena announced her pregnancy. My girlfriend, who was never meant to be a long-term partner, had quickly become my wife due to societal expectations and my misguided sense of responsibility. Suddenly, survival was no longer about intellectual fulfillment, but about diapers, rent, and the crushing weight of necessity. The library position barely paid enough for a single man to survive, let alone support a growing family. I had to seek other employment. First as a waiter, a role for which I was ill-suited, then in door-to-door sales, and finally through a series of increasingly soul-crushing call center jobs, before ending up, years later, at Golden Summer Resorts. My stubborn refusal to abandon the library position was always a point of contention between Elena and me, reflecting my desperation rather than dedication. I needed the hope that the library offered, even as everything else slowly eroded my spirit. Those few hours each week among the books were the only things keeping me connected to the person I had once been. In a way, Eleanor was right to resent it. My dissertation gathered dust while I worked long hours at jobs that paid the bills. My dreams of academic achievement buried beneath the relentless demands of providing for a wife who never seemed to appreciate the sacrifice, and a daughter too young to understand what her very existence had cost me. Elena never understood what I had sacrificed for our family. Or perhaps she understood perfectly and simply didn't care. Her suffering, of course, was always 1 degree greater, strategically invalidating mine. My resentment about abandoning my studies was just another flaw in her eyes, a sign of my failure to be the husband she believed she deserved. She saw only my bitterness, never the bright future I had traded away for her comfort and security. But this was different. These were people who understood that knowledge was not merely a means to an end, but an end in itself. Or perhaps I was only painting an idealized image, casting my hopes upon the canvas of their animated faces and furrowed brows. Yet in that moment, it felt entirely real. These were people who appreciated the elegant beauty of a well-constructed argument, and the thrilling moment when disparate facts coalesced into insight. They had chosen scholarship over security, wisdom over wealth. Or at least the same impossible sacrifices had never been demanded of them. I was deeply, poisonously jealous of them. But perhaps I didn't have to be. For the first time since arriving in Eyrth, I felt the stirrings of homesickness. Not for my old world, but for the life I should have been living there. The scholar I was meant to become before circumstance and obligation derailed my path into mediocrity. And not just any scholar, an intellectual of the arcane arts. I would have the best of both worlds, the thrill of research and discovery combined with my passion for the epic fantasy novels I adored. For once, I could be the hero of my own story. Yes, the scholar's rest would serve as more than adequate lodging. After sleeping in storage closets and on rough ground, the prospect of intellectual companionship felt more luxurious than any silk sheets or feather mattresses could provide. Here, perhaps, I could finally reclaim the identity stolen from me by the mundane demands of domestic responsibility. Here, I could be who I was always meant to be. 18. The Scholar's Rest. I walked into the inn and booked their cheapest room. At 2 silvers per night, it was still quite expensive, but the quality was undeniable and the location perfect for my continued studies at the Athenaeum. Dark wood furnishings, adequate lighting, and most importantly, the intellectual atmosphere I had been craving since arriving in this world. After freshening up, I descended the stone staircase to find the common room buzzing with conversation. I overheard students debating the theoretical applications of attribute enhancement, while a pair of senior scholars discussed recent discoveries in their fields. Several groups clustered around boards featuring what appeared to be a complex strategy game, its pieces intricately carved to represent various magical and political forces. I caught the words crowns and kingdoms and felt eager to learn more. I would have to read about it when time allowed. For the first time since leaving my old life, my heart leaped with genuine joy. This was home. Not the physical space, but the communion of minds engaged in serious discourse. I had found my people at last. I pretended to browse the common room's modest library while eavesdropping on nearby conversations. Most participants seemed to be advanced Arcaneum students or Athenaeum employees, their discussions ranging from practical spellcraft to abstract magical theory. "The fundamental error," a young woman was saying to her companion, who wore a classic violet witch's hat, "lies in assuming that attribute advancement follows linear progression. Clearly, the relationship is a multiplicative modifier, which explains why some can have an intellect of 30, but the brains of a particularly dim turnip." She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with sharp, intelligent features suggesting formidable intellectual capabilities. The quality of her robes indicated advanced standing rather than novice status. Her companion, an older man, perhaps in his 40s, with the demeanor of an instructor, chuckled at this observation. "Harsh, but not inaccurate. I've encountered more than one high-attribute individual who seem to use their enhanced mental capacity exclusively to find new ways to make spectacularly poor decisions. That said, the old theory of linear progression has merit and staying power. New theories are always welcome, but they must survive the crucible of peer review." The woman continued with evident amusement. "Yes, of course. But we're in a common room, so anecdotal evidence and wild speculation are not only permitted, but encouraged." She gestured theatrically around the scholarly gathering. "After all, where else can we indulge in observations that would never survive formal academic scrutiny? Just yesterday, I watched a level 15 wizard with supposedly impressive intellect trying to force a door by casting arcane missile at the enchanted hinges. The door was unlocked." The others laughed at the anecdote. "The beauty of informal discourse," the professor agreed with satisfaction, "is that we can acknowledge the messy realities that formal theories tend to overlook. Sometimes the most illuminating insights come from these sort of embarrassing contradictions between theoretical frameworks and observed behavior." "I must say, Ravenna has a point," another younger male student interjected. "It's a classic mistake to confuse raw cognitive enhancement with actual wisdom or practical intelligence. Attributes amplify what's already there. If someone begins as a fool, additional intellect simply creates a more efficient fool. It has a certain elegance to it." I found myself genuinely intrigued by their exchange, which touched on precisely the sort of system mechanics I needed to understand, delivered with a wit that made academic discourse enjoyable. "Multiplicative progression would create insurmountable barriers," the older man argued. "No, I believe we're seeing threshold effects. Certain attribute benchmarks unlock qualitatively different capabilities rather than merely enhancing existing ones, even if such capabilities aren't system-defined." "Forgive the interruption," I said, adopting my most scholarly demeanor. "But I couldn't help overhearing your fascinating discussion. As someone new to Eyrth's magical framework, I'm curious about your perspectives on efficient attribute development." The woman looked up with interest, her dark eyes quickly assessing my robes and staff. I enjoyed holding her gaze. The intelligence behind those eyes promised a worthy discussion partner. "Attribute development?" she asked. "It's quite elementary. There are basically two schools of thought, developing the core attribute with minimal investment in all others, or a more balanced approach. It's a matter of taste and goals, not the superiority of one over the other." The others chuckled nervously, as if I had betrayed my ignorance or asked a question so simple that even a novice would have known the answer. "Miss Ravenna," the older professor said with amusement, "perhaps your theory about intellect is proving itself true before our very eyes." The table erupted in polite laughter at my expense, and I felt heat rise in my cheeks. The familiar burn of humiliation coursed through me, a sensation I had endured countless times in Bulgaria when colleagues dismissed my insights, or when Elena's friends treated me like an amusing pet rather than an equal. Here I was, a man who had slain a dragon, being laughed at by academics who probably couldn't survive a single day outside their protected halls. As I forced the anger down, something else became clear. The older man's comment hadn't been mere academic teasing. There was an edge to it, a deliberate attempt to diminish me in front of the group. Interesting. Did he harbor protective feelings for this Ravenna? Certainly she was beautiful in that sharp, intellectual way that some men find irresistible. The kind of woman who could dissect your arguments while making you grateful for the education. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical style that emphasized the elegant line of her neck, and those penetrating eyes suggested a mind that could be either a fascinating challenge or a dangerous rival. Perhaps this professor saw me as competition for her attention. Or maybe he simply enjoyed asserting dominance over younger scholars who dared to enter his intellectual territory. Academic men, I had learned, were often petty about such things, their entire sense of worth tied to being the smartest person in any given room. Either way, I had clearly stepped into an established dynamic. The question now was whether to retract gracefully or press forward and claim my rightful place in this conversation. After all, I hadn't survived dragons and pirates to be cowed by a jealous professor and his academic posturing. The casual approach would be to confront the professor directly, but that was far too crude. There was only one person I truly needed to impress to achieve victory: Ravenna herself. "I suppose I walked into that one," I said with practiced good nature, before turning my attention to Ravenna. "I must say, Miss Ravenna, your confidence in declaring matters quite elementary is refreshing. Tell me, in your extensive experience, have you found that those who consider complex subjects elementary tend to be the ones who have truly mastered them? Or rather those who have yet to encounter their depths?" The question hung in the air with just enough scholarly curiosity to seem innocent, while subtly suggesting that perhaps her dismissiveness revealed more about her limitations than her expertise. Ravenna's eyes sharpened, and I could see her reassessing me with newfound interest. A slight smile played at her lips, not mocking now, but appreciative of a well-placed verbal thrust. "Touché," she said, raising her mug in a mock salute. "You're quite right to call out my casual arrogance. In my defense, I spend so much time around first-year students asking whether they should put points only in intellect or spread them out that I sometimes forget the difference between basic knowledge and true understanding." She leaned forward slightly, her tone becoming more engaged. "The truth is, attribute development theory is anything but elementary. It's one of the most hotly debated topics in systematic magic precisely because we still don't fully understand the underlying mechanisms, and people have been arguing about this for centuries. Like all arguments that have lasted centuries, I doubt this one will be solved in a single night. It is foolish to think we are that enlightened, no?" I smiled. "And where do you stand, if I might be so bold?" She gave a casual shrug. "I'm a proponent of balance. It's unwise to put all your eggs in one basket, and investing in a single attribute limits your options, especially with ability presentation upon leveling. Plus, there is a real risk. What if you invest solely in charisma, for example, but your natural faculties make you a bumbling oaf? Either you have to invest an impossible amount into charisma to overcome this drawback, thus weakening yourself, or you must develop your own innate abilities to match, which may prove time-intensive or even impossible. Well said, the older instructor remarked with an approving nod, trying to regain ground by ingratiating himself. And there's the intellectual honesty that makes Miss Ravenna such a promising graduate, even if she occasionally gets ahead of herself. I forced a smile, even if this professor had just openly mocked me. Besides, Ravenna continued, her dark eyes meeting mine directly, anyone wearing robes of that quality while asking seemingly basic questions is either testing our assumptions or operating from an entirely different theoretical framework. I'm curious which it is, Mr. Valdrik, I supplied, recognizing both an apology and a challenge wrapped in scholarly courtesy. And I confess it's more the latter. Where I come from, magical development follows rather different principles. It was just the right thing to say. Her smile widened genuinely now. How delightfully intriguing. Please join us properly. I find myself quite eager to hear about these foreign principles you mentioned, Mr. Valdrik. I couldn't help but feel satisfied with the slight scowl crossing the older instructor's face as a younger student made space. Call me Dragomir, I replied. Recently arrived from distant lands, I must admit I'm hoping to formalize my studies in the Arcaneum, though the transition between magical systems has left me with more questions than answers. The professor's eyebrows rose with interest, and perhaps skepticism. Foreign magical traditions? How fascinating. Please join us. I'd be quite interested in your perspective on our little debate. Well, I could indulge myself for a few minutes. I could offer little tidbits of knowledge of my own and glean far more in return. 19. Among Like Minds. Despite the day's challenges, I stayed up with my new acquaintances for at least another hour. Naturally, I faced questions I wasn't prepared to answer, thinly veiled inquiries meant to extract personal information, especially from the older male professor, Professor Irwin. What is the origin of your name? And how does this unique magic system work in your lands? To what class or attribute is it tied? For the second question, I needed to provide something substantial since I had teased foreign magical traditions to gain access to this table and the knowledge it might offer. I was more than willing to give a few tidbits in exchange for practical knowledge. I explained that the magic in my world was more mechanical than mystical, and shared a few carefully chosen examples to satisfy their curiosity without revealing too much. Imagine, I said, leaning forward conspiratorially, devices that can project your voice across vast distances instantly, or machines that can solve complex mathematical problems in mere seconds. We harness natural forces, lightning captured and channeled through metal threads, controlled explosions for transportation, even the ability to see events happening on the other side of the world in real time. Their eyes widened with fascination. Amazing, Ravenna murmured. So your people achieve through artifice what we accomplish through direct magical manipulation? Precisely, though I confess your approach seems far more elegant. The small risk of revealing these technological glimpses paid off. I learned that the academic year had ended 2 months ago, but enrollment remained open for prospective students, with classes resuming the following week. When asked why I had waited so long to apply, I explained that my travels had been arduous and I had only recently arrived in Karadesh. The scale of such a massive city was overwhelming for someone from more modest settlements. This earned me the sympathy I had sought, especially from young Ravenna, to whom I was already warming. She had become quite receptive to my presence, and I could see she recognized my potential value, as both a colleague and conversation partner. I certainly recognized hers as she shared details about her own early struggles adapting to city life as a young Arcaneum student. "The first few weeks are absolutely brutal," she confided, her voice becoming more personal. "The professors assume everyone arrives with identical preparation, but the reality is that students come from wildly different backgrounds. Some have private tutors and family libraries, others learned magic from village hedge wizards, and most prospective students are 20 or 21 shortly after they take on their class." I nodded in understanding. Though she didn't state it directly, I took this to mean that being 20 was a prerequisite for having a class. Interesting. That meant no taking a class at 10 and getting a huge head start. "I just recently attained my class," I admitted. "Some of us have to take the life we want, because we will never be offered it." She smiled ruefully. "I fell into that category too. I didn't arrive here until I was 24, so I was 3 or 4 years older than most students. But older students tend to do well, either due to maturity or because we understand the value of hard work. Even so, I spent my first month feeling like I was drowning in terminology I'd never encountered." "How did you manage the transition?" "Form study groups immediately," she advised. "The competitive atmosphere makes many students secretive about their methods, but collaboration is essential for survival. Find people whose strengths complement your weaknesses, and don't let pride prevent you from asking for help. But make sure you ask the right person." She paused, considering. "Also, befriend the upperclassmen whenever possible. They've already navigated the pitfalls you're about to encounter, and most are surprisingly willing to share advice if approached respectfully." Master Irwin nodded approvingly. "Sound counsel. I'd add that the Arcaneum's library, while impressive, pales in comparison to the Athenaeum. You can survive on the Arcaneum's offerings, but if you have the Athenaeum's resources, you'll have a huge advantage. Many students never think to cross-reference their coursework with the broader scholarly literature, putting themselves at a significant disadvantage." "And," Ravenna added with a slight grin, "don't trust everything you read in the introductory texts. Some are deliberately simplified to the point of inaccuracy, designed to establish foundational concepts rather than convey precise truth. Question everything, but do so intelligently." I nodded thoughtfully, though inwardly I bristled at the condescending tone. The advice seemed tailored for someone who had never navigated the treacherous waters of academic politics, or learned to discern the difference between pedagogical convenience and scholarly rigor. What she didn't realize was that I had faced this crucible before. I had survived undergraduate studies, earned my master's degree, and would have completed my doctorate if life's cruel circumstances hadn't intervened. The real question was whether Ravenna's advice stemmed from genuine helpfulness or subtle dominance. Academic environments bred subtle hierarchies, and experienced students often enjoyed demonstrating their superior knowledge to newcomers. Either way, I would take what was useful and discard the rest. As the evening wound down and other patrons began retiring to their rooms, I felt genuinely grateful for this chance encounter. Not only had I gained valuable insights into navigating the Arcaneum, but I had also established important social connections and perhaps identified my first real intellectual challenge in this world. Somehow, it was just Ravenna and me sitting at the table together. Under the pretense of continuing an intellectual conversation, she had orchestrated a moment alone with me, the intriguing stranger from afar. If a young woman like Ravenna sought the company of a man like me through such obvious maneuvering, there could only be one real reason for her to do so. To deny that reason would only heighten the tension in tantalizing ways. "Perhaps," I suggested as I stood to leave, "we might continue this discussion over future meals. I suspect I'll have many more questions once I begin my formal enrollment." Ravenna's smile was warmly encouraging. I'd welcome that, Dragomir. It's rare to meet someone with such unique perspectives on magical theory. The hint of something more than academic interest in her eyes was unmistakable. Though she was my senior in magical education, I was still a few years older than her. I suspected Ravenna preferred the intriguing foreign scholar over more conventional and boring choices. Recognizing this, I knew exactly what was required to secure her continued support and interest. "Until tomorrow evening, then," I said, rising from the table with deliberate grace. As I moved to leave, the flash of disappointment on her face was unmistakable. I paused beside her chair, close enough that she could feel the warmth of my proximity. "I find myself curious about many things in this new city, Miss Ravenna. Perhaps you could help me explore them properly?" Her breath caught almost imperceptibly, and I noticed the slight flush that colored her cheeks. "I'm sure I could find the time to serve as your guide." The way her pupils dilated revealed everything I needed to know about the effect I was having. Intelligence was indeed an aphrodisiac for women like Ravenna, but intelligence combined with just a hint of danger? That was intoxicating. I let my fingers brush against her wrist as I straightened, a fleeting contact that could have been accidental but carried a deliberate spark. "Sleep well, Ravenna. I suspect tomorrow will prove illuminating." She let out a breath as I left her there. Such contradictions are delicious for those who know how to exploit them, and surprisingly effective. I returned to my room, and, fatigued by the events of the day, settled into bed after using the supplied wash basin for some basic cleaning. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. I closed my eyes and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, I woke to the system informing me of my next level. "You have reached level 3. Your mastery of the arcane arts grows ever stronger, young wizard. The path to true power reveals itself to those who persist. You have 1 attribute point to distribute." Sensing I might soon engage in further study, or perhaps enter the Arcaneum, I decided to allocate the point to intellect. The experience I gained from the dragon meant I was relatively free to develop as I wished for the next few levels, but intellect would be more immediately useful. With all my gear buffs, this would bring me to a total of 19. Your intellect is now 12. You have unlocked your next class skill. Choose wisely. There is no going back. I reviewed the 2 options presented to me. Scholar's Focus. For 1 hour, your ability to retain information from written sources is greatly enhanced, improving both absorption and recall. Scales with intellect. Cooldown daily. Dual Cast. You may cast 2 of the same spell in quick succession without additional cost. Cooldown 90 seconds. I considered both options, though the choice felt obvious given my recent successes. Scholar's Focus aligned perfectly with my academic ambitions and immediate needs. I had already demonstrated my ability to handle combat situations. Slaying a dragon was proof enough of my tactical capabilities. What I required now was the intellectual superiority to excel in scholarly environments. Given my plans to master this world's magical knowledge, enhanced learning would yield exponential returns. I could methodically devour knowledge, assimilating centuries of accumulated wisdom at a previously impossible pace. Even a modest 20% increase in efficiency over a lifetime of studying would yield untold dividends. Dual Cast, while potentially useful in combat, seemed almost crude by comparison. Brute force magic belonged to common adventurers and sellswords. I was destined for something far more sophisticated. To become a true scholar wizard who wielded knowledge as the ultimate weapon. If I could combine ascended casting with dual cast, that might tip the scales, but I already knew that, due to the global cooldown, two different skills could not be used simultaneously. I selected Scholar's Focus with confident satisfaction, feeling the knowledge integrate seamlessly with my existing magical understanding. Almost immediately, I sensed how the ability would function, a heightened state of mental acuity that would allow me to process written information with superhuman efficiency. Perfect. Today I would return to the Athenaeum and continue my systematic conquest of this world's accumulated knowledge. And tonight I would continue my careful cultivation of Miss Ravenna's obvious infatuation. 20. Playing the Player. Late evening found me returning to the Scholar's Rest with anticipation. I had spent the day productively at the Athenaeum, immersing myself in Scholar Vane's accounts well into the Age of Darkness. I made great use of my new skill, Scholar's Focus, which allowed me to absorb information at nearly double my usual pace. By using it daily, I would gain back at least 7 hours each week, reinvesting that time into accumulating more knowledge. The strength of my new skill would only increase as my level did. But now I focused on my upcoming meeting with Miss Ravenna. She was already seated at the same table, though tonight she was alone. She had taken care with her appearance. Her dark hair fell loosely around her shoulders, and she wore deep burgundy robes that complemented her complexion beautifully. "Good evening," I said, taking the seat across from her. "I trust your day was productive?" "Quite," she replied, her dark eyes meeting mine with that same mixture of intelligence and curiosity I found compelling. "Though I confess I found myself thinking more about our conversation than my research." "Which part, specifically?" I leaned forward slightly, close enough that our conversation would remain private, despite the modest crowd in the common room. "The part where you mentioned your unique perspectives on magical theory," she said, then added with a slight smile, "among other things." I allowed my own smile to return. But perspective is everything, isn't it? What seems dangerous from one angle might prove fascinating from another. Her eyes sparked with interest. "Are you suggesting you're dangerous, Dragomir?" "I'm suggesting that safe conversations are rarely memorable ones. The question is whether you're the type of scholar who prefers safe or memorable." She leaned back in her chair, studying me with newfound intensity. "That depends entirely on what sort of memorable you have in mind." The game was afoot. I could see the struggle between caution and curiosity playing out behind her dark eyes. Exactly the internal conflict I needed to exploit. "Tell me, Ravenna," I said, lowering my voice to a more intimate tone. "What drew you to the wizard class? The pursuit of knowledge? The promise of power? Or perhaps—" I paused, letting my gaze linger on her features. "The thrill of exploring the unknown?" "All of the above," she replied. "Knowledge without application is sterile. Power without understanding is chaos. But the unknown—" She met my eyes directly. "The unknown is where all the interesting discoveries happen." "Indeed." I reached across the table, my fingers finding hers. "And some discoveries can only be made through direct experimentation." She didn't pull away. Instead, her lips parted slightly as she absorbed the double meaning. "What sort of experiments did you have in mind?" I stood abruptly, leaving her hand, feeling the absence of contact. "Nothing that can be properly explored in a common room full of stodgy academics." I moved around the table, offering her my arm. "My room has an impressive view of the academic quarter. and complete privacy for theoretical discussions. For a moment, I thought she might refuse. The prudent choice would be to maintain professional boundaries, to keep our interactions safely within academic protocols. But Ravenna, I was learning, was not particularly interested in prudence. "Lead the way," she said with a telling smile. The walk to my quarters unfolded in charged silence, each step building the tension between us like a tightly wound spring. By the time I unlocked my door and gestured for her to enter, the air hummed with possibility. "You were right about the view," she said, moving to the window overlooking the moonlit spires of the academic quarter. But her tone suggested she wasn't focused on architecture. I closed the door behind us with deliberate finality. I find that anticipation enhances almost every experience. Don't you agree? She turned to face me, and I could see a mix of desire and uncertainty in her expression. This was the crucial moment, the point where careful seduction either succeeded or collapsed into awkwardness. "You're not what I expected," she said softly. "What did you expect?" "Someone safer, more conventional." She moved closer, close enough for me to see the rapid pulse at her throat. "There's something about you that suggests hidden depths, dangerous ones." I smiled, and for a moment allowed my true nature to show in my eyes. The cold calculation, the predatory assessment, the absence of moral restraint. It was a glimpse behind the mask, carefully measured to thrill rather than terrify. Ravenna did not shy away as I half expected. Somewhat surprising, but also welcome. "Perhaps that's because I am dangerous, in a way," I said. "The question is whether that frightens you or excites you." Her answer came not in words, but in action, as she closed the distance between us and pressed her lips to mine with surprising intensity. The kiss confirmed everything I suspected about Ravenna. Beneath her scholarly demeanor lay someone hungry for experiences that transcended the safe boundaries of academic life. Someone who craved the exquisite tension between control and surrender, between intellectual discourse and primal attraction. As I returned her kiss with my own, I couldn't help but appreciate the elegant symmetry of the moment. Here was seduction at its finest, not crude conquest, but the artful cultivation of mutual desire. She thought she was choosing to be here, making her own decision to explore this attraction. She had no idea how thoroughly I had orchestrated every moment of her choice. When we finally broke apart, her breathing was unsteady, her pupils dilated with want. "I should go," she whispered, though her body language suggested otherwise. "Should you?" I asked. "Or are you simply trying to convince yourself that the prudent choice is always the right one?" She searched my eyes for a long moment, as if trying to read the depths of the dangerous game she was entering. What she found there seemed to satisfy her, because when she spoke again, her voice held no trace of hesitation. "Lock the door." I woke at dawn, my internal clock honed by days of survival in hostile territory. Beside me, Ravenna slept peacefully, her dark hair spilling across the pillow like ink, her breathing deep and regular. Last night had been educational, not just physically, though Ravenna had proven to be as passionate and adventurous as I had hoped. More importantly, it confirmed my assessment of her character. Intelligent enough to appreciate complexity, bold enough to embrace risk, and fundamentally drawn to power despite any claims of intellectual equality. It was a jarring interruption when the system informed me of my next level. "You have reached Level 4. The foundations of arcane mastery take shape within you, young wizard. Each step forward reveals new depths to explore and new powers to claim. You have one attribute point to distribute. Again, I placed it in intellect, aiming to reach the milestone of 20 with my gear buffs. Part of me was curious whether I would unlock anything new at such a round number. For my next levels, I would take a more balanced approach. Versatility had served me well thus far. Your intellect is now 13. As a level 4 wizard, you have unlocked your next boon. Choose carefully. The boon you select will automatically upgrade to a higher tier at every 4 levels. I frowned, not expecting this development. In retrospect, I should have spent an hour or two studying class mechanics and how the system worked in greater detail. I would rectify that oversight during my next visit to the Athenaeum. I reviewed each boon with careful attention. Arcane Missile Specialization. The cooldown for Arcane Missile is reduced to 5 seconds. Arcane Fluency. Your speed at learning arcane magic is increased by 20%. I considered this choice carefully. This selection felt more significant than my previous level advancements. This boon would evolve with me, upgrading automatically as I gained power. Whatever I chose now would define a core aspect of my magical development for the rest of my time on Eyrth. Arcane Missile Specialization offered immediate, tangible improvements. Reducing the cooldown from 10 seconds to 5 would make me significantly more formidable in any magical confrontation. The math was clear. Faster casting meant increased damage output, better battlefield control, and greater respect from those who might otherwise underestimate a newly classed wizard. At level 8, I would gain a new effect, with additional enhancements at every multiple of 4. What could I anticipate? More power? A stunning effect? With my gear, the cooldown could also be reduced by an additional 20%. It stood to reason that I might even reach the global cooldown limit of 3 seconds. I'd always be able to cast this spell as a sort of filler between other, longer castings. Combined with skills like Ascended casting, the benefits were undeniably strong. But arcane fluency spoke to something more fundamental. Increasing my ability to learn magic itself might seem quite modest, and indeed it wasn't the right choice for everyone. But if Grack was right, and I suspected he was, there were hundreds of spells to learn, and I had the distinct feeling that many of these spells might take a long time to truly master. 20% wasn't much, but it stood to reason that number would increase as the boon upgraded. Plus, combined with the lesser arcane scholar, I'd gained 70% increased speed when it came to minor and lesser tier spells, a huge advantage. If I wanted to master any different schools of magic, as I intended, arcane fluency was a must. It would transform me from a competent practitioner into a true polymath of the arcane arts, especially when its speed upgraded at higher tiers. True, I would need to devote countless hours to study to learn each spell, even with the boon. The choice crystallized around a philosophical question. Did I wish to become exceptionally dangerous with limited tools and little time investment, or capable with an extensive arsenal and a significant time investment? Given my plans for academic advancement and the complex social hierarchies I would need to navigate, versatility seemed the superior investment, assuming I dedicated time to study, something that did not bother me. A scholar wizard with a naturally large magical repertoire had advantages that pure combat prowess couldn't match. Knowledge was power, and power multiplied knowledge. You have chosen Arcane Fluency. The boon integrated seamlessly with my existing magical framework. It wouldn't do any good now, but over the weeks and quite possibly years, it would prove essential. Now, I simply needed to learn the knowledge befitting a true master of the arcane school. My thoughts were interrupted as Ravenna stirred when the first rays of sunlight crept through the window. Her eyes, fluttering open, to find me watching her with amused attention. "Good morning," I said softly. my voice carrying just enough warmth to retain the intimacy of the previous evening. A flush crept across her cheeks as the full implications of her choices became clear in the harsh morning light. I have responsibilities today. Of course, I replied, making no move to detain her. The art of seduction involves knowing when to hold tightly and when to give space. Though I hope this won't be our last opportunity for such theoretical discussions. She smiled despite herself, the academic euphemism drawing a genuine laugh. You're terrible. Frequently, I admitted with unrepentant charm. As she gathered her clothes and prepared to leave, I could see her mentally processing the evening's events, categorizing them with her understanding of appropriate behavior. The psychological mechanics were fascinating. The human mind's desperate need to justify decisions that feel transgressive. She would tell herself this was simply an adult choice made between consenting scholars, a momentary lapse in professional judgment, perhaps, but nothing more than two people exploring mutual attraction. She would never suspect that she had become another asset in my growing network of influence, another tool in my careful construction of power within Karadesh's academic hierarchy. Will I see you tonight? She asked as she reached the door, her question carrying layers of meaning. Perhaps, I replied, allowing just enough uncertainty to maintain her interest. Perhaps. Her expression shifted, becoming more direct. If you don't wish to see me again, just say so, and I won't think less of you for it. This was an obvious test. I had just expressed hope for future encounters, yet she acted as if I was disposing of her. The contradiction was too deliberate to be anything but calculated. I smiled. Ah, testing whether I'll scramble to reassure you or maintain my position? Very elegant. I leaned back against the headboard. Yes, Ravenna, I would very much like to see you again, but I suspect you already knew that before you asked. Ravenna smiled, pleased. Then something in her expression turned playful and mischievous. Her voice changed, filled with arcane words of power that bent reality around me, syllables that sounded strangely familiar yet impossibly distant, as if spoken from across vast dimensions. Her dark hair rose around her like a midnight halo, lifted by invisible currents of magical energy. I was shocked to find myself completely unable to move, despite my best efforts, and a message flashing across my interface. You have been stunned. My muscles refused to obey, locked in place as if carved from stone. Even my breath caught in my throat, held prisoner by her spell. Ravenna smiled, clearly enjoying herself. The spell lifted after what felt like an eternity but was likely only a few seconds. I found myself gasping, my eyes wide with shock and indignation. The verbal trap hadn't worked, so she switched to brute force. I had to be careful in how I reacted. An interesting choice. I'm glad you think so, Dragomir. I too hope this isn't the last we see of each other. You have been interesting, but you have much to learn. Her smile was predatory as she slipped out of my room, leaving me bewildered. For several minutes after she left, I remained frozen, not by magic this time, but by the profound implications of what had just occurred. The careful edifice of control I had constructed around our reaction crumbled like poorly mortared stones. She had known, perhaps not from the beginning, but certainly by the end. Every calculated word, every carefully orchestrated touch, every moment I believed myself the puppet master, she had seen through it all. And not only that, but she had played along for her own amusement. The realization was simultaneously humiliating and suspicious. While I conducted what I thought was a well-executed seduction, she had been evaluating me. Her compliance hadn't resulted from my manipulation, but was a deliberate choice to see what kind of man I truly was beneath this scholarly facade. And apparently she found the answer interesting enough to continue the game. My wounded pride warred with genuine respect, but beneath both emotions, a colder analysis began to crystallize. The spell she cast was no mere parlor trick. The complete paralysis, the absolute control over my physical form. This spoke to significant magical education and natural talent. The words, clearly arcanous, were indecipherable to my ears, probably because I hadn't learned that particular spell. And with my robes unworn and useless beside me, I didn't even have access to counterspell. In short, someone with her level of power and understanding didn't accidentally end up in bed with a foreign stranger. Unless it hadn't been accidental at all. I moved to the window where she had stood the night before, my mind racing through the possibilities. How convenient that she had been alone last night when I arrived. How perfectly she had steered our conversation toward intimacy. How skillfully she had presented herself as the pursued rather than the pursuer. What if I hadn't seduced Ravenna at all? What if Ravenna had seduced me? The thought sent a chill down my spine despite the warm morning air. Had she identified me as a person of interest? A foreign wizard with vague tales of telephones and automobiles? Had last night merely been reconnaissance disguised as romance? Did she actually believe there was something to my story? Or worse, did she already know of such things and want to keep me close to learn more? The paralysis spell at the end wasn't a playful demonstration of power. It was a message. I could have killed you at any moment. I'm in control. I always was. But why reveal her hand so obviously? Unless she wanted me to know. Unless the entire point was to make me feel clever for figuring out that I'd been played. To bait my pride into rising to her challenge. The classic manipulator's trap. Make the mark think they're smart enough to see through the first layer of deception when, in reality, that recognition was part of the plan all along. My initial instinct was to escalate, to show her what a true master could accomplish when properly motivated. But that reaction was exactly what someone like Ravenna would expect from a man like me. Pride wounded, ego challenged, intelligence questioned, of course I would want to prove myself superior. And in doing so, I would walk directly into whatever trap she had prepared and become intellectually subdued. No. The wise course was patience. Let her think her little display had rattled me into retreat. Instead, I would watch. I would learn. I would discover what game she was truly playing before deciding whether to join it or walk away entirely. If Ravenna wanted to play games, she would find some players refused to move until they understood all the rules. It would be difficult, but I needed to push this lapse from my mind. I had to complete my academic enrollment, acquire magical knowledge, and maintain my carefully constructed identity. Ravenna might still be a valuable guide through the academic hierarchy, but I would be cautious about what I revealed and how much trust I placed in her assistance. As I prepared for the day ahead, I reminded myself of a fundamental truth. In a world where everyone played games, the safest move was often not to play at all. At least, not until you were certain you could win. 21. Alternative Education. The morning air carried the salt tang of the harbor as I navigated Karadesh's winding streets. The Scholar's Rest had served its purpose, but I needed distance from last night's complications while I processed what had truly happened. The Arcaneum rose before me, a tower standing on a rocky headland jutting into the bay, its crystalline windows catching the morning light and casting prismatic reflections across the water. From this vantage point, I could see the island fortress dominating the harbor's center, connected to the mainland by an ancient stone bridge. Ships moved like toy boats between the tower and the fortress, their sails billowing in the steady sea breeze. It was beautiful, certainly, but also isolating. The tower's position suggested exclusivity rather than accessibility, a deliberate architectural statement about who belonged within its walls. I approached the tower's base, where a modest reception area had been carved into the rock. A bronze-skinned middle-aged woman in pristine blue robes sat behind a polished desk, her graying hair pulled back in an elaborate knot secured with silver pins. She looked up as I entered, her expression politely professional. "Good morning," I said, adopting my most respectful tone. "I'm interested in enrolling for the upcoming semester." Her eyebrows rose slightly as she took in my fine robes and evident foreign appearance. "Certainly. Are you familiar with our admission requirements?" "I confess I am not. Could you enlighten me?" She produced a scroll from her desk drawer, unrolling it crisply. "The Arcaneum requires 3 elements for admission. First, tuition payment of 5 gold crowns per semester, payable in advance." I nodded. 5 crowns were substantial but manageable given my current resources. "Second, you must pass our entrance examination, which consists of both written and practical components, testing your knowledge of fundamental magical theory and your ability to demonstrate basic competency in the wizard class." Again, reasonable. I had assumed these fundamentals would be taught during enrollment, but apparently some baseline was expected, nothing I couldn't resolve with additional library research. "Third," she continued, and I sensed complications would arise here, "you must provide documentation of formal apprenticeship under a recognized Magister Arcanum." "Magister Arcanum?" She smiled wanly. "Magisters are the graduates of our most prestigious program. Their letter of recommendation must be submitted with your entry fee, confirming that you have completed the prerequisite studies and are prepared for advanced instruction." My heart sank. "What if one lacks such documentation?" Her expression turned sympathetic but firm. "Then admission is impossible, I'm afraid. The Arcaneum does not provide basic instruction. We assume all students arrive with foundational knowledge acquired through proper apprenticeship. Typically, several years of apprenticeship are expected, though most students begin their studies a year or 2 before gaining their class. This way they can focus solely on the practical components of the examination upon class ascension." "I see. Where might one acquire this foundational knowledge?" "Well, general knowledge of magical theory is available through standard texts. However, practical magical instruction is tightly controlled and only accessible through Arcanist tomes, distributed exclusively by magisters from approved institutions." She paused, studying my expression with curiosity. "Forgive me, but are you not familiar with the standard educational pathway? Most individuals of your evident station would have been apprenticed in their teens." The implications crystallized with brutal clarity. Someone from a privileged background would have been apprenticed to a family retainer or purchased access to a magister's instruction. They would have spent years studying the fundamentals, and upon gaining their class, would have had access to basic Arcanist tomes from their mentor before enrolling in the Arcaneum to further their education. This was not going to be as simple as the video games I remembered. Magic in this world was tightly controlled, and only those who followed the established rules would earn the privilege of learning how to use it properly. And I, as a newcomer with no connections and no legitimate background, had no access to any of it. "Thank you for your time," I said, maintaining my composure despite the crushing disappointment. "I shall explore other options." She nodded politely, already turning her attention to other matters as I retreated from the Golden Tower. I paused just down the street, contemplating my situation with growing frustration. The path I had imagined, legitimate enrollment, scholarly pursuits, gradual integration into this world's magical hierarchy, had been blocked by systemic barriers designed to exclude someone like me. It was the same story that had played out countless times in my old world. The wealthy spoke of merit and achievement while ensuring that only their own children could acquire the tools to compete. Here, at least, they were honest about it. No pretense of egalitarian opportunity, just a blunt acknowledgement that magic belonged to those born into the right circumstances. In Bulgaria, I had watched classmates from prominent families glide effortlessly into prestigious positions while I scraped together funds for textbooks. Here, the game was identical, merely dressed in robes instead of business suits. The powerful hoarded knowledge like dragons hoarded gold, doling out scraps only to those who could prove their worth through inheritance or exceptional servility. However, I suspected there was one more similarity between this world and mine. When legitimate paths were closed to those who needed them most, what choice remained but to forge illegitimate ones? Very well. If I couldn't join the established order, I would blaze my own trail. The thought of becoming a hedge wizard, a self-taught practitioner operating outside official channels, held little appeal. Such individuals were likely barely tolerated by authorities, viewed as dangerous amateurs more likely to cause magical accidents than achieve meaningful accomplishments. But perhaps there were other alternatives I hadn't yet considered. I returned to the Grand Athenaeum, making my way to the familiar alcove where I had begun my studies. This time, however, my research would be far more systematic. If I couldn't access the carefully guarded secrets of formal magical education, I would excavate every piece of publicly available knowledge about how this world's magic truly functioned. I began with the catalog, directing my thoughts toward a new set of queries. The system, the interface, magical theory and practice, class advancement and spell acquisition. The results were extensive. However, I quickly discovered that most detailed information about practical spellcasting was locked away in restricted arcanist tomes. The Athenaeum possessed many of these tomes on the 12th floor, which I had already learned was barred to me. What remained in the general collection was largely theoretical, scholarly discussions about the nature of magic rather than instructions for wielding it. Still, there was value in understanding the framework. After grabbing a stack of books and activating my scholar's focus skill, I began the day's study. I learned that what I had been calling the system was known as the Eyrth by local scholars, a divine gift that allowed mortals to interface with the fundamental forces of reality through structured advancement. The system was primarily a term used by a radical minority of atheists and agnostics who preferred not to invoke the power of gods to explain magical mechanics. These scholars were largely confined to a few liberal areas, typically the trade cities located in a body of water called the Sea of Passage. What was clear, however, was that classes, levels, attributes, and skills were all manifestations of a deeper framework. Yet the precise mechanics remained largely mysterious, even to those who studied them professionally. The foundation languages were assigned to intellect-based classes, though not all such classes had access to them. Arcanus served as the primary language for wizards, while other less practiced languages were often overlooked, deemed too complicated for most practitioners and seen as primitive or unwieldy. Thaumic was the main language for enchanters, enabling them to imbue objects with magical properties. These languages allowed practitioners to reshape reality through precise linguistic formulations. Each class could only access its specific language, although advanced practitioners occasionally developed a limited understanding of related languages. Spell acquisition, as hinted by the registrar, relied entirely on arcanist tomes. This process of knowledge absorption wasn't instantaneous. It typically depended on a wizard's intellect attribute, natural abilities, comprehension skills, and the overall complexity of the spell. For instance, mastering a minor tier spell might take only a couple of days, while greater or major spells could require weeks or even months of dedicated study. There were even higher tiers, epic and legendary, but such spells were extremely rare, and most wizards would never have the time, capacity, or resources to master them. Arcanist tomes were created through mysterious processes involving exposure to concentrated ether, making them impossible to forge or replicate through conventional means. The knowledge they contained was somehow encoded directly into their physical structure, accessible only to those with the proper class and sufficient understanding. Most intriguingly, I found references to something called vaults, magical formations that arose from Eyrth's interaction with the ether. These vaults contained treasures, artifacts, and, most importantly, naturally occurring arcanist tomes. They were also the primary source of the coppers, silvers, and gold that comprised this world's currency, mined from their depths over the millennia. The vaults operated on principles strikingly similar to the video game dungeons I remembered from college. Perilous environments filled with monsters and traps, yet offering substantial rewards to those brave enough to conquer them, including experience points, class cores, weapons, gear, and magical knowledge. If left unchecked, they could become a bane for the earthly authorities. Entire wars for survival had been fought when they were particularly abundant, especially in the centuries following the verdant plague over 1,000 years ago. It is said that during the Age of Darkness, vaults and their monstrous progeny infested Eyrth for millennia, with humans and mortal races clinging to the edge of survival. According to the texts, vault exploration and resource extraction was theoretically regulated by governmental authorities that claimed taxation rights and proper clearance. However, the random nature of vault manifestations made enforcement sporadic at best. Many independent adventuring parties operated with tacit official approval, provided they paid appropriate taxes or sold their discoveries to licensed dealers who handled such complications. Adventurers' guilds served as one of the main conduits through which the wealth of the vaults was channeled into society, as well as the militias of local lords. For a wizard, vaults represented the primary source of spell acquisition outside formal education. The ether that created these spaces seemed to generate arcanist tomes more often than wizards entered the vault. In fact, vault rewards appeared to calibrate toward the classes of those who explored them, though success was far from guaranteed. The dangerous nature of these expeditions meant that many who entered never returned, their cores only feeding the vault's power. Of course, vaults also grew in power over time by drawing on the ambient energy of the ether. In short, if I could not access arcanist tomes through legitimate means, these vaults seemed to be my only viable option. The irony was not lost on me. Society's gatekeepers had effectively forced me toward a path they would undoubtedly condemn as reckless and inappropriate. How convenient that the same institutions that hoarded knowledge also profited from the desperation of those they excluded, purchasing treasures and tomes from adventurers who risked their lives for scraps of what the wealthy took for granted. I delved into the tactical literature on vault exploration. The process was undeniably dangerous. Monsters ranged from simple beasts to entities that defied understanding. Traps could kill even experienced adventurers who grew careless or overconfident. Environmental hazards included everything from collapsing chambers to pools of concentrated magical energy that could disintegrate unwary explorers. But the rewards, they could transform a hedge wizard into a legitimate magical force, or one could purchase such power from a black market source. As the day wore on and the Athenaeum's closing time approached, I felt a familiar excitement building within me. Here was a path that didn't require bowing to established authorities or begging for scraps of knowledge from entitled masters. It was dangerous, certainly, but danger had never intimidated me. The only significant drawback was that vault exploration typically required a party. Few attempted such expeditions alone, and those who did rarely survived to share their experiences. I learned there were solo vaults, but these were exceedingly rare, comprising perhaps 5% or less of all vault manifestations. This meant I needed skilled allies if I hoped to succeed. The recommended minimum was 4 party members, though vaults scaled their dangers based on the number of participants. Vaults also had levels, starting at level 5 and reaching a maximum of level 50. When the librarian's gentle cough indicated closing time, I gathered my journal, purchased from a small shop near the Athenaeum's entrance, and made my way back into Karadesh's evening streets. Rather than returning to the academic quarter, I sought lodging in a different district. The waterfront offered several establishments catering to traveling traders and shoremen rather than scholars and students. I settled on the Gilded Anchor, a 3-story inn near the harbor that promised anonymity and practical accommodations without intellectual pretensions. The common room buzzed with conversations about cargo manifests and profit margins rather than theoretical frameworks and academic rivalries. Perfect. In my modest room overlooking a side street, I spread out my notes and contemplated my next moves. The path forward had crystallized. I would seek out Karadesh's Adventurers Guild and attempt to join a competent party preparing for vault exploration. My combat experience was limited but genuine, though I doubted anyone would believe I had actually slain a dragon, and revealing such information would be foolish unless proof were demanded. My magical abilities, while still developing, offered real utility to any group. I had access to arcane missile for damage, and, through my robes, lesser counterspell for defense. Not an extensive arsenal, but enough to present myself as a damage dealer. Most importantly, I had substantial experience points banked from my draconic encounter. Checking my status screen, my experience stood at 4,639 of 340. Clearly, that dragon had been far beyond my supposed capability, but eventually I would exhaust these banked points. I had learned during my studies that experience requirements increased by roughly 30% with each level advancement. I had already run the calculations. Level 9 awaited me even if I never gained another experience point. That was only 5 sleeps away. The prudent choice might be to wait about a week before testing my luck, allowing me to reach my full potential before attempting vault exploration. However, many would find it curious how a wizard reached level 9, probably a notable achievement in most circles, while having access to only the basic arcane missile spell. Even with a relatively high level, I would still be weaker compared to other wizards who had dedicated time to learning extensive spell repertoires. They would possess versatility and tactical options that I simply lacked. In short, I needed access to these arcanist tomes, and I needed them quickly. The life of a hedge wizard held no appeal, but the life of an independent adventurer, one who acquired a power through merit rather than inheritance, held considerable promise. I smiled as I prepared for sleep, already planning tomorrow's approach to the guild. Formal education had rejected me, but this world offered other paths to power. I simply needed the courage to pursue them. After all, every dragon slayer had to start somewhere, and I had already proven that conventional wisdom about what was possible could be spectacularly wrong. 22. The Interview. I awoke the next morning to the system informing me of my next level. You have reached level 5. You have proven your resourcefulness, but always remember that a man can't make his way alone in the world. He must join with others, if only to use them. Use others. The phrasing struck me as oddly personal, almost as if the voice were commenting on my character rather than offering generic encouragement. In my previous interactions with the system, the messages had felt more neutral. Helpful, certainly, but with the detached tone of an automated process. This felt different, more pointed, more aware. Was it possible that the system possessed some form of consciousness? Or perhaps, as this thought was more unsettling, was it reflecting my own nature, adapting its responses to match my psychological profile? The suggestion to use others wasn't wrong, precisely, but I bristled at the implication that my pragmatic approach to relationships was somehow predatory. Of course I was pragmatic about alliances. Anyone who wasn't a fool destined for exploitation. I wasn't using people. I was simply recognizing that all human relationships involved mutual benefit, and those who pretended otherwise were either naive or lying to themselves. My honest acknowledgement of these dynamics made me more trustworthy than those who cloaked their self-interest in false sentiment. I was just a man trying to survive in a world that had given me no advantages, connections, or inheritance of knowledge or power. If that required forming strategic partnerships with others who could benefit from my capabilities while I benefited from theirs, so be it. That wasn't exploitation, that was civilization. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. With my intellect already at 20 due to gear buffs, I decided to allocate it to endurance instead. Survivability would be crucial on the dangerous path I was contemplating, and endurance would help me outlast threats that raw magical power couldn't simply blast away. I briefly considered power, but as a wizard, I would have little need for physical strength, and if I ever truly required it, I could always wield Night Whisper. Your endurance is now 11. Perfect. With my staff of balance, that brought my total to 12. Nowhere near where it needed to be for serious adventuring, but it would have to suffice for now. As a level 5 wizard, you have gained access to your party tactic. Your party tactic is a passive benefit that helps not only you but all your party members. Intriguing. Was it mere coincidence that the moment I seriously considered working with others, the system presented me with abilities designed for group cooperation? No. I recalled from my readings yesterday that party tactics were introduced at level 5 for nearly all classes. Like the standard boons, they would grow more powerful over time, upgrading every 10 levels instead of every 4. Still, the timing felt deliberate, as if the system were nudging me toward the collaborative path I had already chosen out of necessity. Your party tactic is Arcane Ascension. Arcane Ascension. You and all party members no longer require a long rest to level up. I blinked at this revelation, then smiled slowly. Yes, this would be quite useful. No longer would I be limited to just 1 level advancement per day. I could immediately use my banked experience, a potentially enormous advantage for rapid progression. More importantly, this ability would make me incredibly valuable to any adventuring party. Everyone would benefit from accelerated growth, making me an asset they couldn't afford to lose. It was the perfect ability for someone needing to prove their worth quickly while building indispensable relationships with more experienced adventurers. Now go, brave adventurer, and make your mark upon the world. No sooner had the voice faded than it returned, confirming my hopes. You have reached level 6. I smiled, feeling the familiar surge of enhanced capabilities flowing through me. This was going to change everything. By the time I finished with my interface, I was level 9, with 340 experience left in the bank, and my next level up, level 10, requiring 1,620 experience points. I had earned 4 more attribute points over these levels. I raised my endurance to 12, relying on the staff of balance for a solid 13. Then I allocated my next point to coordination, and my last 2 to spirit. Why spirit? Although I had no offensive use for spirit as a wizard, my reading suggested it would significantly enhance my magical defenses, particularly against magic from practitioners with spirit-based cores. As for coordination and endurance, their importance for survivability in dangerous situations was clear. However, there was a real risk of spreading my points too thin, and the uncomfortable truth that distributing attributes this way wasn't as strategically optimal. Despite my intention to join a party, I was ultimately a solo operator, and a solo operator could not survive with deficiencies in any critical area. This meant now was an ideal time to invest in spirit, while I had a surplus of points to spend, rather than being forced to make such investments in desperate circumstances. It meant I could safely ignore it, at least for a while. I recalled my character screen. Unbuffed, I looked like this. Dragomir Valdrik. Class, Wizard. Level, 9. Experience to level 10, 340 of 1,620. Power, 10. Endurance, 12. Coordination, 11. Intellect, 13. Spirit, 12. Charisma, 11. Overall, it was a stark reminder that attribute points were a scarce resource in this world. In theory, each point should make a significant difference, but in practice, the improvements felt more incremental than transformative. I recalled Ravenna's theory that attributes merely modified what already existed within a person. If that were true, I would need to engage in physical conditioning to truly increase my endurance, or practice social interaction to benefit more from enhanced charisma. Along with my attribute increases, I unlocked several new abilities. Level 6 granted me a boon called Spell Identification, which would automatically reveal the name of each arcanist spell I saw in action. While it didn't allow me to learn spells just by seeing them, it would help me better defend myself against unknown threats and provide information for researching those spells later. It was ideal for someone like me who aimed to master as many spells as possible. Level 7 introduced a new skill called Silent Cast. When invoked, all my spells over the next minute would be inaudible to potential enemies. Given my reliance on stealth, the value of this skill could not be overstated, despite its 5-minute cooldown. Level 8 upgraded my arcane fluency to Tier 2, granting me a 40% increase in learning speed for arcanist spells. As I had hoped, this boost would become more beneficial as I leveled up. At the current rate, I would achieve double speed for learning spells by level 20, a significant advantage. With my robe's enhancements, I effectively already had double speed for minor and lesser tier spells, 90% increased learning speed. All I lacked was access to the spells themselves, something I hoped to remedy soon with my level 9 boon. Level 9, my final advancement, granted me a new boon called Arcane Resonance. This allowed me to sense the presence of arcanist tomes within a moderate radius, though the description didn't specify what moderate meant. It did state that my ability to sense them would strengthen as I got closer. For someone seeking new spell knowledge, this boon's utility was clear. Once finished, I assessed my transformed capabilities. While I wasn't any more dangerous on paper, Silent Cast being my only upgrade that would be immediately useful, my potential had significantly increased. My ability to learn those spells had greatly improved, and I now had a reliable way to locate them, either through honest means or otherwise. I left my room, heading toward the north gate I had come through all those days ago. I recalled spotting an adventurer's guild on my way to Grax, having noted its location for future reference. I stepped out into Karadesh's waterfront district, aiming for the north gate. An hour later, I stood before the Adventurers Guild, admiring the impressive 3-story structure that dominated the northern edge of the city's northern quarter, a prosperous area mostly inhabited by upper-middle-class humans. The building rose from the same honey-colored sandstone as Karadesh's finest architecture. But unlike other structures that emphasized elegant curves and delicate ornamentation, the guild projected solid competence. Wide steps led to massive oak doors reinforced with iron bands. while arched windows on the upper floors were protected by sturdy shutters that could be barred against siege. The plaza had clearly evolved to serve the guild's clientele. Weaponsmiths displayed gleaming swords and axes in their windows, while armorers showcased everything from leather jerkins to full plate mail. Alchemical shops advertised healing potions and protective elixirs, their colorful bottles catching the morning sunlight like liquid jewels. Outfitters offered climbing gear, camping supplies, and enchanted tools designed for vault exploration. Even the food stalls catered to adventurers, selling preserved rations and trail foods instead of the fresh produce common elsewhere in the city. Down the broad avenue to the north, I could see the city's northern gate, its twin towers flanked by guard posts. According to my reading, Karadesh occupied a strategic position on a peninsula jutting into the southern sea from the continent of Caledon. The northern gate naturally served as the exit for adventuring parties heading inland toward reported vault manifestations or pursuing bounties in the wilderness beyond the city's influence. I squared my shoulders and pushed through the guild's imposing entrance. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over me, as if I were close to something significant. A message flashed before my vision. "You are near a tome of Arcanus." This was what I had hoped for. It was natural that a guild like this, which raided vaults, might have access to such resources, or at least that their adventurers would have them on hand. The thought of stealing one seemed foolish, at least for the moment, as I was still getting the lay of the land. It was simply reassuring to know I was on the right track. I now stood in a spacious common room. I saw a notice board covered in job postings, bounty announcements, and official proclamations. Round tables were scattered throughout the space, occupied by adventuring parties, planning expeditions, or celebrating successful returns. The level of conversation was surprisingly subdued. These weren't tavern revelers, but professionals discussing serious business. Behind a long counter made of polished dark wood stood a green-skinned orc whose massive frame was clad in practical leather and chainmail. His tusks were adorned with silver caps, and a circular brand with a slash marked his wrinkled forehead. Despite his intimidating appearance, he maintained a business-like demeanor as I approached. "Good morning, I'm Valdrik, a level 9 wizard seeking to offer my services to adventuring parties in need of magical support." I chose the name Valdrik because my given name, Dragomir, had often been deemed strange. I wanted to see if Valdrik would elicit the same reaction. The orc looked up, his small dark eyes assessing me with the quick evaluation of someone accustomed to judging competence at a glance. He noted my fine robes, the quality staff at my side, and the obvious newness of my equipment before speaking. "Name's Thorkel," he rumbled, his voice carrying the slight accent common to orcs who learned Caledonian as a second language. "Barbarian class. Level 9, you say? What's your experience and magical repertoire?" "I know arcane missile for offense and lesser counterspell for defense," I replied, technically stretching the truth about the second spell since it came from my robes rather than my own knowledge. "I'm actively seeking to expand my spell collection through vault exploration or other legal means." Thorkel's expression grew skeptical, his brow furrowing as he processed the information. "Arcane missile and counterspell? That's it." At my nod, he leaned back and crossed his meaty arms. "How does a wizard reach level 9 with such a limited repertoire? Most practitioners at that level know at least 8 to 10 spells, if not more. What are you, an arcane missile specialist? We always have a need for those." The question struck uncomfortably close to a decision I had pondered. An arcane missile specialist would have been immediately valuable. Someone focused on perfecting a single devastating attack rather than spreading their knowledge across multiple spells. Such practitioners were likely in demand because their narrow focus made them incredibly effective. I felt a brief pang of regret about my level 4 choice. If I had selected arcane missile specialization instead of arcane fluency, I would be exactly the kind of specialist Thorkel described. My cooldown would be reduced to 5 seconds, possibly enhanced by gear, transforming me into the magical equivalent of a siege weapon. Moreover, level 8 would have granted my arcane missile an additional unknown upgrade that I had neglected to research. Choosing that boon would have provided a clear, marketable ability that any guild would value. But no, I had chosen breadth over depth, potential over immediate power. The decision had been sound, given my long-term goals of becoming a true scholar wizard rather than a one-trick magical artillery piece, but it was definitely holding me back in this situation. "Which is precisely why I'm here," I replied, maintaining my composure despite the judgment in his tone. "I'm looking to remedy that through practical application rather than traditional apprenticeship." The orc studied me for a moment, and I could practically see him running through possibilities. Hedge wizard, foreign practitioner, someone who had gained levels through non-magical means, or simply a liar misrepresenting his capabilities. "Wait here," he finally grunted. "I need to consult with my superior about your unique situation." As Thorkel disappeared through a door marked private, I was left alone with my thoughts and a growing apprehension. The skepticism in his voice was unmistakable, and I was starting to realize that my unconventional rise might label me as either a prodigy or a fraud. In a profession where competence meant the difference between life and death, neither reputation would be welcome. The truth was that my level 9 status was largely hollow, impressive on paper but lacking the foundation most practitioners built over years of study and application. I had raw power without refined technique, advancement without understanding, and progression without the wisdom that should have accompanied it. In the business world, such gaps would be masked with confidence and careful positioning. Here, where lives hung in the balance and mistakes were measured in corpses rather than lost profits, the stakes were considerably higher. If I couldn't convince the guild of my value despite my limitations, I would be forced back into the shadows of self-taught practice, exactly the scenario I was trying to avoid. The sound of approaching footsteps from behind the private door interrupted my thoughts. A grizzled human female appeared, clad in heavy steel plate armor. Unlike most of the copper-skinned Karadeshi population, her skin was pale, and her blonde hair was cut in a practical style. Sharp blue eyes assessed me, and a jagged scar ran across her left cheek from temple to jaw. She possessed classical beauty, but there was a hardness to her features, a solidity that made her seem more deadly than attractive. "Valdrik, the level 9 wizard," she intoned, her accent crisp. "I understand you're interested in joining the guild." I nodded. "Yes. Follow me." Thorkel stepped aside as I brushed past him, following what was clearly the guildmaster, or at least someone of importance, into her private office. She didn't close the door as she settled behind her desk, exuding the casual confidence of someone accustomed to command. My eyes quickly catalogued the impressive collection of artifacts displayed around the room, enchanted weapons mounted on the walls and crystalline formations pulsing with internal light. I was surprised to see what appeared to be an enchanted aquarium behind her desk, filled with a dazzling array of creatures. Mostly fish, but one was a long, green-scaled serpent, clearly some form of underwater dragon. "I have little time for lies or games," she said, redirecting my attention to her. "I'll offer you a spot with our next group of initiates departing this evening if you answer my questions fully and honestly. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want from us? And how exactly are you level 9 with only 2 spells?" I cleared my throat, finding that her harsh manner bolstered my confidence rather than intimidated me. Direct people were much easier to handle than those who hid their intentions behind false courtesy. "I am Dragomir Valdrik. I am from far away." Far away where, specifically? Serenthel, I replied smoothly, drawing on my recent research. Serenthel was a continent far to the west, and where most fair-skinned humans came from in this world. Her eyebrows rose with interest. Serenthel? I'm originally from Belmora myself. What settlement? Thankfully, my brief reading on geography provided the necessary details. I knew I needed to choose a location within the same general region, but far enough from Belmora that she wouldn't question my accent or local knowledge. Stonehaven, I said without hesitation. Ah, that's practically Erebar territory, she mused, making a mental note. A long way from home, then. I nodded, careful not to appear too eager to move past the topic. As for what I want, gold, naturally. What adventurer doesn't? And as I understand it, guilds like yours occasionally come across arcane knowledge that would be useful for practitioners of my class. We possess no such resources, she replied flatly. A lie, certainly, given the information provided by my new boon. Perhaps they were allowed to sell recovered tomes as legitimate salvage, or those who collected them kept such acquisitions hidden from official oversight. Either way, her quick denial suggested the topic was worth pursuing later. Nevertheless, I continued, I wish to earn my place as a professional adventurer. I decided to take a calculated gamble, opting for shock and awe instead of talking in circles and appearing desperate. Despite my limited repertoire, I have genuine practical experience. Such as, I'm very practical, so words won't persuade me. I need evidence of this practical experience before I even consider giving you a chance. I saw there was no way around it. I had to explain, at least to her, that I was worthy of being taken seriously. I've slain a dragon. She chuckled. A dragon? You wouldn't be the first to boast of it. But in my experience, most who claim to slay dragons couldn't even survive a chicken coop. I recognized that telling her this was a huge risk, but my understanding of magical advancement suggested it typically took a couple of years for a wizard to reach level 9 through conventional means. The dragon kill was the only explanation for my rapid ascension that didn't require revealing impossible truths about my origins. But rather than defend myself, I reached into my pack and produced several pristine red scales from the dragon's hide. Her expression shifted from skepticism to fascination as she examined each specimen. Pure samples, she breathed, her professional demeanor cracking slightly. Where did you find this dragon? Our scout adventurers are asleep on the job. About 20 miles north along the coast, I said. The corpse should still be there if you wish to investigate, approximately 3 days old. As far as I was concerned, I was done with the cave. It was too dangerous for me to return simply to harvest the dragon scales, and at the moment I felt no need in taking the risk. Our guild alchemist would pay handsomely for resources of this quality, but unfortunately the scales on the corpse would be of no use now. But I'll send a scout to verify your claim. Naturally, I said smoothly. So, have I passed your evaluation? She regarded me silently for a long moment, and I could practically see the calculations running behind her sharp blue eyes. The evidence was compelling, but the story remained hard to believe. A solo dragon kill by a newly minted wizard with minimal spell knowledge defied everything the guild would consider reasonable or safe practice. Yet here I sat, with pristine dragon scales and the calm confidence of someone who had faced such a creature and survived. The physical evidence was hard to dismiss, even if the circumstances stretched credibility to its breaking point. I'm Captain Zira, she said finally. I want to be clear. I don't entirely believe your story. You might simply be a lucky scavenger. But I'm willing to give you a chance. I nodded, recognizing this was the best outcome I could expect. For the record, she continued, the guild does not grant access to spell tomes or other restricted magical knowledge. That would be illegal. However, If you're genuinely interested in expanding your arcane education, you might speak with our resident master wizard, Orvillicano. She gestured toward a corner table where a figure in black robes sat, hunched over a tankard, wearing a pointed hat that had seen better days and showing the slightly unfocused gaze of someone who had started drinking well before noon. My heart sank slightly. This was the guild's magical expert? The slouched shoulders, unkempt beard, and obvious intoxication suggested someone who had either fallen from academic grace or never possessed much to begin with. Still, any source of magical knowledge was better than none, and perhaps his current state would make him more willing to share information he might otherwise guard. "I appreciate the introduction, Captain Zira," I said, rising from my chair. "I'll speak with Master Orville and return in the late afternoon, in time for the expedition." "See that you do," she replied, already turning her attention to other paperwork. "And, Valdrik, if you're lying about the dragon, we'll know soon enough." The warning was delivered with casual indifference, but its meaning was clear. I had bought myself an opportunity to prove my worth, nothing more. Whether that opportunity would lead to advancement or an unmarked grave was entirely up to me. 23. Terms of Service. I approached the corner table where Master Orville sat, hunched over his tankard, absorbing details Captain Zira's introduction had failed to convey. Up close, the man was a study in contradictions. His black robes were of exceptional quality, clearly enchanted given their pristine condition. Yet they hung on a frame that suggested chronic neglect of self-care. His pointed black hat, while traditional, was stained with ale and bore several small burn marks from magical mishaps or carelessness. The wizard appeared to be in his early 40s, with prematurely gray hair sticking out at odd angles beneath his hat, and a beard that had clearly been trimmed with more enthusiasm than skill. "Master Orville," I said, adopting a respectful tone. He looked up with exaggerated surprise, as if my presence were the most astonishing thing he'd encountered all day. "Oh, my! A visitor! How delightfully unexpected!" His voice carried the precise diction of education overlaid with the slight slur of day drinking. "And what brings a fine young wizard to my humble corner of this establishment? Seeking wisdom? Guidance? Or have you simply lost your way?" I settled into the chair across from him without invitation, aware that any show of deference would mark me as prey. I tried to ignore the sour smell of ale wafting from him. "Captain Zira suggested I speak with you about magical education. I'm looking to expand my spell repertoire." Orville's bushy eyebrows rose with theatrical interest. "Magical education? How wonderfully ambitious!" He took a long drink from his tankard before continuing. "And what, pray tell, makes you think I'm qualified to provide such a service? Do I look like a professor to you? And for that matter, who are you and why should I care?" "The captain mentioned you are the guild's resident magister wizard. As for my name, I am Valdrik, level 9 wizard. As for why you should care, well, I will be getting to that shortly." "Valdrik. Interesting. Yes, you found the guild's pet conjurer, kept around to identify magical trinkets and explain why the glowing rock probably shouldn't be used as a paperweight." He gestured vaguely at his surroundings. "Truly the pinnacle of academic achievement." I cleared my throat. "Nevertheless, I understand you have access to knowledge that could benefit someone in my position." Master Orville's expression shifted subtly, the theatrical confusion replaced by a calculating assessment. "Someone in your position? And what position might that be exactly? Level 9 wizard with, let me guess, little actual magical education to show for it." A chill ran down my spine. "How did you—" "Oh, please," he waved dismissively. It's written all over you. Fine equipment, obvious wealth, a confident bearing hiding something, yet you approach me with the desperate hunger of someone who needs something badly. If you had proper training, you'd be consulting peers or superiors or the nether fucking nimwits of the esteemed Arcaneum, not slumming with the guild's resident failure. So, you're either a fraud, which is unlikely given that the humorless Zira tolerated your presence, or you're genuinely talented but woefully unprepared for the reality of magical practice. The accuracy of his assessment was unsettling. With minutes of conversation, he had deduced more about my situation than I had revealed to anyone else in this world. Very perceptive. It's a gift, along with my devastating wit and natural charm. He drained his tankard and set it down with a light belch. Speaking of gifts, mine seems to have run dry. Be a good fellow and fetch me another ale from the bar over there, would you? I recognized the power play immediately, an obvious test to see whether I would accept the role of supplicant. In the academic hierarchies I remembered, such seemingly casual requests often established the fundamental dynamic between master and student, superior and subordinate. I think you can manage that yourself. Orville's grin widened appreciatively. Excellent. I was hoping you wouldn't grovel immediately. Where's the fun in that? He leaned back in his chair, nearly toppling over, before studying me with renewed interest. So, young wizard, what exactly do you think I can offer someone in your unique circumstances? Access to Arcanist tomes, I said bluntly. Knowledge? Proper magical instruction? Straight to the point. I appreciate directness. He tapped the side of his blackhead-infused nose conspiratorially. And what makes you think I possess such resources? I felt the subtle pull of my arcane resonance boon, confirming the presence of magical knowledge nearby. Call it educated intuition. Ah, Orville said. Educated intuition. I could swear there was a boon for that. What was it called? His eyes brightened. Arcane resonance. I remained silent. If Orville proved anything, it was that he should not be underestimated. Clearly he had a wealth of wizard skills and boons memorized. This also indicated that the skills and boons each wizard received were different, perhaps determined by real-life choices or attribute allocation. Well, if you think you can rob me of my knowledge, I'd like to see you try. Not rob, I said with forced patience. Earn, if that's even possible. Orville leaned forward, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Let's say, hypothetically, I might have access to certain educational materials. What would you offer in exchange? The shift in his demeanor was revealing. Beneath the theatrical facade of a drunk lay a shrewd negotiator who understood his leverage. I was the one in desperate need. He held the supply. In any negotiation, that imbalance dictated everything. What do you have in mind? I asked cautiously. Well, that depends entirely on what you're hoping to learn, doesn't it? He began counting on his fingers with exaggerated precision. Basic combat magic? Defensive spells? Do you wish to become an elemental specialist, a healer, a supporter, or perhaps something more specialized? I'm interested in building a solid foundation, I said carefully, starting with practical applications and expanding from there. Foundation? Ugh, how wonderfully boring! He clapped his hands together mockingly. Let me guess, you're planning to join one of the guild's expeditions, right? March off into some dank vault with a party of meat-headed warriors hoping to acquire magical knowledge through the time-honored tradition of nearly getting yourself killed. His accuracy was becoming uncomfortable. Something like that. Thought so. Well, Here's some free advice, young scholar. Vaults are unpredictable at best and malicious at worst. The tomes they contain might be exactly what you need, or they could be useless for your specialization. You might spend weeks or even months risking your life for knowledge that doesn't suit your class or level requirements. I leaned forward, sensing an opportunity. Are you suggesting there's a better alternative? Orville's smile took on a predatory edge. Oh, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm merely noting that apprenticeship has been the traditional path to magical education for thousands of years. The Arcaneum, while several centuries old, is one of Earth's newer institutions. It's amusing how some believe they can skip foundational steps and jump straight to advanced material. And would you be willing to take on an apprentice? Me? Take on some feckless student who thinks he knows better than his betters? He laughed, but I caught the calculating look in his eyes. The very idea is preposterous. I can barely manage my own affairs, let alone guide some ambitious young wizard through the complexities of magical theory. Despite his protests, I sensed genuine consideration behind his words. He was teasing my resolve, establishing a framework for negotiating while maintaining plausible deniability about his actual capabilities. What would it take? I pressed. Hypothetically speaking, he stroked his unkempt beard thoughtfully. Well, apprenticeship is traditionally a two-way arrangement. The master provides knowledge and guidance. The apprentice provides service. What kind of service? Oh, the usual tedium. Cleaning, cooking, organizing, maintaining equipment. All the mundane tasks that interfere with serious magical research. He gestured vaguely at his stained robes. As you can see, I'm somewhat behind on such matters. The implications crystallized brutally. He was offering to trade access to magical knowledge for domestic servitude. I would gain the education I desperately needed, but at the cost of becoming his personal servant. The arrangement would place me firmly beneath him in any social hierarchy, marking me as subordinate rather than a peer. In my old world, I had spent years watching privileged students benefit from family connections, while I scraped together funds for basic necessities. The thought of voluntarily accepting servant status clashed with every instinct I possessed. And yet, what specific knowledge would be included in this arrangement? I asked, keeping my tone neutral. Well, now, that would depend on your aptitude and dedication, wouldn't it? He leaned back, clearly enjoying my discomfort. Though I suppose a diligent apprentice might gain access to, say, a basic defensive spell. Minor repulsion shield, perhaps. Quite useful for deflecting arrows, thrown weapons, and other projectiles. My pulse quickened. A defensive spell would significantly enhance my chances of survival, especially since I planned to join vault expeditions. This knowledge was exactly what I needed, offered by someone who clearly had the resources to provide it. The price was my pride. I sat in silence for several moments, weighing my options. I could walk away, maintain my dignity, and hope that vault exploration would eventually yield the knowledge I sought. Or I could accept Orville's terms, endure whatever humiliation he had in mind, and gain immediate access to spell knowledge that could save my life. When framed in terms of survival versus ego, the choice became clearer. Before confronting any tough decision, I often asked myself, is it easy to back out? If the answer is yes, then the risk is usually worth taking. If Orville didn't work out, I could always find another path. How long would this apprenticeship last? I finally asked. Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Orville waved dismissively. This is all purely hypothetical, remember? But if such an arrangement were to exist, I suppose we could start with a trial period. A few days of domestic service in exchange for access to a single tome. We can see how well we work together before committing to anything more extensive. He was offering me a way to test the arrangement without fully committing to long-term servitude. It was more reasonable than I had expected, though I suspected his motives were more complex than simple generosity. And when would this begin? Well, hypothetically speaking, my residence is quite near the guild. Walking distance, really. A dedicated apprentice might find time to attend to certain domestic requirements while still participating in guild activities. His smile turned distinctly unpleasant. Assuming, of course, that such an apprentice was genuinely committed to learning rather than simply looking for shortcuts. I felt the familiar burn of humiliation. The same sensation I had experienced countless times when Elena's friends treated me like their amusing pet, or when university colleagues dismissed my insights with condescending smiles. The urge to tell Orville exactly what I thought of his proposal was almost overwhelming. But I was no longer the failed academic trapped in Bulgaria, dependent on others for validation. I was a level 9 wizard who had slain a dragon through cunning and determination. If enduring some temporary humiliation would provide the tools I needed to build real power, then that was simply the price of progress. Very well, I said, meeting his gaze directly. I accept your hypothetical arrangement. Orville's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. Just like that? No negotiations? No attempts to improve the terms? You have something I need, and I have something you want. The mathematics are straightforward. How refreshingly practical. He raised his empty tankard in a mock toast. I appreciate a student who understands the realities of exchange. Very well, then, my new apprentice, and I use the term loosely, let's discuss the specifics of our arrangement. His smile widened. After, of course, you fetch me that ale. My eyes narrowed, but in the end I fetched him the damn ale. Upon returning to the table, and as Orville slaked his thirst, he began outlining the details of his domestic requirements. 3 square meals a day, general grocery shopping, laundry, and a home that had to be immaculately clean, though I was never allowed to enter the study. Not that I could get in there anyway, since it was warded. As he relayed this with surprising seriousness, I felt utterly calm. This wasn't the path I had envisioned when I first entered Eyrth, but it was a path nonetheless. Every master had served someone before achieving independence. Every successful individual had endured indignities on their way to power. If Orville believed he was exploiting my desperation, he was welcome to that illusion. I would learn everything he had to teach, acquire every scrap of knowledge he possessed, and then surpass him so completely that our current dynamic would seem like ancient history. After all, the best apprentices eventually became masters themselves. And some masters, I thought as I observed Orville's self-satisfied expression, had no idea what they were truly unleashing. Now then, Orville continued, his tone becoming more businesslike despite the alcohol. Do all that for me for the next week, and you'll gain access to your new tome. A week of servitude for a single spell seemed excessive, even by exploitative standards. I decided to test his flexibility. A week seems rather long, I said reasonably. Perhaps a single day would be more appropriate. After all, I'm offering valuable services. Orville burst into delighted laughter, slapping his knee with theatrical enthusiasm. A single day? Oh, that's marvelous. Yes, I'm sure years of grime and neglect can be addressed in an afternoon of casual tidying. He wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. My dear boy, you clearly have no concept of the work involved. I maintained my composure despite his mockery. Very well. 3 days, then. Surely that's enough time to address even the most egregious domestic oversights. 3 days? His amusement faded into something more calculating. For someone claiming to be level 9, you negotiate like a novice. Tell me, in your vast experience, how many Arcanist tomes have you actually seen? Do you have any idea of their true value? The questions struck uncomfortably close to the truth. I had no frame of reference for the worth of magical knowledge in this world, nor any understanding of the market forces that determine fair exchange rates between service and education. I'm simply trying to establish reasonable terms, I replied, attempting to salvage my negotiating position. Reasonable terms? Orville shook his head with condescending disappointment. Oh, my naive young friend, let me educate you on reasonable. A single Arcanist tome of minor repulsion shield would cost approximately 10 gold crowns if purchased through legitimate channels, assuming you could find someone willing to sell, which you can't because they're strictly controlled, and no one is willing to sell unless they have a spare. He leaned forward, adopting a patient tone as if explaining basic concepts to a slow child. What I'm offering you is access to knowledge that most apprentices spend months earning through traditional service. A week of domestic work for such value is practically charity. I felt the familiar burn of being patronized, but I also recognized the truth in his words. My ignorance of local market conditions had left me vulnerable to this kind of manipulation, and my attempt to negotiate from a position of weakness had only highlighted how desperately I needed what he offered. Furthermore, he continued, clearly enjoying my discomfort, your attempt to haggle suggests you don't truly appreciate the opportunity at hand. Perhaps I was mistaken about your commitment to learning. The threat was implicit but clear. Push too hard and he would withdraw the offer entirely. I was trapped between accepting unfavorable terms or losing access to knowledge I desperately needed. A week it is, I said through gritted teeth. Excellent. His jovial demeanor returned instantly. I enjoy working with practical individuals who understand the value of education. He rose from his chair with surprising steadiness despite his earlier drinking. Shall we inspect your new workplace? I'm eager to see your reaction to the scope of the project. At my terse silence, he chuckled. Come on now, Valdrik. As he led me toward the guild's exit, I couldn't help but admire his technique. He had maneuvered me into accepting his initial terms while making me feel grateful for the privilege, all while maintaining the pretense that he was doing me a favor. It was exploitation dressed as opportunity, condescension masked as education. But two could play that game. If Orville wanted to treat me like a desperate apprentice, I would play the role perfectly, while learning everything I could about his methods, his knowledge, and his weaknesses. Every moment of humiliation would be an investment in my eventual independence. The walk to his residence took less than 5 minutes, leading us down a narrow side street lined with modest 2-story buildings. Orville's home was indistinguishable from its neighbors, except for the slightly more neglected appearance of its shutters and the collection of empty bottles stacked outside the front door. Home, sweet home, he announced with theatrical flair as he fumbled with his keys. Prepare yourself, my eager apprentice, for an educational experience you won't soon forget. 24. The Hoarder's Den. The door swung open with a creak, revealing an interior that defied comprehension. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mind struggling to process the sheer scope of neglect before me. Every available surface was buried beneath layers of debris. Books, scrolls, and loose papers formed precarious mountains nearly reaching the ceiling. Empty bottles, dozens of them, were scattered across the floor like glass landmines, some still containing congealed, unidentifiable sludge. Dishes caked with what might have once been food created their own archaeological layers on every flat surface, while clothing and robes hung from furniture and door frames in various states of decay. Next, The smell hit me. A potent mix of stale alcohol, rotting food, unwashed fabric, and something vaguely alchemical that made my eyes water. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight, filtering through grimy windows, lending an almost ethereal quality to the chaos. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Orville said cheerfully, stepping carefully over a pile of what appeared to be moldy bread. "I call it lived-in charm. Others might use less charitable terms." I remained silent, mentally calculating the enormity of the task before me. This wasn't simple housekeeping, it was an archaeological excavation. The accumulated mess suggested years, possibly decades of systematic neglect. A normal person might have fled, but I found myself oddly energized by the challenge. After all, I had spent years in Bulgaria feeling powerless against circumstances beyond my control. Here was a problem that could be solved through systematic effort and determination. The mess was daunting, yes, but it was finite. Every item could be categorized, cleaned, or discarded. Every surface could be restored to functionality. "This will take considerably longer than a week," I said finally, my voice neutral. "Will it now?" Orville's tone carried amusement rather than concern. "How much longer would you estimate?" I surveyed the chaos with the methodical attention I had once applied to comparative literature research. At minimum, 3 days just to clear the debris and establish basic habitability. Perhaps longer, depending on what we find beneath the current layers. 3 days, you say? He stroked his unkempt beard thoughtfully. "Well then, I suppose you'd better get started, hadn't you?" The casual dismissal rankled, but I maintained my composure. "I'll need cleaning supplies. Do you have them, or shall I acquire what's necessary?" Orville's expression shifted to mild irritation, as if I had asked him to explain basic magical theory to a particularly slow child. "Do I look like someone who keeps an inventory of cleaning supplies?" "I'll need funds to purchase them." "Funds?" He sighed dramatically. "Always with the additional expenses. Very well." He produced a small leather pouch from his robes, counting out 2 silver coins with obvious reluctance. "Well, this should suffice for whatever domestic alchemy you deem necessary." I pocketed the coins without comment, mentally cataloging what I would need. 2 silvers would likely cover basic supplies, but given the project's scope, I suspected I would need to invest some of my own resources to equip myself properly. "I'll return shortly," I said. "Take your time," Orville replied, settling into what appeared to be the only unoccupied chair in the room, though unoccupied was relative given the books and papers stacked on its arms and surrounding area. "I'll be here, supervising." 20 minutes later, I stood before Kari's Domestic Supplies, an arrow shop squeezed between a bakery and a cobbler. The proprietor, a middle-aged woman with a practical demeanor, listened patiently as I described my requirements. "Spring cleaning, is it?" she asked with knowing sympathy. "Or perhaps settling an estate?" "Something like that," I replied, not bothering to correct her assumption. Within the hour, I had acquired an impressive arsenal for domestic warfare. Multiple brooms of varying sizes, a mop and bucket, several scrub brushes, lye soap, vinegar for cutting through grease, a collection of cleaning rags cut from worn fabric, and most importantly, a dozen large burlap sacks for debris removal. I also purchased a small handcart to transport waste to the city's designated disposal areas. The total cost exceeded Orville's contribution by several coppers, but I considered it an investment in my magical education. Besides, the sooner I completed this task to a satisfactory standard, the sooner I would access the knowledge I truly sought. Returning to Orville's residence, I found him exactly where I had left him, though he now had a half-full wine goblet. "Ah, the domestic warrior returns. Armed for battle, I see." "Before I begin," I said, setting down my supplies, I need to establish some ground rules. Am I authorized to dispose of items that seem to be refuse, or must everything be approved by you?" Orville's casual demeanor flickered for a moment, revealing an underlying anxiety beneath his theatrical confidence. "Well, now, that's quite the question, isn't it?" He shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "You see, sometimes what appears to be refuse might actually be important. Research materials, you understand. Works in progress." I studied his expression, recognizing the signs of someone whose hoarding tendencies stemmed from deeper anxieties about loss and control. I recalled being forced to help clean out an aunt's barn loft, which had been almost as bad as this. "Then perhaps you should oversee the process," I suggested carefully. "Oversee?" His voice rose slightly. "Stand here all day watching you sort through? No, that won't do at all. Far too tedious." He rubbed his temples as if developing a headache. "Look, use your judgment, but when in doubt, don't discard anything. Create separate piles for questionable items, and I'll review them later." It was a reasonable compromise, though it would considerably slow the process. "Very well. And I'm forbidden to work in the study, correct?" He pointed toward a door I hadn't noticed, nearly hidden behind an impressive stack of books and scrolls. "Yes, my study is off limits. It's warded anyway, so you couldn't enter even if you tried." His tone became more serious. "Everything else is fair game, but honestly, I think I'll need to step out for a while. All this talk of cleaning is making me thirsty." I nodded, unsurprised. A quick glance at the wine goblet showed it to be empty. I hadn't even seen him finish it. Many people find it emotionally challenging to watch others handle their belongings, even when they have requested help. "I understand. When should I expect you back?" "Oh, several hours at least. This sort of domestic upheaval requires significant fortification." He rose from his chair with exaggerated care, gathering his hat, an ebony staff for balance, and a small coin purse. "Do try not to burn the place down while I'm gone, won't you?" Once Orville departed, I found myself alone with the chaos, and relieved by his absence. Working without supervision would allow me to establish my own rhythm and make decisions without constant consultation. I began by clearing the dining table, a massive oak piece buried under layers of books, papers, empty bottles, and remnants of past meals. Each layer revealed artifacts from different periods of neglect. Recent wine stains covered months-old food remnants, which in turn hid letters and stained parchments that seemed years old. With the table cleared and scrubbed, I established my first functional workspace. From here, I could sort items systematically rather than simply moving chaos from one place to another. The books presented the greatest challenge. Hundreds were scattered throughout the main room with no apparent organization. Some appeared valuable, leather-bound tomes with gilded lettering reflecting serious scholarship. Others seemed to be novels, some even with colorful covers promising romance or adventure. Still, others defied categorization, their covers worn smooth or written in scripts I couldn't identify. I decided to organize them by value and subject matter, as best I could with my limited knowledge of this world, creating distinct stacks for magical texts, historical works, literature, and general reference materials. The process was oddly satisfying, like solving a vast three-dimensional puzzle where each piece had to find its proper place. As I worked, my mind wandered to the deeper implications of my situation. Here I was, a man who had once aspired to academic greatness, reduced to cleaning the home of a drunken wizard for access to basic magical knowledge. The irony was crushing. I had fled one form of intellectual servitude only to accept another. Yet there was a fundamental difference between my circumstances in Bulgaria and my current situation. In my old world, I had been trapped by external forces.
Elena's pregnancy, economic necessity, social expectations that constrained my pursuit of personal fulfillment. Every choice had been limited by factors beyond my control. Here, I was making strategic decisions based on calculated assessments of cost and benefit. Yes, the work was demeaning, but it was temporary. Yes, Orville held power over me, but only because I chose to grant him that power in exchange for something I valued more than pride. I was no longer a victim of circumstance, but an active participant in shaping my own destiny, no matter how things looked on the surface. By noon, I had filled my first dozen burlap sacks with obvious refuse: broken crockery, moldy food, empty bottles, and water-damaged papers. A quick trip for additional sacks and a journey to a nearby waste disposal area consumed another hour. But when I returned, the transformation was dramatic. Surfaces once hidden beneath debris were now visible, and pathways through the room had emerged where none had existed before. The kitchen area needed special attention. Orville had a proper wood-burning stove, but it was caked with grease and food residue, indicating it hadn't been cleaned in years. Scrubbing it back to functionality was labor-intensive, but ultimately satisfying. Restoring a useful tool to its intended purpose and uncovering the craftsmanship hidden beneath neglect is deeply gratifying. By 3 in the afternoon, the main room had transformed from chaotic disaster to a cluttered workspace. Books were organized in stacks along the walls, dishes had been washed and stored properly, and the floor was almost completely visible for the first time in perhaps years. The smell had improved dramatically as well. It was no longer an overwhelming assault on the senses, but merely the musty scent of a space needing better ventilation. I paused to admire my progress, feeling a genuine sense of accomplishment, despite the humble nature of the work. Tasks that yield immediate visible results offer a stark contrast to the abstract pursuits that had dominated my previous life. My mood improved further as I wiped down the grimy windows, allowing in the full sunlight of the alleyway beyond. By 4 o'clock, I was both hungry and aware that I needed to return to the guild for whatever evening trial Captain Zira had planned. However, one significant pile of books in the corner still needed my attention. These volumes appeared different from the others, less obviously magical, more like general literature or historical accounts. I worked through them systematically. Most were exactly what they seemed: collections of poetry, historical chronicles, and philosophical treatises by unfamiliar authors. Apprenticing with Orville might offer another benefit. I could take charge of my own education without needing to go to the library, at least for some of the more basic works. That's when I found it. A work that was far from basic. Buried near the bottom of the pile, its spine barely visible beneath a layer of dust, was a book that made my blood freeze. The title was embossed in faded gold lettering on dark leather: The Complete Works of William Shakespeare, in English. I lifted it with trembling hands, hardly daring to believe what I saw. The binding felt wrong for this world, too precise, too uniform, clearly a product of industrial printing. This world had its own form of magical printing, but it paled in comparison to the exact processes of my own. Inside the front cover, stamped in small letters, were the words Oxford University Press, 1982. This book was from Earth, my Earth. My mind raced through the implications. How had an Earth book ended up in Orville's collection? Was he aware of its significance? Did he know what it represented, or was it just another curious volume he had picked up at a market or estate sale? Or, like me, could Orville be from Earth himself? More importantly, what did this mean for the connection between worlds? I had assumed the portal that brought Petya and me here was unique, or at least extraordinarily rare. But if physical objects from Earth existed in this world, then perhaps travel between realms was more common than I had imagined. I sat in Orville's newly cleaned chair, holding the impossible book and staring at its familiar contents. The plays were all there. Hamlet, Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet, exactly as I remembered them from my literature studies. Even the footnotes and critical apparatus were identical to the editions I had used in university. The discovery changed everything. Orville wasn't just a drunken wizard with access to magical knowledge. He possessed artifacts from my original world. Whether he understood their significance or not, this book represented a connection to home that I thought was lost forever. He might even know about these portals and how to harness their power. Was he another Earther looking to find his way back home? It was a question too dangerous to ask, and it raised another important consideration. How much might Orville know about my origins? Had he recognized something in my speech patterns, my mannerisms, my obvious unfamiliarity with local customs? Was my presence here less coincidental than I believed? The sound of the front door opening interrupted my thoughts. Orville's cheerful, slightly slurred voice called from the entryway. "My word! What miracle has transpired in my absence? The place is... why, it's actually habitable." I quickly closed the Shakespeare volume and placed it atop one of the organized book stacks, as if it were part of my sorting process. Any questions the book raised could wait until I had a better understanding of my situation and Orville's true knowledge. I resisted the urge to hide it deeper in the stack. If Orville noticed, he might think I considered it significant. Better to feign ignorance, at least for now. "Good progress for a first day," I called back, adopting a tone of modest satisfaction. "Though there's still a lot of work left." Orville appeared in the main room, swaying slightly but clearly impressed by the transformation. "A lot of work, perhaps, but remarkable improvement nonetheless. I had forgotten I actually owned furniture under all that accumulation." "I need to return to the guild for the evening," I said, rising from the chair. "But I'll resume tomorrow morning, if that's acceptable." "Perfectly acceptable. More than acceptable, actually." He gestured at the cleaned space. "This is the most organized my home has been in, well, quite some time." As I gathered my things and prepared to leave, I couldn't help but glance one more at the stack containing the Shakespeare volume. I would need to address this discovery without revealing my impossible origins. But tonight, I had a guild trial to survive. After that, I would finally begin to unravel the mystery of how worlds connected, and what role Orville might play in that puzzle. Such mysteries did not solve themselves quickly. "Tomorrow, then?" I asked as I reached the door. "Absolutely, my industrious apprentice. Tomorrow." I stepped into the shaded alley, my mind spinning with questions, but those would have to wait. For now, I had more immediate concerns, proving my worth to the guild and surviving whatever trial awaited me. 25. Strange Bedfellows. The Desert Rose bathhouse was exactly what I needed after my day. For 5 coppers, I gained access to heated pools, proper soap, and the luxury of feeling clean for the first time since my encounter with Orville's domestic disaster. The attendants even offered to brush the dust from my robes. As I walked back toward the guild, enjoying some street food, I reflected on the strange turn my life had taken. This morning I had been unsure of my direction. Now I was a guild recruit, preparing for what amounted to a job interview conducted in mortal peril. The transition felt surreal yet fitting. I had anticipated a more academic path, but I was no stranger to the school of hard knocks. What mattered was gaining power as quickly as possible, without overextending myself. Nothing else. The guild hall buzzed with more activity than during my morning visit. Where before the space had housed perhaps a dozen individuals, now it teemed with at least 50 adventurers in various states of preparation.
Some clustered around the notice boards, studying job postings with professional intensity. What struck me immediately was the gender composition. Nearly 40% of the adventurers were women, armed and armored just as professionally as their male counterparts. It reminded me of the fantasy games I'd played in university, where female characters had identical statistics to their male counterparts. Back then, I found it charmingly unrealistic, a necessary concession to gameplay balance and the progressive crowd, rather than a reflection of natural ability. Here, I realized, that same artificial equality had been woven into reality through the class system. A woman with an enhanced power attribute could match a man's physical strength, while magical abilities offered entirely alternative paths to effectiveness that bypassed biological considerations altogether. It was an elegant workaround. Rather than pretending inherent differences didn't exist, this world simply provided universal access to enhancements that rendered such differences academic, at least for those privileged enough to gain a class. The result was undeniably efficient from a societal perspective. Why waste half the population's potential when divine intervention could level the playing field? Still, I found it amusing that it took literal magic to achieve what political movements in my world had struggled to accomplish for decades. Some problems, it seemed, were easier solved by rewriting the fundamental laws of reality than by changing human nature. At least here, unlike in my old world, no one could complain about the results. "Valdrik!" Captain Zira's voice cut through the ambient noise, drawing my attention to a corner table where she sat with several others. "Over here!" I approached the group, immediately noting that the others were studying me with the frank assessment typical of people evaluating a potential teammate. In situations where lives depended on competence, such scrutiny was both natural and necessary. "Valdrik, meet Sergeant Adventurer Corin," Zira said, indicating a lean human male in his early 30s. "He'll be leading tonight's expedition." His practical iron armor bore the scars of extensive use. His dark hair was cropped short in military fashion, and his brown eyes, set in a copper-hued face, held the alert wariness of someone accustomed to command. Corin extended his hand with professional courtesy. "Sergeant Corin, formerly of the Karadeshi Royal Guard, currently Guild Senior Instructor, Level 12 Warrior. I understand you're our wizard for this evening's trial?" "That's correct," I replied, matching his firm handshake. If this man had once been in the Royal Guard, he was not to be trifled with. "Excellent. You're the last to arrive, so let me introduce your teammates." He gestured toward a tall, graceful figure whose bronze-scaled skin caught the lamplight in iridescent patterns. "This is Kisara, our javelin specialist, level 5 javelineer." The Varkis female inclined her head with fluid courtesy, her amber eyes meeting mine directly. Unlike Sathi's youthful uncertainty or the pirate's crude aggression, Kisara projected confidence tempered by what I suspected was carefully controlled anxiety. Her equipment was well maintained: lightweight leather armor designed for mobility, a quiver of black javelins across her back, and a curved blade at her hip suggesting competence in close combat when necessary. "A pleasure," she said, her accent laced with the sibilance of her species, but refined by education. "I look forward to working with a practitioner of the arcane arts. My experience with wizards has been limited." Her tone suggested that her limited experience hadn't been entirely positive, though she was too professional to elaborate. I noted this for future reference. Understanding each teammate's concerns would be crucial for our collaboration. "And our healer," Corin continued, indicating the third member of our group, "Lara, a druid." The figure in white robes remained seated, studying me with an intensity that put me on edge. While Kisara's assessment had been straightforward, this individual's gaze felt predatory, almost threatening. Her hood was drawn up and a mask concealed her features, though her pale hands suggested she was a woman in her 30s or 40s. "I am Lara," she said, her surprisingly deep voice resonating. "I sense interesting things about you, Valdrik." The comment sent a chill down my spine. How much could a druid perceive through magical means? Did they possess abilities similar to Yasmin's class detection, or perhaps something more invasive? I maintained my composure, but made another mental note. This Lara would require careful observation. "I'm sure we'll work well together," I replied neutrally. Kisara shifted uncomfortably in her seat, indicating I wasn't the only one unsettled by our healer's demeanor. Corin, however, seemed either oblivious to the tension or was pointedly ignoring it. "Now that introductions are complete," Corin said, producing a leather scroll case from his pack, "let me brief you on tonight's objective." He unrolled a detailed map of the region surrounding Karadesh, a long peninsula lined with mountains, valleys, and dry desert scrubland. Corin pointed to an area marked roughly 10 miles northeast of the city. "We've received reports of a level 5 vault manifesting yesterday in the Whispering Desert. Standard protocol requires a guild response within 72 hours of manifestation in such close proximity to prevent the vault from becoming more dangerous and to secure any resources for municipal taxation." I studied the map with growing unease. The marked location appeared to be in genuinely desolate territory, far from the main highway winding through the rugged hills north of Karadesh. If something went wrong during our expedition, we would be completely reliant on our own resources. "Level 5, I said carefully. "What does that indicate in terms of expected challenges?" "Good question," Corin replied. "Vault levels roughly correspond to the recommended minimum level for safe exploration. A level 5 vault should be more than manageable, assuming proper preparation and teamwork." His expression turned serious. "However, vaults are unpredictable. Level ratings indicate typical encounters, not guaranteed ones. The vault description will provide some guidance, but it's far from a guarantee."
What's our success criteria?
Kisara asked. "Complete the vault," Corin stated simply. "Return to Karadesh with proof of success. If you work well together as a team and demonstrate competence under pressure, you'll be offered full guild membership." He paused significantly. "If not, well, that's a decision for Captain Zira and the Guild Council." The implications were clear. This wasn't just a test of individual capability, but an evaluation of our potential as a unit. Politics and interpersonal dynamics would be as important as combat effectiveness. A sobering thought, given the visible tensions already emerging within our group. I began studying my potential teammates with renewed attention. Kisara projected competence, but her careful control suggested someone striving to prove herself worthy of respect in a profession that might not naturally welcome her species or gender. Her easy confidence felt rehearsed, a mask covering deeper insecurities about acceptance and belonging. Lara remained an enigma. Her hooded features and cryptic comments created an aura of menace that seemed at odds with her supposed role as a healer. Was she someone I could trust if an unexpected arrow landed in my back? In my experience, those drawn to healing roles were typically motivated by compassion or a desire to help others, at least on the surface. However, their true motivations often stemmed from a need for control, seeking recognition for the power they wielded over life and death. Lara's demeanor suggested the latter motivation. Corin seemed competent, but I couldn't help but wonder about his background. His status as a former royal guard suggested significant training and experience, yet what had led him to leave military service for the uncertain life of a guild sergeant adventurer? Was it career advancement, philosophical differences, or perhaps a scandal that had closed off other opportunities? "When do we depart?" I asked. "Within the hour," Corin replied, rolling up the map. "The desert can be navigated safely at night, at least this close to the city. Arriving just before midnight will give us the rest of the night to complete our objective."
"Why do this at night?"
Kisara inquired. "A member of the guild must be ready to go no matter the hour. Furthermore, vaults can gain power more quickly than you might realize, especially when newly spawned. The last thing we want is for it to break containment so close to the city." I had learned this term during my reading. Breaking containment referred to when a vault began to release monsters and, in severe cases, magical diseases or even curses. Entire regions of this planet had been overrun by such vaults, creating monster-infested territory. But, generally speaking, the larger states and powers of the world had no problem keeping them contained. "Equipment check," he continued, shifting into a practiced routine. "Kisara, what's your ammunition status?"
12 javelins, plus my sidearm," she replied crisply. "Sufficient for extended engagement, not to mention my class abilities that increase damage output."
"Lara, how about your healing spells?"
"The life and earth affinities provide what's needed," came her cryptic response. "I have access to nature's mend and purify blood."
"A good arsenal for a level 4, Corin said approvingly. I suppressed my surprise. I had expected Lara to be much further along in her progression, given her mysterious aura. I was at a more advanced level, even if she had access to more spells. "Valdrik," Corin said, "what are your magical capabilities?" I hesitated briefly. "Arcane missile for offense, lesser counterspell for magical threats. Standard wizard loadout." It wasn't entirely accurate, but it would have to suffice. The last thing I needed was to undermine the team's confidence before we even departed. "Good enough," Corin nodded. "Final preparations, then we move out. Any questions?" "Just one," I said, the thought occurring to me suddenly. "What happens to guild recruits who don't succeed in trials like this?" Corin's expression became carefully neutral. "That depends entirely on the circumstances of their failure, doesn't it?" The non-answer felt more ominous than any direct threat. I wondered how many recruits had returned from previous expeditions and what had happened to those who hadn't. I knew vaults, once entered, could not be abandoned except under very rare circumstances. And similarly, there was no backing out now. I had committed to this path the moment I walked through the guild's doors, and retreat would leave me exactly where I started. Desperate, without resources, and dependent on others' charity for the knowledge I needed. It was better to face unknown dangers as an active participant than to remain helpless on the margins, begging for scraps from those who controlled the real power in this world. "No other questions," I said firmly. "I'm ready when you are." Corin smiled, the first genuinely warm expression I had seen from him. "Excellent. Then let's go clear a vault. Sergeant Corin has invited you to join his party. Do you accept?" I was familiar with party formation from my reading. It would allow us to see limited information about each party member, such as class and level, and enable us to benefit from one another's party tactics. I mentally affirmed. "You have joined Sergeant Corin's party, the Guild Hopefuls. You now benefit from Corin's warrior's resolve, making you more difficult to stagger. You are also enhanced by Kisara's keen eye, increasing your coordination by 1. Additionally, you benefit from Lara's druid's spirit, increasing the efficacy of earth and life-based healing spells by 5%. I took stock of these new abilities. Each would be useful in its own way. I could only assume they also benefited from my own party tactic. Looking at my interface, I saw their first names, classes, and levels, and everything was as expected. As we gathered our equipment and prepared to depart, I couldn't shake the feeling that this trial would determine far more than simple guild membership. Success would mark my true entry into this world's power structures, while failure was not an option I could afford to consider. We departed through Karadesh's northern gate as dusk faded into darkness. The gate guards barely glanced at our small party. Adventuring groups leaving the city at odd hours must have been common enough that we drew no special attention. Corin led us with the confident stride of someone who had made this journey countless times, his spear secured across his back and his iron armor glinting dully in the moonlight. The main road carried us northeast for the first hour, our footsteps muffled by stones worn smooth by countless caravans and travelers. Other than the occasional merchant wagon or caravan, we encountered no one. The silence suited my mood perfectly. Once we left the main thoroughfare for a narrow desert track, the landscape changed dramatically. The cultivated terrace farms and olive groves surrounding Karadesh gave way to sparse vegetation and rolling hills of sun-baked earth. The air grew drier, carrying the faint scent of sage and an unpleasant odor reminiscent of old graves. As we walked, I observed my companions more closely. Corin moved with the efficiency of a soldier, despite his heavy gear. His spear seemed almost an extension of his body. Kasara displayed the grace of her species, her javelins secured in a custom harness for quick deployment. Her amber eyes scanned our surroundings, and I realized she was serving as our primary scout, despite not having a formal role. The nervous energy I had detected earlier had settled into focused alertness. Lara's white robes seemed to absorb rather than reflect the moonlight. She moved with surprising stealth, and I noticed she favored her left side slightly. An old injury, perhaps, or simply a personal quirk? She wielded a simple silver mace that seemed surprisingly high quality for someone at level 4. The desert night was unexpectedly cold after the day's heat, but my enchanted robes kept me perfectly comfortable. My thoughts drifted to larger questions about my situation. Here I was, barely a week into my existence in this world, already preparing to risk my life alongside strangers for the chance to prove myself worthy of an organization I barely understood. The old Dragomir would have spent months researching, planning, and seeking safer alternatives, but that Dragomir had also been trapped in mediocrity, forever preparing for a better life that never materialized. Perhaps this new world required a more decisive approach to advancement. After 2 hours of steady hiking, we crested a low ridge and looked down into a narrow canyon carved into the desert floor. At its far end, a cave mouth glowed with an eerie greenish aura that pulsed like a heartbeat. It was hard to judge the distance, but strange runes appeared to cover the barrier, their symbols shifting as we watched. "There," Corin said unnecessarily. "Our destination." We went down into the canyon and continued toward the cave for another 20 minutes. As the green barrier came into view, I realized it wasn't merely a cave. Broken pillars and carved faces, not quite human, had been chiseled into the sandstone. It resembled Petra, but on a smaller scale. Suddenly, words materialized in the air before me, forming a translucent display. Vault discovered. The Temple of Pterodon. Recommended party level, 10. Average party level, 7.5. Risk level, danger. Your party is well below the recommended level. Proceed with extreme caution. Death is highly likely. Description: once a sacred temple dedicated to Pterodon, god of Earth, this sanctum has been invaded by the winged servants of Eleia, goddess of air. The temple's golem guardians still defend their desecrated halls, while Elea's winged messengers sow chaos, seeking vengeance on the golem's gnomish master. Within the depths of the temple, you must either repel the fairy invasion or aid them. Rewards upon completion. Experience, scaled to party member level. Guaranteed silver tier item for all party members. Bonus chance for a Tome of Arcanus. Moderate probability. Do you accept the Vault's challenge? I read the description twice, my pulse quickening at the mention of an arcanist tome. The possibility of gaining spell knowledge transformed the expedition from a simple trial into a genuine opportunity for advancement. Level 10, Corin muttered, studying the display with concern. The initial reports were incorrect. Or the vault has ascended far more quickly than first supposed, Lara mused.
Does that change our approach?
Kisara asked, though her hand had already moved to check her javelin supply. Perhaps, Lara said. Level 10 vaults have claimed experienced parties. They require dedicated leadership. Corin shifted nervously. I was surprised he didn't put the level 4 druid in her place. I certainly would have if I were in his position. I felt torn between caution and opportunity. The description mentioned golems and fairies along with a potential battle between the two sides, not to mention this gateway of Pterodon. What could that mean? I sensed it was distinct from the gateway I had passed through, but perhaps there were similarities. Corin stood quietly for a long moment, his experienced gaze shifting between the vault entrance and our small party. By the time we return with reinforcements, this vault could significantly increase in power. Level 10 vaults near populated areas can't be left unattended, especially ones that are growing this fast. He turned to face us, his expression grim but determined. I won't lie to you. This will be more dangerous than planned. But it's also an opportunity to prove yourselves under real pressure, rather than in a routine training exercise. He chuckled, though little humor accompanied the sound. If we succeed, you'll all be true adventurers rather than simple recruits. The guild values that kind of experience.
And if we fail?
Kisara asked pointedly. Then we'll face the consequences together, Corin replied. I weighed the risks carefully. Yes, this was more dangerous than anticipated, especially since we had not fought together before. However, I had already faced a dragon and survived. Corin seemed experienced, and I knew from Yasmin at the Jade Mortar that Varkis were skilled at javelins, while Lara didn't seem concerned at all, at least judging by her body language. This would be a challenge, but the potential rewards justified the increased danger. I had my arcane missile and lesser counterspell, which I had yet to use, and, of course, Night Whisper. I didn't want to reveal the true nature of the Death Touch dagger, but it could serve as a trump card if things became dangerous. I'm willing to proceed, I said firmly. The chance for an arcanist tome is worth the risk. Kisara turned toward me.
An arcanist tome? Mine says I may gain access to a bronze-tier artifact.
The bonus reward will differ for each person, Corin explained. Either all of us will receive a unique reward, or, more likely, the vault will determine who is most worthy. I straightened my back. I needed to distinguish myself if I wanted that arcanist tome, and I was determined to do just that. I hope you know what you're doing, Sergeant Corin, Lara said. I will ensure you all survive. Bold words for level 4, but spoken with true confidence. Kisara was the last to agree, her amber eyes fixed on the pulsing green light of the vault entrance.
My people have a saying. The current that flows around the rocks reaches the sea before the one that fights them. But sometimes... She squared her shoulders with resolve. Sometimes you must break through the rocks to find the true path. I accept.
Corin nodded approvingly. Then we're agreed. Remember your skills, watch each other's backs, and we'll emerge from this stronger than we entered. Follow every order. Let me tank the fights. Stick to your roles. He hefted his spear with practiced ease. Time to clear out this vault. As we approached the cave mouth, the greenish aura seemed to reach out toward us like grasping fingers. The runes carved into the cliff face pulsed faster, as if responding to our presence. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay beyond that threshold. Behind me lay safety, the known world, and the careful path of gradual advancement. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and the possibility of genuine power. I stepped into the vault. You have accepted the Temple of Pterodon. May courage be your guide and resolve your shield. Good luck, brave adventurers. 26. Divided we fall. We entered the Temple of Pterodon, surrounded by massive stone pillars that reached high vaulted ceilings. Ancient carvings covered every surface. Gnomish artisans directing bipedal stone golems, the constructs bound to serve their masters. This place was undeniably ancient, its grandeur reflecting a once sophisticated civilization. Yet time had not been kind to the temple. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling, and the masterwork of architecture crumbled into ruin. It amazed me that such a place could escape the notice of Karadesh's inhabitants, given that we were only 10 miles from the city. My readings had taught me that vaults often reconstructed scenes from ancient history rather than representing the current reality. Perhaps this was a historical scenario, a magical echo of events long past. We had proceeded about 50 meters into the interior when Corin raised his hand, signaling us to halt. He readied his spear, scanning the shadows between the pillars. "Stay alert," he commanded quietly. Kessara's amber eyes darted from shadow to shadow, her hand resting on her javelin, while Lara remained silent and brooding. Then I heard it. Something that sounded like wind, but wasn't wind at all. From a distance, around the base of the far pillars, they came. These had to be the winged messengers mentioned in the vault description, clearly fairies in every sense of the word. Their gossamer wings fluttered with an azure shimmer, each figure about 3 feet tall, their flying approach resembling silver bells tinkling in a gentle breeze. The lead fairy, female, with delicate features and pointed ears, floated about 3 meters above us, a crystal bow held with casual grace. Her companions, similarly armed, remained behind her in perfect formation, maintaining their aerial positions. She addressed Corin directly, her voice carrying the musical quality I had expected from such creatures. "Interlopers, why have you come to interrupt our hunt? Unless you mean to help us bring justice to the dark gnomish mage Thorgrim the Maleficent, you must be on your way." Corin bowed respectfully. "We would not presume too much of you, noble fairy. We have indeed come to help." "Have you now?" the fairy replied, her tone cautious. "I am Silverwing of the great northern forest. Our hunt has taken us far from home, but the gnome's magic is crafty, and his golems are fierce." Her expression darkened. "Only about a dozen of us remain from the 50 who set out. Thorgrim's stone guardians fire their slings with deadly accuracy and move with unnatural speed." Lara shifted. "Where is he getting the ether to supply such an army?" "This temple guards a world gate in its inner sanctum. Wherever it leads, it provides a continuous source of power." My ears perked up at the mention of the world gate. It sounded promising, suggesting a bridge between worlds. Could it lead to my Earth? From the conversation, it seemed like a stable entity, something I could visit whenever I pleased. The ability to travel back and forth between Eyrth and my world was ideal. At times, my heart ached to see my homeland, and of course my daughter, Irina. The possibility of bringing her here to show her the wonders of this place was incredibly tempting. Silverwing studied our small party. "If you truly mean to help us, you can share in the temple's treasures once our task is complete. We seek only vengeance for our fallen brethren." "I see," Corin said. "Yes, we will gladly assist you. Just tell us what to do." I hung back, frowning as the exchange unfolded. Everything seemed to be moving too quickly. Why was Corin agreeing to help them without hearing the gnome's side? For all we knew, the fairies could be the aggressors, and the gnome could be defending his home. The vault had made it clear there were two factions, yet Corin was committing us to one side based on their eloquent appeal. It struck me as strategically unsound, but he was the leader. Questioning his judgment in front of everyone, especially potential allies, was unwise. Sometimes you had to follow orders and hope for the best. That said, I could still find ways to protect my own interests instead of becoming a willing sacrifice. "Are you sure about this, Corin?" Lara asked, voicing my concern. Corin looked uncertain for a moment. "Yes, Lara, I am," he replied, though his tone lacked conviction. He turned back to Silverwing. "Please tell us your plan."
"The plan is simple," Silverwing said, her voice businesslike. "The main problem is the golems. Whenever we approach the temple, they come out and shoot rocks at us. We can mostly dodge them, but in mass volleys we can't avoid all of them." She gestured toward the deeper recesses of the temple. "We need you four to create a distraction and hold off the golems long enough for us to sneak past and get to the inner sanctum, where the gnome is holed up. Once he's gone, the golems will power off, as they are connected to him through his earth magic." "Sounds dangerous," Kisara said. "It seems we'd be taking most of the risk." Silverwing nodded. "Yes, it's risky, but this is the only way to make the plan work, and you're stuck here like the rest of us." Her expression turned calculating. "If you approach first, it may draw the gnome's attention and prompt the golems to investigate. That will make it easier for us to slip past and deal with their master." She spread her hands. "It sounds dangerous, but the plan is simple." I resisted the urge to laugh. Silverwing was likely withholding information that could endanger us. She would sacrifice our party to achieve her goals. But Corin had already committed us to her cause, and questioning him now would only create discord. Maybe once we were away from the fairies we could better discuss strategy. The vault description made it clear there were multiple ways to complete this challenge, yet he was approaching it with brute force. This was why I was an intellect core and he was a power core. Brains mattered more than brawn.
"Sounds good," Corin said confidently. "We'll handle our end."
Silverwing smiled with satisfaction. "You're in the outer part of the temple now, but if you go down those steps, you'll reach the entrance to the inner sanctum. That's where the golems should appear." She gestured to our party. "Prepare yourselves. This won't be an easy fight. For every physical attacker, there are 3 that use slings. Defensive spells will be crucial."
Her gaze settled on Lara.
"And healing will be vital."
"I'm sure we can handle it," Corin said, more bravado than wisdom.
"Thank you," Silverwing replied. "Best of luck. May the goddess Elea lend wind to your wings."
With that, the fairies floated into the shadows among the pillars, seemingly content to wait for us to make our move. As we approached the stone steps, we paused. Corin looked back at the spot where the fairies had retreated, now hidden among the distant pillars.
"Well,"
Kisara said, breaking the silence.
"What are you thinking, Corin? Are you sure about this? It feels like we could be walking into a trap."
"Of course I'm sure," Corin replied, his stubbornness leaving no room for argument. I resisted the urge to confront him directly. He seemed the type to double down on poor decisions rather than consider alternatives. Such personalities were difficult to manage. Challenge them and they only entrenched themselves deeper. This was a poor quality in a leader, especially when lives were at stake. Strangely, Lara appeared to be watching him, as if taking mental notes. I sensed she disagreed with his approach, like the rest of us, yet remained silent. I cleared my throat. This would require finesse. "Corin, you're strong and talented. Being given the leadership role speaks to your skills and experience." I paused, choosing my words carefully.
However, the vault description mentioned 2 ways to complete this challenge, and we're just taking the first option. It might be wiser to explore all our choices before committing. I could see Corrin's eyes narrowing, his brow furrowing. "And how many vaults have you completed, Valdrik?" I had no answer, and we both knew it. "Sometimes the most obvious direction is straight through," he continued. "And I would trust fairies over a gnome any day." "But how do we know these fairies aren't attacking an innocent gnome?" Kisara interjected. "How do we know they're not the aggressors?" "I agree," I said, seizing the opportunity. "Before we commit to any plan, we need to think this through strategically." "You're not the leader here," Corrin said flatly. "Now here's the plan." His tone shifted to military command. "I can use intimidating shout to draw their attention and deflecting stance to reduce damage from ranged attacks for a short time." He gestured with his spear at the steps ahead. "I'll grab their attention while I use my defensive abilities. The 3 of you will take down the golems one by one. Lara, prioritize healing while I hold their focus." He looked at each of us. "This should be straightforward. We have good intel on what we are facing. It's a textbook tank healer damage setup." I had my doubts about its simplicity, but I could hardly challenge him. "If you believe that's best, Corrin, I'll follow your orders." Corrin nodded. "Smart man. What about you two?" Kisara glanced at Corrin skeptically. "I'll stay back with Lara and throw my javelins. They penetrate most armor, so they should work against stone constructs." "And Valdrik," Corrin continued, "support us with arcane missile. Aim for the joints or head. If you can immobilize them, they're as good as defeated. And if that gnome shows up and casts some spell, well, deal with him with your counterspell." I didn't appreciate the lecture, but nodded. "Ready when you are." Lara agreed. "This shall prove interesting." Corrin pointed his spear at the stone steps. "Onward, then. Remember, follow every order without hesitation." As we prepared to descend, I glanced back and spotted a fairy peeking around a distant column. I didn't trust these fairies. They would sacrifice us if it served their purposes. And we moved down the steps, committed to whatever lay ahead. At the bottom, we entered a long stone corridor. It was eerily quiet, our footsteps echoing off the walls. Looking back, I saw no fairies following us. We were on our own. We approached an intersection where the main corridor extended about 30 more meters before ending at what seemed to be the top of another staircase. The right-hand corridor also extended the same distance before curving left. The left-hand corridor, its mirror opposite. It seemed all 3 corridors were heading in the same general direction. A confusing layout, to be sure. "Let's go straight down the middle," Corrin decided. The other 3 party members moved ahead while I examined both side corridors. Nothing seemed out of place, but I hesitated to dismiss their potential significance. I hurried to catch up with the group. That was when I felt a rumble in the ceiling, dust cascading down around us. Several hidden doors slid open. 3 golems emerged, each made of solid gray stone. The lead golem charged toward Corrin with massive stone arms spread wide, while 2 more followed behind. These trailing golems walked on 6 scuttling legs and carried ballista on their backs with apparently no ammunition. Everything happened far more quickly than I anticipated. Corrin let out a mighty roar that echoed down the corridor, gripping his spear with both hands. Instantly, all the golems focused their attacks on him, and yet his spear moved with lightning quickness, already attacking the melee forerunner. Several stone projectiles slammed into his armor from the ranged units, ricocheting off with metallic clangs. I could see that, magically, the ballista were being loaded with large rocks. Lara let out a sharp cry as she surrounded Corrin with a greenish healing light. My spell identification boon marked it as Nature's Mend.
Furthermore, I noticed the ranged golems were also casting magic. Golem Slinger is casting Stone Sling. My new spell identification boon was already paying off. Meanwhile, Kisara stood off to the side, hurling her javelins at one of the slinger constructs. Remembering the plan, I followed her example, extending my staff toward the enemy, invoking my skill, Ascended Casting, right before beginning the spell. Sagata Arcanum! A bolt of energy, momentarily blinding, struck the construct Kisara was targeting, much harder than the last time I had cast it at that hapless Varkis outside the dragon's cave. It shivered under a rain of sparks as it was blasted back several meters, a large dent in its side. The golem, now targeting me, readied a new stone sling spell. Quickly I uttered counterspell. Solvere incantamentum. A bolt of blue energy ensconced the golem in a shimmer of light. Its spell instantly fizzled out. Corrin seized the moment and brought the golem down in a rain of sparks. Kisara kept throwing her javelins with devastating effect. The two slinger golems fell easily, and just as the melee construct collapsed, two more doors opened, revealing more stone guardians. They emerged from the main corridor and the side passages. "We're surrounded!" Kisara shouted. I fell back toward the group, but stepped on a loose stone that clicked suspiciously. That was when the corridor began to shift, stone grinding against stone. I tumbled as the floor gave way beneath me. The corridor twisted like a living thing, and I slid down through the darkness, picking up speed and shouting in alarm. I kept accelerating until I hit a hard floor, rolling in a clump with my staff clattering to my side. I scrambled to retrieve it, finding myself in a small, dark chamber filled with enchanted crystals providing dim light. Looking up, I saw an opening in the wall, but it had sealed shut. I was alone. Damn it. The others were probably still fighting while I was trapped down here like a rat. This had to be some kind of trap system the gnome had designed, and I had triggered it. I moved forward carefully, my heart pounding. I had to find my way back, but I had no idea how far that chute had taken me. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any golems down here, at least not yet. And there was plenty of light from enchanted lanterns set in the walls, so I at least wouldn't need to get out my glowing sword, which was basically a torch at this point. After a couple of minutes of cautious exploring, I found a set of stairs leading upward. Getting back to my group might be easier than I thought, assuming these stairs led to the level I had just come from. But just as I reached the base of the stairway, I heard arcane words, and the ground shifted beneath me. Instead of a trapdoor, vines shot up through cracks, latching onto my feet and twisting around my legs, clamping down and keeping me rooted in place. A high, cruel cackle echoed from the steps above. I looked up to see a figure no more than 2 feet tall, wearing a pointed green hat and a white, billowing beard. His sharp features were dominated by piercing blue eyes. The gnome held a small wand and waved it in complex patterns. Black shards began to manifest in the air around him, projectiles meant to turn me into shredded meat. Gnomish wizard is casting obsidian shards. Thankfully, my staff was free from the roots. I pointed it desperately to cast my counterspell after activating my Ascended Casting skill. Solvere incantamentum! I shouted desperately. A bolt of blue energy shot out, slamming directly into the gnome. His spell shattered, leaving him dazed for a moment. The roots immediately released my feet. I considered running, but I needed to get past him, and he was blocking my exit. The effect of my counterspell would last only a few seconds, and he clearly knew this place better than I did. There was only one way out of this situation. Talking. I had to trust the vault's description that there was more than one way to solve it. Instead of helping the treacherous fairies, I would help the gnome. "I'm not here to fight," I shouted in my most reasonable voice. "I'm here to help. Those fairies betrayed us, and I never wanted to help them. I'm more useful to you alive than dead, and I know you're stuck here without assistance." so let us help each other." The gnome looked at me with those piercing blue eyes, his expression sharpening with what I hoped was interest. It was time to see where the dice would fall. 27. The Devil's Deal. I stared at the gnomish wizard, and for a moment we simply gazed at each other across the stairs, he looking down at me, I looking up at him. Then the little gnome gave a high, mad laugh that echoed through the stairway. I kept my face calm, not daring to show any emotion, whether good or ill. At last he seemed to regain control.
"What's this, then? An air-addled fool who thinks he can talk his way out of a tight spot?"
"Thorgrim," I said carefully. "That is your name, isn't it?" He sneered.
"What does it matter? You have invaded my home, and now you shall die."
"That would be a grave mistake. The fact that you haven't killed me yet suggests you're at least curious about what I have to say. May I speak?" Thorgrim seemed to ponder this, and after a moment he gave a small wave.
"Yes, go on, but don't waste my time."
I continued. "They tell me above that 50 fairies have come to hunt you for whatever crime you've committed. I'm no stranger to crime myself." I gestured respectfully. "That speaks to your skill. I think we can help each other."
"Help?" Thorgrim said, frowning. "And how might you do that? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I shall turn you to stone."
I licked my lips. "I can help you because I have no stake in this fight. I don't give blind loyalty to whoever I meet first. That's what happened with my party leader up there. He sided with the Fae without considering that you might have your own side. I'd like to hear that side. The fact that you're still here, listening to me at all, suggests your days might be numbered unless you have some support." Thorgrim was silent, a silence that told me all I needed to know. There's an art to negotiating with someone who holds all the cards. The key is to show confidence while reminding them that there's still one card you possess, whatever it is they need the most. I stepped forward slightly. "You need an ally, someone on the inside who can turn things around for you, someone who can access places you can't. I have at least nominal trust with the fairies. That's what I can offer. Now, what can you give me? I already know you're capable. I have the feeling you've lived here for a long time and built a small army of golems to defend yourself. If you could have dealt with the Fae by now, you would have. Am I wrong?" Thorgrim was no longer laughing. He watched me with his blue eyes, calculating.
"How have I lasted this long?" he mused. "Well, it is no small feat. My survival is a product of my wit and knowledge. I am skilled at crafting golems. It's just a matter of making more with the parts I have in the temple." He spread his hands. "Unfortunately, this is a great temple that was once a mighty place during the ethereal era. It guards a world gate that leads to Thandora, a world filled with wondrous beasts and untapped magical potential. Beyond the gate, the area is rich with ether crystals and easy to harvest, so I never find myself lacking for magical power."
My heart sank as he explained all of this. The gate didn't lead to Earth at all, but to another world entirely. Unless his term for my world was Thandora, which, based on his description, didn't seem likely. His expression darkened as he continued.
"But I must admit, I've gotten myself into a bind. I'm running out of materials to craft golems, and the Fae are getting better at destroying them. I can't afford to lose too many. That would be my doom. So yes, your offer intrigues me."
I nodded, forcing down my excitement. "Then let's make a deal." In truth, I had no intention of helping Thorgrim in particular. My main interest was escaping with my life, however that came to be. Both of our futures depended entirely on what he said next.
"You want to make a deal?"
Thorgrim asked.
The Fae despise my kind. I have committed no crime other than seeking the wisdom of my ancestors. They would destroy this sacred knowledge and close the gate, all in the name of their goddess. By helping me, you would be protecting this magical resource.
A worthy cause, I said. Knowledge should always be kept safe, despite personal biases.
Well said, Thorgrim replied. I sense you are an intellectual, as I am.
I am, I said, and a wizard. I honor knowledge.
That much is clear. And your name, since you know mine?
Valdrik, I replied smoothly. Level 9. Yes, I'd shared a bit of information that wasn't strictly necessary, but this admission served two purposes. First, it showed I shouldn't be dismissed. Second, it was a small vulnerability that I judged would not cause much harm. It was important to show a measure of trust when hoping to forge a new ally, ideally by sharing something that wouldn't weaken me too much.
Thorgrim said thoughtfully. Level 9 may suffice, depending on your other skills and spells.
I am quite capable, I replied.
And you seek further knowledge, as any self-respecting wizard should.
He leaned forward.
The Temple of Teradon holds in its treasury a number of arcanist tomes of the earth element. If you can truly stop the Fae, then I can grant that to you.
Arcanist tomes? I said. How many exactly?
Enough to make aiding me worthwhile, Thorgrim said. But first, I wish to learn more about you before revealing all my secrets.
I weighed this offer against what I already knew. The Fae were also promising the treasures of the temple in exchange for our help, but I wasn't sure they would follow through. Of course, I didn't know if this Thorgrim would keep his word either. He could easily go back on his offer. So how can this be ensured? I asked cautiously. And it's likely my companions won't agree with me. Thorgrim watched me with his blue eyes, a slow smile spreading across his face, revealing his sharp yellow teeth.
Well, there's a way to solve both of those issues. Of course, it's impossible to directly attack anyone in your party without leaving the party first, and you can't disband a party while a vault is active. However, this vault has a special condition. You can choose whom to help, me or the Fae. And this choice will override even the magic that normally binds parties together. You trigger this condition by making a clear choice. The vault's magic will recognize that and allow you to leave your party in favor of helping me. Technically, it would make you part of the vault, at least until all the Fae and your former allies are dealt with, so to speak. And once you are bound by the vault, it's like you're in a party with me, which means I can't betray you or any agreement we have made.
I listened to this with growing astonishment, not at the audacity of betraying my allies, but at the self-awareness. He knew this was a vault, which meant he was a real being aware of this world's rules and systems. Yet something also told me that this vault was a historical situation drawn from this world's past. It was almost as if he were a kindly game master, explaining a technicality in the rules before returning to his former role as a gnomish wizard. So you want me to go behind enemy lines, so to speak?
Yes, Thorgrim replied. I need you to tip the balance, to somehow distract the Fae and your party members, if possible. Any way that can give me an edge.
I don't know if I can, I admitted. I have access to arcane missile, but that's my only offensive spell. Thorgrim cackled.
Really? Well, that's not going to be enough. You'll need something much more powerful to be of use to me.
Like what?
I have just the thing. An arcanist tome for the Sands of Sleep spell.
It sounded powerful, at least on the surface. And what does this spell do?
It is a greater tier spell,
Thorgrim said, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary.
It creates magical sand over a wide area that settles on any enemy, and if they don't resist, they fall asleep. It's a powerful area spell for incapacitating many foes. I haven't managed to use it on the Fae. They are too quick and can easily dodge it, and I dare not get too close. But if they were taken by surprise... My mind reeled at the implications. This was the kind of power I had long sought, a way to expand my tools and protect myself from danger. And you'll give this spell for me to learn? Just for the hope that I'll turn on my allies for the rest of your spells? Yes. When the time comes, you'd need to declare your loyalty, which will boot you from your group. It need not be spoken literally, just an act of will. This will trigger the change, allowing you to cast the spell not only on the Fae, but your allies. Ideally both. And my allies, they would see what has happened? Oh, certainly. It might take them a moment, but it will become clear within seconds. By then, hopefully, they will be deep in slumber. I considered all of this carefully. The smart play was to keep my options open. Learning the spell would give me a powerful tool regardless of which side I ultimately chose. If an opportunity arose to convince my allies to switch sides and help Thorgrim, we could all benefit from the temple's riches. If that proved impossible, well, I would still gain an additional spell. Knowledge was never wasted. This was a delicate game, one most would refuse to play out of a misguided sense of loyalty. But that wasn't me. I was a pragmatist who understood that survival required adapting to circumstances. If my allies proved reasonable and could be convinced to switch sides, excellent. We'd all benefit. If not, I needed to be ready for whatever came. So, Thorgrim said, what will it be, Valdrik? There was another thought. I'm only level 9, and I've heard that greater tier spells can take a long time to learn, days or even weeks. Lucky for you, Thorgrim said. The Temple of Teradon is filled with treasures. I have a rare potion called a Draught of Insight. You drink it, and it greatly speeds up your spell learning for a short time. It will be even quicker if you have any boons or skills that aid in spell learning, as many wizards do. How fast will this be exactly? Very fast, usually minutes. My decision was nearly made, but I didn't want to seem too eager. If I simply turned him down, he would kill me. Judging by the spells he had already cast on me, once I used one counterspell, I really had nothing left. The other option was to agree to take the spell tome and learn it without betraying my allies. This posed a risk for Thorgrim. He needed to give me the spell to have any chance of survival, yet he could not guarantee my compliance except by dangling the promise of the temple's full treasures. He was betting that my greed outweighed my loyalty. The truth was, as tempting as it was to gain the full experience points and loot, I would have to face unwelcome questions upon returning to Karadesh. It was easier to do things the right way than explain how I became the vault's sole survivor. So I help you by switching sides, and then all the vault rewards are mine? And for now, the Sands of Sleep spell will also be mine along with this Draught of Insight? Do I have that right? That's right, Thorgrim said. So what'll it be? I waited a moment longer, as if thinking, before nodding. I accept your offer. Very good, Thorgrim said with a chuckle. Not that you have much of a choice. Stay here. I will return shortly. He left me on the stairs, and I waited for perhaps 20 minutes, wondering if my best choice was simply to leave. However, my chances of finding my way back without guidance in a golem-infested temple were slim to none. I had to trust that his need for me would keep me safe long enough to learn the spell. If he wanted me dead, he certainly could have done so by now. He returned with a glowing green book featuring an icon of a hooded eye surrounded by sand, along with a vial of bright blue liquid. The system helpfully informed me that I was near an arcanist tome. The notification came when Thorgrim was about 15 meters away, if I had to guess. At least now I had a frame of reference for how far away an arcanist tome would be. These are both yours, he said. I recommend you start studying right after you drink that draft. He nodded toward the stairs. To get back, go up these stairs and take a right. Your friends are still out there, having retreated to the main hall. He gave a satisfied chuckle. Once you've learned the spell, you need to make it seem as if you've barely survived. I'll have a few of my golems chase you, but I will tell them not to harm you too badly. Is that really necessary? Yes. They will already be suspicious, especially since they know there are two factions here. If you get back without any trouble, that could ruin everything. I suppose I'll get to learning that spell. Be warned. If you betray me, you shall be sorely sorry. I am now comfortable enough to reveal what's truly at stake. Help me, and there are 4 more tomes of Arcanus from the Earth School of Magic waiting for you. But these tomes become inaccessible upon my death. I couldn't hide my surprise. 4 Arcanus tomes. If all went smoothly, that meant I could leave this vault with 5 more spells than I had entered with. Of course, that was assuming Thorgrim was telling the truth. That was always a concern, but since he had given me the Sands of Sleep tome, it made sense that there might be others. And if so, the mathematics were staggering. In the legitimate academic world, such knowledge might take months or even years to gain through proper channels. Here, through a single act of calculated pragmatism, I could leapfrog months of traditional study. This was precisely why the established order feared people like me. We understood that merit mattered more than lineage and that results trumped respectability. Don't worry, I said. I intend to carry out my part. Very good, Thorgrim replied. He set the tome of Arcanus on the stairs along with the draft and stepped back a few paces. I must return to the inner sanctum. There's a small room, a cell off to the side. In ancient times, the gnomish mage's chants would echo through these halls as students learned their spells. He gave a faint smile. I am among the last of their kin. But perhaps the halls of Pterodon Temple will sing again with the chant of earth magic. One last time. I watched as the gnome retreated. I climbed the stairs and gathered the Arcanus tome and the draft of insight. Holding the tome in my left hand and the draft in my right, I examined both. The spellbook was thick, covered in dust, and glowed green in my hand. I approached the indicated cell, opened the door, and found a dark space with a stone lectern. I placed the book on the lectern and opened it to the first page. The script was incomprehensible to me, but I wasn't yet directing my arcane insight toward it. Well, here goes nothing. I popped the cork and drank the draught of insight, which was surprisingly sweet. It felt as if knowledge and understanding had exploded in my mind, or rather the potential for learning knowledge. Now the rest was up to me. I turned my attention to the tome and began to read, activating my scholar's focus skill, though it wasn't strictly necessary. As I did, I became enveloped in magic and filled with power. I wasn't just reading about knowledge, I was living it, my mind drifting in a strange fugue-like state. I absorbed each page at a glance, racing through the text. Within minutes, I reached the last page, and the glowing magic that had bound the book completely vanished. I now had access to the spell. You have learned a new earth spell, Sands of Sleep. Sands of Sleep. Greater. Cast a wide cloud of magical sand that puts all within its reach to sleep, unless they resist. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The 5-minute cooldown felt long, but it was likely standard for a spell of this strength. At best, I would have only one chance to use it well. I placed the tome in my enchanted pack, noting how its magical glow had faded completely. I wasn't sure if the enchantment was spent for good or if it would recharge over time. Then I headed up the stairs, following the gnome's directions. I wasn't committed to Thorgrim's plan, but I now had choices I hadn't had before. The spell alone made this detour worthwhile, no matter how things played out. Only time would reveal the truth.
After all, the greatest mistake wasn't betrayal. It was failing to position yourself to grasp opportunity when it came. That was all luck truly was. It was time to reunite with the others. 28. Testing the waters. I followed Thorgrim's directions, climbing the stairs and turning right as he instructed. The long stone passage stretched before me, lined with more enchanted lanterns. As I walked, there was no sign of the stone golems that were supposed to pursue me. Not yet, at least. But I was sure it would happen soon. I reached a cross corridor, different from the one I had seen before. The moment I stepped across the intersection, something clicked in the walls. I turned to see 3 golems appearing from hidden doors in the walls. Just as promised, they didn't immediately attack with deadly intent. 2 of the ranged constructs with ballistae mounted on their backs moved into place. One fired, and the stone projectiles struck the wall barely a meter from where I stood. Close enough to be convincing, but not close enough to actually harm me. Still, I had no choice but to play my part. I started running as the golems chased me, their heavy footsteps echoing behind. They put on an impressive show of pursuit, never quite slowing enough to let me escape easily, but never quite fast enough to catch me. If I had stopped, they would have bowled me over, or at least made it look that way. Up ahead, I spotted the grand staircase leading back to the main hall where we had first entered. I sprinted up the steps as fast as I could, the golems close behind, shouting for help with what I hoped was convincing desperation. Kisara appeared at the top of the stairs, a javelin already in her hand. The weapon flew over my head in a perfect arc, piercing the golem directly behind me. The other 2 ranged constructs immediately turned and retreated, leaving their fellow to stumble away with a solid chunk of stone chipped from its torso. By now, Lara and Corin had also appeared. "Valdrik!" Kisara exclaimed. "You're alive!" I reached the top step, gasping for breath. I was more winded than I had been after my battle with the dragon. Ironic, considering this had all been theater. "Am I glad to see you?" "Where have you been?" Lara asked, her tone sharp with doubt. "We thought you were dead." All of them were watching me closely now, and I could feel their scrutiny. "Well, I wasn't dead. I fell through a trapdoor," I explained between breaths. "Some sort of pressure plate trap triggered when I stepped on it. Down I went, and within seconds I found myself in a chamber several levels below. I got lost for what felt like hours." I gestured toward the retreating golems. "As soon as I found my way back up, those golems came after me. I thought I was done for." "Well, I'm glad you made it," Corin said, relief clear in his voice. "It's good to have our wizard back. Morale has been a bit low since you've been gone." "Low?" I asked. "More so than we might expect after a failed advance?" Corin bristled at my remark, but didn't argue. "Yes, failed is an apt way to put it. More golems showed up while you were gone, and we had to fall back, especially without enough power from our wizard. Placing the blame on me, of course. I understood he was frustrated with his own failures, but anyone could have made that mistake. I stayed silent in response, trusting the others to see that this failure was more his than mine. Lara, for her part, glared at him. She wasn't impressed. Corin ran a hand nervously through his hair. "So we fell back up the stairs. The fairies tried to slip past while we were engaged with the golems, but the gnomes' other defenses drove them back." At that moment, the sound of fairy wings returned, heralded by Silverwing's approach. I turned to face the creatures. "Ah, it seems your wizard has decided to come back," she said, her voice carrying a mocking tone that immediately set me on edge. All I could think was that these disrespectful beings were supposed to be our allies. "We apologize for how things went," Corin said diplomatically. "We were caught off guard by the traps." "Clearly," Silverwing replied coldly. "I thought we were dealing with professionals here." "You should be grateful," Kisara interrupted, her amber eyes flashing with irritation.
"Without us, you'd have no hope of reaching the gnome. Now that we have our wizard back, maybe you should offer us better terms for our continued cooperation."
Silverwing's gossamer wings fluttered in what could only be described as aggressive agitation.
"Better terms? We're all trapped in this together, reptile. You bungled the first attempt so badly that unless all of you follow my orders exactly, we're dead."
She turned her attention directly to Corin.
"Now, party leader, it's time to press the attack again, immediately."
Before Corin could speak, I cleared my throat. "I think that's a bit premature. Our party would like to do some planning, tactics and such. It doesn't seem wise to rush into the same situation that failed before, at least not until we're all aligned and have learned from our mistakes. Unless you're admitting that we are just fodder for the golems." Silverwing regarded me skeptically, as if she suspected something was fundamentally wrong. She knew I had been gone for a while, but could she truly suspect that I had consorted with her enemy? Perhaps that was why she was pushing for an immediate renewed assault, to prevent any chance of strategic reconsideration. I noticed the other fairies had silently positioned themselves in a loose circle around us, arrows nocked but not yet drawn. Silverwing's voice dropped to a threatening whisper.
"Cross us, and you'll find out just how creative we can be with our arrows when we're no longer worried about keeping our allies intact."
Her gaze swept the group, settling on me before she fluttered back.
"Don't take too long. We'll return in a few minutes, and then we attack whether you're ready or not."
With that, the fairies turned and vanished among the distant pillars. Corin faced me, his expression a mix of relief and mild irritation. "Tactics, eh, Valdrik? I didn't realize that falling into a trap made you a master tactician." I tried to ignore the jibe. If my own party leader treated reasonable caution as insubordination, perhaps he deserved whatever fate awaited him. After all, good leadership required listening to everyone's opinions, not just charging blindly forward because pride demanded it. My first move was to build on Kisara's suggestion, as it was important to make it seem like the idea came from her rather than me. This would make it less traceable to any hidden motives on my part. "Kisara had the right thought," I said, addressing the group. "We need to push for a better deal with these fairies. They're treating us like mere pawns and don't even have the grace to hide it." "They're our only choice," Lara replied sharply, her mask eerie. "Unless you have something to share, Valdrik." Damn, how could she already be suspicious? I kept my expression carefully neutral. "Not that I have a better choice necessarily," I replied. "I'm just pointing out that the vault description mentioned 2 factions here. We could move forward without the fairies if we chose to abandon this plan." I spread my hands reasonably. "We can't negotiate for better terms if we have no options. That's just basic logic." Kisara seemed to be weighing this, her amber eyes considering the implications. Of the 3 of them, she appeared to be the only one taking my suggestion seriously. Lara seemed to be unmoved, clearly intent on pushing through. Corin, on the other hand, seemed to see my reasonable idea as defiance. His eyes had grown suspicious. "You found something down there, didn't you?" he said, his tone carrying an accusatory edge. "And I want to know what it was." This was exactly the kind of situation where I excelled, thinking quickly on my feet when someone thought they were backing me against a wall. "I did find something," I admitted, letting a note of excitement creep into my voice. "A hidden passage that the fairies conveniently forgot to mention. I was trying to convey that earlier, but now I can speak freely since they are gone. There's treasure in the deeper parts of the temple, and it's reachable if you know how to get there." "Treasure?" Laura asked. "And what good is treasure if we're all dead?" "That's exactly the point," I said eagerly. "I have a boon called Arcane Resonance that lets me sense Arcanist tomes within a certain range. I felt them strongly in that treasure chamber,
multiple powerful spells that could make this entire task much easier. Disappointment crept into my voice. But before I could investigate properly, the golems found me and I had to flee for my life. I paused for effect. They were listening closely. Perfect. There may be a spell or magical item down there that could turn the tide in our favor, I continued. But we can't explore that possibility if the fairies are pushing us to attack at once. They're far too eager to use us as bait and distraction while they handle the important work themselves. It's frankly insulting to follow their orders when they clearly don't have our best interests at heart. He has a point, Kisara said thoughtfully, her neck frill rippling. I'm here to follow the orders of our leader, of course, but what Valdrik is saying makes sense. My people have a saying, the hunter who ignores fresh tracks soon goes hungry. We are overlooking a possible opportunity because we're afraid to change our strategy, and we're letting ourselves be bullied by these fairies. Her javelin shifted in her grip, an unconscious gesture that showed she was far from comfortable with our current path. I've followed your lead so far, Corin, but I need to know you're making choices based on sound tactics, not pride. Corin seemed to soften a bit. I could kiss Kisara at that moment, despite previous bad encounters with the Varkas race. Even Lara seemed to be partially swayed, shifting on her feet. It does sound like it could be something important, though ultimately it's up to Corin to decide whether to look into it. Corin appeared torn, weighing the potential gains against the risks. But what happens when the fairies see us going off on our own without consulting them first? They'll assume we've betrayed them completely. This was exactly what I was hoping for. It would force us to work with Thorgrim, and I'd get easier access to those tomes without risking myself too much, but I couldn't afford to present it in such stark terms. It wouldn't be betrayal, I said reasonably. How can you betray someone who treats you as lesser? We could simply explain that there are magical resources in the vault that I need to access, resources that will help us in the coming battle. They should understand. No, they will be suspicious, Corin replied. I've already given them my word. I held back the urge to point out that he had let those fairies walk all over him, leaving him caught between their demands and his pride. To my surprise, Lara came to my defense. Vaults often hold the means to achieve success within their bounds. They're designed to enable all kinds of groups to succeed, regardless of their makeup or skills. This could very well be one of those cases. I had read about this during my studies, but I was grateful she had brought it up, as it hadn't occurred to me at the time. Her support gave weight to my crafted story. But again, Lara added calmly, it's your choice, Corin. Corin looked back toward where the fairies had retreated among the pillars. He seemed genuinely hesitant to go against their wishes, almost as if he feared disappointing them. Could our supposed leader really be so cowed by these creatures? Were they perhaps using some form of mind magic or charm to ensure his compliance? It wasn't entirely out of the question, though I couldn't accuse him of such things without solid proof. Either way, the exact truth didn't matter, as long as my words got them moving in a way that would hopefully lead us to work with Thorgrim. I don't know, Corin said finally, shaking his head. The whole thing seems a bit too convenient. A secret treasure room containing exactly what we need, discovered right when we need it most. But it's worth looking into, isn't it? Kisara asked. Corin shook his head more firmly. Sorry, Valdrik. It's an interesting idea, but these fairies are very capable allies, despite their disrespect. Now that we've dealt with golems once, we can come up with better tactics for the next encounter. His confidence seemed to be returning. We would have won that battle if it hadn't been for that damn pressure plate trap separating us. So the key is staying together, all of us remaining in the same safe space, guaranteed not to be trapped. I smiled inwardly at the delicious irony.
Yes, having everyone gather in one spot would make things much easier if I decided to use Thorgrim's gift. The thought sent an unexpected chill through me. These were people I had fought beside and faced danger with. Kisara had saved me from the golems just moments ago. Even Corin, for all his flaws, genuinely cared about keeping his team alive. Was I really contemplating? But no. I was simply being prepared. If they could be convinced to see reason and work with Thorgrim instead of against him, everyone would benefit. It was the most sensible path. The Sands of Sleep spell was just a safeguard, a tool that could save lives if talks broke down. It wasn't as if I wanted to use it against them. I was merely positioning myself to protect everyone's interests, even if they couldn't see the bigger picture yet. And if everything went wrong, it was a way out. Something to ensure I survived when others might not have a chance. Surely there was nothing wrong with that. I feigned disappointment at his decision, but in the end, I nodded with apparent good grace. I have to admit, your reasoning is sound, even though I still think my suggestion has value, I said. But as Kisara pointed out, you are the party leader. I'll follow your orders. Corin nodded approvingly. That shows real maturity on your part, Valdrik. Now, let's go find the fairies and finish this properly. Yes, I thought. Properly. 29. Like gentle snow. I followed the party back toward the fairies, weaving between the massive stone pillars. No sooner had we begun moving than the fairies showed themselves, with Silverwing taking the lead. "Well," she asked impatiently, "have you made up your minds?" "I think we've settled everything we need to," Corin replied. "We have our battle plan. Now we just need to know how our groups will work together." "I'm glad you've seen sense," Silverwing said, though her tone suggested otherwise. "The plan will mostly stay the same as before. You've already triggered the trap in the center corridor, so you can continue down that passage, avoiding the pressure plate. You'll find yourselves before the inner sanctum of the temple, where Thorgrim will surely make his final stand. He'll have to send all his golems to deal with you. He can't suffer the temple being invaded." "Okay," Corin said. "What else?" Her wings fluttered as she pointed toward the deeper passages. "There's a spot to rest at the top of the stairs, giving you the high ground. Your wizard can fire arcane missiles from a distance, and your javelineer can provide ranged support. The golems will have to engage from a less favorable position below." She smiled coldly. "As soon as enough of them come out to fight you, that's when we strike." "And what if Thorgrim stays hidden?" I asked. "This plan will fall apart." Her eyes gleamed at me with fierce intensity. "He'll have to, wizard. Once enough of his golems fall, Thorgrim will have to show himself if he wants to survive. He'll start casting his magic. That's when you should focus all your efforts on him, along with us. As soon as the gnome falls, so do his golems." "Sounds like a solid plan," Corin said. "But it also sounds like a lot could go wrong." "Then you must play your part well," Silverwing replied sharply. "So are we agreed? Are we ready to set out?" "I think we are," Corin said, then looked to the group as a whole. "Is everyone ready?" We all nodded silently. Even now, my mind was calculating how to make the best of this situation. It was a shame they couldn't be convinced, but there was nothing else I could do. What was truly disappointing was Kisara's situation. If I had been the party leader, she would have followed me without hesitation. She understood my idea, and even Lara was close to coming around. But I remained silent. The best plans are adaptable. I didn't know how this would turn out, but I had positioned myself as best I could for success. That was all I could do, and I was satisfied with that. "I think we're ready," I said. "Following your lead, Sergeant Corin." Corin nodded, hefting his spear. "Right. Stay close. I'll take point, Lara will take the rear. Valdrik and Kisara stay in the middle. You two can't go down. You're our main damage dealers.
Don't worry, Kisara said confidently. My javelins will fly true. We descended the grand staircase and followed the familiar corridor. The remnants of the destroyed golems were still scattered across the stone floor. Glancing to the right side of the hallway, I noticed one floor stone was sticking up slightly. That must have been the pressure plate I had stepped on earlier. A strange thought struck me. If I stepped on it now, I could send at least one or two of my companions tumbling down with me, thus forcing the group to split up, and perhaps also forcing an alliance with Thorgrim. But this was too risky. I wasn't keen on following whims without taking the time to think them through. Desperate gambles were for those who already had their backs against the wall, and I hadn't reached that point yet. What I didn't expect was for Kisara to suddenly curse under her breath. "Damn," she said. "I think I dropped one of my potions back there."
"Leave it," Corin said, but Kisara was already lagging behind. More than that, she shot me a strange glance, so quick I could hardly catch it, but the meaning was clear. She wanted to have a private word with me. "Kisara," I said, "please don't do this." But she was already turning back, searching the floor with exaggerated concern. "Damn it all," Corin muttered. "Kisara!" "Don't worry," I said. "I've got it." I chased after her, making a show of scanning the floor for her lost potion. Without looking at me, she let out a heavy sigh, as if she were deeply disappointed in herself. "I'm in." 2 words said everything I needed to know. I had an ally. She sensed my intent and wanted to be a part of my plans. I glanced at her to show my understanding. If she had figured out I had something in mind, what about Lara or Corin? Or was Kisara simply that keen? It seemed she wanted to trigger that pressure plate and uncover the treasures I had mentioned. If I knew anything about the Varkis, it was that their thirst for treasure surpassed that of ordinary folk. But would she have my back when the true nature of my plan was revealed, assuming I decided to go through with it? I could hardly tell her the treasure story was a lie, so I needed to show my appreciation for her willingness to help, while hinting that my plan was different. Of course, this was nearly impossible, especially with Corin and Lara watching. So I looked at her for a moment longer than needed to signal that I had a plan and that she should follow it when the time came. I couldn't be certain she understood, but I had a strong feeling that she did. And if so, this was better than I had ever dreamed. It meant I had an ally, a real chance for the plan to succeed far beyond what I could achieve alone. It didn't matter that I would be sharing the experience and rewards. Kisara had no use for Arcanist tomes, which was the only thing I truly wanted. And if 2 of us survived instead of just one, the guild leaders back in Karadesh would be far less suspicious. I'd have someone to back up my story. We hurried to rejoin the other 2. Lara didn't seem too suspicious, though it was hard to tell with her mask. Corin merely looked annoyed. At the end of the corridor, I could see the fairies gathering at the foot of the stairs ahead, keeping a respectful distance. I figured that if they suspected anything, they would be confronting us by now. The group reconvened and moved forward. Soon the corridor ended, and we found ourselves at the staircase Silverring had mentioned. The sight before us was breathtaking and strange. Massive stone archways framed the root system of a colossal tree, its ancient bark seamlessly fused with the carved rock. The roots twisted and intertwined throughout the chamber, some as thick as city walls, disappearing into the shadows above where the cavern's ceiling was lost in darkness. Bioluminescent moss traced glowing veins along the roots, casting everything in an ethereal blue-green light. The air hummed with power, not just magical, but something deeper and older, latent earth magic, I supposed. And somewhere within that maze of stone and root, Thorgrim waited. Corin called a halt as we paused at the top of the stairs. My heart quickened in my chest. I stood beside Kisara, who gripped her javelin confidently, her amber eyes fixed on the open doorway of the temple below. It was hard to pinpoint my feelings at the moment. It wasn't nervousness. I was one of those rare people for whom high-pressure situations inspire incredible calm. This had always been a point of contention between Elena and me. Whenever we argued, I remained cool, calculated, and precise in my replies, even as she screamed at the top of her lungs. I could easily dissect her words and show where she was mistaken. When morning came, as it always did, she would be calm and accepting. Intellect and reason always prevailed, regardless of one's pride or emotions in a charged moment. I had always seen this ability as a sort of superpower, though I learned it could be somewhat off-putting to others. Yet in moments like this, when lives were on the line, I was discovering that I felt most in my element. It didn't take long for the first golems to emerge from the front of the temple. First came the bipedal ones, those with thick arms, legs, and torsos that served as blockers for the real damage dealers, the ranged units. About 5 melee golems appeared, followed by 10 ranged ones that walked on 6 legs, all arranging themselves in a perfect arc to maximize their firing coverage. A pair of stone slingers took position and fired a few test shots. The rocks in their slings flew swiftly, giving us only moments to decide whether to dodge. These initial shots missed, but one struck Corin directly on his armor. A flash of light and deflection followed, likely some skill or boon activating. Lara lifted her silver mace, surrounding Corin with a green light. Nature's mend again. "Valdrik, Kisara!" Corin called. "Fire when ready!" I glanced back and saw the fairies advancing, albeit slowly. They were waiting for us to engage before making their move. "Start from the left and work our way down the line," I said. "Ranged ones first." "Got it," Kisara replied. I raised my staff, zeroing in on the leftmost ranged golem. I thought about using my ascended casting skill for the first shot, but decided against it. That had to be saved for later. I raised my staff. "Sagata Arcanum!" A bolt of blue and white energy shot forward, striking the golem precisely. Kisara followed with a couple of javelin throws. The first went wide, but the second hit its mark. The golem fell easily. I waited for my cooldown to refresh, then shot a second arcane missile at the next golem. Kisara targeted it with her javelins as the remaining golems charged up the stairs toward us. Even as we fought, a few more golems emerged from the temple. Gazing into the darker corners of the sanctum, there was still no sign of Thorgrim. "Steady," Corin said, kneeling and pointing a spear outward in a defensive stance. To my surprise, Lara stepped forward beside him, her mace ready. Apparently, she wasn't just planning to heal. She intended to fight alongside our tank. This left Kisara and me positioned behind them, out of sight. I felt an unexpected thrill. The odds of success had gotten much higher. Kisara threw her last javelin and then raised her hand. Somehow the weapons that had struck their targets returned, appearing in her quiver. It must have been some enchantment. Quite handy indeed. Perhaps it was common among Varkis javelin specialists. There was no chance to implement Thorgrim's plan just yet, so I continued fighting with my usual tactics. The first wave of attackers focused on Corin, who let out intimidating shout to draw their attention. I was familiar with such tactics from my gaming days. Meanwhile, Kisara and I targeted the ranged constructs. A few hurled rocks our way, one grazing my cheek and leaving a wound hardly worth healing. I cast counterspell whenever practical. Everything was going well, and if this continued, we would easily defeat the golems. I was almost disappointed. However, I had underestimated Thorgrim's tactics, because that was when all hell broke loose. Unseen until now, at least 20 or 30 more golems emerged from the root system of the great tree, having lain in wait. They scuttled up the wide staircase, clearly intending to surround us. If the fairies didn't attack soon, we would all be done for. Thankfully, at that moment, Silverwing charged in with a war cry, her high voice piercing the vast space. The fairies flew right over the constructs, bows in hand, not even shooting stray arrows at our attackers as they headed directly for the front doorway of the sanctum. As soon as the fairies appeared, at least half of the stone slinger golems began firing toward the ceiling. Already a couple of fairies fell to the ground, one losing a beautiful wing and crying out in pain. But Silverwing was undeterred. She flew straight for the front door, seeing this as their final chance. With Lara and Corin fully occupied with the melee constructs and the fairies well overhead, I touched Kisara on the arm and nodded. I stepped back a few paces quietly. Kisara's eyes widened, but she followed my lead. After we moved about 5 paces away, I didn't dare go further. Lara was already starting to turn around. Before she could say anything, I hit her with a prepared line. "I'm preparing a wide area of effect spell. Keep me covered." Lara looked doubtful, her masked face tilting toward me. But she turned back to aid Corin in fending off the mounting assault. This was it. Such opportunities came rarely, so now was the time to execute. I moved as if controlled by an outside force. I first activated my silent cast skill first, and a few seconds later ascended casting. Then I raised my staff high and began the intricate chant in the foundation language of Arcanus. The words echoed in my mind, but seemingly not for others. Arena somni descendat, ostibus me soporem aeternum donans, utera quiscat et inimici me in pace dorman. It took precious moments to cast, and I had never felt more exposed. During the casting, I sensed the magical energy swirling around me as I spoke. Sand forming in the air above the battlefield in a circle of about 20 or 30 meters. The spell was far more complex than my simple arcane missile, which was to be expected given its greater status. But with my ascended casting, this spell was actually one tier higher, major. And as such, it was all the more power, beyond my wildest expectations. What followed defies description. There was the physical event, but what happened within me was even more profound. The world seemed to freeze for half a second, stretching into infinity as the air pulsed with power. As Lara looked on, I could almost picture her widened eyes behind that mask. Corin turned slightly, unsure, not fully grasping what was happening, but sensing it wasn't good. By the time they realized the treachery, it was too late. The sands of sleep were falling, covering the entire chamber. I could only watch, entranced. The way it fell reminded me of snow from my boyhood in the Balkan mountains of Bulgaria, gentle flakes drifting down like nature's blessing. I raised my arms, though the gesture wasn't strictly needed. It just felt right. I felt like that young boy, imagining I was casting magic to take down my bullies. But now, I was doing it for real. The power was freeing, thrilling, almost cleansing. The sand settled onto Lara and Corin. Their eyes grew heavy, confusion flitting across their faces as the magical sleep took hold. They had zero chance. Kisara was already positioning herself beside me. The sand fell around us without affecting either of us at all. I supposed the vault had sensed Kisara's intent to side with me, so the magic ignored her. A couple of fairies had even been caught in the spell's range, stragglers who hadn't made it inside the temple yet, but Silverwing was already deep within the sanctum, beyond the reach of my magic. Then it seemed the world resumed its former course. The golems, unaffected by the mystical sand, descended upon Lara and Corin with ruthless efficiency. They piled onto them with crushing weight, stone fists rising and falling with surprising brutality. I simply stood back and watched, fascinated. I could see that the golems had been holding back the whole time. If they had attacked with full force from the start, they might have overwhelmed us completely. This was all the proof I needed that Thorgrim intended to honor his side of the deal, at least for now. Kisara looked at me with wide eyes, clearly surprised by this level of betrayal. However, she had already committed herself to me, and that seemed enough for the vault's purposes and its higher magic of breaking parties apart. "Come," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "We made this choice together. Now we have to see it through." Kisara nodded, certainty settling around her like a cloak. There was no second guessing, no regret, only the stark reality of the situation. I was impressed by her readiness to face it. "So what really happened while you were gone, Valdrik?" I glanced around the battlefield. The fairies were still engaged deeper within the temple, and I couldn't spare the time for a full explanation. They were weakened now, so with the golems and Thorgrim, we should be able to finish them off easily. "We're on Thorgrim's side now," I replied simply. "Lara and Corin may have fallen, but we wouldn't have defeated these golems through ordinary means. This was the only way out, the only path to survival rather than mutual destruction." I met her amber gaze directly. "I tried to make everyone see reason earlier. This is the best outcome given our situation. I didn't want it to come to this. I'm just glad you saw the truth." Kisara raised her clawed hand, stopping my justifications. "No, there's no need to explain further. Sometimes this is just how things happen in the depths. You can only follow the currents." She understood perfectly, perhaps better than I did myself. "Come on," I said. "This isn't over yet. We still have to finish off the remaining fairies and deal with Silverwing. Thorgrim will need our help." She nodded toward the temple entrance. "Lead on." Surrounded by the now peaceful golems who saw us as allies, we marched down the stairs to the inner sanctum. It was time to finish what we had started. 30. The Only Law. We stepped into the cool embrace of the temple and found ourselves in a vast inner hall shaped like a perfect circle, resembling a hollow tree trunk. To my surprise, I could see stars high above. A tree of this height could easily have been visible from the desert outside, or perhaps we were simply that far underground. At the far end of the chamber, a high archway led deeper into the temple, with no other paths. Kisara and I carefully made our way, watchful for any sign of the fairies, while the golems marched beside us like faithful protectors. Among the huge roots in the chamber, there were countless hiding places from which we could be ambushed. We reached the far end without facing any resistance. With at least 20 or 30 golems surrounding us, most of them ranged units, the fairies were in dire straits. They were heading straight for Thorgrim, and once they found him, our shield would vanish. We would likely perish unless I managed to cast another lucky Sands of Sleep spell. Checking my interface, I saw there were still 2 minutes before the cooldown refreshed. "I don't like the look of this," Kisara said. As we entered the next chamber, 2 fairies suddenly revealed themselves among the roots, shooting forward while loosing arrows. Kisara hurled a javelin, impaling one of them. I barely dodged as I turned around and aimed at the fairy that zipped past me. My staff struck its wing, causing it to falter momentarily. I fired an arcane missile, hitting it in the back. It fell in a heap. I automatically looted their weapons and armor with my enchanted pack, collecting the bows and arrows. They were likely of no use to me, but I could probably sell them later. I wondered if I should have done this with my fallen allies earlier, but that might have seemed too crass to Kisara, and there was always the danger of their weapons being identified by merchants who knew them in Karadesh. It wasn't worth the risk. There would be plenty of rewards here without getting too greedy. "2 more down," Kisara said. "There can't be many left, and Silverwing is still out there somewhere." I don't like being out in the open like this. We need to find Thorgrim. Moments later, high fairy screams echoed from a left-hand corridor connected to this new chamber, mingling with the sounds of crashing rocks and battle. We rushed forward, the golems forming a protective shell around us. Within minutes, we reached the heart of the battle, what seemed to be the deepest part of the temple. Thorgrim stood on an altar surrounded by his golems, hurling magical stones at the fairies trying to reach him. The fairies had only arrows, but they were swift, darting around and shooting relentlessly. The arrows shimmered in the air, clearly enchanted, and some exploded on impact. The golems fell one by one. Without the full strength of his army, this was a battle of attrition. Eventually, the fairies would wear him down. I checked my interface. 10 seconds left on the spell cooldown. I remained still, knowing they would spot me at any moment. I caught the attention of one fairy who screeched an alert. Silverwing turned. 5 seconds left. I yelled as I shot an arcane missile at Silverwing. She dodged easily, but our golems surged forward, providing distraction and a protective barrier. "Cover me," I commanded. As Kisara moved ahead, I began to cast Sands of Sleep, edifying it with ascended casting. The enchanted sand formed in the air, and the confines of the tabernacle allowed almost the entire area to be covered as the fairies flitted in and out. Several dropped to the ground, becoming easy targets for the golems. Only a few, including Silverwing, managed to dodge. "Yes!" Thorgrim screeched. "Yes! Ha ha! You have done well, Valdrik! Very well indeed!" He laughed maniacally, redoubling his spells and conjuring more stones to throw with Stone Sling. One fairy got too close, and he turned it to stone with a flick of his wand. My spell identification labeled it as Petrify. The fairy plummeted from the sky and shattered. Silverwing was backed into a corner, flanked by 2 of her remaining guards. In this position, the other 2 fairies fell quickly to a hail of black glass, a spell called Obsidian Shards. In a final desperate move, Silverwing darted toward Thorgrim, drawing a dagger. But the Earth Gnome cast a spell, and simply vanished, only to reappear behind her. Teleport. He drew a knife from his belt and stabbed fiercely while crying, "Nya!" Silverwing shrieked as blood poured from her thigh. By now, Kisara and I were advancing. Kisara was already throwing javelins, trusting her aim, while I raised my staff and prepared another arcane missile. This one struck Silverwing in the shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. Thorgrim ran to gain distance for another spell, but by this point about 20 golems remained. They crowded around Silverwing and finished the job. A grim sight, to be sure. The battle was over, and I expected some form of word from the system, but there was nothing. "We won," Kisara said. "So why is it so quiet?" A chill washed over me. Did Thorgrim need to be dealt with too? If he turned on us and ordered his golems to attack, there would be nothing we could do. "It's not over yet," Thorgrim said. "What do you mean it's not over yet?" I replied. "We defeated the fairies. We helped you. That's all we had to do." "Yes, those were the terms, and you have kept them." "Then why is the vault not complete?" I asked. My mind raced. Had I missed something vital? No, that couldn't be. If Thorgrim truly meant to turn against us, he would have done so by now. Unless he was savoring his victory. But with us so close, I didn't believe that was his aim. Thorgrim stroked his beard. "Are you sure your friends back there are dead?" "Yes, of course. That had to be it. There was a survivor." "I didn't check myself," I said. "But the way those golems swarmed them, Kisara and I can't be blamed for thinking they were dead." "Yeah, I don't know how they could have survived that," Kisara replied. "But if the vault isn't ending, then at least one of them is still alive." At that moment, Thorgrim's eyes widened, narrowing in focus. "There!" I turned to see what I had already suspected. It was Lara, the white-robed druid wielding her mace and surrounded by a veil of green magic, some spell called Nature's Renewal. It was hard to tell, but from the name I guessed it was some sort of heal-over-time effect. "This ends now," she declared, her voice echoing through the chamber. "And I'll die before I let you leave this place alive." "How are you even here?" I asked. I hoped she would tell me. If I could keep her talking, it would help my sands of sleep cool down refresh. Besides, I was truly curious. "Does it matter? You are a traitor, Valdrik." Her gaze shifted to Kisara. "Both of you. How am I a traitor? None of us would have survived with Corrin in charge. Even you must see that. Or are you upset that I didn't share the plan with you?" Lara's gaze was icy. "It's not too late, Lara," I pressed on. "You could join us without risking your life so foolishly. Let's finish the vault together. It's the best outcome for all of us. I was just trying to survive." "Sorry," Lara replied, "but that won't work." She offered a frosty smile. "You asked how I survived. Maybe that's because I'm not who I seem, Valdrik." A chill of dread washed over me. No, it couldn't be. Lara pulled off her mask, revealing a woman I had never seen. She had the same copper skin as the Karadeshi, dark hair, brilliant green eyes, and a fierce look. She seemed to be in her late 30s. Not Petya, then. Was I meant to recognize her? "No, you don't know who I am," she said. "But I know exactly who you are, Dragon Slayer." The way she spoke those words sent a thrill through me. How could she know that unless she had been there or spoken to someone who had? "Captain Zira told you then. Why should that be surprising?" "She didn't. At least not at first." Not at first. Suddenly the pieces began to fit. Who else had been in that cave when I killed the dragon? "You know Petya," I said. "Are you from—" I trailed off. No, I didn't recognize her. She wasn't a coworker from our office. I was sure of that. "Yes, I know Petya. But how I found you is a bit more complex. I won't go into details, but suffice it to say, the moment I heard Captain Zira mention we had a dragon slayer among us, a wizard no less, I made sure to personally accompany the other initiates on their test to the vault. I wanted to confirm what Petya said for myself. I'm not level 4 as I claimed. I'm actually level 17. A chill ran through me at this revelation. 17? How was that even possible? She must have had some way of hiding her level or otherwise misrepresenting her abilities. As for how she knew Petya, she must have encountered her shortly after fleeing. Somehow Petya had run into Lara after the dragon fight, and Lara had learned her tale. Not only that, but Petya must have warned her about me and my supposed danger. It was unlike me to make foolish blunders, but it was clear that informing Captain Zira about the dragon was a grave mistake. I likely could have secured a spot on this expedition without it. Lara had joined the expedition to judge me personally. This also explained why Corrin had seemed nervous by her presence. They knew each other, and she might have even outranked him. Given how things had unfolded, she likely deemed me too dangerous to leave this vault alive, especially after my so-called betrayal. "What is she talking about, Valdrik?" Kisara asked. "Someone has been slandering me. Yes, I slew a dragon. I'm not sure why that makes me the enemy here. If you believe I've done something wrong, Lara, then someone has clearly been spreading lies. There are two sides to every story." "Both you and Kisara are traitors," Lara said, "and unfit for the guild. But more than that, I have the power to deal with this as I see fit." "Well, that may be true," I replied, "but you have to finish what you started, Lara. Perhaps you're level 17, but you still need to defeat all these golems. You have to kill Thorgrim, and you have to kill Kisara and me. Are you really so foolish?" To my surprise, Lara actually seemed to consider this. From my readings, I understood that level 17 was quite tough to reach. It required a great deal of dedication and practice. In this world, there were no hit points, so everyone bled the same, whether they were level 1 or level 40. Endurance played a crucial role in stamina and pain resistance, enhancing one's innate constitution, but it wouldn't magically stop blood from flowing if someone was stabbed. Her true threat lay in the sheer number of skills, spells, and boons she would possess as a level 17 druid. At this level, she would also have a focus, unlocked at level 10, which allowed her to further specialize. I had no idea what to expect. I had researched the basic classes and their general functions, but hadn't conducted any in-depth studies. From my limited readings, druids had spirit cores that wielded nature magic, offensive, defensive, and healing. If Lara was mainly a healer, she might lack offensive spells. In that case, it would be possible to simply overwhelm her. It seemed she was genuinely weighing her chances. Already the golems were turning to face her, and Thorgrim observed the scene gravely. "This is up to you," Thorgrim said to me. "Does she live or die? What is your judgment? Can she be trusted?" "She almost turned to our side," I replied. "But ultimately I'll leave the choice to her." I extended my hand in a gesture of friendship. "It doesn't have to be like this, Lara. I can see you're protective of Petya, and rightly so. But I never meant her any harm. I was only trying to guard her in my own way, as flawed as it might have been. It seems you're trying to protect her as well, and there is a serious misunderstanding between us. This world is too cruel for someone like her." Lara simply listened, revealing no hint of her inner thoughts. By now, she had put the mask back on. I paused, letting sincerity color my voice. "Everything that has happened is a tragedy. But I did what I had to do to save myself and Kisara, and I tried to save the group. You saw that earlier. You witnessed how the fairies behaved. This doesn't have to end in bloodshed." "You're exactly what she said you were," Lara said, raising her mace. The green aura around her intensified, a new casting of nature's renewal. "A manipulator who thinks words can excuse murder. You killed Korin and would have killed me. There's no misunderstanding here, Dragomir. There's only justice." She stepped forward. "Petya was right to warn me, and I was right to come here myself." Her voice turned deadly cold. "And you'll never threaten anyone again." I smiled bitterly. Of course she would say that, but at the same time, everything I'd said was a sham. It was clear that Lara could not leave this place alive to reveal that I had turned on the group. In the end, there is only one morality, one law that matters: survival. My choices saved the most lives in this situation. If I had stuck to the plan, all of us would be dead. How dare she justify the means I used to save as many lives as possible? What good is honor when it leads to death? She had been suspicious of me from the start. Without Petya's influence twisting Lara's view, she might have fully sided with me, and we all would be alive. But clearly none of that mattered. Perhaps she thought level 17 would keep her safe. That was her pride, and a dangerous, fatal gamble. Now it was time to settle this on the battlefield. There was another reason for all this stalling. My Sands of Sleep was ready. I wasn't sure if Lara would give me the time to cast it, but it would certainly make things easier. Thorgrim's voice cracked like a whip. "Attack my thralls! Kill her!" The golems charged as one, leaving nothing to chance. Lara knelt, spinning in a circle to create a green ring of magic. Blooming circle. Several colorful flowers bloomed alongside her. Then she cast nature's renewal once again on herself. For now I kept my counterspell in reserve.
"By fish and spear," Cassara said. "What have I gotten myself into?"
"Remember to follow the currents, Cassara. We have this." Cassara nodded and began hurling her javelins. Instantly, Lara cast a new spell, Bark Skin, which covered her from head to toe in thick bark. Some of Cassara's javelins struck true, but others bounced off. Finally, I struck. "Solvere incantamentum!" The blue bolt slammed into Lara, and instantly her bark skin dissolved. One of Cassara's javelins scored a glancing hit on her side, drawing a scream. As the golems descended upon Lara, she cast Nature's Mend, healing the damage, all while swinging her mace. It took 2 or 3 solid blows for most of them to fall. She was far stronger than I would have guessed. Stones rained down on her from both the golems and Thorgrim's magic, causing heavy damage, but her nature's renewal did a good job of keeping her topped up. At one point, I even saw her arm break. However, a quick green infusion of Nature's Mend completely fixed it in seconds.
"By wind and tide," Cassara said, "Ulthara have mercy." "We must get her out of that circle," Thorgrim said. "It greatly boosts her ether regeneration."
At that moment, Thorgrim began reciting the incantation for Sands of Sleep. A gentle rain of sand fell across the makeshift battlefield, settling upon Lara's circle. She cast a spell to deflect it. Purify blood, likely a form of status immunity. I attempted counterspell, but the spell bounced off and wasted my cooldown. The tier was too high for counterspell to work. I should have used ascended casting.
"Wait for that spell to run out," Thorgrim instructed. "As soon as it does, cast your own version of the spell, and we should have her."
To my astonishment, most of the golems had already fallen. This was our best chance to take her down, and it was slipping away fast. Surprisingly, she pressed on, her mace a blur. She cast a new spell called Revenant Hornets. A massive cloud of ethereal hornets appeared and fought alongside her, attacking the clay and earth that made up the golems. It was at this point that the golems began to go down even faster. Each one that cracked open released a burst of green magic, as if a spirit had been entombed inside to power it.
"No,"
Thorgrim exclaimed.
"This cannot be."
I did my part, launching arcane missiles at Lara whenever I could. Most hit, but they lacked the strength to kill her outright. Thorgrim was right. Something about that green circle allowed her to keep healing without pause. Then, the green circle extinguished, its power spent, along with the second spell granting her immunity to Sands of Sleep.
"Now!"
Thorgrim shouted. I began casting the spell, uttering the arcane words after activating ascended casting. Realizing what was happening, Lara charged forward, using a spell called Sylvan Limbs to enhance her speed. She was running faster than any human from my world, surrounded by a veil of nature's renewal. Her bark skin was now receding. At that moment, I felt a fear unlike any I had known before. Even during the fight with the dragon, I had kept intense focus, but this was different. I could see death approaching, and to say it wasn't terrifying would be a lie. I completed Sands of Sleep, aiming it closer than I had meant. The sands fell upon her, causing her speed to slow until she was just a few paces away. I could only guess she didn't have access to purify blood or had run out of power. Thorgrim fled like the coward he was, while Cassara stood ready with a single javelin for close combat. Lara swayed, her magical green veil finally fading. She was no longer healing at such a rapid pace. "All right, you take the front, I'll go around," I instructed. By this point, Lara's hornet swarm had killed all the golems but had already dissipated. Following my orders, Cassara pushed ahead while I circled to the side and launched an arcane missile. Lara took the brunt of the spell, but a quick casting of Purify Blood cleansed her of the sand toxins, followed by a swift Nature's Mend that healed the damage I had caused. "Thorgrim!" I shouted. "The vine spell!" Thorgrim approached from the other side, chanting softly. Vines burst from the floor, wrapping around her waist, a spell called Entangle. She screamed as they took hold. I had mere seconds before those vines were pushed back. I drew Night Whisper from my belt. It had been too long since I had wielded it. Lara was busy parrying Kisara, leaving her unable to stop me from sneaking behind. Once more, the druid cast her blooming circle alongside a nature's renewal. Every stab and slash from Kisara that landed appeared to heal almost instantly. Lara's win condition was to hold on long enough for the vines to be pushed back before dealing with the rest of us. But unfortunately for Lara, I had Night Whisper. Her healing wouldn't matter if I could land a killing blow. I began to stab frantically, shouting until my throat went raw. 1, 2, 3, 4. I slashed and thrust wildly. She tried to evade me like a fish on a line. Despite my attacks, her magic allowed her to heal nearly instantly. Lara could still feel the pain. That was clear from her screams, but she never let go of her mace, continually swatting at us and the vines. I had to give her credit for that. With every thrust, the dagger glimmered brighter crimson. Finally, by the 11th or 12th strike, it sang, turning blood red as magic enveloped Lara completely. She screamed, a terrible, torn sound, and instantly fell to her knees. The crimson magic surrounded her in a cocoon, her skin peeling away to reveal bone underneath, along with a pulsing violet core that burst and faded. She collapsed to the ground. A sound like thunder echoed through the chamber, throwing me back. Then there was silence, accompanied by a sense of finality that signaled we had won. Thorgrim's eyes widened as he looked at me, adjusting his pointed green hat that had slipped over his beady eyes. "By Pterodon," he said, staring at the smoking remains of where Lara had fallen. "Remind me never to get on your bad side, Valdrik." The chamber fell into an eerie quiet, broken only by the distant rumble of settling stone. 31. Reaping the Rewards. We stood in silence for a long while, Kisara, Thorgrim, and I exchanging glances. Finally, the gnome cleared his throat awkwardly. "Thank you for your help. I must admit I was starting to have my doubts. I suppose you expect your reward?" I let out a breath, gathering myself. Where Lara had once stood was now a massive stain of vines, blood, and bone. Blackened blood was still spreading from the spot where she had died. All I felt was a cold urge to cleanse myself. Kisara watched in a similar state, wide-eyed. Eventually, I collected my thoughts and nodded. "Yes, Thorgrim, that would be great." "The treasure hall is this way," he said, leading Kisara and me out of the room. We followed him after looting what we could. My pack seemed to only log the fairies' weapons as worth preserving, along with a few glowing crystals that remained unbroken. Apparently what had powered the golems. Silverwing herself had a nice crystalline bow, though I didn't have anything to detect its abilities, nor did Kisara. Most of it went in my pack, since Kisara's had filled up quickly. In the outer corridor, where I had heard the sound of shifting rock earlier, was a green shimmer through which he guided us. This treasure room was smaller than I had first thought. Inside, I found 2 chests and a bookshelf filled with 4 glowing arcanist tomes, all radiating green light. At least he hadn't lied about those. "As promised," Thorgrim said. "The left chest is for you, Kisara. The right one is for Valdrik." Inwardly, I wondered if the nature of the treasure was dynamic. If Corin and Lara had chosen to help me with Thorgrim, would there be 4 treasure chests? It was hard to tell. Kisara opened her chest first, pulling out a pair of enchanted bracers. "Those will enhance your aim and throwing speed," Thorgrim said. "You can also imbue your javelins with earth magic, allowing them to strike with greater force." Kisara nodded, her hands still shaking.
Thank you.
I opened my own chest. It was almost comical to see that this giant chest contained only a small stone ring and a couple of gold coins. I pocketed the coins and examined the ring. The magic of the vault supplied information in an interface above it. Ring of Earthen Stance. Type, accessory. Tier, gold. Attribute bonus, +2 endurance, +2 spirit. Earthen Stance. As long as you wear this ring, you cannot be staggered. I noticed that the ring was gold tier, exceeding the silver tier promised by the vault itself. Perhaps the treasure tier had upgraded because there were fewer people to share its bounty. How fitting. This world, like my own, rewards those willing to make the tough choices that others cannot. While Corin and Lara clung to their noble principles, I embraced practical necessity. And the vault recognized the difference. Quality over quantity, always. It's better to have 2 survivors with top gear than 4 corpses who never earned their mediocre equipment. Would you like to bind the Ring of Earthen Stance to your core? I mentally affirmed, and instantly the ring became one with me. The attribute boost would greatly enhance my defenses, letting me push myself harder and endure more pain. Meanwhile, the spirit boost would grant resistance to magic. The Earthen Stance enchantment would also be useful in certain situations. I sensed that staggering was a status condition that could leave someone off balance or increase the damage they took. Being shielded from this was reassuring. Thorgrim was already leading me to the shelf with the Arcanist tomes. I approached, examining each book. I picked up the first one, a minor tier spell called Stone Sling, which I was already familiar with from the golems. It was similar in function to Arcane Missile, but served a different purpose, seeming to hit harder but move a bit slower in exchange. Either way, it would provide another ranged attack while Arcane Missile was on cooldown. I looked at the next tome, a lesser tier spell called Entangle. The icon on the front depicted massive vines, and I assumed it was the rooting spell Thorgrim had used. This one would definitely be useful to learn, especially with Night Whisper. The next tome was a greater tier spell called Trailblaze, with an icon of a pair of feet running across the ground. It was hard to determine its function at a glance, but I hoped it would prove useful. Finally, the last tome was a lesser tier spell called Stone Skin, featuring an arm surrounded by rock as its icon. Clearly some sort of defensive spell, perhaps similar to Lara's bark skin. If so, it would certainly be useful. 4 new spells to learn. I just needed the time and space to study them. I would no longer have a draft of insight to speed things along, but I was hopeful that my wizard abilities would help unlock the spells quickly. Kisara looked at me curiously, but did not question my take of the extra loot. She was content to defer to me as the leader, a wise choice on her part. "What about this world gate?" I asked. "After helping you, I would like to see it." Thorgrim's demeanor instantly turned cold. "The gate can only be used by worshippers of Pterodon, the god of Earth." His tone made it clear this was a final statement, but I wanted more information. "And it leads to this Thandora?" "Yes," Thorgrim replied reluctantly. "But if you think you can access it, you will be sorely disappointed. Now, you have received your due rewards. Please leave me to my work." I calculated my next move. Clearly Thorgrim was hiding something. He had mentioned ether crystals to harvest on the other side of the gate, a valuable resource. "Valdrik," Kisara said, "we should go." I watched Thorgrim closely. He stood as tall as his 3 feet would allow, and I had to remind myself that he was quite powerful in his own right, despite his childlike stature. At last I relaxed. If only I were stronger. "Thank you, Thorgrim," I said. Then, to my surprise, Thorgrim simply vanished. I turned around, recalling his teleportation spell, but he wasn't there either. Before I could say anything, the voice of the system rang out. "The vault honors your triumph. Now go forth with courage in your hearts, strength in your steps, and wisdom in your minds. The vault of the Temple of Pterodon is complete. Experience gained, 1,500. Bonus experience gained, 600 for defeating Corrin, level 12 warrior. Bonus experience gained, 850 for defeating Lara, level 17 druid. Total experience gained, 2,950. Your experience stands at 3,290 of 1,620. Level up available." I blinked, and the treasure room from before was now cloaked in complete darkness. I reached into my pack and pulled out the glowing dungeon diving blade, which I had wisely held back from selling. It lit up the same room, though clearly in a different time. There was nothing here at all. Moving the sword around revealed only layers of dust and cobwebs. "Looks like we need to find our way out," Kisara said, her voice painfully loud in the outer silence. "Seems so," I agree. The path out of the temple was straightforward, assuming no changes to the layout. It wouldn't take more than 30 minutes to find our way back to the entrance. As we passed the chamber where we had fought, I turned and noticed an archway at the room's end that hadn't been there before. That had to be it. "Valdrik," Kisara said. "Thorgrim said it couldn't be used." "This will take just a moment." I climbed the very same steps where I had once slain Lara in some forgotten age. Now I stood before the threshold, looking into the empty space beyond. The gate, previously, had been hidden by what seemed to be a false wall, now retracted. That explained why it hadn't been there before. I stepped closer until I was pushed back by an unseen force. "You need a gate key to pass through this world gate." No matter how much I pressed, it was impossible to go further. In that moment, I realized that Thorgrim himself must have had the gate key, but now that the vault was over, there was no chance to get it. I stepped away from the gate. No good. Let's get out of here. We moved through the darkness of the temple. The ancient halls that had once thrummed with magic now stood hollow and lifeless. Our footsteps echoed through chambers that had been grand millennia ago, but were now nothing more than crumbling stone and shadow. What had once been a magnificent sanctuary dedicated to Pterodon now felt like a tomb, which I supposed it had become. We stepped out into the desert. It was morning, and I was utterly exhausted. I had a level up to process through my interface, but I lacked the mental strength to do so at that moment. My next advancement was level 10, a milestone not to be taken lightly. I would get to choose my focus, which, from my research, was basically a class specialization that would shape my journey decisively. After wandering for about a half-mile, we found a small cave in the cliffs. After checking it, we determined it was safe. Kisara made a fire while I settled down to sleep. I closed my eyes, part of me wondering if she might betray me. The irony wasn't lost on me. Those who grasp true power dynamics are often wary of others who wield that same understanding. Yet Kisara had proven herself, not through loyalty, which is cheap, but through clever self-interest, which is priceless. She followed strength when she saw it, adapted when needed, and survived when others fell. These traits made her someone worth trusting, precisely because they weren't driven by sentiment. She had chosen to follow me when it became clear that was the path to survival, and now we were both alive because of it. She had no reason to turn on me, especially since we still needed to return to Karadesh and explain our survival. We were allies bound by mutual benefit and shared secrets. Within moments, I drifted into sleep. Upon waking, I realized it was early evening. Kisara was still asleep, so I seized the chance to process my new level. You have reached level 10. You stand at a fork. Think carefully about how you will proceed with your class focus. The weight of this choice was not lost on me. It would shape my magical growth for the rest of my time in this world. After adding my new point to intellect, bringing it to 14 when unbuffed, I went through the list of what it presented to me. Adventurer focus. Description: the path for those seeking fortune and glory in the forgotten places of the world. Adventurers thrive on risk and discovery, turning danger into opportunity. Focus perk: increased experience from clearing vaults. Adventurer's insight. Focus boon: you gain an uncanny sense of insight when near a vault or rare treasure. This option was undeniably appealing. It offered clear benefits for advancement, and the experience drop from the last vault meant that extra experience would only enhance what was already plentiful. The focus boon was straightforward. It would help me locate vaults, which, based on everything I had seen, were the fastest route to gaining power in this world. However, this came with good reason. They were extremely risky. The vault we had just completed had a 50% mortality rate. This was not a sustainable long-term strategy for anyone who valued longevity. I considered the following option. Healer focus. Description: devoted to preserving life and mending what has been broken. Healers are the backbone of any successful party, turning the tide of battle through restoration rather than destruction. Focus perk: increased experience for healing. Focus boon: healer's gift. 20% increased efficacy of healing spells and 20% longer duration for beneficial effects. I quickly dismissed this option. While a healer was always needed in an adventuring party, they typically lacked the damage output necessary to deal with enemies solo, something I required. Additionally, I had no healing spells and no particular inclination toward such altruistic pursuits. Blood Wizard focus. Rare. Chaos affinity required. Description: those who walk the razor's edge between life and death, wielding their own vitality as a weapon. Blood Wizards understand that power demands sacrifice, beginning with oneself. Focus perk: increased experience for casting blood magic. Focus boon: sanguine chaos. You may now expend life force to reduce the cooldown of your spells. Now this option intrigued me, especially considering the rare label. I understood that life force wasn't exactly the hit points I was used to from my video games, but rather an essence that existed within the core of every classed individual. Reducing that life force caused external injury, which could be counterbalanced with magical healing or potions. Of course, weakening oneself for external benefit could be powerful, but it was also a risky gamble. This option also required a chaos affinity, meaning I would have to be a worshipper of Nyrus, the goddess of chaos. From my limited reading, she was perhaps the most fickle of the deities, demanding unpredictable acts from her followers. I also had no chaos spells in my arsenal. I wondered why the system was even presenting me with this option. Had it interpreted my actions thus far as somewhat chaotic, or in keeping with Nyrus's philosophies? My betrayal of my party could certainly be seen as embracing chaos over order. An interesting question to ponder, though the religious obligations gave me pause. I looked at the next option. Earth Wizard focus. Earth affinity required. Description: masters of stone and soil, Earth Wizards command the very foundations of the world. They are as steadfast as mountains and as relentless as erosion. Focus perk: increased experience from using Earth elemental spells. Focus boon: Earth insight. Learn Earth-based spells 50% faster. This was clearly a frontrunner given my recent gains. 4 of my spells were earth-based, and swift learning would allow me to master them quickly while expanding my arsenal. If I wished to specialize, well, this was a solid choice. Yet something nagged at me about committing to earth magic solely for convenience. Was I limiting my potential by specializing so early? The practical benefits were clear, but I'd always prided myself on broad knowledge rather than narrow skill. I turned to the next option. Arcane Synthesist Focus. Rare. Description. Knowledge is the ultimate power, and arcane synthesists seek to unlock every secret the world has to offer. Through study and trial, they rise above the limits that bind lesser minds. Focus perk. Increased experience from learning new spells and uncovering magical knowledge. Focus boon. Arcane synthesis. Can combine spells from different schools to create unique hybrid effects. Note: not every spell combination is valid. When a successful hybrid spell is discovered, using it consumes both cooldowns. This option made my heart race. This was exactly the kind of innovative approach that spoke to my academic background. The experience bonus for learning would grow over time, and hybrid spells could yield unexpected advantages in battle, balanced by the use of 2 cooldowns rather than 1. The rare modifier was the cherry on top. This was not a focus that would be offered to just anyone, and it wasn't one I had encountered in my studies. However, to make the best use of it, it required broad knowledge across multiple schools rather than deep specialization, something I was already set up for with my arcane fluency boon and my robes. Essentially, as soon as I discovered a valid combination, it would be a free spell, widening my repertoire. Even if this one called to me the most, I turned my analytical mind to assess each option thoroughly. The adventurer focus offered immediate practical benefits for my current lifestyle, but boxed me into a high-risk, high-reward existence. While the treasure-sensing ability was handy, I questioned whether I wanted to commit to a life of constant danger. I dismissed the healer focus entirely. It was just not for me. The Earth Wizard option was the safe choice, leveraging my existing assets for guaranteed returns. The 50% learning bonus would let me master my current spells quickly and expand within that school efficiently. However, it felt limiting, like choosing to be a specialist when my strategy leaned toward being a generalist. The Blood Wizard intrigued me, with its power at a cost philosophy, but the religious requirements were concerning. Nyrus's chaotic nature could thrust me into unpredictable situations I couldn't control, and harming oneself, no matter what advantage it brought, would always be risky. The arcane scholar focus aligned perfectly with my intellectual nature and offered the most long-term versatility. The spell synthesis ability could create entirely new tactical options. It was the choice of someone building for the future rather than optimizing for immediate gains. If I optimized my build to learn the most magic, the advantage became even more pronounced. The spell synthesis ability alone could provide tactical edges that no foe would expect, and extra experience for learning magic simply rewarded me for what I intended to do anyway. There was no doubt in my mind. The future belonged to those who could adapt, innovate, and synthesize. And that was exactly what I was becoming. I selected the Arcane Synthesist focus. You have chosen Arcane Synthesist. What new frontiers in magic will you discover, brave adventurer? I checked my interface and was pleased with how things were shaping up. With my equipment buffs, I looked something like this. Dragomir Valdrik. Class: Wizard. Focus: Arcane Synthesist. Level: 10. Experience to level 11, 1,670 of 2,100. Attributes: Power: 11. Endurance: 19. Coordination: 12. Intellect: 21. Spirit: 17. Charisma: 12. My natural attributes, combined with my gear, had created a build that was exactly where it needed to be. My intellect ensured I learned spells more quickly and could think through problems with greater clarity, while also making my spells hit much harder when cast. High endurance and spirit protected me from both physical and magical threats. I was still lacking in power, coordination, and charisma. However, power was hardly essential for my class, and I could make up for coordination with my new stone skin spell once I learned it. As for charisma, I could see myself putting a few more points into it. I would certainly need it to handle tricky social situations, as I would have to with Captain Zira upon our return. The fact that I was just 430 experience points away from level 11, along with a new skill shaped by my focus, made me eager to find my next opportunity for experience. Learning my new spells would almost certainly be enough to put me over the threshold. Kisara was now stirring. While she sorted through her own new levels, I waited patiently. We still needed to craft our story for the good captain upon our return to Karadesh. But I was confident we could spin a tale strong enough to satisfy her questions. After all, the truth is often stranger than fiction. We simply needed to shape it. Two survivors of a harrowing vault quest, forever bonded by shared hardship and the tough choices that survival sometimes demanded. She would believe us because she would want to believe us. People always preferred simple stories to complex truths, and I was becoming quite skilled at giving people exactly what they needed to hear. 32. Controlling the narrative. That evening, we returned to the Karadesh Adventurers Guild, having shaped our tale during the long walk from the desert. We stood before Captain Zira, who regarded us closely. After we explained the basics, she leaned back in her chair. "Tell me exactly what happened." I took a steadying breath, letting measured sorrow color my voice. "Captain Zira, what happened in that vault was a tragedy that will haunt me for the rest of my days. Corin and Lara died as heroes, fighting to the very end to protect their comrades. The strength of a well-told story lies not in its complexity, but in its emotional truth. People want to believe in heroes, noble sacrifice, and meaning drawn from senseless death. Give people the story they crave, and they'll defend it more fiercely than any truth." I paused, letting the weight of loss settle. When we entered the temple, everything seemed manageable at first. The fairies approached us with a sensible plan, create a distraction while they faced the gnomish wizard Thorgrim directly. Corin, being the seasoned leader he was, agreed to help them. Kisara shifted beside me, her amber eyes downcast in what I hoped looked like genuine sorrow. "The first clash went well," I continued. "We held our ground against the golems, working as a team. But then," I let my voice crack slightly, "everything went wrong at once. The vault had been misreported at level 5, but it was actually level 10. Corin judged it best to take out the vault quickly, fearing it would grow stronger, a choice Lara supported. That wasn't entirely true, but it helped our story. What is truth but the first draft of history? And isn't it said that history belongs to those wise enough to edit it well? So I'm not a liar, I am an editor. Why burden Zira with the messy complexities of poor leadership and factional politics when a clean tale of heroic sacrifice serves everyone better?" Suddenly, we faced what could only be described as a small army of golems. The fairies' plan crumbled when they couldn't breach the inner sanctum quickly enough. We were completely surrounded, fighting for our lives. I met Zira's gaze directly. Corin saved us. He used his skills to draw the golem's attention, buying time for the rest of us to retreat to higher ground. He held the line alone for precious minutes while Lara exhausted herself healing and shielding the party. They both knew they were sacrificing themselves, but they did it anyway. For us. Captain Zira's expression turned somber, as I had hoped. I continued. In the chaos, Kisara and I became separated from them. When the dust settled, I shook my head sadly. There was nothing left. The golems had been thorough, and the fairies' magic had scorched the battlefield. We barely escaped with our lives. So, did you manage to complete the vault? Captain Zira asked. That part wasn't clear. We did, I admitted. It seems the fairies finally brought down Thorgrim. We simply followed the light to the treasure room, and the voice congratulated us on our victory. Though, of course, it was no true victory. I see, the captain said, her voice neutral. Strangely, I sensed she was somewhat relieved that the vault had been cleared. She had worried about Corin and Lara, yes, but also about the contract itself. From my reading, it was nearly always impossible to escape a vault without finishing it. But I took Zira's question to mean that sometimes, under certain conditions, it was possible. How perfectly human, mourning the loss while celebrating the success, as if the two weren't tightly linked. Zira understands the mathematics of leadership better than she admits. Better 2 living heroes than 4 dead martyrs, regardless of the moral calculus involved. Both Corin and Lara died as they lived, I concluded. They put their party members before themselves. They were true guild members, and we owe our survival entirely to their sacrifice. Captain Zira looked from me to Kisara and back again, then let out a heavy sigh. Of course. There's always risk with any vault run. Even high-level adventurers can perish if they're not careful. But this level 10 situation... Her jaw clenched. I'm appalled that Corin didn't return immediately, given the danger. Even Lara was willing to proceed, foolishly trusting in her own power. She shook her head. In short, this should never have happened. They've both been through far worse to die to something like this. But it's a lesson. Anyone can die when caught unprepared. Frankly, it's a miracle both of you survived. I nodded solemnly. Yes, it's a regrettable state of affairs. You didn't manage to recover any gear or weapons, so we have something to honor them by? Alas, I replied, the death and ruin of not just them but their belongings was complete. I softened my voice. Total annihilation. Kisara studied the floor silently, shifting slightly on her feet. I did my best to mask my annoyance. She wasn't doing a good job of appearing sorrowful. Instead, her own nervousness showed. I could only hope that cross-species differences in facial expressions and body language wouldn't be noticed. Thankfully, Zira didn't seem to be focusing on this. Note to self. In future deceptions with non-human accomplices, allow more time for rehearsal. Kisara's pragmatism serves her well in crises, but her emotional range lacks the flair needed for convincing grief. It was a minor oversight in what was otherwise a flawless performance. Well, needless to say, both of you are now full members of the guild. In fact, after surviving such a harrowing situation, it wouldn't be remiss to give you a bit of a promotion right off the bat. For now, you are simply private adventurers. This means you can put your names in the hat for any quests up to a level 10 vault or any other bounty. If a party leader is interested in your skills, they'll be in touch. And I'm sure many will. Right, so that's it? I asked. There's no ceremony? We're just members? Yes, we don't really bother with that, Zira said. It's the practice of the Adventurers Guild, where death lurks around every corner. Sometimes the people we celebrate end up dying just 2 weeks later. She offered a nervous chuckle. That said, this is a hard trade. Vaults provide a great deal of experience, but very few reach even level 20. And to mitigate risks, we usually run a minimum of 8 party members unless the vault is particularly low level. That makes experience even harder to accrue. That's why it pays to become a paper pusher like me. I nodded thoughtfully. Well, I'm grateful for the chance. How refreshingly honest of her to acknowledge what I had already deduced. The short lifespan she mentioned wasn't a warning. It was simply a fact for those who couldn't adapt quickly enough. But I wasn't like most adventurers. I didn't charge blindly into danger hoping for glory. I studied, planned, and positioned myself to seize opportunities that would overwhelm lesser minds. Level 20 wasn't a distant dream for someone like me. It was an inevitable goal. There is another matter, Zira continued, pulling out a ledger. Guild policy requires a death report for any members lost during sanctioned quests. I'll need you both to provide written statements detailing the circumstances of their deaths for our records. My pulse quickened slightly, but I kept my composed expression. Of course, we want to ensure their sacrifices are properly noted. Good. You can finish those tomorrow morning. For tonight, I suggest you both get some rest. The shock of losing party members, well, it affects everyone differently. Don't hesitate to seek support if you need it. We have a few clerics in the guild. I can pass along your names. She cleared her throat. There is one other matter. Normally, the party leader is responsible for overseeing the looting. Besides the specific vault rewards, which are yours by right, did you find anything else of value? It would certainly be easy to lie here, but if we remitted nothing, it would only look suspicious. And in the end, Zira could call us out and force us to hand over the loot. It was best to be honest, at least in this situation. I only earned a ring, I lied, not mentioning the tomes. And Kisara earned those bracers there. As for the rest of the loot, I reached into my pack and produced the fairy's bows along with an impressive assortment of ether crystals. I thought about holding back Silverwing's bow, but with Kisara standing right there and not entirely sure of her loyalties, I decided to relinquish it as well. Zira arched her eyebrows, clearly impressed. Good work. After taxes have been remitted, the guild takes its cut. Your share will still be impressive. And how long does that take to process? Kisara asked. A few days. You'll also receive a receipt detailing each transaction for your records. I nodded. I wasn't sure how much that would come out to be, and I didn't exactly trust the guild's accounting, but I supposed it was the cost of doing business. I had already earned 2 gold crowns from the treasure chest, along with 4 tomes and a gold tier ring. Even if I didn't earn another copper, the expedition was more than worth it. Thank you, Captain Zira said. Is there anything else, private adventurers? I spoke up. Will there be a memorial for Corin and Lara? Zira's expression softened slightly. Yes, we hold remembrance ceremonies for all guild members who fall in the line of duty. They tend to take place on the last day of the week at sunset, so theirs will be in 3 days. Your presence would be appreciated. We'll be there, I replied without hesitation. It's the least we can do to honor their memory. Thank you for your report and your service. Despite the deaths of 2 ranking guild members, this vault could have quickly become dangerous. Thanks to both of you, that won't be the case. Rest well. You both show great promise. Thank you, Captain Zira. As we stepped into the evening air, Kisara glanced at me with her amber eyes. A memorial? Really? Of course, I replied smoothly. What kind of survivors would we be if we didn't honor our fallen comrades? By attending the memorial, we would shift from mere storytellers to grieving witnesses, adding weight to our tale through our visible commitment to the charade. She studied me for a moment, and then nodded slowly. You think of everything, don't you? Details matter. Maybe so, Kisara replied. But I'm thinking 1 vault run is enough for me. The gold will be good, but this isn't a safe career path. Maybe not, I acknowledged. Placing your life and trust in others can be hard. It's always best to vet people first.
On that note, Kisara continued, you have certainly proved yourself, Valdrik. Those new spells will only strengthen your position. If you ever need backup or have a lead on something, you can reach out to me. I live on Jade Street, near the Cathedral of Zaradar. Just ask around. Others know me.
I nodded. She would be a useful ally in the future, especially now that we understood each other well. I'll keep that in mind, Kisara. She nodded back.
See you then.
As she left, I made my way to a nearby food vendor. I was starving. I bought a flatbread wrap, took it to a public fountain, and began to eat hungrily. It was time to plan my next moves. The first major hurdle had been successfully cleared. I was now a legitimate guild member with a credible story and a witness to my supposed trauma. I had access to any vault expeditions up to level 10, should I choose to pursue them. I doubted another chance like the one I had just seized would come my way. It wouldn't look good if death followed me everywhere I went. After all, success breeds suspicion, just as failure breeds scorn. Future endeavors would require more subtlety, perhaps casting myself as the reluctant hero rather than the convenient survivor. People trust those who stumble into greatness more than those who seek it out. I turned my thoughts to a matter I had barely considered, the Petya connection. She was alive and apparently slandering my name. Was she in the city? Perhaps in Lara's quarters? It seemed guild members did not live in the hall itself, but in the nearby neighborhoods. I supposed it was possible Petya might further slander me, but without Lara's backup, it would be my word against hers. She was likely within a mile or less, but finding her would be impossible unless I could learn where Lara lived from someone in the guild. Captain Zira might know about her, and if she did, other guild leaders might too. I would have to tread carefully there. Eventually, the news would reach Petya one way or another. How would she react if she learned her benefactor had perished? I was truly at a loss for how to deal with her. Did Marda know Lara? Perhaps Petya's tie to her wasn't as lucky as it appeared. Should I leave Petya be, or would she run her mouth and suggest I had a hand in Lara's death? Would she dare challenge the story, or simply flee or seek out Marda for help? I suspected the latter would be her next move. I wanted to see her, but only to strike a truce. Her nonsense had nearly cost me dearly, and the worst part was that I hadn't actually done anything wrong. Quite the opposite. I had only tried to protect her, yet somehow I had been painted as the villain. I sighed. In this case, it seemed best to focus on my own goals. Petya, upon learning that Lara had died, wouldn't know for certain that I had any part in it. She would have no choice but to find her own way. The sensible outcome was for us to live and let live. After all, I had new magic to learn. I made my way to Orville's apartment and knocked on the door. Thankfully, the wizard was home and, surprisingly, didn't look too drunk at first glance. "Valdrik, my clever apprentice, you survived your first vault run. How was it?" I shook my head. "Orville, that's a tale for the ages." The next few days would bring new challenges, the reports, the memorial service, and eventually deciding my next step. But for now, I was content to savor this small victory. After all, the road to power always began with a believable narrative executed flawlessly. 33. Shifting Dynamics. I finished giving Orville a brief version of the story, omitting the spell tomes I had acquired. Like Zira, he didn't need all the details, but unlike the captain, I could tell from his skeptical expression that he felt I was withholding key information. I wasn't sure what I had said or left unsaid. It was clear his superior intellect allowed him to read between the lines. At last, Orville cleared his throat and smiled knowingly. "Well done, my apprentice." Something in his tone suggested he had more than just congratulations in mind. It was a regrettable situation, I concluded, but it was the best I could do with the resources at hand. "But of course," Orville's smile turned sly. "So you're telling me that for all that work, a level 10 vault cleared by only 2 survivors from the original party of 4, you earned nothing but a stone ring? Come now, you can't expect me to believe that." "The ring was gold tier," I replied. "From my understanding, a level 10 vault wouldn't typically reward something of that caliber." "Perhaps," Orville said, his tone revealing his doubts. I found myself at a crossroads. On one hand, telling the truth about my tomes might yield practical advice. But if word got back to Captain Zira, it would be clear I had profited far more from the vault than I had let on. There was another consideration. What if he also had access to the arcane resonance boon? I had no choice but to be honest. If Orville knew I was hiding something, anything, it could prove disastrous, especially if anyone started asking questions. I offered a small smile of admission. Yes, I hesitated to mention the magical nature of what I earned, given its rare value. I still hesitate now. "You have some new tomes, don't you?" He may have been right, but it was better to make it seem like I wasn't giving him access to the knowledge for free. Perhaps. Orville's eyes lit up with interest. "Come on, spill it. What did you gain?" I could reveal that I only had earned a couple of tomes instead of 4, plus the Sands of Sleep spell, but Orville was already aware of my abilities. If I suddenly demonstrated proficiency in spells I wasn't supposed to know, he would realize I had been lying, which wouldn't be a good foundation for a future apprenticeship. This was the curse of dealing with intelligent people. They noticed inconsistencies that simpler minds would miss, forcing you to think carefully. Every lie requires perfect maintenance, and even the smallest crack can bring down the entire structure. I was aware that my hesitation only made me seem more suspicious. However, this worked in my favor. It showed that the resources I had access to were substantial, subtly shifting the power dynamic between us. "Now, Valdrik," Orville said, narrowing his eyes, "tell me the full story. I'm not letting you leave my home until you do." Was this a threat I dared to test? Hardly. I doubted Orville meant it malevolently, but it was a leveraging of his position to get the information he wanted. At this point, I took a calculated risk. Worst-case scenario, I would lose access to a valuable mentor, but I hadn't been with him long enough to capitalize on the opportunity. So without Orville, I still had 4 new spells to learn. I already had Sands of Sleep, more than enough to be an asset to any adventuring party. With the other 4, I would become a true force to be reckoned with. Sometimes the boldest move is honesty, not because it's virtuous, but because it's unexpected. People trust those who strategically reveal vulnerabilities more than those who appear invulnerable. So I told him a fuller story. One that didn't paint me as a villain, but highlighted my practicality given the circumstances. I mentioned that I had earned 4 Arcanist tomes, as well as the Sands of Sleep spell. I omitted the part about casting it on my party members. Instead, in my version, I happened upon the tome after becoming separated, along with the draft of insight. Orville's expression relaxed, and he seemed far less skeptical than before. "Well, that's quite the bounty," he said, suddenly serious. "I appreciate your honesty, though I suspect it's not the whole truth. But what matters are results, not how they were achieved. Your story makes sense, and that's all that matters to me." Again, Orville seemed to understand more than I let on. Thankfully, he recognized that outcomes mattered more than methods. It was comforting to know that Orville was a practical thinker rather than an idealist. It meant we were on the same wavelength. The end result, Orville continued, is that you've learned a rare new spell. I'm familiar with Sands of Sleep. It's one of the most feared spells in the Earth School of Magic. It's quite difficult for most wizards to learn, especially those who don't specialize in Earth magic. You also have 4 new spells to learn, all useful in some way. Useful how? How long will they take to learn? Some will be easier than others. I'd suggest starting with Stone Sling or Stone Skin, as they will be the most immediately useful. What does Trailblaze do? I asked. If I remember correctly, it increases movement speed, but not in battle. It's more like a buff for the beginning of your day when you're traveling in the wilds. It helps you and your party move more quickly across landscapes. It's not a huge difference, perhaps 30% faster. It works similarly to a ranger's Pathfinder's pace, if you're familiar with that. I'm not, I admitted. Oh, that one's quite useful if you ever have a ranger in your party. It works on land only and won't make a ship move faster across water, for example, but it's very useful. Even heavily armored adventurers will benefit. Well, that does sound useful, I said. However, it's greater tier, Orville cautioned. With the abilities you mentioned, it'll take a solid week or 2 to learn, if not longer since you're still new to this. So instead, focus on the minor tier spells first. They'll grant you valuable experience. I see. As for your new class focus, you made a great choice. Arcane Synthesist is a rare focus, and anything labeled rare deserves more consideration than options without that label. It doesn't mean you should always choose the rare option, but in many cases it will be beneficial. So, regarding the spell synthesis ability of the Arcane Scholar focus, I asked, is there a way to look up valid spell combinations in advance? Yes, if you visit a library, Orville replied. However, many aspects of classes and focuses aren't standardized, and this knowledge is often tightly controlled. It is typically accessible only to Arcaneum's students, and more likely only to instructors or graduates. Furthermore, while you may find some use in the resource, it can also be misleading. Misleading? How so? Syncretic spells that work for some may not work for others. Much is determined by the system without clear reasoning, so while it's not definitive, it's useful to have as a resource. How does the arcane synthesis boon work in practice? You take the arcanus of both spells and apply your arcane insight to them, working through it until you have a breakthrough. That becomes your new spell, and the main advantage is that it doesn't occupy a slot. Instead, it uses the longest cooldown of both spells. When you use the syncretic spell, both cooldowns are triggered. While it can be extremely useful in certain situations, it must be used carefully, like a precision instrument. I see, I said. That balances things somewhat. And then there's the time investment. You might try to combine 2 spells only to find they aren't a valid combination. Precisely, Orville said. Now, we had an arrangement where you would help clean, and as you can see, I've kept what you've accomplished tidy. My offer for the minor repulsion shield still stands. After all, my apartment won't deep clean itself. That said, you have access to 3 spells not in my repertoire. Sands of Sleep, Entangle, and Trailblaze. I would like access to all 3. So you're proposing a trade? Orville nodded. Normally, among wizards who trust each other, like a master and apprentice, arcanist tomes can be shared to accelerate progress. I wouldn't suggest doing this immediately, as we hardly know each other, but if this arrangement works, it will benefit us both. That sounds reasonable, I said, but I would like to learn my own spells first. That could take weeks. Perfectly reasonable, Orville said. Once you're done cleaning and organizing my home, I'll provide the spell as agreed. I'm simply saying I have more spells in my repertoire that I'm willing to share. in exchange for access to some of yours. I considered this. If it worked out, I could add 3 more spells to my repertoire on top of the 4 I still had to learn, bringing my total to 9. And better yet, I'd gain experience points for learning them all. That sounds good, I said. We'll revisit this conversation in a few weeks. I do have a question, though. What prevents a group of wizards from gathering different spells and learning from each other quickly, bypassing traditional institutions? Orville chuckled. This does happen. They are called circles, and large enough circles can be proper institutions. In many places, they are illegal for various reasons we won't discuss. But the crux is, spell tomes have cooldowns. The magic that imparts knowledge through a wizard's arcane insight boon isn't inexhaustible. When one wizard learns from a spell tome, it takes time before another can use it. Additionally, there's the time needed to learn the spell itself. Typically, higher-tier tomes take longer to recharge, while lower-tier ones take less time. When you learned Sands of Sleep, you probably noticed the spell tome glowed when you received it and stopped glowing when you finished learning, correct? That's right, I said. That's something to watch out for. Generally, the time for a spell tome to refresh equals the time it takes for the average wizard to learn it without enhancements, though this can vary. So it's a mechanic that keeps spell knowledge rare, I said. That's why they don't let anyone access everything. Exactly, Orville said. It works better with just a few wizards, a master and apprentice, for example, sharing knowledge. It's easier to manage tome cooldowns among fewer practitioners. The more practitioners there are, the harder it becomes, and the rewards flow to the top. I considered this carefully. It was essentially a magical Ponzi scheme. New wizards were drawn into a system, lured by the promise of knowledge, while those at the top benefited. You could only earn your stripes by engaging with the system for years or decades before getting your fair chance. Here was the fundamental truth about all power structures. They were designed to benefit those who controlled them, not those who served them. The Arcaneum, the Guild, even informal arrangements like this, all were based on the fiction that patient service would eventually be rewarded. But patience was just another term for accepting permanent disadvantage. There was no way in hell I was going down that path unless the tables turned and I could approach it from a position of power, not desperation. I must be going, I said. I just wanted to catch up. Of course. Return tomorrow to continue your work. Until tomorrow, then, Master Orville. I left his home and made my way back to the main thoroughfare, smiling in satisfaction. How much difference even a little power made. I was no longer the apprentice he could abuse at will. I now had something he wanted, which changed our dynamic completely. I had survived a level 10 vault, and he strongly suspected I had engineered the situation to my benefit, despite my tidy story, proving my resourcefulness. In short, he now respected me. I didn't fault him for his earlier bullying. Such is human nature that even an intelligent drunk like Orville couldn't completely escape it. But, of course, I would never forget. Half an hour later, I was settled into a comfortable room at the Sleeping Sand, a fitting name given the events of the last 48 hours. I intended to scout the inn for the next day or two to see if it was a good place to stay long-term and learn my spells. Tomorrow's agenda was to continue my work at Orville's. It would be nice to earn access to his tome so I could learn all 5 of my spells in succession, holding up for a few weeks of intense study, interrupted only by that memorial service whenever it occurred. I closed my eyes and prepared to sleep. 34. Ripples in the Pond. The next few days settled into a surprisingly comfortable rhythm. Each morning I arrived at Orville's apartment to find him holed up in his study, nursing what seemed to be a perpetual hangover while muttering over dusty tomes. He would occasionally emerge to check my progress with a critical eye. The shelves need to be organized by subject and then by author, he instructed on the second day, gesturing at the chaos of his library. He hadn't allowed me to handle his arcane volumes, but everything else was fair game, including the single book of Earth origin. And for the love of the Holy One, dust the spines gently. Some of those volumes are older than the current dynasty. I took a calculated risk, reaching for the complete works of William Shakespeare. And this one? It seems odd, almost as if it doesn't belong, when the quality of the binding is remarkable, and the language is unlike anything I've ever seen. Orville scrutinized me closely, approaching. Where did you find this? I nodded toward one of the stacks I had tidied the previous day. There. He gave a non-committal grunt. I was studying this one. Hard to do when it's written in the founder tongue. The founder tongue? I asked, intrigued. Never mind that. Your job is to complete your work as assigned, not ask questions for which you have no understanding of the answers. Of course, I replied. I could have felt disheartened at being cut off from further knowledge, but I had a lead. Founder tongue. It was something I could research in the Grand Athenaeum. It suggested a connection between my world and this one, to the point where English, which I spoke, actually had a name here. And the name Founder suggested much. Had people from my world colonized this place? Perhaps in this world's distant past? Was I in a future version of our current world, a future where magic had developed and its origins forgotten after some apocalyptic event, perhaps during this ethereal era? The possibilities were endless, and I could discover more if I set my mind to it, when I had the time to pursue it. I returned to work, where patience proved to be the better approach. Orville didn't seem to care much about my questions, likely because they were natural to ask. Ignoring the strange book would seem just as suspicious. As the hours passed, I wondered how much longer this charade would continue. The work itself wasn't difficult, mostly organizing, cleaning, and cataloging. I had already disposed of most of the rubbish, and the living quarters had been completely transformed. I questioned when Orville would deem it good enough to grant me access to his minor repulsion shield. Unlike before, he would eventually have to hand it over, especially now that he had tomes he wanted to access. On the third day, as I meticulously arranged a collection of colored crystals, a messenger arrived at the door. The young man, barely out of his teens, handed me a sealed notice before departing in haste. The notice bore the seal of a sword poised above a mountain, which I assumed was associated with the guild. Guild business, I called to Orville, who grunted acknowledgement from behind his study door. I read the notice, already sensing what it would entail. Memorial service for scout adventurer Lara Rahal and party leader Corin Amara will be held this evening at sunset in the guild courtyard. Attendance by all available members is requested. Please think of a few things you might like to say on their behalf as we honor the fallen. I read the notice twice, my mind racing with the implications. Speaking at the memorial would cement my position as a grieving survivor, while allowing me to shape the narrative one last time. It was an opportunity I couldn't refuse, though the prospect of performing grief for an audience felt exhausting. More concerning was the name revealed in the notice, Lara Rahal. I had never learned her surname during our brief acquaintance, and now I wondered what connections that name might carry. Was she from an influential family? Did she have close friends or relatives within the guild who might ask uncomfortable questions? My story was airtight, but what if Kisara showed up and there were inconsistencies? This is why I hated lying. It was so much damn work. Tonight, I needed to be the perfect witness. Credible enough to be believed, emotional enough to evoke sympathy, but not so detailed as to invite scrutiny. A delicate balance, to be sure, Memorial service? I turned to see Orville behind me. Apparently he found this worth leaving his study. I nodded. Yes. He sighed. It's a shame about Lara. She was one of the competent ones, but you get used to death in this business. You knew her? By reputation, mostly. Scout adventurers like her were the backbone of guild operations. They rarely come into the guild hall more than once every few weeks. She'd locate promising vaults, assess their danger levels, and sometimes even provide initial reconnaissance. His voice carried genuine respect. Losing someone of her caliber is a significant blow to guild efficiency. I absorbed this information, filing it away for potential use. Truly a shame. As Orville returned to his studies and I resumed my cleaning, my thoughts shifted. Lara hadn't just been a skilled druid, she had played an integral role in guild operations, albeit peripherally. This explained her higher level and Captain Zira's concern about her death. And it might also explain how Petya managed to run into her. If Petya fled into the wilderness after the dragon fight, it was likely she crossed paths with Lara during her reconnaissance. I wondered, would Petya be there? And if so, would she dare to sabotage me? I shook my head. Even if she did, I had to remind myself that I hadn't done anything wrong. Petya chose to abandon me. She turned Marta against me and faked her own death. A gross overreaction. It was a classic case of her blaming me for the harm she inflicted on herself, a trait she shared with my estranged wife. It made sense that she might suspect what had happened, given her low opinion of me, but she had no credible evidence. In the end, that was all that mattered. I doubted the guild knew Petya, at least not well. At best, she had been Lara's apprentice, just as I was with Orville. Nothing more. The afternoon passed slowly as I finished my tasks, my mind repeatedly returning to the evening's obligations. By sunset, I had crafted what I hoped would be a fitting tribute. Truthful enough to avoid contradiction, emotional enough to satisfy expectations. The guild courtyard, which I had yet to visit, was filled with torches casting dancing shadows over a crowd of about 50 guild members, all in armor, robes, and weapons. A simple altar at the center held a spare spear and shield for Corin, and a silver hammer for Lara. The absence of their bodies added a strange quality to the proceedings, as if we were honoring spirits rather than fallen comrades. I received more than a few glances. Looking around, I noted that Kisara was missing, as expected. I wouldn't make excuses for her, but at least it meant there wouldn't be competing narratives. Captain Zira spoke first, formally reciting each adventurer's service record. Corin had participated in 12 successful expeditions over 5 years. This was his first as a party leader. Lara's achievements were even more impressive. She had scouted 37 vaults, eliminated 23 confirmed threats for the guild, and participated in several vault clearings. Clearly, she was a rising star, holding the rank of scout lieutenant. As I listened to these accomplishments, I felt an unexpected pang of genuine regret. Not guilt, never that, but a recognition that the world had lost capable individuals who might have achieved even greater things had circumstances been different. Yet competence without wisdom is ultimately self-defeating, and both had shown fatal flaws in judgment. I had to reprimand myself that it was by my efforts that anyone survived the expedition at all. I would need a glass of wine later to toast my own name. Those who made the hard decisions are almost always overlooked. The true tragedy was that Corin and Lara's lack of judgment had led to this regrettable situation. Other speakers followed, fellow adventurers sharing memories of successful expeditions, a few guild administrators praising their dedication, and even some civilians whose lives had been saved by their interventions. The picture that emerged was of two people genuinely committed to protecting others, which made their deaths feel even more tragic. When my turn came, I approached the altar with measured steps, allowing the weight of the moment to settle over the crowd. I knew Lara and Corin only briefly, I began, my voice carrying across the courtyard. But in those final hours, I witnessed something that defined their careers, their unwavering refusal to abandon those in their charge. An image of Corin's eyes widening in confusion interrupted my thoughts. Magical sand fell. Corin's mouth opened to call out a warning that would never come. I paused, clearing my throat. Guild members nodded appreciatively, clearly recognizing the sentiment. I continued. When we realized the true scope of the threat we faced, both could have prioritized their own survival over the mission. Instead, they chose to stand their ground, buying precious time for Kisara and me to finish the job. My voice cracked slightly. They died as they lived, putting others' welfare before their own. Vines grew around Lara's legs. She swung her mace futilely in defense. Desperate, cornered. A dagger was raised. The crowd murmured in approval, and I caught Captain Zira nodding solemnly from the front row. Lara's skill as a scout was matched only by her courage in the face of overwhelming odds. Her bravery never wavered, even when... Night Whisper fell again and again, Lara's screams echoing through the temple. The blood. I paused, allowing grief to wash over me momentarily. Even when she knew it would cost her life. I concluded with a few words about their legacy inspiring future generations of adventurers, including me. In a charitable move, I explained Kisara's absence, noting she was still shaken by the ordeal, just as I was. I emphasized that it was difficult for me to speak, but our guardians deserved nothing less. This last line was important. It might clarify any behavior on my part that could seem odd in the coming weeks. I returned to my place among the crowd as the next speaker approached the altar. As I settled back into my spot, a grizzled adventurer stepped up, forcing a smile. "Let's lighten the mood a bit, shall we? I know it's an odd thing to say at a memorial, but those of you who knew Lara and Corin well know they loved a good story and enjoyed a laugh. I've got a good one here." He began recounting a tale of Lara getting spectacularly stuck in a window during a scouting mission, half in, half out, legs kicking helplessly while Corin tried to free her as she whispered increasingly creative threats from her undignified position. The laughter that followed transformed the memorial from a somber duty into a celebration. I found myself genuinely amused by the image of the formidable druid, reduced to such vulnerability, leading to an uncomfortable realization. Lara had been more than just a tactical obstacle to remove. She had been a friend, a part of this community. This was why, from an intellectual standpoint, killing should always be a last resort, even under ideal conditions. Every life was an echo, a ripple in the pond, and extinguishing it was playing God. No one had the right to end a life without the courage to face its aftermath. I realized this might be the most important lesson of all. As I considered what I had gained in exchange, it was hard to know if these aftershocks would be worth bearing. Only time would tell. The moment passed quickly as other speakers shared their memories, but something had shifted in my perception. Not guilt, never that, but a recognition that even necessary actions carried weights I hadn't fully calculated. I was always learning, evolving, refining. As the service continued, I found my attention wandering to the surrounding buildings. The guild courtyard was overlooked by several structures, mostly apartments, each 4 or 5 stories high. It was during a lengthy tribute from one of Corin's former party members that I noticed movement on one of the nearby rooftops. A figure crouched near the edge of a building, perhaps 50 meters away, partially concealed behind a chimney. In the flickering torchlight, I could make out brown robes, a slight feminine figure, dark hair, and what appeared to be a mace at her belt. Her posture suggested careful observation rather than casual presence. My first thought was of Lara, an impossible resurrection that my rational mind immediately dismissed. As I studied the figure more carefully, my earlier suspicions solidified. The size, her posture, and the obvious attempt at concealment all pointed to my realization. Petya. It had to be. Our eyes met across the distance, or at least I thought they did. The figure quickly pulled back, disappearing behind the roofline, but not before I noticed what might have been a deliberate pause, as if she wanted to be seen. I kept my face placid as my thoughts churned. Why reveal yourself at all unless you intended to send a message, my dear Petya? What will you do now that another of your benefactors has fallen? When will you learn to stop crossing me? She was armed now, and that mace suggested she had means to defend herself. Had she also been lured by that blue light in the cave? Perhaps she had found her own class core. Druid, like Lara, or something else. My instinct was to pursue her immediately, to corner her and demand an explanation. But I held back. This calculated provocation was an obvious attempt to unnerve me, a warning that she would no longer be the hunted, but the hunter. I had to admit, it did unnerve me, even if only a little. I didn't like things I didn't understand, and I didn't understand this. She should have fled by now, running as far away as her feet would carry her. It also occurred to me that Petya didn't know what Lara had revealed to me in the vault. In her hubris, Lara believed I would never escape alive and had shown her entire hand. Petya thought she might be safe from identification, merely aiming to scare me. But if she thought she could go toe-to-toe with me, Dragomir Valdrik, wizard and arcane synthesist, whose position in the guild was assured with the right social management, she was sorely mistaken. As the memorial service concluded and guild members began to disperse, I remained in place, scanning the rooftops. Nothing. Either Petya had departed or she had better concealment skills than her brief appearance suggested. After offering a few final words to some of her fallen comrades, none of whom suspected me, I walked back through Karadesh's evening streets. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. This wasn't paranoia. In my short time on Eyrth, I had developed enough enemies to make such caution reasonable. But I sensed that Petya was somehow tracking my movements, cataloging my routines, and perhaps planning some form of retaliation. The most dangerous enemies are those who see themselves as righteous. Petya had convinced herself that I was responsible for Lara's death, making her predictable and potentially reckless. She would act on her moral convictions rather than practical considerations, making her responses hard to anticipate but easy to exploit. The question was whether to confront this brewing conflict directly or let it unfold. Direct confrontation could eliminate a threat, but might also escalate a manageable situation into something genuinely dangerous. For now, caution seemed wiser. I would let Petya make the first move, revealing her capabilities and intentions through action rather than posturing. I was a level 10 wizard. Unless she had slain her own dragon or cleared her own vault, it was hard to imagine her being close to that. Meanwhile, I would continue to build my power, learn new spells, investigate the Earth connection, and establish the connections necessary to thrive in this world. After all, the best way to handle an enemy convinced of their own righteousness was to become too powerful for their righteousness to matter. This has been The Dragon and the Sparrow. Written by Kyle West. Narrated by Rob Brinkman. Copyright 2025 by Kyle West. Production copyright 2026 by Kyle West. All rights reserved.